You are dead, the O circumflex Ragnar, your trait has been activated, returning to the regression point. A cold mechanical sound suddenly rang out, causing the teenager to stare at the scene ahead in bewilderment. Just a few seconds earlier, this teenager had to witness his clan being annihilated. And the mother he respected most had become a cold corpse. Then immediately after, he himself followed the others. But after opening his eyes once more, he suddenly found himself facing the enemy who had killed his mother. And the first mission he was given was to punch that old bastard straight in the face, and everything had to do with an earlier time. At a magnificent, splendid castle, unlike its usual appearance, today it was shrouded in blood and fire, cries and wails echoing everywhere. All of this was caused by a group of masked men who stormed into the castle and slaughtered everyone. In some corner of the garden, a long-haired teenager was struggling to fend off an attack from an assassin in black. This is the Ragnar family, a ducal house guarding the empire at the northernmost point of the continent. The reason the Ragnar family has stood firm as a mighty northern bulwark for over 1,000 years is thanks to a special constitution, said to inherit the bloodline of dragons. All who bear Ragnar blood are born with extraordinary magical power, enduring stamina, and exceptional swordsmanship talent. Everyone except this guy. Currently, he had just taken a direct blow from the enemy that sliced through his abdomen, blood gushing out copiously. After that, the O circumflex himself could no longer hold his body up and began to kneel on both knees before the enemy. Seeing this, the cloaked man also spoke up. At this point, and you still haven't learned anything. There are things that no matter how hard you try you cannot achieve. People call that lack of talent. You did not inherit talent despite carrying the Ragnar bloodline. If it were me, I'd be angry too, young master the O circumflex, he said as he began to pull the veil down to reveal a very familiar face, causing the protagonist's eyes to widen as well. Rendon, why is it you? The O circumflex asked in astonishment. And seeming to show a bit of pity for the one about to be reborn, the old Rendon did not finish him off immediately but calmly explained, you see, every morning watching you train tirelessly despite having no talent is truly a pitiful sight. Especially when that hard work leads you nowhere. The Ragnar family's fool, that term suits you well, you should run away, you piece of trash. The Ragnar family's fool, that term suits you well, you should run away, you piece of trash. And of course, faced with his words, the O circumflex gritted his teeth, stabbing his sword into the ground to brace himself and demanding, Rendon, you approached me to be my sword master and taught me useless techniques, only to drive me out of the Rose Hall. Why, you bastard? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rendon suddenly swung his sword and sliced across the O's left arm, sending it flying into the air, and the pain of having his arm severed made him scream miserably like a burning house. Seeing that, Rendon also hefted his sword hard to fling the blood off the blade, then sighed and said, do you blame me? All of this is happening because of you, why won't you understand? As he spoke, he grabbed a fistful of the O's hair and yanked, forcing his face upward, so that he could witness the sea of flames before him. Look, why is the Rose Hall burning? Why are the members of your family dying? Why has your mother become a cold, soulless corpse? Beside them, a cloaked man, very obliging, dragged the body of some lady and threw her down before the O circumflex like a tattered sack, so that he could witness it. Then the old Rendon delivered the verdict. All of this is because you are the Ragnar family's fool. In a clan ruled by strength, you are the weakest. Rendon's voice and expression were full of mockery. On this side, the protagonist's rage reached its peak and he sprang up, drawing a sword from somewhere to fight the old man. But before he could act, a sword came flying from afar, piercing through the O's chest, sending his body flying backward. You talk too much, end this, the superior ordered coldly. Beside him, the old lackey Rendon, seeing this person appear, immediately assumed a servile posture and said, you have arrived, it is an honor. Paying no attention to them, turning back to the O circumflex, the fatal thrust made his consciousness blur. After recalling some memories, this place finally came to an end. An end? Has everything ended? I couldn't protect them or do anything. Everything is ruined. Is this really the end? Talent, if only I had talent, would things be different? He regretted inwardly before his consciousness sank completely into darkness. But then suddenly a mechanical voice rang in his head. You have died, the O circumflex Ragnar, trait activated, returning to regression point. The sound had just ended. Our protagonist suddenly found himself holding a sword before that bastard Rendon. However, the scene was a little different. You look tired. All right, today's lesson ends here, he said calmly. Meanwhile, the O's face remained dazed, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Rendon's tone carried some complaint. Where is your mind? As for the O circumflex, looking at the sword and the surroundings, he still couldn't make sense of what had just happened. What is this? Didn't I just die? Maybe I'm recalling my life. He couldn't believe the face he was remembering was the hateful face of Rendon. Is death cruel even in the final moment? He sighed as if lamenting his fate when suddenly a blue screen appeared before him reading. First tutorial mission, punch Rendon in the face. This sudden screen made our protagonist even more confused. What is this? Tutorial mission, punch Rendon in the face. What the hell is this? Do people normally recall like this when they die? I don't think he can see this, the young lord thought as he finished looking at the screen and then turned to observe Rendon's expression. This strange behavior also made the old man opposite feel puzzled. What's going on? He asked. Without answering, the O circumflex tossed the wooden sword aside. I don't know what's happening either. Perhaps this is a gift from the gods giving me a chance to vent my anger before I go. Even if it's a dream, I'll beat him. Thinking that, he did not hesitate and threw a punch, striking the face of the man he hated most. But his punch was so weak it didn't even make the man's body move, and Rendon only looked at the O circumflex with a puzzled gaze, not knowing what madness had overcome the young master. He punched the face of the man he hated most, but his blow was so weak it couldn't even make the man's body flinch. Rendon merely looked at the O circumflex with a puzzled gaze, wondering what madness had come over the young master. Just as he thought that, old Rendon swung his sword and sent him flying like a struck duck. I thought the lesson was over, wasn't it? The old man frowned and asked. The pain from the strike also made the O circumflex feel more clearly. What is this? Can I feel pain in a dream? He wondered to himself. As for Rendon, seeing the O's dazed face, he could only sigh. I understand your frustration about approaching the awakening ceremony without improving despite all your effort. But I cannot forgive a student who rebels against his teacher, and as a member of the Ragnar clan you should use a sword, not your fists. I will see you at the next lesson. Having said that, he turned and left, leaving the O circumflex behind with 1,000 questions in his head. Wait, what the hell is this awakening ceremony? The O circumflex muttered. Meanwhile, the trainee crowd around him couldn't hide their snickering at his pathetic figure. That idiot, why does he disappoint his teacher like that? Is he really a member of the Ragnar clan? He's so pathetic, even compared to a bastard child. That's all he can do no matter how much effort he puts in. What a disappointment. The mocking sounds began to ring out. However, our protagonist paid no attention to these words, because at the moment he still couldn't determine whether this was a dream or reality. I don't believe it. The clear pain he was feeling right now, the authenticity of it. This is not a recollection but the truth. The awakening ceremony is supposed to occur in 2 years. That means I've traveled back to the past. How can this happen? The O circumflex thought in panic. But before he could find his answer, the notification screen appeared again, drawing his attention. Congratulations, you have completed the first tutorial mission. Reward unlocked, Ragnar talent. Do you want to accept the reward now? Yes, no. Though he still didn't understand what was happening, seeing the notification look benevolent, he unconsciously reached out and pressed the accept button. You have received the reward. All your stats will rapidly increase. Begin next mission. At that moment, a light burst from the O's chest, leaving him stunned. What the hell is happening? He shouted inwardly. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to a luxurious room inside the Rose Hall. Old Master Rendon is present, speaking to someone about the O's condition. Honestly, I have never seen anyone so useless. But that's why I'm here. The true teacher Rendon will train him to the best of my ability. I'll make him strong enough to attend the awakening ceremony in 5 months. At least that's the plan, he said with a smile. If one didn't know what this old man would do in the future, everyone would take his friendly smile at face value. Opposite him, a beautiful madam produced a bundle of money as a thank-you gift for the old man. She is the lady of the Rose Hall, Cecilia. Yes, I'll entrust the boy to you, Rendon. Please take better care of the boy, she said as she handed over a plump bundle of money, and the old lackey accepted it without ceremony. Of course, I plan to train him day and night, so don't worry, madam. I'm not worried, I trust the Ocircumflex, Cecilia said confidently. One wonders where this naive woman gets such confidence in her useless son. After collecting the money, Rendon slipped away. Walking down the corridor, he sneered, Cecilia, you'll have to worry, though I won't teach him properly. The truth is he's completely useless. Like mother, like son, yes, that bloodline will go nowhere. Well then, wonderful. Saying that, he began inspecting the bundle of money. And after seeing the glittering coins inside, Rendon grinned ear to ear. A substantial fee and the title of instructor to the Ragnar main line. As a reward for revealing information about the Ocircumflex and interfering with his development, that person would secure his future. Like getting the Ragnar fool as a benefactor, the older he thought about it, the more grotesque his expression became. Before he was interrupted by hurried footsteps from the Ocircumflex. Then he rushed past Rendon without bothering to greet him, which made the man's face visibly displeased. HMPH, that failure indeed. Returning to the Ocircumflex, he slammed off at a run like his life depended on it. After all, he wanted to see his mother, the one who died in his previous life. Mother, the Ocircumflex shouted, catching Cecilia's attention ahead. She turned and asked, son, you must be tired from training today. Before she could finish, our protagonist rushed forward and embraced her, startling the lady slightly. Son, why? I'm really back. Back to 10 years ago, the Ocircumflex thought as his eyes welled with tears. Then after calming down a little, the Ocircumflex looked straight at his mother and promised himself, I must change the future. Now I'm weak and have nothing, but if that mysterious notification window is real, then I can become stronger, strong enough to stand in that damn battle for the throne. And strong enough to take revenge on Rendon. Second tutorial mission, train the body to its limit, not exceeding 100%. Time passed quickly, the scene shifts to the training grounds. At this time, our protagonist was running hard to exhaust himself and complete that mission. I want to avenge Rendon now, but with this weak body. Right now, I can't do it. I need to focus on becoming stronger first. The intelligence agency I joined in my previous life, Black Tongue, I was assigned to the information gathering team for lack of skill, but I never expected to use the intel I collected this way. A medicine that makes the body extraordinarily strong, the Emperor's Bloodsword Elixir. And its true value will be revealed in the secret manual. And most importantly, the harsh training I abandoned due to lack of talent. All of this can happen because I have the Ragnar talent. The notification window is real, the Ocircumflex thought excitedly, and he ran without knowing fatigue. Current progress, train the body to its limit, 27-100%. Around him, the other cadets watched the Ocircumflex sprinting like a mad ox and whispered to each other, how many laps has he run without stopping? Is he really that strong? Regardless of their thoughts, after tiring of running, our protagonist moved on to sword practice. I'll run more than I ever have before. And swing the sword more than ever, so that I can truly become strong. Current progress, 65-100%. Time passed quickly. A few days later at night on the training field, the O's silhouette still practiced swordplay here as if possessed. Not far away, a pink-haired girl sat smoking, boredly watching the Ocircumflex. She is the manager of training ground number 4, Evelyn Naravel. He's been training without sleep for days, that idiot of the Ragnar clan. But could he really be talentless? Evelyn wondered inwardly as she witnessed the O's frantic efforts. Back to the protagonist. By now he was exhausted to death. I'm going to die. Current progress, 97-100%. But you must train the body to its limit, he screamed at himself. Last night he had reached 90-100%, yet the moment he sat down to rest even briefly, the 90 automatically dropped to 89. It shocked him. He didn't dare rest another second. I didn't expect the percentage to fall just because I rested a little. Now I can't stop until it's complete. So driven by a mad determination, the protagonist gritted his teeth and swung his sword without pause. I'm almost there. Just a little more. Just a little more until I can't breathe. The O-circumflex thought and began sprinting circles around the training field at his top speed until the progress bar reached 100%. Congratulations, you have completed the second tutorial mission. You have received Dragon Heart as a reward. Bonus reward for speedy completion. You have gained 10 years of magic from your previous life. Do you want to claim your rewards now? Turning to the O-circumflex, though out of breath and exhausted, he trembled as he extended his finger toward the system's prompt and pressed the button. And immediately after doing so, his body erupted with a considerable burst of power, scattering the dust around him. And Evelyn in the distance witnessed the entire event. After an unknown amount of time, the O-circumflex regained consciousness from his stupor and found himself inside an unfamiliar room. Where is this? He wondered aloud. Hearing his voice, Evelyn, cigarette in hand, stepped in to explain, "Don't worry. This is the resting room for training ground number 4. Even a Ragnar can collapse if they push themselves that far." Evelyn, the O-circumflex asked tentatively. Evelyn nodded and said, "You remember me, right? I'm the manager of training ground number 4, Evelyn Naravel. You passed out while training alone this morning, so I brought you in here." He replied, "I understand, thank you." Turning to Evelyn, she handed the O-circumflex a cup of water to cool him down and added, "Young master, you know that in the Ragnar clan it's forbidden to open your mana core before the awakening ceremony, right?" Of course, the O-circumflex shrugged in response. Not understanding what Evelyn was getting at, seeing his naive look, she spoke bluntly, "So you also know what happens if you break that rule?" Hearing this, the O's brows knit and he asked, "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" She emphasized, "Right before you lost consciousness. There was a wave of mana coinciding with the opening of a mana core. Could it be that you opened your mana core?" "Young master, the O-circumflex Ragnar," she said, eyes wide as she stared at him, making the man beside her dazed. "You must be joking. My mana core, if I had opened it, I wouldn't be alive now," the O-circumflex wondered inwardly. Before he could remember the mechanical voice of the system that rang out prior to his fainting. "You have received the reward. Bonus reward for speedy completion. You have gained 10 years of magic from your previous life." Thinking of that, the O-circumflex began to piece everything together. It's the Dragon Heart. Speaking of the Dragon Heart, it's a mana reservoir that can be placed inside a dragon's heart. Placing the mana reservoir in the heart makes it far more efficient, but humans, those who are not dragons, place it in the lower abdomen. Because the human heart cannot withstand a mana reservoir. That's why every Ragnar warrior longs for a dragon heart. It's the easy path to overwhelming strength. However, humans have never been able to surpass their natural limits. But now the dragon heart is mine. The mission reward is incredible, the O-circumflex thought happily. Before he registered the cold gaze and chilling atmosphere emanating from the girl before him and sobered up, though that also landed him in an awkward situation. The great swordswoman Evelyn Naravel, she retired after losing her left arm and became manager of training ground number 4. But she had once been commander of the White Dragon Knight Corps. Her skill was so outstanding that even the demonic dragons of the White Dragon Knights admired her, and more. She is known as an extremely principled person. She doesn't care for rank or power, and she cannot tolerate lies or cowardice. Once when I was too rigid, she gave up being my direct mentor. In other words, if she discovered the mana reservoir in my dragon heart, I could be executed immediately. However, if I'm not discovered, I can turn the situation around. Thinking this, with 10 years of worldly experience, the O-circumflex began to find a way to handle it. At that moment he spoke up, "Can you tolerate that?" Responding to Evelyn's accusatory tone, the O's face grew serious as he said, "Are you threatening me over a momentary emotion? Will you take responsibility? I am also a descendant of the Ragnar clan. If your suspicion proves unfounded, it could be considered an insult to the Ragnar family." Opposite him, Evelyn nodded in agreement. That's right, that's the law. Do you know the punishment for insulting a descendant of the family? The O circumflex asked, eyes wide. Execution, Evelyn replied. Hearing this, the O circumflex pressed his advantage and pushed further. Fine, you know the law, so why don't you test it? He said challengingly and confidently, and the aura he emitted made Evelyn uneasy. What is this feeling? What kind of person is he? But it's definitely a mono wave. With that thought, Evelyn didn't hesitate and accepted the offer, even if he has Ragnar blood. The law is the law. Saying that, she reached forward, touched the O's abdomen lightly, and used her mana to probe. But immediately after, her face changed color. When the check finished. Wait, there's no mana reservoir. Am I wrong? Impossible. The more she thought, the paler Evelyn became, because under the law she mentioned, she might be ruined. And of course, that embarrassed expression could not escape the O's gaze. Well, there's nothing right. Please execute me, I'm wrong, I'll pay with my life, Evelyn said as she dropped to one knee. This made the O circumflex feel triumphant, and he also understood why she couldn't detect it. There's no way. The dragon heart is very different from a normal mana reservoir. The presence of a mana reservoir in the dragon heart can be controlled by its user. In other words, I can hide the mana at will. And whether a human has a dragon heart might not be discovered for years. How could she possibly have guessed it? Thinking that while Evelyn waited, the O circumflex just patted her shoulder lightly and said, no need. You're just doing your job right, not many would risk their lives like that. Saying this, the O circumflex already had a plan. Evelyn is one of the strongest, making her indebted to me will benefit me. Besides, the reason opening a mana reservoir is restricted before the awakening is the danger of overflowing. Your concern that the bastard of the Ragnar clan would overflow his reservoir pleases me greatly. Thanks for taking care of me, Evelyn. With that, the O circumflex turned and left, leaving Evelyn behind with countless questions. A dragon heart and 10 years of magic from my past life. This time I'll be unbeatable, the O circumflex thought to himself. Time passed quickly. A few days later, old Rendon continued his usual dumb teaching of the O circumflex. No, it's not like that. Swing your sword a bit more to the right. I've told you how many times. Back to the O circumflex. Rendon's words really grated on his ears. I'm getting stronger, but pretending to learn from Rendon is genuinely difficult. That bastard Rendon. He's quietly teaching me bizarre sword techniques. I'm sure someone is pulling the strings behind Rendon. The one who killed me, I have to find out who he is. Suddenly a thought sprang up in the O's mind. Then he unconsciously broke into a smile. That's right, Rendon, young master, don't talk during training, he reminded. At that, the O's eyes flashed and he snapped his wooden sword in two. I don't understand what you're teaching, it's all trash. How could someone of your skill be just a common-level swordsman? On the other hand, Rendon's mission must be definitely pretending to be an instructor to monitor me, then I'll get him dismissed. I feel he even struggles against low-level beastmen. What did you just say? The old man ground his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Seeing that, the O circumflex stepped forward. Are you deaf? Staring into his eyes and retorting, are you deaf? Your skills are a stinking mess. At this, he erupted and shouted, young master, the O circumflex. He calculated silently. If anything happens, Rendon will surely contact the puppeteer behind him. Scene switches to Camellia Hall. Inside a tavern-like area, suddenly a junior officer burst in, excitedly calling, Axion. Have you heard? Ragnar's bastard will have a match with my master's teacher next week. Apparently he blames his master for his uselessness. After that fight, he'll definitely be crippled, the kid said gleefully. And as a reward for bringing the news in time. A flying plate shot straight into the youth's face at full speed, sending him tumbling backward. So what? Why should a crippled bastard concern me? Axion snapped. He is the fourth hound of the north, the black tiger Axion Ragnar. Beside him, the mild-faced youth with white hair was also one of the 4 hounds of the north, the silver tiger Remington Narcio. At the same time, outside, probably drawn by the noise, a blond man entered and said, he should have been crippled a long time ago. If you're complacent, that's dangerous. This one is one of the 9 heavenly dragons, the heavenly dragon Eid Troiven. As he entered, Remington respectfully bowed in greeting, while Axion calmly sat back in his chair and said, "I only fear the truly talented. You're worrying too much." "Why should you bother with that bastard?" In response, Ead's eyes flashed dangerously. With the Ragnars, unprecedented things can happen from the smallest chance. A spark in the wind can flare up into a blaze. Back to Axion, actually he found the matter fairly manageable, and on balance it might even be beneficial. "That instructor will handle this for us." Time passed quickly. A week later, at training ground number 4, countless people had gathered to gawk at the upcoming match. Judging by their faces, they didn't seem to think the O-Circumflex would win. Back to the O-Circumflex, sweat beaded on his face now, damn it. I only intended to humiliate him and get him dismissed. But things have gone too far. Well, since it has come to this, I'll take revenge on Rendon, the O-Circumflex said as he gripped his sword tightly. At the same time, his third task was to defeat Rendon and claim victory. To explain further, let's go back to a week earlier when our protagonist, the O-Circumflex, after taunting Rendon, declared he would have him dismissed and told the old man to get out of his sight. And of course, the old man, not about to give up such a lucrative position, blew up at hearing the O's words, "Young master, the O-Circumflex. I won't accept that, there's plenty of time left on my papers." In response, the O-Circumflex didn't bother to explain further. "What does it matter? If I say you're fired, then you're fired." Saying that, the general himself had to hold back his murderous intent rather than run in and cut the old man down. Thinking of his previous life, "I want to deal with him immediately, but I'm not confident enough yet. First, I'll separate from him and gather more information." Turning to Rendon, seeing the O-Circumflex speak so decisively with no hint of negotiation, the old man's face wrinkled like an ancient tree. "No, if I'm dismissed like this, my mission will fail. I must persuade him at all costs." With that thought, for the sake of his livelihood, Rendon swallowed his arrogance and began to plead. "Young master, please wait a moment. This violates the rules. If I report this to the court..." Not caring about the dog behind causing trouble, the O-Circumflex strode on without pause, until he received notice of his third mission, the guidance task third, defeat Rendon and win. The sudden mission alert made the O's step falter. At the same time, Evelyn, who had been watching from the side and overheard the exchange, ran over and proposed, "Then we'll settle this the Ragnar way." "The Ragnar way?" the O-Circumflex asked curiously. "She plainly stated the clan rule, decide by a duel, no court needed. We only follow the victor's judgment." "Thank heavens," Rendon mentally screamed and hurriedly agreed, "Fine idea." Ignoring his words, Evelyn continued, "The duel will take place 1 week from now." "All right then," she said with a smile, while the O's face went as pale as a liver. "Of course not. I still can't beat Rendon in this state," he thought as he glanced at Rendon, who wore a smug look as if victory were assured, which, to be fair, it was. Back in the present, the junior officers in the stands began gossiping about the Ragnar family's useless one. "From what I hear, he can't even swing a sword properly," said a gray-haired fellow. The curly-headed youth beside him sneered incredulously. "What? No way, he's still a Ragnar." "If he were a normal Ragnar, I wouldn't say that. He's the cripple of the Ragnar family. How could he possibly defeat a mid-level swordsman?" The group shook their heads, showing no confidence in the O-Circumflex. Down below, before the match began, Rendon smiled confidently and counseled the O-Circumflex, "Young master, if you apologize now, I can pretend this never happened." "No need to risk your life for your pride," the O's expression darkened in reply. "I should be the one saying that. If you don't want to become an amputee, you'd better accept the truth." The O-Circumflex answered coldly. Rendon, seeing his supposed kindness met like this, forced a laugh. By now, he gritted his teeth and plotted inwardly. "I'd thought to let him off once because he looked pathetic, but no, I'll kill him and pretend it was an accident." The result of the match would be clear. In fact, that would be even better. Thinking this, he altered his expression slightly and said, "Then attack me first. I'm your teacher. I'll yield the first strike." On the O's side, hearing that he no longer held back, "Then I won't refuse." Saying that, he tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward to attack first. And so the battle between the two officially began. The instant the clashing of swords rang out, everyone in the stands widened their eyes. How could the scene before them be like this? Look, that idiot is about to lose. He really doesn't know how to swing a sword. At this rate he might die, the shocked crowd shouted. Though they'd heard rumors that the O-circumflex was useless, seeing him in person revealed he was even more pathetic than they'd imagined. What's going on, young master? You can't do anything against a common-level swordsman you look down on, Rendon teased, swinging his blade without pause. The outcome is obvious. The O-circumflex Ragnar isn't even a low-level swordsman but a trainee. Recently his skill may have improved a bit, but it's still not enough. If he were at least at the level of the Four Hounds of the North, that would be another story. But there's no way that idiot the O-circumflex could defeat me, the old man thought happily. Reverting to some time earlier, right after Evelyn proposed the duel, the O-circumflex hurried to meet her privately. Evelyn, why did you suggest that match? In response, Evelyn calmly sipped her tea and said, I'm helping you. If you want to eliminate him, you need to be more decisive. It seems he has backing, so simply firing him won't solve the problem. From Evelyn's words it appeared she knew something about old Rendon, and of course the protagonist was astonished on hearing this. Evelyn, how do you know? Hearing this, Evelyn shrugged and said, because he teaches you a strange sword style. I had someone secretly investigate him. Remember the scene where he taught the O-circumflex swordplay? Make the square angle more pronounced. This square angle thing seems over the top. Where did this bastard come from? Evelyn was astonished when she saw old Rendon's teaching method. Turning to the O-circumflex, Evelyn hadn't noticed this in her past life. Could it be that I drew her attention because of the Mana Reservoir incident? The O-circumflex wondered inwardly. Unaware of that, Evelyn gently set her teacup down and continued, from my investigation. All traces of Rendon led back to Camilla Hall. Hearing that, the protagonist's expression froze. Then he ground his teeth in anger. Camilla Hall, was it all because of this brutal struggle for the throne, those bastards? Thinking this, he fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. I'm surprised you discovered so much. But with my skills, I still can't defeat Rendon in my current condition. What will you do? The general asked. This isn't my business. You can beat him. You're underestimating your potential, young master, Evelyn said confidently. Back at the match, old Rendon was relentlessly attacking the O-circumflex while crushing his spirit. If you kneel and beg, I might spare you. As he spoke, he channeled force into both hands and launched an immensely powerful slash that threw the air backward. Yet right after the clash, the old man's face began to change. He sensed something wrong. Wait, something's off. He'd been able to fend off all my attacks for a while. What on earth is happening? This isn't the O-circumflex Ragnar I know. How has his skill increased so much? He thought in alarm. Meanwhile, it wasn't just him. Everyone around the stands noticed the abnormality as the fight continued. What? He's being pushed back. Do you see him defending properly? The shocked crowd asked. Hearing this, Evelyn smiled knowingly. Reverting to a week earlier, she had proposed, if I train you for a week, you can easily overwhelm someone like Rendon. Although personally training you violates the rules, Rendon is a bastard unfit to be a teacher. Back to the O-circumflex. Hearing this, he was ecstatic inside, couldn't believe things could turn out like this. It was worth having Evelyn owe him. But one thing worries me. Why would you help me so much? Is it because of what happened before? The O-circumflex asked anxiously. Evelyn casually admitted, partly yes, but also because someone I know pays close attention to you. This person likes to recruit talented people. Back in the present, the more they fought, the more Rendon felt himself being suppressed by the O-circumflex. He had no talent from the start. How could this be? Or perhaps all this time, he had only been pretending to be stupid. But why? Rendon furrowed his brow in speculation. Opposite him, seeing the old man's face constantly shifting, the O-circumflex asked during their struggle, Rendon, who is backing you? Before he finished speaking, Rendon, startled, flung the O-circumflex backward and yelled, backing? What do you mean? He roared. Do you think I don't know you've been teaching me trash lessons all this time? The O-circumflex said coldly, while the old man tried to retort weakly. That's absurd. Do you know how hard I've worked to? Not waiting for the old mouthpiece to speak more, the O-circumflex named one place, Camilla Hall. The words struck the black heart, freezing Rendon's face for a beat. And that expression confirmed the O's suspicion. You're honest, good Rendon. Do you know what it feels like to have an arm chopped off? He said as he seized the moment while the old man was still stunned, swinging his sword from below to above aimed straight at the man's left arm. And then with a clean slice, he severed that arm. Around them, the sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Only when Rendon's agonized scream rang out did everyone snap back to their senses. My arm, you bastard, how dare you? He ground his teeth, unaware of how dire his own situation was. Turning to the O circumflex, he walked toward Rendon coldly. With this, he's sure he's grown stronger and he can become even stronger. Thinking that, the O circumflex began to declare to him, what you said to me last time, it's my fault things came to this. It's your fault that today you die here. Having said that, before the old man could deny anything, the O circumflex swung his sword hard and sent him off to the next world. At the same time, the system's congratulatory chime sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the third tutorial task. For surpassing the objective, you have received an additional reward. Would you like to claim the reward now? No. Up in the observation stands, people were still stunned, unable to believe Rendon had been taken out like that. That idiot one, a trainee swordsman defeating a mid-level swordsman. How is this possible? The group stammered. Turning back to the corpse before him, he only felt it was laughable and weak. How had I once been defeated by someone like this? But everything will be different from now on, the O circumflex murmured to himself. The system announced the rewards. The observation skill has been activated as a reward and 1 year of magical power has been granted. Hearing this, the O's eyes flashed with puzzled interest. Oh, magic power, huh? But what is observation? He wondered. Before he could figure it out, a rider's silhouette descended from the sky. The rider's landing was so forceful it cracked the arena's surface. A man's voice boomed, the O circumflex Ragnar. Hearing that, the protagonist quickly turned to look. The rider was Julius Ragnar, nicknamed the Demon Dragon, commander of the White Dragonplate Cavalry. He was grinning with excitement as he looked at the O circumflex. But our protagonist couldn't feel happy. Demon Dragon, why is he here? When did he arrive? The O circumflex panicked inwardly. With his appearance, everyone felt dread. He's the commander of the White Dragonplate Cavalry. Why has one of the 9 dragons come here? As for Evelyn, seeing her boss's grand entrance gave her a headache. Commander, you've wrecked the arena. Was it that hard to come in normally? She said to her boss with obvious exasperation. Back in the arena, Uncle Julius exuded an overwhelming presence as he approached the O circumflex, making him shit himself. What did I do? He wondered after sending his teacher to the other world. Luckily for the O circumflex, Julius then burst into a hearty laugh. He slapped him on the back so hard the young general spat blood. Ha ha, fascinating, very good. I'm really surprised you brought this with you. The student has surpassed the teacher. He laughed heartily before reconsidering the O's action and retracting his smile. No, it's a bit disrespectful since you killed him, right? Anyway, from what I've heard, he deserved it. Oh well, whatever, the O circumflex Ragnar. Join the White Dragonplate Cavalry, he said, patting the O's shoulder as an offer. Above, Evelyn heard this and gave a faint smile, as if she'd long expected it. Meanwhile, the other students went crazy with admiration when they heard the O circumflex had received such an offer. No way, that Ragnar idiot got recruited into the White Dragonplate Cavalry, even if he's good at fighting. Up in the stands, Remington, one of the 4 hounds of the North, suddenly turned to the person beside him and asked, Hey, do you think there's ever been a case where a trainee swordsman, someone who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, was selected? Upon hearing the question, the curly-haired guy pondered for a moment, shrugged, and replied, Well, I don't know either. Remington himself already had the answer in his heart. Of course, never. You can't judge a person's true potential when their mana reservoir is still closed. Even if their swordsmanship is excellent, they may still lack magical power. And no matter how great Julius Ragnar is, even he couldn't be certain of everything. But could the demon dragon see that potential well enough to gamble like this? Back below, everyone held their breath waiting for the O's answer. Contrary to their expectations, he put on a cold expression and said, "Sorry, but I must refuse." The unexpected reply made Uncle Julius's face crumple. Remington up above also looked stunned. Even Evelyn couldn't understand what on earth the O Circumflex was thinking. Time passed quickly and the story of the O Circumflex defeating Rendon spread throughout the castle. "Have you heard that Ragnar idiot? No, young master the O Circumflex. I heard he eliminated his own instructor. Is that okay?" "Well, that just means his instructor was too weak. Honestly, he seemed pretty useless anyway." After witnessing it, the demon dragon tried to recruit him directly into the White Dragonplate Cavalry, but the young master refused because he felt his skills were still insufficient. "A humble Ragnar, rare to see," the group exclaimed. "Cut to Camilla Hall." At this time, Lady of Camilla Hall, Emil Ragnar, was frowning as she looked out the window. "Things have gotten complicated. Can't believe he defeated Rendon." Seeing her worry, Eid behind her spoke up. "Please don't worry, madam. Wasn't Rendon sent because his skills were poor anyway?" Hearing the familiar voice, Emil turned and elaborated, "Indeed, the death of someone like that is nothing for us to care about. Brother, the man is Tianlong Eid Troiven." But the demon dragon approached him, and moreover, they say Evelyn ordered it, which means we can't even intervene by assigning him a new master. "If he begins to stand out, controlling Rose Hall will become increasingly difficult," she said through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Axion had just entered and, upon hearing his mother's words, shook his head in exasperation. "Stand out? Why are you so worried, mother? There's no way the clan head will care about this. Our plan can proceed as usual." Across from him, Emil replied, "I understand. The best way to control Rose Hall without offending the clan head is to keep the O Circumflex weak, right? That's what you're saying." "He's still weak. How much could someone like that change? Evelyn and the demon dragon always look after the weak." Axion waved his hand. But Eid's gaze in front had grown cold, and he warned, "Axion, you shouldn't make hasty decisions like that." Hearing this, Axion suddenly fell silent for a moment. "Fine, since you and Uncle are so worried, I'll toy with him a little and make him know his place." As he spoke, he took out a letter he had prepared beforehand. Back at the O's spot, he had just finished training with Evelyn. "Well done today, young master," she said as she sheathed her sword. "Thank you, Evelyn. It's truly different to learn from a proper teacher like you," the O Circumflex replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Evelyn recalled Julius's earlier offer and advised the O Circumflex that it would be better if he joined the White Dragonplate Cavalry. "Why did you refuse that offer?" she asked. The O Circumflex felt a touch of regret. White Dragonplate Cavalry, huh? It would be a lie to say he felt no regret. It had been his dream in his past life. However, now is not the right time. There's no reason to limit himself too early. When he thought of the privileges granted to a leader during the awakening ceremony, joining the White Dragonplate Cavalry couldn't compare. With that in mind, the O Circumflex felt somewhat reassured and said, "I don't want any special privileges. I still don't think I'm good enough. I'm satisfied with you training me for the awakening." "Fine, but the commander will be disappointed," Evelyn said with a faint smile. In his free time, our protagonist also used the observation skill to check the stats of the swordswoman Evelyn Naravel, 24 years old, female, title, former deputy commander of the White Dragonplate Cavalry, rank, senior swordsman, status, admires the O's humility and character, felt energized for the first time in a long while teaching him, misses the White Dragonplate Cavalry. Reading this, the O Circumflex couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This observation skill is very useful. He'll definitely be able to make use of it later. Thinking that, he also noticed a line in Evelyn's status reading, admires him and misses the Dragon Cavalry. Before the O Circumflex could think further, a cadet stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, young master the O Circumflex. I'm from the Southern Testing Station. My name is Sybil Drea. I have something to tell you." "For me?" the O Circumflex asked, puzzled. He looked intimidating. Who is he? As he wondered, he used his observation skill. Quickly, information returned. Sybil Drea, title, the Fool of the Southern Testing Station, rank, trainee swordsman, disposition, loyal, status, harbors a strong desire toward the O circumflex and wants a spar. Judging by both their gazes, Sybil wore an expression of extreme excitement. So much so that Evelyn behind him gripped her sword warily, while the O circumflex couldn't understand. Did the system give wrong info? Desire to spar with that expression with me. The final tutorial task had begun. Tutorial Task 4, abandon the title Ragnar's Fool, 28 100%. Returning to Sybil as if afraid the O circumflex wouldn't understand his intent, he hurriedly clarified, I want to follow young master the O circumflex. Actually, I've ignored you all this time. I thought the moniker, the Ragnar Fool, fit you well. He spoke bluntly, not knowing those words could earn him an early death, which made the O circumflex clench his sword and be ready to gut him at any moment. You bastard, the O circumflex ground his teeth inwardly. Unfortunately, Sybil didn't notice that look and kept babbling, but I know you go out every morning and train harder than anyone else. The result of those efforts is the remarkable growth I've witnessed firsthand. You're my idol, young master the O circumflex. When I wanted to give up after being called the fool of the Southern Testing Station, you appeared. Please give me a chance to duel you, Sybil bowed sincerely. At his words, the fire in the O's heart suddenly died down and he felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. Normally, I would suspect his true motives. However, according to the system notification, it seems he's being sincere. Surprisingly, after defeating Rendon and with the rumor of Lord Julius's attention spreading, I thought those oppressed by inferiority would rush to challenge me. But unexpectedly, there are people willing to follow me. I guess that means everyone still holds some pride in the Ragnar house. All right, I'll need loyal subordinates of my own to become the head of the Ragnar clan. In this task, the final tutorial. The title I've never escaped. With this new opportunity, I'll completely erase it. Thinking that, the protagonist made a decision and turned to Evelyn. Evelyn, can we spare some time? Hearing this, Evelyn understood what the O circumflex intended and nodded, of course, show me your skill. With both consenting and Evelyn standing outside as referee, the duel began. First, they held their swords before them and introduced themselves. The O circumflex Ragnar, trainee swordsman of Rose Hall, awaiting the awakening ceremony. My master is Evelyn Nerevel. Hearing this, she smiled at him. In response, Sybil stood at attention and said, Sybil Drea, trainee swordsman of the Southern Testing Station. I inherited the Curre family's swordsmanship and am proficient with the blade. Let's fight. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sybil pushed off with both legs and lunged forward at high speed to gain the advantage. He then swung his sword with all his strength toward the O circumflex, but was easily blocked by him. He's so fast. Even though I'm called the fool of the Southern Testing Station, I'm confident in my speed, but young master the O's skill is truly impressive, Sybil admired inwardly. As Sybil continuously launched attacks from every angle, the O circumflex pondered silently at those storm-like strikes. Is this a fool? If this were my previous life, I'd barely manage to parry a few blows. But of course now this is far too easy for me. With that thought, he swung back and with a single strike easily sent Sybil flying. His blow was so strong it made Sybil vomit out his meal. Just as expected of young master the O circumflex, I lost, thank you. I've learned a lot, Sybil said. The fight was probably over in under a minute. Who knows how much the youth learned in that minute. That was a good match, the O circumflex nodded in acknowledgement. At the same time, he looked at his own reflection on the blade. And suddenly a bold thought occurred to him. Wait, can I use observation on myself? Let's try. Saying that, he began to use the skill. And though it was a random idea, unexpectedly it worked, observing the O circumflex Ragnar. The O circumflex Ragnar, 17 male. Title, Fool of the Ragnar Clan. Talent, Ragnar player. Observation, access denied, access denied, access denied. Status, eagerly awaiting the awakening ceremony. Level 1. Stats, Strength 13, Agility 14, Vitality 12, Magic Power 190, Intelligence 11, Luck -49. Access denied. You have perceived the stats. The stats will be noted as numbers. Back to the O circumflex, after skimming the info panel, he couldn't hide his delight. Abilities categorized under talent means if he keeps doing these tasks, he could gain 4 more. I can even check my stat values myself. It seems my high magic power stat comes from magic of a past life and the dragon heart, but why is luck a negative number? Am I cursed or something? Is this why I was always unlucky in my past life? I need to find a way to raise my luck right away, the O-circumflex told himself, since having negative luck like this means misfortune could strike at any time. With that, he fell silent in thought until he suddenly realized countless eyes were fixed on him. He turned to look at the rest of the group who had come with Sybil. Behind him, Evelyn saw the scene and guessed what those people wanted. No matter how weak Rendon was, he was still a mid-level swordsman. Young Master the O-circumflex had defeated Rendon and even received approval from the commanders. With a doctrine that reveres strength, the Ragnar house reacts in two ways. They either envy him or they admire him. The crowd gathered here seemed to belong to the latter group, just as Evelyn had predicted. Immediately after, the group broke into smiles as if they'd won a bet. The rumor was true. If I were Sybil, could I have blocked his blade? Me too. I want to spar with him as well, the group thought inwardly, looking at the O-circumflex with expectant eyes. On his side, the O-circumflex saw their eager looks inside. Then he turned his gaze to a young man in the group, Eo Nalan. Hearing his name, Eo stepped forward and surprised asked, "You know me?" "Step up, fight me," the O-circumflex replied. "It's an honor. I'm Eo Nalan, third son of Viscount Nalan. I've learned a direct sword style," the young man introduced himself. The O-circumflex returned the greeting. "The O-circumflex Ragnar of Rose Hall. May we have a good match." With that, both of them lunged and attacked each other at once. But Eo was the one to launch the initial strike. With a dragon sword sweep aimed straight at the O's throat. The attack nearly grazed his neck. But with a superhuman reflex, the protagonist raised his sword to parry and then used force to knock Eo's blade aside. Basic sword proficiency increased, transformed sword proficiency increased. Seeing his weapon disarmed in a single move, Eo's face went blank, then he conceded, "I lost." "You have gained Eo Nalan's approval, luck +1. You received some experience points." The system's notification rang, fueling the O's fighting spirit. Approval raises luck, it also tracks reputation. If so, I just need to keep fighting like this. After Eo, the others were received by the O-circumflex one after another. You have gained B at Ramiro's approval, luck +1. You have gained Eric Morin's approval, luck +1. You have gained Manfred Nonbert's approval, luck +1. You have gained Manuel Noir's approval, luck +1. You have gained Viro Perink's approval, luck +1. You have gained Daniel Rieman's approval, luck +1. After a long while, the training ground was strewn with countless people lying exhausted, and the O-circumflex himself was out of breath. Still, driven by the luck points, he pushed himself to ask, "Who's next?" But at that moment no one hurried forward. Seeing that, the O-circumflex turned to the system screen to check it, only to fall silent. He would have been better off not looking. "I fought this much and only increased by 1%. According to his view, the new mission progress went from 28% to 29%. Seeing this, the O-circumflex looked to the group beside him and guessed, "Is it because these are all people who have already approved me? Or do I need stronger opponents or to perform while more people disdain me? I need a different event," the O-circumflex thought. Then another voice approached and asked, "You look pretty tired. Are you okay?" "I'll rest when necessary, but not now," the O-circumflex replied. As if answering his plea, fate gave him an opportunity. From afar, one of the four hounds of the north called out, "This time I'll request a spar with you." Everyone couldn't hide their surprise. Remington, one of the four hounds of the north. Speaking of the four hounds of the north, the four are Hulkus Lank, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and Axion Ragnar of Camella Hall, the title given to the four strongest in the generation who haven't undergone the awakening under the Ragnar house. Back to Remington, upon entering the training ground he introduced himself, "Remington Narcio. I came early to watch young master the O's swordsmanship before the awakening. I also thank you for accepting this invitation," he said with a smile, while across from him the O-circumflex quietly used his skill to observe information about the man. Young swordsman Remington Narcio, 17, male, title, Vice Head of House Narcio, Silver Lion, 4 Hounds of the North, rank, trainee swordsman, talent, sword prodigy, keen senses, extremely diligent, status, surprised by the appearance of an unexpected opponent. In response, the Ocircumflex raised his sword and introduced himself. The Ocircumflex Ragnar, son of Northern Grand Protector Kyle Ragnar, a trainee swordsman preparing for the awakening. Having said that, the Ocircumflex didn't expect Remington to seek him out to spar. To meet the sword prodigy he respected in this way was surprising. Setting the mission aside, I just want to fight him with everything I've got. With that thought, the Ocircumflex said solemnly, "It's an honor to fence with the famous Vicehead Narcio." "I look forward to it, may it be a splendid match," Remington nodded. At that moment, the Ocircumflex had only one thought: could he defeat Remington, one of the 4 Hounds of the North? Then the battle between the two began. But contrary to everyone's expectations, right after the first clash, the O's sword snapped in two, and Remington's blade rested at his throat. Seeing this, Sybil bitterly said, "Young master, the Ocircumflex lost." Unbelievable. Behind him, another man wasn't too surprised. This was the obvious outcome. No matter how much the young master improved, he still couldn't beat the 4 Hounds, the strongest of this generation. But impressed by the fighting spirit the young master showed, Sybil stepped up to cover the Ocircumflex. Yet then Remington's voice suddenly rang out, "I lost, thank you for the match. Your sword was worn down and you're exhausted. This match is my defeat." Hearing that, the Ocircumflex looked at his broken sword and shook his head. "On the battlefield, no one makes such considerations. I lost the moment I lost my blade." Having said that, the two shook hands cheerfully. "I hope we can have a proper duel another time," Remington smiled. "So do I," the Ocircumflex replied. And after those words from the two of them, the people around admired the Ocircumflex even more. He had been recognized by one of the 4 Hounds. "See, young master, the Ocircumflex is different." At the same time, thanks to Remington's recognition, the O's mission completion progress rose to 35%. Beside him, Evelyn saw the result and gave a faint smile. Meanwhile, the Ocircumflex didn't feel disappointed in himself. He truly was strong. "By acquiring talents and manuals through missions, I've become stronger, much stronger than in my previous life, but I felt it the moment our blades met. I'm still far behind. It's a pity the match ended so quickly, but I still learned a lot. Not only did my luck increase by 10, my reputation improved greatly. It's unfortunate the mission progress didn't increase much, but I can find other stages that will earn approval," the Ocircumflex thought to himself. Turning to Remington, he produced an invitation and proposed, "Young master, the Ocircumflex, actually I'm not here just to spar with you today. I want to invite you to join the Serpent Dragon Society." On the other side, Sybil's mouth dropped at the name Serpent Dragon Society. It's an elite social group that only the chosen can join. And Lord Remington personally invited him. Invited to the Serpent Dragon Society, the Ocircumflex thought in surprise. He asked, "Can someone like me join? Your circle is very prestigious," the Ocircumflex said anxiously. Remington hastily waved his hand to explain, "Nonsense, you more than meet the criteria. Besides, it's not a very serious group. It's simply a social circle for peers preparing for the upcoming awakening." "Then why wasn't I invited?" Sybil asked confusedly from behind, while others had already begun wiping their eyes. Back to the Ocircumflex. With knowledge from his previous life, he was quite clear about the Serpent Dragon Society. "I don't know Remington's motive for inviting me, but it revolves around Axion. It's full of people who look down on me. It's the perfect environment to complete this mission. And it will let me spy on Remington and Camilla Hall. I see no reason to refuse this offer." Deciding that with such a tempting opportunity, the Ocircumflex took the invitation, nodded, and replied, "Thank you. Then I'll join." "Oh, he's even joining the Serpent Dragon Society," someone in the crowd shouted. Remington shook his hand with a bright smile and said, "A wise decision. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. The next meeting will be in 2 weeks." In the background, Evelyn seemed to realize something and took a long drag of her cigarette. Time passed quickly. A while later at Rose Hall. In the O's private chambers, he hadn't even set foot to rest before his mother Cecilia burst in, exclaiming, "My dear son," with joy. "Oh, mother, I was about to tell you the news." "Wait, hold on, mother, what's all this?" The O circumflex wondered as he looked at the line of attendants standing beside him with various belongings. At that moment, Cecilia explained why she'd come. "I heard you've been invited to the Serpent Dragon Society. The society includes Remington, that cunning Amel's son, and talents like Remington. They've even drawn the council's attention. Everything from how you dress to how you behave will be scrutinized." "I know you won't break any rules," she said. "But your attire and demeanor are a completely different matter. Fortunately, this is something Mother can help with. Don't forget she used to be an actress. She's happy to help her beloved son." She said this as she took out a measuring tape and began taking the O's measurements. Hearing his mother's words, he had a moment of reflection. The illegitimate child of a concubine is a commoner, Mother. Mother always felt guilty for giving him such a bad name, even though it wasn't her fault. In the cold Ragnar household, he wondered how hard it must have been for her to raise such a weak child. "My beloved son," she said, then she hugged her child. "Your mother believes in you, you can do it," she said with emotion. The O circumflex gently embraced Cecilia and reassured her, "Mother, you don't need to worry anymore. Your son is joining the Serpent Dragon Society," Cecilia said emotionally, and with that the O circumflex vowed to himself that he would crush anyone who dared bark at him in the society. Time flew. 2 weeks later, today was the Serpent Dragon Society's banquet. At that moment, Remington, dressed elegantly, stood by a carriage as if waiting for someone. And the person he waited for was our protagonist, the O circumflex, who emerged in fine clothes with servants cheering behind him. "Goodbye, young master, you can do it." The repeated calls made the O circumflex blush with embarrassment. Seeing the O's new appearance, Remington was stunned for several seconds. "Is that you, young master?" The O circumflex, "You look like a different person." "Haha, even you tease me," Remington, the O circumflex, replied. "Haha, I'm serious, please, after you," the swordsman said, pointing toward the carriage. Over the past 2 weeks, the O circumflex had clearly improved physically, which explained the change in his bearing. He's right, not only am I taller, my muscles have developed too. It's the result of 2 weeks of hard training. During that time, Remington visited every day, and now the two were fairly close. Not to mention all the followers I'd acquired, Evelyn was directing them as well. "I only meant to tutor the young master for a short while. Why must I deal with all this trouble?" she complained, leaving the O circumflex at a loss for words. "It really was 2 exhausting weeks," he sighed. His friend brought up the topic. "I heard this is your first official banquet." "Yes, that's right," the O circumflex nodded. Remington offered reassurance. "Don't be so nervous, I know you'll do fine. Only that my friend Axion can be a bit sly. Actually, Axion gave me the invitation and said he wanted to meet you, so I hope you won't be too harsh on him. He even prepared this banquet for you." Remington explained, and as someone experienced, the O circumflex knew something smelled off, but this was exactly what he wanted, not Remington inviting him, but Axion. "Let's see, everything is going too smoothly. If I'm going to be humiliated terribly, then I'm very much looking forward to it," the O circumflex replied. Meanwhile, Axion eagerly awaited the O circumflex. "The Ragnar fool, I'm excited to have a new toy," he said with an excited grin. Time passed quickly, and soon the carriage carrying the O circumflex and Remington arrived at the banquet venue. "We're here, young master," the O circumflex, Remington reminded. The venue was Camella Hall. Looking at the place, the O circumflex felt no fondness for it. Camella Hall, the one who had instigated Rendon to interfere with my development, along with those who swallowed me, my mother, and even Rose Hall. He frowned in thought. Remington, unaware of these thoughts, kept smiling and said, "Shall we go inside?" Yes," the O circumflex replied, quickly hiding his resentment. As they entered, Remington said, "I've heard Axion will personally greet you. He's probably waiting at the entrance." Blah blah. Not paying much attention to his friend's words, the O circumflex kept pondering what trick Axion might play to trip him up. Axion's reason for inviting him was obvious. "Because that Ragnar idiot is on the rise, he's surely trying to stop me." But I didn't come here without a plan. I'll show him who will be trampled. The O-circumflex smirked inwardly. At that moment, he was suddenly drawn to a blue light streaming from a nearby window, the blue glow of a quest. Is there a quest inside the hall? The O-circumflex wondered. Before he could think further, something hurtled toward him from above, accompanied by Remington's panicked shout, "Young master, the O-circumflex." No sooner had those words fallen than a bag dropped and exploded below, spraying who knows how much flour. It seemed this was Axion's opening greeting, inside the cloud of dust. The O-circumflex calmly stepped out and said, "I'm fine, it's just flour." Hearing that, Axion relaxed a little and then angrily shouted from above, "What are you doing?" Facing the O-circumflex, he wasn't overly angry because such tricks were expected. If this were my previous life, I wouldn't have been able to avoid it and would have been hit. He had thought Remington might be involved, but apparently not. Remington's expression showed he was bewildered by the sudden situation. Welcomed with flour, who did this? The O-circumflex squinted and looked toward the window. A few young cadets were snickering at their prank. Behind them, seeing his hounds had done their job, Axion stood up to perform. "Come on, it's just a greeting between friends." "Isn't that basic courtesy, a greeting?" he said. Remington was so furious he was speechless. "What, are you angry? Just treat it as a greeting between brothers," he said with a smile. Information about him quickly appeared to the O-circumflex. Axion Ragnar, 17, male, title, Black Tiger, rank, trainee swordsman, traits, gifted, reckless, unhinged, exceptional sword talent, status, eager to find someone to play with. After reading his profile, the O-circumflex fell into a brief contemplation. Then he switched to acting mode and smiled, replying, "Thank you." "Thank you," Axion said in surprise. The O's reaction wasn't what he expected. "Of course, given the way you welcomed me, I should naturally thank you. I'm really looking forward to tonight's banquet." Hearing that, Axion's face was momentarily stunned. But quickly his eyes lit with extreme delight. "You've become much more interesting." Soon after, the O-circumflex and Remington stepped into the Great Hall. At the O's arrival, people began whispering, "What's Axion thinking? Though he's from the main line, inviting that idiot to the Serpent Dragon Society. He looks fine." Someone exclaimed, "It seems this fellow knew about the prank. Can't you see he's treating him like a toy?" Someone else voiced an opinion, and of course Remington heard it, so he could only turn to apologize to the O-circumflex. "Young master, the O-circumflex, I'm sorry again. They don't normally behave like this." "Ah, it's fine. Honestly, I'm grateful." The O-circumflex waved his hand, which puzzled the scholar a little. However, the O-circumflex had no intention of explaining much. "Keep talking, you all should badmouth me at least this much so I can crush you later. By the way, it seems the blue light I saw from outside is this way. I'm sure it's a quest, but there's no natural way for me to reach it." The O-circumflex thought this, as he enjoyed the wine in his hand. As for Axion, since the prank earlier hadn't worked, the little pup rushed forward as soon as the O-circumflex entered to bite again. "So, enjoying the banquet?" Seeing him appear, the O's heart raced with tension. "Axion, stay calm, stick to the plan." Thinking that, he took a deep breath to steady himself and smiled. "Of course, thank you for the invitation and sorry about what happened earlier. You went a bit too far." "Will you accept my apology?" Axion asked, slinging an arm around the O-circumflex as if they were close friends, though his face looked more like a threat. Remington immediately noticed the odd tension between them and began to speak, "Axion," but before he could finish, the O-circumflex cut in, Why apologize?" "I thought it was just a greeting," the O-circumflex said, turning to look at Axion with a cold gaze. This reply was once again unexpected for him. "What?" he involuntarily exclaimed, then clapped the O-circumflex on the shoulder and laughed. "Oh my, look at the O-circumflex, he's so interesting. I never knew you were like this. You've changed so much. I like you now." Around them, the other cadets giggled openly. "Look at him, just standing there grinning like an idiot. An illegitimate child with no background can't compete with noble bloodlines, haha." Yes, even among Ragnars there are different levels. You can't compare commoners to noble sword houses from the east versus some ordinary woman from nowhere. But why is Remington lingering by that idiot? Actually, if you look closely, Remington is also illegitimate. Hey, watch what you say, someone hastily warned while Remington was still there. All right, that's a taboo topic, they said with a start. Still, those words couldn't escape Remington's ears. After hearing them, he could only hang his head and fall silent. Meanwhile, the Ocircumflex knew those remarks were aimed at him, and now that Remington had been pulled in too, he could no longer hold back. I was going to observe a bit longer, but that's not acceptable. With that thought, the Ocircumflex flicked Axion away and said, Axion, we should greet our friends, shouldn't we? Then to everyone's confused looks, the Ocircumflex calmly grabbed a bottle of wine and walked over to a blonde fellow. What, am I saying something wrong? The blonde jeered. As a reward for that remark, the Ocircumflex smashed the bottle straight into his head, shattering it into pieces. The blonde rolled on the ground, screaming and clutching his head. You illegitimate brat, how dare you, he threatened. Before he finished the sentence, the Ocircumflex delivered another kick to his jaw, sending the man flying backward. Illegitimate, I'm just giving you a little greeting, saying that is a bit much. The brawl immediately drew everyone's attention. What just happened? What's going on? Is the Ocircumflex really that stupid? Turning to Remington, the protagonist's sudden action made him worry for the Ocircumflex. Young master, the Ocircumflex wouldn't behave like that. Wait, is it because of me? Remington thought in astonishment. Back with the Ocircumflex, his punishment of the blonde wasn't over. I've finished greeting you. Now should I say goodbye? He said, seizing the man's wrist while his right foot pressed on the man's forearm. It was an extremely dangerous posture. If the Ocircumflex applied a little force, the arm would be ruined instantly. Wait, the blonde shouted, but it was too late. At that moment, a sickening cracking echoed, eliciting stunned looks from everyone. That action also pushed his quest completion progress up to 59%. When finished, the Ocircumflex slicked back his hair confidently. Anyone else want to greet me? At the same time, 4 knights suddenly charged in from all sides and immediately pointed their swords at him. The crime of harming the young master must be paid for with death. They threatened the Ocircumflex as if it were correct, not realizing their action actually put them in danger, which was appropriate. This is precisely why I came to the Serpent Dragon Society, a place full of enemies, the Ocircumflex thought and asked aloud, who is this? The third young master of the Hanabi family, young master Ian Hanabi. Oh my, one of the 6 houses supporting the Ragnar family, the Hanabi family. But so what, he thought inwardly, these people won't stand by if that fool they always look down on suddenly acts up. Do the hounds of one of Ragnar's vassal houses dare threaten me? Can you be held accountable for those words, you insolent brats? The Ocircumflex demanded, eyes wide. Saying that, he began to emit an immense pressure that drained color from the guards' faces. Only then did they realize how foolish their actions had been. What is that pressure? Is that fool really a Ragnar? On second thought, this guy does have a claim to the throne. He's direct blood of the Ragnar family. Moreover, Ragnar is the Lord of the North and rules over the 6 snow houses. To declare the death of that bloodline's heir would be a crime capable of annihilating an entire house. This is bad. The man was simply not properly raised, but now that's irrelevant. We should apologize first, they thought silently, but before they could plead for mercy, the Ocircumflex said coldly, kill them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than silhouettes of swords dove down from above at breakneck speed, and the 4 knights hadn't even understood what was happening. Their heads were promptly taken care of. Before they could utter a sound, they met the King of Hell, and the one who struck was none other than Evelyn. Around them, people were wide-eyed as they watched her appear and swiftly deal with the rude knights, and the O's quest progress rose to 70%. She then turned to the Ocircumflex and asked, when did I start following you? Oh, that's obvious, he shrugged and thought to himself. I don't know why, but with her at my side, I can turn the tide without worry. Speaking of this, let's go back to a time before Uncle Julius met Evelyn privately. He popped a bottle and said, I thought you said you wouldn't take disciples anymore. Are you pleased with your new sword disciple? Opposite him, Evelyn complained when she saw her uncle barging into her home. Don't you have anywhere else to go? Before you retire, you're always out and about. Ha ha, my recent joy in life is bothering you, so what's your answer? Her uncle asked cheerfully while Evelyn kept staring at the bottle and warned, hey, that's expensive. Ignoring her protest, Julius tilted the bottle back and gulped, so what's your answer? Seeing her bulky uncle drain half the bottle in one go, Evelyn sighed and replied, since it seemed he would stay put until he got an answer. Fine, he exceeded my expectations. In terms of attitude and talent, he's the best of anyone I've ever taught. Hearing this, a defiant gleam lit Julius's eyes as he retorted, huh, Axion passed through your hands too, yet this one is the best. Exactly, judging by potential, I'd say his potential surpasses even young Master Axion's. I'm not just saying that, Evelyn said seriously. As longtime friends, Julius knew she didn't joke, her two eyes would see things clearer than him. So why has he hidden his strength all this time? People don't change so suddenly, Julius said, belching loudly. Evelyn was also puzzled. That does seem odd. But it's strange that someone who concealed his power for so long would suddenly begin to show it. A hasty move leads to a fall, yet it seems he's being chased by something. That's why I'm worried about his participation in the Serpent Dragon Society this time. If you're worried maybe because of that brat Axion, then just follow him, Julius suggested. What? Evelyn asked. That might not address what I'm worried about. Something could happen. When the wolves gather hunting for blood, they begin to solidify their hierarchy. While there, they might try to tempt the Ocircumflex a bit and lure him into joining the White Dragonplate Cavalry. Do you think you can retire simply because you can't ride dragons? Go back and take responsibility for the person you recommended. I'm off. This wine is delicious. Saying that, her uncle left immediately, leaving behind a familiar white Dragonplate Cavalry uniform. Evelyn murmured thoughtfully, because it's expensive. Returning to the matter at hand, Evelyn realized she'd been set up by the Ocircumflex. He had noticed her tailing him and deliberately arranged the situation. Perhaps he joined the Serpent Dragon Society for this purpose from the start. He's someone I don't need to worry about. But when did he detect my presence? He's definitely not ordinary. Back to the Ocircumflex. He sensed Evelyn's aura the moment he mounted the carriage because, as the owner of the Dragon Heart, he could amplify his sensing ability, a so-called sixth sense. In any case, much of the stage was set now. Thinking that, the Ocircumflex spoke. Evelyn, most people here have shown disrespect to an heir. What is the punishment for such a crime? He asked, scanning the crowd. At that, the cadets began sweating in fear, and regarding that question, Evelyn frankly replied, according to clan law, it can be carried out immediately. Because they were children who hadn't undergone the awakening ceremony, just taking one of their arms would suffice and end it there. I understand, Evelyn said calmly, then lunged at the group to carry out the sentence. Wait, the terrified crowd shouted. But Evelyn's movements did not hesitate. She aimed precisely at their arms and immediately severed them. The second son of the Puran family, the eldest son of the Red-White Mercenary Company, the fourth daughter of the RS Carriage Guild, the third son of the Class family, the eldest daughter of the Walk family. She named those who had insulted the heir as she cut, and the O's quest progress kept rising. Seeing this, one cadet dropped to his knees before Axion and begged, Axion, please save me. Please, in response to the plea. Axion wore an expression of utter coldness. Why should I? It was only a greeting. What? The cadet was stunned by Axion's blunt refusal, and before he could utter another word, his arm was already cut off. This one was the eldest son of the Nick family, and he was the last one left. I didn't expect to meet you like this, Evelyn, Axion said in greeting. Long time no see, young master, Evelyn nodded in reply. Axion then scanned the writhing figures on the ground and thought, she only targeted those who made comments about bloodlines. She even made it impossible for me as a candidate heir to intervene. He frowned in thought while Evelyn, having completed the punishment, reported back, I've cut off the right hands of the 14 people you ordered me to. Good, how are they? The Ocircumflex nodded and asked. If they bring their hands to a cleric now, they might be reattached, though their lives as swordsmen are another matter, Evelyn said. Good, Sybil Long said, seeing their paths to becoming senior swordsmen effectively ended. At the same time, Remington, seeing things settled, ran over and asked, "Young Master the O-Circumflex, are you all right?" From behind, Axion, witnessing the scene, laughed in anger. "Haha, the O-Circumflex Ragnar, the fool of the Rose Hall, has truly changed. I want to trample you," he muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, after teaching those ruffians a lesson, the O-Circumflex left the foul-smelling area. "Let's go, Evelyn Remington." As he passed Axion, the O-Circumflex lightly brushed against him. He smiled and said, "Enjoy the party, Axion." With that lesson taught, the O-Circumflex completed the fourth guidance task, shedding Ragnar's fool title 100 out of 100%. "See you later," he said, his voice full of mockery. "Congratulations on completing the fourth guidance task with Evelyn. All guidance tasks are now complete. No one will call you Ragnar's fool anymore. The task is finished, but my true revenge is only beginning now." Claim the reward, the O-Circumflex thought. The reward for this task was an experience growth potion, effect increase by 5 levels, requirement below level 30. Time quickly passed. Scene shift to Camella Palace. Amel and Ede were hearing reports from their subordinates about the events at the Serpent Dragon Society. Of course, that bitch Amel could hardly believe her ears. "Say that again." Axion was knocked down by that fool the O-Circumflex, she asked, stunned. Meanwhile, the O-Circumflex and his followers were celebrating somewhere. "Haha, let's toast to the surprise debut of young Master the O-Circumflex at the Serpent Dragon Society." "Bottoms up," Sybil shouted. Looking at the group's demeanor, the O-Circumflex also gave a slight smile. When he had never felt things like this in his previous life. Back at Camella Palace, after hearing what happened at the Serpent Dragon Society, that bitch Amel immediately summoned her scion Axion and slapped him hard across the face. "Not only did you give that fool an excuse, you let your subordinates have their hands cut off." "Yes, mother," Axion replied meekly, and his submissive tone only enraged Amel further. "Listen to yourself. I've warned you again and again not to underestimate him. Forget forcing him to obey. You've handed him a reason to cause chaos. I told you, once that low scum, the O-Circumflex Ragnar, starts standing out, taking over the Rose Hall will become much harder," she said angrily. "You don't need to worry, mother. I will," Axion promised, but after his actions, Amel no longer trusted his words. "I don't want to hear it. Go reflect on what you've done. You need to question how you nearly ruined our grand plan chasing those trivial pleasures." Hearing this, Axion could only accept. "Yes, I will remember that." With that, he quietly left his room. After he left, Amel spoke to Ede, who lurked in the shadows. "Where did that boy get such impulsiveness?" Ede shrugged in response. "Well, madam, he's exactly like his youth." "Do you take this as a joke?" Amel asked, frowning. "Don't be so angry. The matter might not be as bad as it seems," Ede said with a smile, making Amel curious. "Why?" Ede calmly explained, "The Rose Hall technically belongs to the chieftain's harem, so outright ownership is hard to claim. Even if it falls outside the chieftain's main concern as merely a gathering place for commoners, it still has the chieftain's backing. Therefore, what we need to do is create a pretext." Fortunately, he made a mess at the Serpent Dragon Society, and the O-Circumflex is gradually becoming the Rose Hall's representative, so we can use this incident as our excuse. Then we can crush him legally. Hearing Ede, Amel's mind began racing with ideas. "The reason I'm worried about the O-Circumflex rising is that the Rose Hall's influence might spread. If the chieftain pays more attention to it by using the O-Circumflex, who is growing stronger, if Camella Palace follows proper legal procedures to remove them, the Rose Hall will have no choice but to submit to our control. We can manipulate them without lifting a finger." She smiled inwardly and folded her fan. "How long will the preparations take?" Amel asked eagerly. "We've already prepared everything. Tomorrow morning when you wake, you'll hear good news. So enjoy your bath and get a good night's sleep. I've even prepared a scented candle from the Argon volcano in the south." Saying that, he produced a small wooden box. Amel responded to the gift with a warm embrace. "You're truly my brother. That's why I can't help but love you," she said, a puzzling remark that made me feel the elder of the O-Circumflex might be cuckolded without knowing it. Whether Axion even bears the Ragnar name became a question. Back at the O's celebration, while everyone raised their glasses, Remington sat quietly beside him and said, "Honestly, I was pretty shocked. I didn't know you cared about me so much, young master the O Circumflex." The O Circumflex, hearing Remington ramble like that, wondered, what are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the Serpent Dragon Society," Remington replied, and at that the O Circumflex realized his friend had probably started to get drunk, even though he'd only had orange juice. Ignoring the O Circumflex, Remington continued to speak thoughtfully. "While you endured insults directed at yourself, as soon as they began to insult me, a friend, you didn't hesitate to stand up for me, young master the O Circumflex. I couldn't do anything, it's shameful." Saying that, Remington turned to look at the O Circumflex with admiration. "Yes, the more I look at you, the more surprised I am." He endured being belittled for a long time, being regarded as a useless, illegitimate child, yet in the end he became a strong person. Not to mention, even against those he couldn't overpower, he still had the resolute will to achieve total victory. Against Camella Palace, where no one dared confront them, he bravely drew his sword without hesitation. All of it for me, the more Remington thought, the more he couldn't hold back his emotion and his eyes began to well up. At the same time, a notification popped up indicating the young white-haired man's current state, deeply moved, believing the O Circumflex cared for him. Seeing that notification, our protagonist broke into a cold sweat. "Haha, seems he's misunderstood something," he thought, forcing a wry smile inwardly. Meanwhile, Remington made an important decision. His family had ordered him to build friendly ties with Axion, but he intended otherwise. Thinking that, Remington turned and announced loudly, "From now on, I want to follow you, young master the O Circumflex." Around them, people who heard the proposal screamed with excitement as if they'd found gold. As expected, the strong go with the strong, these two are amazing. In response, the O Circumflex hurriedly reached out to stop him. "No, wait, I think you're misunderstanding something." But before the O Circumflex could finish, Evelyn's voice suddenly rang in his head. "Go along with him. This misunderstanding isn't necessarily bad, besides. Maybe everyone just wants to be on good terms with you, young master." Hearing her say that, the O Circumflex was slightly surprised. Then he could only sigh, "I'm not special. It's all thanks to this system window, whether returning to the past, receiving the Ragnar family's talents, or becoming this strong. I wonder what this is. At first I thought it was fragments of regret, but looking at its detail, I no longer think so. I have a vague feeling I've encountered this before, but whatever it is, it's helping me, so it doesn't matter." With the Serpent Dragon Society incident over, my level increased. It seems that each time I level up I receive points to raise my stats, so I think I can freely increase my abilities. Terrifying, I'm afraid of the brilliant future a much stronger me will bring. The delusional general murmured and gave a chuckling smile, which made Evelyn behind him slightly uneasy. "All right, first I should prepare for Camella Palace's counterattack," the O Circumflex reminded himself and said. "Remy, by the way, can you do me a favor?" Of course, young master the O Circumflex, tell me." "But you just called me Remy so casually," the excited swordsman said. Not wanting to waste time, the O Circumflex produced a piece of paper he'd prepared and spoke seriously. "The battle for succession between Axion and me will intensify soon. To prepare for that, help me." The sudden request made Remington pull back his carefree attitude. Meanwhile, our protagonist had already considered this. In the future, Remington would become head of the Narcio family, and their forces are strong enough to face the Ragnar family. I should seize the opportunity to win Remington over. Take him, the O Circumflex thought inwardly, turning back to the swordsman after about 3 seconds of slight surprise. He happily took the paper and said, "All right, I've sworn to follow you, young master the O Circumflex. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do it, no matter what." "Thank you," the O Circumflex replied gently, but Remington reminded him once more, "You just called me Remy so familiarly." However, before he could finish speaking, a loud shout rang out from outside. "The O Circumflex Ragnar!" The cry drew everyone's attention toward the entrance. Then several armored knights in gilded armor strode through the great doors. They were the lost swords. Ignoring those around them, the leader immediately fixed his gaze on the O Circumflex and produced a writ, the O Circumflex Ragnar. You're being arrested for intimidation and assault. What nonsense is this? Evelyn exclaimed in shock as the crowd rushed inward in turmoil. But as if expecting this, the O Circumflex turned to everyone and said, "It's fine, stay calm." He then peered closely at the writ and muttered, "Let's see. It's a real arrest order, the ink isn't even dry, they must be in a hurry." "Go ahead," he said, holding his hands out in front of him after verifying the document's authenticity. The leader quickly snapped a pair of manacles onto the O's wrists. "And we'll take him," the anxious group called out, "young master the O Circumflex." At their words, the O Circumflex merely turned back and smiled. The smile startled both Remington and Evelyn. Remington then glanced at the paper in his hand, as if he understood something. At the same time, at Rose Hall, Lady Cecilia had just been told by the steward that the O Circumflex had been arrested. "What? Where did they take the O Circumflex?" she cried. "To court," she said, sinking to the floor as her legs gave out, which made the old steward worried. "My lady," he called. "I'm all right," she said, "but what are they accusing the boy of?" Cecilia asked. "I think it's about the Serpent Dragon Society. They accuse him of inciting rebellion." The steward stammered and the news left Cecilia stunned. "Do you think they'll really take this to court?" "I believe so," he said. "Since he completely wiped out the Serpent Dragon Society, this won't end easily," he said, frowning. After hearing him, all the joy over the O's crushing of those men vanished. Who could have imagined that the boy would be invited and that the meeting would end like this? No, he'll get through it. The O Circumflex is that kind of person. "My son, please return safely," she silently prayed for her child. Returning to our protagonist, escorted by the law swords, he was taken to the courthouse. Looking at the massive architecture before him, the O Circumflex felt a few thoughts well up. "It's been a long time since I came back here. Because I completely destroyed the Serpent Dragon Society, this won't just end with detention. They will surely bring the case to court. Bringing the Ragnar heir before the court means they want to challenge my claim to the inheritance. They might want to destroy me completely, but that's exactly what I want." The O Circumflex thought and smiled with anticipation at what would come next. Then, led up to the great door, the two law swords escorting him proclaimed, "Prisoner, the O Circumflex Ragnar has been brought in." At that voice, someone from inside replied, "Bring him in." Watching the doors slowly open, the O Circumflex felt a bit of anticipation. Indeed, if I want to unveil what I've prepared, it must be on a stage this grand. After speaking, he quickly stepped inside. At this moment, 9 large seats representing the 9 dragons sat atop the dais. However, only 4 people were present. Looking at their demeanors, the O Circumflex felt some pressure. Truly, many talented people had gathered here. First was Devil Dragon Julius Ragnar, captain of the White Dragonplate Cavalry. Next was Celestial Dragon Ede Troivian, head of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The lady present was Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar, matron of Rose Hall. The bespectacled old man with a face like everyone owed him money was Long Wolfgang Ragnar, head of the council and of the Wolfgang line. Scanning them over, they were all formidable faces, 4 of the 9 dragons guarding the Ragnar family. If this were my previous life, I'd be breathless, the O Circumflex thought. Then above, after seeing him enter, the bespectacled Wolfgang also spoke, the O Circumflex Ragnar. "Yes, council head," he replied, bowing. A nearby soldier removed his manacles. Wolfgang, the council head, valued lineage. To him, an illegitimate child like me must be disgusting. He didn't even bother to hide his loathing, the O Circumflex judged inwardly. As predicted, the old man cut him off before he could greet properly. "Spare the formalities. You know why you've been summoned to answer for your crimes, do you not? The Byron family, the Starrett Merchants Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, and even the Hanavi family, all because of your foolish actions, they are clamoring to sever ties with the main house. Can you, an illegitimate child, bear the losses others have caused?" he continued. "Therefore I will hold you responsible for dragging the Ragnar family's honor through the mud," he said, his face flushed as if ready to fight. Faced with his words, the O Circumflex nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, what you say is entirely correct. I was too careless. I should have cut off their heads, not merely their limbs, the O circumflex said coldly. Those words made the group above startle. What? They all exclaimed. The O circumflex continued. They are our vassals, lords grant them land and honor, and vassals owe their loyalty and lives. That is the knightly code. Yet they dared threaten their lord. Had I known they would be so insolent, I would have cut off their heads from the start. They must be punished and the principles of knighthood restored. How can I stand idly by while the Ragnar family's honor, preserved for over 1,000 years, is trampled? The O circumflex declared passionately, leaving Eid and Wolfgang momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Uncle Julius broke into a broad smile. Impressive, just as expected, this won't end with an ordinary punishment. As for old Wolfgang, after a few seconds of surprise at the protagonist's words, his face contorted and he barked, "How dare you mock me with such flowery rhetoric?" Before he could finish, Lady Osa also spoke. "I've heard your point. In principle, you're right. However, even if Ragnar is strong, it is not so great that we can ignore the voices of our vassals and knights, otherwise we will collapse." "You cannot rule this world by brutality alone," the lady said gently. "Yes, I will remember that." The O circumflex nodded in response and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The chief's first wife, the greatest swordsman in the north, Sword Dragon, fortunately seemed not hostile toward him. But why would she? The O circumflex frowned, pondering an event he remembered from the future. Unaware of his thoughts above, Lady Osa continued, "I hope you understand that the punishment you are about to receive is justified. May I ask what that punishment is?" the O circumflex asked. Before he could answer, old Wolfgang replied, 3 months of house confinement. "But the awakening ceremony will take place in just 2 months. The O's retort enraged the bespectacled old man so much he slammed his chair. Unfazed, Lady Osa explained, "I've taken that into account and decided to allow you to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. She also decided that the 15 children you injured will take part in next year's awakening ceremony." On this side, although things weren't exactly as expected, Eid was fairly pleased. The Devil Dragon's intervention made the punishment much lighter than he'd imagined. Still, the delay of the awakening ceremony was a great humiliation to those within the Ragnar family. And having the representative of Rose Hall bear that humiliation would create an opportunity for our Camella house to surpass them. Once our plan proceeds, he won't be able to do anything, he'll have to accept it. If he foolishly tries to appeal, we can deal with him, though I don't think he'd be so stupid, Eid thought to himself. Unfortunately, the O circumflex is that fool, he wants to appeal, he said coldly, startling all 4 members of the 9 dragons. But immediately Eid laughed so widely he couldn't close his mouth, even covering his face with his hand. "Are you stupid? Your arrogance knows no bounds. This will make things easier for us." Above, Uncle Julius anxiously asked, "Do you understand what an appeal means?" "Of course," the O circumflex replied, thinking to himself. "I know this can't be resolved with just 3 months of confinement. It's nothing but a light slap. The Devil Dragon must have pulled some strings, but I don't intend to accept even that slap. Instead, I expect to be rewarded." With that thought, he said sternly, "In a powerful and proud Ragnar family, an appeal means war. Only the victor has the right to speak." At the same time, a notification sounded in the O's ear. "Enter the main script. Through this script, you can uncover many secrets hidden within this closed world. Good luck." Scenario Mission 1, The Heir's Path. Elsewhere, at the northern secret branch of the Sears Trading Guild, the place was engulfed in flames under someone's attack. After the last soldier fell under the assault of the cloaked figure, a voice suddenly rang from the rear. "So they really were hiding here." As the O circumflex had said, the voice belonged to Remington and the cloaked attacker was Evelyn. It seemed this was indeed the task the O circumflex had earlier asked Remington to carry out. Looking at the box in his hands, he shook his head and said, "Trovian's Camella house has completely collapsed." Back in the courtroom, after hearing Theo's proposal, old Wolfgang looked a bit surprised and asked to be sure, "Are you planning to turn what could be resolved in 3 months of supervision into a war? You are arrogant. Do you think you alone can confront the forces of 15 houses?" In response to that remark, Theo bluntly told the old man, "That's something I must handle myself." In situations with such a large power gap, isn't contesting through a representative battle the normal way? He said, glancing at the group. Normally an appeal means deciding the winner through war. However, when war is almost impossible because the power gap is too great, each side will send a representative, and the victor will be decided in a one-on-one duel, a representative battle. That means the defendant's representative would be Theo, while the plaintiff's representative would most likely be Axion. If that happens, Theo will almost certainly lose, so why would he choose this path? Does he have some scheme? If he thinks Evelyn or I will step up as his representative, he's very mistaken. Julius frowned, wondering what on earth was driving him. Back to the protagonist, unaware of the uncle's thoughts, he continued with the rules proposal. We'll decide the representative and hold the representative battle after 1 week. How do the days sound? He said, observing the group's expressions meanwhile. Eid here wasn't too worried because he thought Theo planned to have the demon, dragon, or Evelyn as his representative, but given their personalities they wouldn't do that. Theo Ragnar will have to fight himself. I'll send Axion and make him understand his place through death. Theo smirked at the thought of the future and agreed. Fine, then about the representative. Before he could finish, a familiar voice sounded from outside, freezing everyone. I thought you were a quiet child, but you're very good at scheming. You've changed a lot since I last saw you, my son. The voice belonged to a large man with dragon-like eyes who entered the courtroom. He was the Ragnar clan chief, Kyle Ragnar. He spoke up. Stand up, my son. I've heard about your situation on the way here and it seems complicated. I heard you want to appeal with a representative battle. Yes, that's right, Theo answered calmly. Let's see if that's so. It will be very difficult for you to take part in that representative battle. Who do you plan to choose as your representative? Kyle asked curiously. At once our protagonist realized something. This is a test. At the same time, Ed above sensed the same thing. Wait, is this? He worried inwardly. Below, Theo quickly gave his answer. Who wants to represent me? No one. I intended to rise myself to appeal. Then you'll lose, Kyle asserted. How will you know unless you try? Theo replied. He then placed his hand on his chest and declared that even if forced to bow, he would not lower himself. Hearing this, Chief Kyle burst into delighted laughter. Haha, did you hear that? My son's words. Even if forced, I will not lower myself. No phrase could describe the Ragnar clan better. Your attitude truly pleases me. Thank you, Father, for the praise. Theo hurriedly bowed and spoke, inwardly relieved. The representative battle is just bait. I don't intend to fight, so it's good I can reveal the truth without hiding it. The work I assigned to Evelyn and Remington, evidence of the Camella Palace's rebellion plot. If I have that, I can win without fighting, he thought to himself. Before Kyle continued speaking, then I will personally give you a chance as head of the Ragnar clan. I, Kyle Ragnar, want to try a single strike with you. Forget the court. If you can endure one strike, I will erase all your crimes. Saying this, he excitedly stepped outside, while Theo remained astonished by the patriarch's offer. However, at that moment, Ed rushed out to object. Chieftain, you can't do that. He hurriedly said, because he knew that testing him with a strike meant Lord Kyle would be acknowledging his opponent. If he survived, he would become someone accepted by the chieftain. I don't think that damned Theo can endure it. But in case he could, no, I must stop him from being esteemed by the chieftain. With that in mind, Ed quickly tried to dissuade. How could those vassals and soldiers dare judge your son's blood? By the rules, we should hold a representative match. As for Kyle, the interruption cooled his face and he warned Ed, Tianlong, be quiet. If a vassal dares speak so, you simply remove him. Seeing Kyle's fearsome presence, Ed recoiled and accepted. I understand, chieftain. Meanwhile, Kyle noticed something else and turned to Julius and said, Do you have something to say, demon dragon? You've been chuckling for a long time. Ah, it's nothing. It's just been a while since you paid attention to someone like this, chieftain. Uncle shook his head and said, What nonsense are you talking? Kyle complained, then turned back to Theo. Enough talk. What do you think, son? Will you do it? Hearing him, our protagonist strained his mind to weigh the pros and cons. A single strike from the chieftain changes things in a way I couldn't imagine. My plan has collapsed. But this change is fine too, Theo thought silently and replied. That's too heavy for me. How can I compare a strike from my father to a representative battle against vassals and soldiers? So you don't dare, he asked again. No, I just mean this transfer is unfair, K. Unfair, Kyle said with interest. Yes, since the trial has become harsher, shouldn't your compensation be increased? Oh, for example. At that moment Theo turned to Eid and stated his price. For example, the Camella Palace. Hearing Theo's demand, Eid's eyes bulged and he ground his teeth. This bastard, he blurted, while Uncle Wolfgang also broke into a cold sweat, insane to haggle with the chieftain. This guy truly doesn't know his place. A deal is made only between equals. That arrogance will soon cost him his life, he sneered inwardly. But contrary to his thoughts, Theo's old man fully agreed to the request. Very well. If you're aiming for the heir's position, you should at least have that kind of guts. Kyle said approvingly and turned to Eid. Does anyone object, Tianlong? Eid hurriedly bowed in response. Everything in Ragnar belongs to you. How could I dare question your decision? Seeing Eid's respectful attitude, Kyle was pleased and said, Good, then prepare the arena at once. I will challenge Theo Ragnar right here, he said, then turned and left. Time passed quickly. The scene moved to the training arena. By then, Theo and his father had prepared their swords. The 4 members of the 9 dragons watched calmly, while only Eid felt annoyed that things hadn't gone the way he'd planned. Damn it, my trap to catch Theo has become a stage to elevate him. He gritted his teeth and thought before trying to reassure himself, no, don't worry. Even if that brat is stronger now, there's no way he could endure a blow from the chieftain. Not even a senior swordsman could. Theo will die here, he must die here, Eid screamed inwardly. Turning toward Theo, Eid's intentions were written on his face, which Theo noticed at once. I guess that's what he's thinking. Too bad for him, that won't happen, Theo chuckled inwardly thanks to the tutorial reward. As for his old man Kyle, with his observational skill, he quickly noticed something unusual about Theo. He drank an elixir when I wasn't looking. No, even if he did, such a sudden change would. Never mind, I don't really care how the brat got stronger. After all, he's my blood. Hearing that, Theo broke into a sweat. He truly trusts him. Even the 9 dragons didn't notice. Putting that aside, as if barely restraining himself from attacking his son for real, Kyle continued. So, are you ready? Yes, sir, Theo said seriously. Normally I would use the great sword, but since you don't know how to use mana yet, I'll use this rusty sword. Any objections? He asked, looking at the blade in his hand. Of course, Theo wasn't foolish enough to make things harder, certainly not father. All right, then begin, Kyle said, as an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him toward Theo. Only when he felt that aura did the protagonist realize how formidable his old man was. Damn, emitting pressure like battle chi, he thought, trembling inwardly. Opposite him, Kyle was surprised that his son didn't collapse under his aura and said, I'm surprised you can still stand. Of course, my strength stat has nearly tripled. It's the reward I got for completing the tutorial, an experience elixir. I used it to level up and invested all attribute points into strength. That raised my strength stat to 52, it feels liberating. Leaving the mundane realm and stepping into the extraordinary with this power. I can block a blow from my father, Theo told himself confidently. At the same time, he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, Kyle stepped in front of Theo, raised his sword high, and swung it down with full force. The protagonist widened his eyes and used all his senses to watch Kyle's incoming attack. I see it, I can see it, he muttered. A loud explosion followed. The entire floor cracked into countless chunks. And after waiting for the dust to clear, Kyle turned to Theo and smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I found a decent son, the uncle admitted, while the sword in Theo's hand had splintered into many pieces from a single strike. Then, as wagered, Kyle announced to the others, Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence by will, the trial ends here. At the same time, while Theo had fainted still clutching the sword hilt, the system notification sounded in his head. You have completed the sudden task, 1 strike from Kyle Ragnar. You have received the storage chest right as a reward. You have received a green key as a reward. Cut to some palace, time passed, unknown how long. Now the protagonist slowly awoke from a daze and asked, "Where am I?" Beside him, Lady Camilla heard his voice, hurriedly took his hand and cried in alarm, "You're finally awake, my beloved son, you fainted. Do you know how terrified I was hearing you'd been struck by the chieftain's sword? How is your arm? Are you hurt? Try moving your shoulder. Do I need to call a physician in case it's broken or dislocated?" She said, eyes welling. Theo, seeing his mother so flustered, hastened to reassure her. "I'm fine, mother, please calm down." "But where am I?" In answer to that question, Uncle Julius, who had seen him awaken, came in to report, by the chieftain's order. The former mistress of Camilla Palace, Axion, and the intelligence chief have all been expelled. "What does that mean?" Theo asked, widening his eyes. Uncle smiled and said, "That's right. This is Camilla Palace." Script updated. Scenario Task 1, The Successor's Path. Take over Camilla Palace and uncover its secrets. Accept Camilla Palace one-on-one, secret non-1. Elsewhere in a corner of the palace, that witch Amel had received the news and orders to relocate, but unable to accept the result, she began to flare up. "Why am I, the legitimate owner of this palace, being forced out of my own property?" Saying that, Amel stamped her feet in fury, leaving the attendants awkward and unsure how to calm her. "Lady Amel, please be calm. We beg you to keep your composure." In the distance, Tianlong-Id watched the scene with some contemplation, then called to Axion beside him. "Yes, uncle." Axion replied coldly, "You must kill Theo Ragnar." "Yes, I intended to cut his hand during the awakening ceremony," Axion said, voicing his plan, but that was not enough to satisfy Id. "No. His head, you must bring me his head," Id said in a cold voice, seeming blinded by hatred. Back at Camilla Palace. While wandering and touring the palace, Theo reflected on recent events. "Everything unfolded according to a plan entirely different from mine, but it's a much better result. I gained Camilla Palace without using my trump card. Moreover, I also gained a second privilege, the storage chest," he thought. Immediately, a simulated storage chest appeared before Theo. He then put his hand into the interface and pulled out an apple. "I don't know how things like this exist, but it'll certainly be useful." "Also this green key," Theo said as he drew a key from the chest and looked at it with delight. "This is a green key, a miscellaneous item. Effect, opens a Hellgate. Requirement, compatible with Hellgate. This key must be related to this place." Saying that, the protagonist turned his gaze to a nearby door. And notably, beneath the door's handle, an illuminated lock icon was also visible. Unable to contain his curiosity, Theo quickly used the key in his hand to unlock the door. The moment the door opened, a gust of wind blew straight into Theo's face. But that wasn't the most astonishing thing. What surprised him more was that behind the door lay a deep, cavernous dungeon, Theo said in amazement at the sight before him. As if to explain, the system immediately displayed messages. "You have discovered a dungeon. Experience gained in the dungeon will be doubled as a reward." Reading this, though still a bit puzzled, Theo's eyes lit up with joy. A cavern hidden within a room of Camilla Palace. This must be some kind of quest. "Whatever it is, I'll complete it. I can't pass up the chance to double my experience," he thought, and hurried into the cavern. However, after only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, remembering he wasn't prepared. "Ah, right, I shouldn't go in empty-handed." Time passed quickly as he filled his storage with countless different swords. Finally, Theo was ready to conquer the dungeon. "All right, let's check it out," he said excitedly, taking his sword and shield and stepping deeper into the cavern. Inside the cavern, at intervals, mounted lamps burned blue flames, illuminating the path for challengers. Not long after entering, Theo encountered his first opponent and was somewhat surprised. Standing before him was a white wolf with a bloodthirsty, ferocious demeanor. A wolf. Quite large, as big as a beast, the general frowned. Before he could wonder further, the white wolf's form suddenly vanished in an instant. It reappeared immediately in front of Theo. Luckily, the protagonist's reflexes were sharp enough that when it flashed, he hurriedly raised his shield and successfully blocked its swipe. The two locked in a tugging struggle as the wolf dog bit down determinedly on Theo's shield. "You're pretty strong, you wild dog. I won't lose in a strength contest." Theo gritted his teeth and swung his sword straight at the wolf. He forced it to release the shield and retreated to keep distance, yet despite being pushed back, the white wolf remained furious and opened its jaws to bellow at Theo in a show of force. Ignoring the beast's barking, Theo raised his sword and lunged to seize the advantage. But the instant his blade struck the wolf's fang, sparks of flame erupted. Its hide was thick and it was quick. Half-hearted attacks wouldn't be enough to wound it. It's definitely not an ordinary wolf. It might be as strong as a beast from the northern wilds beyond the wall, which explains why it's not easy to deal with, Theo judged inwardly. At the same time, the white wolf across from him raised its paw and lunged straight at him. Seeing this, Theo jumped back to dodge, then used the ground for leverage to launch a swift counterattack. If only I could recreate that light, the light I saw when facing my father's single strike. That pure, beautiful, perfect white arc, he said, recalling the memory during the fight. However, that recollection didn't make him any stronger with this swing of his. The wolf only needed to turn its head to easily avoid it. Then both sides leapt back to keep their distance, and after a while, with neither able to land anything, Theo began to feel a bit irritated. Of course copying it won't be that easy, he said wearily. The one strike, a short way to say a single blow that brings instant death, if its key is to put everything into one sword strike. I'll focus on sword techniques and manuals, relying on the speed Evelyn taught me to thrust. Thinking this, as if to challenge himself, Theo tossed his protective shield aside. Immediately, with his body lighter without the shield, Theo flashed once and instantly vanished from the wolf's sight, which left it momentarily stunned. By the time it recovered, the tip of Theo's sword was already right in front of the wolf. As a result, a pitiful howl rang out when its left eye was pierced blind by Theo's blade. Seeing that, he smiled. Good. I can do it, he said, and both lunged at each other once more. Time flew by. 2 months later at the 4th training ground, as on other days Theo's men were training here, but today felt a bit different. One guy glanced around and said there are more people now. Sybil nodded in reply. That's right, at this scale we should change the training ground. Word that the chieftain taught the young master the one strike had spread, and more people wanted to spar with him. Though the young master saying this, Sybil felt some annoyance at one challenger after another coming to Theo to issue challenges. No sooner had he finished than an arrogant fellow at the back spoke up. Hey, you lot. When will your extraordinary young master show up? It's been 2 months, where did he run off to? I thought he never missed a day of training. I guess that coward ran away after his fabricated story spread too far. Maybe he lied that he won in the trial, but with no witnesses it was probably exaggerated. And the news that he defeated the Snake Dragon Guild was the same. The speaker was Henry Modred, an apprentice swordsman of the Plum Blossom Hall, and before his mocking words even finished, Sybil rushed over and landed a punch square on his face, making it look dented. By momentum, the man's body flew out like a sack with a tear, causing the small black-haired guy beside him to panic and demand of Sybil, Henry. Sybil, how dare an ill-bred person like you, he said angrily. In response came a multitude of cold stares from Theo's followers, silencing him completely. Then Sybil turned and angrily argued with them. You ugly-faced ones, you are nothing compared to the young master, the general shouted, causing his brown-haired friend to roll his eyes and warn, Sybil, you shouldn't comment on people's appearances. Forget it, I hate these bastards always coming here to cause trouble, and now they dare insult young Master Theo. Draw your swords, this is war, Sybil shouted, and at his command the whole group gripped their blades. Meanwhile, those from Plum Blossom Hall also seemed bloodthirsty and drew their swords to respond. Do these ill-bred fools really want to die? The small black-haired guy shouted. But before the two sides could clash, a cold aura suddenly spread over the crowd, freezing everyone's swords instantly. And without anyone noticing when, a girl had silently sheathed her sword and stood between the two sides, the cold aura apparently generated by her. Ray Ragnar, they shouted at once. The girl was one of the 4 hounds, Ray Ragnar. At the same time, a loud laugh suddenly rang out from the back, drawing everyone's attention. Haha, how could you leave me out of the fun? The owner of the voice was a big, dark-skinned man with red hair, wielding a greatsword and dressed wildly. He was also one of the northern 4 hounds, Black Bear Hulkus Lank. Seeing him appear, the crowd grew even more astonished. Hulkus was here too, two of the four hounds. Turning to Hulkus after surveying the scene, he looked slightly surprised and asked, is it just you lot? Where's the black tiger? Who? The small black-haired guy asked back. Are you deaf? I said, the black tiger, the owner of this training ground. I'm here to fight Theo Ragnar, Hulkus roared fiercely. Back with our protagonist, he was still training inside the secret dungeon. You leveled up, you leveled up. You have hunted 170 monsters, remaining monsters in the dungeon, 171. At this moment, countless white wolf corpses lay at Theo's feet. And here was his status panel after 2 months of grinding. Theo Ragnar, 17, male, level 15. Stats: Strength 91, Dexterity 25, Magic Power 198, Luck -6, Vitality 20, Intelligence 19. Attribute points: none, access denied. The protagonist took a healing potion from his pack, and as soon as he drank it, his body was enveloped in a red light that rapidly healed his wounds. I nearly died a few times, but this saved me, he muttered. This is a beginner healing potion, consumable, restores 10 HP and wounds. Glancing over the wolf corpses, Theo muttered that it was hard at first, but things had become easier. Time flies, it's been 2 months already. Now only one remained, which usually meant the boss was about to appear. Saying that, he looked toward the stairs at the end of the cavern. After resting, the protagonist decided to head for those stairs to deal with the last monster. Entering the 5th floor, a system reminder sounded, and Theo looked at the broken sword in his hand and tossed it aside. Seems it's useless now. As he said this, Theo reached into his pack. He pulled out another sword, his last one. Is this all I have left? A ceremonial sword my mother gave me for my birthday. In his previous life, there had been many conflicts between him and his mother before the awakening ceremony, so he tossed it aside in his room to rust. Examining it closely, it's a fine sword forged from white snow steel, he assessed as he looked at the gleaming blade. At the same time, he recalled a few past memories. Lady Cecilia, accompanied by numerous servants bearing gifts of all sizes, came to see him. Happy birthday, my beloved son. I waited until midnight to give this to you, she said excitedly. But in response to her excitement came a somewhat harsh remark from the son. Mother, the awakening ceremony is approaching. I don't have time to waste on birthday presents. You should understand that better than anyone, good equipment doesn't change bloodline. Please leave, he said coldly, which stunned Lady Cecilia while the attendants behind her grew awkward. Back with Theo, thinking this made him feel some guilt, and he promised himself he would not repeat the mistakes of his past life. Saying that, he hurried to the back of the cavern, and to prevent the young general from being unprepared, the system kindly warned, "This is the boss room. A powerful monster will appear. Please be careful." No sooner had the announcement ended than Theo discovered his final opponent. It was a large dragon sleeping ahead. The only thing was it seemed to have no wings. Can that be called a dragon? Ah no, it's just a low-level dragon, Theo muttered. But a dragon is still a dragon. He couldn't rush in recklessly without a specific strategy. They say the Ragnar clan are descendants of dragons, and the boss of this odd quest is a dragon. Is this just a coincidence? I have no way of knowing. But one thing's certain, I need to defeat this thing to complete the quest. Can I win? After all, it is still a dragon. Thinking that, Theo began to take a thrusting stance. He wanted to try his strongest attack, the flash strike he'd practiced on the wolves, though it might not match his father's dragon flesh. But if I fully use my dragon heart, I can inflict serious damage on it. Saying that, Theo entered his highest state of focus, then immediately used all his strength and dashed swiftly toward the dragon. At the same moment, the dragon suddenly opened both eyes as it sensed danger. But it was a bit too late. Immediately its right eye was pierced blind by Theo's sword. Watching the dragon howl in agony, Theo smiled inwardly. All right. With that thought, the dragon writhed in pain and lashed its tail wildly at him. The ground cracked where the tail struck. Fortunately, Theo dodged in time, otherwise he'd have been smashed to pulp. Watching that powerful attack, Theo felt a twinge of regret. He'd hoped to pierce right into its brain. But it seemed his initial strike hadn't reached far enough, yet he'd seen an opening. He could win. With that in mind, Theo used the secret skill jester's step, his body turning into a streak of light that tore at the earth dragon, leaving countless slashes across its body. Attacking, Theo kept moving around continuously while thinking to himself, "If I can distract it first with a normal attack and then target the weak spot," Theo frowned in thought. But this dragon wasn't simple. Knowing it was blind and that Theo would be hard to catch, it opened its maw to the sky and let out a thunderous roar. The roar applied a negative effect to Theo. Low-level dragon's fear, a battlefield domination effect that inflicted a fear status, reducing movement speed by 10%. No sooner had the notification ended than Theo's body suddenly grew heavy and less agile, forcing him to grit his teeth and curse his damn body. At the same time, seeing Theo slowed by the skill, the dragon seized the opportunity to swing its massive arm directly at him. Theo had no choice but to raise his sword to his chest to block the blow. But the weight difference was too great. On impact, his small body was blasted like a cannonball into the cavern wall, leaving a small crater. After taking that hit, Theo understood why this boss was the final one. Perhaps for that reason, a prolonged fight wouldn't end well. "I need to target its weak spot and finish quickly." The dragon's weak spot is, thinking that, he gripped his sword tightly and charged again while the dragon made a similar move. At the moment its sharp jaws were about to bite him, Theo strained his eyes, watched as carefully as he could, then ducked beneath the bite and drove his sword straight into the reversed scale on its chest. And just as Theo had thought, the moment his sword struck the weak spot on the monster's body, that area cracked into many pieces, allowing his blade to easily pierce inside. A pain shot straight up to its brainwaves, causing the dragon to begin roaring miserably. "All right," Theo thought in delight. However, it seemed things were not over yet, for the dragon began sniffing and stared at him with eyes full of menace. Back at the fourth training arena, for some reason Ray and Hulkus had started arguing, leaving the onlookers puzzled. "What is she saying, Ray Ragnar?" "Theo Ragnar has to fight me first," the big burly guy shouted, making Ray cover her ears and complain that the loser should stay out. "That was 3 years ago. Skills improve with time, and 3 years is enough to close the gap," Hulkus bellowed. But Ray replied coldly, "The loser, at this point, even if he's a bodhisattva." Hulkus couldn't hold back his anger. "Fine. Then let's duel one more time. The winner gets to face Theo Ragnar," the big guy shouted, swinging his greatsword in a sweeping strike toward Ray's slight frame. But with that attack, she simply flicked her sword aside and easily stopped it. Metal clashed repeatedly, and the Rose Hall and Plum Hall groups watched the fight dumbfounded. "What's happening? I don't know, I'm so scared," Henry stammered. Just as the duel reached a climax, young Remington ran over to break it up. He blocked their attacks with his sword and scabbard. "If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. This is young master's territory. I won't allow you to cause trouble while he's absent," Nguyen Ho warned. Seeing him, Sybil's eyes lit up excitedly. "Oh, Remington, perfect timing. I wanted to duel you." "Hey Hulkus, didn't you hear me?" Remington complained. But then the three of them suddenly froze as they sensed a powerful aura heading this way. "What is this murderous intent?" Remington wondered inwardly. Then the three turned their gazes toward the source of the pressure as a dark figure slowly approached the group. "This pressure, what's happening?" Remington said in bewilderment, while Hulkus broke into the broadest, most eager smile he'd ever worn. Finally the person arrived, Theo Ragnar, at which point Theo was using the low-level Dragon Fear skill to cover the battlefield. A few minutes earlier, because the wound at the reverse scale was too severe, the monster had died with its tongue lolling out. As it fell, the system's congratulatory sound rang out. "Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a low-level dragon." On this side, Theo only allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief once he saw it was dead. "It thrashed when I touched its reversed scale. I really thought I was done for then." Luckily it grew exhausted over time. "After all, the reversed scale was still its weak spot," he said, collapsing onto the dragon from exhaustion. Meanwhile, the system notifications continued. "You have received a low-level Dragon Fang. You have received a low-level Dragon Claw." Low-level Dragon Fang, material type, effect, enhancement material used to forge weapons, increases durability. Low-level Dragon Claw material type effect. Enhancement material used to forge weapons increases sharpness. As the announcement sounded, the two items appeared before Theo, prompting him to scramble up to inspect them. Materials for forging weapons. I should use these to repair my sword. After all, I got it from my mother. Hunting that dragon really wore it down a lot, Theo said as he looked at the birthday gift his mother gave him. But now it's chipped and battered from being beaten up. Yet that wasn't all. After this dragon died, it granted Theo a few more rewards. You have learned the low-level Dragon Fear skill. Low-level Dragon Fear skill, rank D+, proficiency 1%. Effect: emits the characteristic murderous aura of a low-level dragon, overwhelming surrounding targets and frightening targets weaker than the user. Reading that, Theo's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe them. What a skill, Dragon's Aura. I heard only the chosen can use that. Can't believe I get a chance to try it. Saying that, Theo stuffed all his gear back into his inventory, then shook his head. Wait, still, I'm not sure if it'll be usable in Ragnar. After all, that place is full of masters, he muttered and quickly left the dungeon. The Camella Palace dungeon was complete. Closing the dungeon door, Theo breathed a sigh of relief. At least with this I've completed the quest. Story Quest 1, The Heir's Path. Seize Camella Palace and uncover its secrets. Seize Camella Palace one-on-one, secret one-on-one. Congratulations on completing the first story quest. For completing the quest, you will receive a reward. As the notification ended, a gem like an animal's eye suddenly appeared before Theo. It was a nest compass, a versatile item that guides its holder toward the nest. Reading the description, Theo looked puzzled and held it up to his eye to inspect it. Nest compass, what is this? Could it be related to the next quest? I'll just keep it for now, he said, and casually tossed the reward into his inventory. Then he staggered toward his room. I should head back and rest. I'm exhausted, he said, breathing like he was about to die. But before the general had taken more than a few steps, a maid hurried up from behind. Young Master Theo, we've finally found you. There's an urgent dispatch. Hearing the call, though Theo was inwardly sick of it, he still turned to see what she had to say. Seeing his bloodied state, the maid froze. Oh my, look at you, where have you been? She exclaimed, but Theo had no time to explain and asked, It's nothing, so what's happened? At that, the maid remembered her purpose and hurriedly said, There's a brawl happening at the 4th training ground. Back to the scene. That's why Theo appeared at the training ground and began using the Dragon Fear skill to cover the whole field. Get lost, I need to rest, Theo grumbled, his eyes like someone who hadn't slept in 3 days. Before his conqueror's haki, a group of trainee soldiers from Plum Hall couldn't bear the pressure. They foamed at the mouth and collapsed unconscious. Turning to Hulkus and seeing the trainees fall one after another, he grew even more excited. Haha, that overwhelming murderous aura, I've known it. I had a feeling you were interesting. You're mine, Theo Ragnar, let's see how strong you are. Saying that, the big guy clenched his broadsword and charged at full force straight toward Theo, assuming that attack would at least give our protagonist some trouble. But actually the opposite happened. As Hulkus lunged and swung, the hero casually swung his sword at the same time and immediately sent Hulkus's massive body flying. In everyone's astonished eyes, could his strike be blocked so easily? Not to mention him. Even Theo himself was stunned. I blocked that. Across from him, after being sent flying in a single blow, Hulkus seemed to feel his honor had been wounded, and he switched into berserk mode and charged again. There's no way I'll sit still. Black Bear Hulkus Lank. He was always considered the weakest of the Northern 4 hounds because his skill set wasn't varied and he wasn't very smart, but as a member of the Lank family, he was never lacking in raw strength. That was Hulkus's pride before he met Theo. Now he gripped his sword and rushed at Theo, executing a downward cleave from above. Try to block this, Theo Ragnar, he shouted, and facing the attack, Theo's expression turned serious. And instead of meeting the blow head-on, Theo used his blade to redirect Hulkus's sword, letting it slide down his own blade as he knocked it aside. Then, while Hulkus hadn't yet recovered his sword to defend, Theo didn't hesitate and unleashed a lethal thrust, cutting through the youth's abdomen. He blocked me, he can even counterattack. Worth the level up, Theo thought to himself with a chuckle. Seeing his efforts had produced results, Hulkus collapsed and fainted after taking a fatal blow to the stomach. Looking at the bloodied figure of the black bear youth, Theo also exhaled heavily. I swung with everything and didn't realize it. Fortunately, Hulkus is famous for his endurance, so he only fainted. Around them, Sybil's group stared dumbfounded for a few seconds when they saw Hulkus fall to Theo. Then the whole group erupted in cheers. Wow, young Master Theo defeated Black Bear. He took down one of the 4 hounds with a single strike. Over here, seeing the crowd so noisy, Theo hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, Hulkus is still alive." No sooner had he finished speaking than his sword cracked with a snap. And immediately after, to the delight of the onlookers, the sword split in 2. "Wait, my mother's sword," Theo said in shock, while those beside him, not understanding what had happened, joyfully shouted, "Wow, young Master Theo, he even managed to break his sword in 1 strike." "Hey, why are you all so happy?" Theo shouted in annoyance. Meanwhile, Ray in the back watched the crowd praising Theo and fell into thoughtful silence, recalling some memory from the past when a little boy had asked her, "Who are you? Why are you wandering around here? Aren't you cold?" "Let me put this on you. How you're still cold, that's not good. You'd better come to my home first. When the snow stops falling, I'll take you home," she said, putting her scarf on Ray and taking the little girl by the hand back to her house. Remembering that memory, Ray couldn't help but smile faintly and turned to walk away. In that moment, it seemed Remington also saw that smile and was slightly stunned. She just smiled. Ragnar Ray smiled, the silver-haired boy thought in amazement, feeling a little dizzy. Shortly after, that evening at Camella Palace, a celebration banquet for Theo was held. "Congratulations, Black Tiger, young master, congratulations, you've done very well. You've trained extremely hard for a long time. Now just maintain this momentum until the awakening ceremony. You can do it." The servants cheered as they saw their young master achieve measurable results. And the happiest of all was none other than Mrs. Cecilia. To celebrate her son, she brought out an entire basin of abalone. She set it before Theo and fed him like a machine. "My son, try this abalone. These abalones are only caught in limited numbers from the sea. Slow roasted with butter we can only get from farms around the Fuha mountain range. We raise the temperature gradually to try this too. This is chicken raised only on oasis fruit from the western Laziria desert. These chickens were slaughtered carefully at the right age, then stewed with ginseng imported from a distant eastern country called Jusian." As she spoke, her hand didn't stop. Theo barely had time to chew before he had to swallow. "Mother, please stop," he thought silently. But thinking of some sorrowful moments from his past life, Theo widened his eyes, swallowed, and said, "It's delicious, mother." Time quickly passed. After his stomach was as full as a drum, the general produced the broken sword and confessed to his wife. "My son, what is this?" she cried when she saw the birthday gift she'd given Theo split in 2. "It broke during training." "I'm sorry, it's the precious sword you gave me for my birthday," he said sadly, but before he could finish, Mrs. Cecilia angrily snapped, "That wretched old woman. She swore this sword was made from white snow steel and moon ironwood, so it could never break." Hearing that, Theo's gaze showed surprise and he asked, "Moon ironwood from the southern thornwood?" "Yes," she said. "Only rare and precious materials were used, but as you can see, that's a lie. If what she said were true, it wouldn't break so easily," Cecilia growled, still fuming. Turning back to the general at the mention of those materials, he began to murmur. "Moon ironwood is a special tree that absorbs iron. It's prized because it keeps wood's flexibility while being as durable as steel. I knew it was a good sword, but I didn't realize it was worth so much. Where did mother get this sword?" he wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cecilia seemed to have made up her mind and shouted, "This won't do, I'll go ask her about it. This time she must make a perfect sword for you." "My son," seeing his mother's passionate stance, Theo looked bewildered. "I'm fine really, I can use another sword." Hearing that, Mrs. Cecilia shook her head to straighten her son. "No, everyone finally recognizes your true value. We must prepare more carefully than ever, especially now. Besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, right? I can't let you attend with an old sword." Saying that, she stood up quickly and headed out the door, leaving Theo dumbfounded. "Mother, where are you going?" "To the best workshop in Winterra." "The Pasqua workshop," Cecilia said with a smile. Speaking of the Basque workshop, it's one of Winterra's 3 weapon foundries, its reputation tied to a scale as vast as a factory. But that's not all. The workshop's standout feature is its master, a man classified as special by the intelligence agency. He is a blacksmith with the title Master Artisan, a rank held by only 2 other Ragnar craftsmen. People even call him the goblin incarnation of capitalism. The infamous blacksmith Kurson. At that moment, Theo and his mother arrived to meet this master craftsman. Seeing them appear, Kurson was astonished. "Oh, look who's here," he said in surprise upon spotting Cecilia. Theo himself was even more astonished. He hadn't expected to meet this person. Why would his mother know the infamous blacksmith? He wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, seeing the elf aunt still holding her pipe, Cecilia snapped irritably, "Haven't you quit smoking yet?" Beside them, Theo's eyes bulged as if about to explode when he heard his mother call Kurson mother, and he turned to face Kurson. At Cecilia's words, the aunt blacksmith waved her hand to refuse. "Mother, I'm sorry, madam, but our mother-child relationship ended the day you decided to leave." Not paying much attention to this exchange, Theo stood frozen in his own thoughts. He'd assumed his mother was an orphan with no relatives, but now he was being told that the high elf Kurson was his mother's mother. "Wait, so that means I'm 1/4 elf, is that why I'm handsome?" Theo thought, flushing with excitement. Unaware of Theo's thoughts, Kurson, not wanting to waste time, got straight to the point. "What brings you here today, sir?" In response, Cecilia threw the sword at her and demanded, "Return this defective item." Opposite them, Kurson reached out to catch the sword and snapped angrily, "What defective? Ha, that's absurd. How dare you call the very sword I, Kurson, forged defective?" Before she finished, the elf aunt's voice stiffened. When Kurson drew the sword from its sheath, only the hilt remained. "This is," she said in shock, having just confidently vouched for her blade only to be slapped down. Cecilia continued to complain, "If it's not defective, then what is it?" Hearing that, Kurson fell into thought for a moment and then asked, "Who used this sword?" "My son, who else?" Cecilia replied. "The child over there," Kurson said, glancing at Theo. "Hey, be careful how you speak. He's the genius who will lead Ragnar from now on," Cecilia reminded her once more. Meanwhile, Theo, noticing the elder's attention, bowed politely. "Theo Ragnar of Camella Palace, it's an honor to meet the famous master of the Pasquare workshop." Replying to his young relative, Kurson nodded. "Yes, I've heard of you, you've been well taught, but back to the matter at hand, did you indeed use this sword?" "Ah yes, that's right, is there a problem?" Theo answered. "I told you it's defective," Cecilia grumbled. Then Kurson's expression grew thoughtful and she said to them both, "This will be a long story. Come with me inside." And so, though they didn't know what Kurson intended, the two followed the blacksmith into the workshop. As they walked, Theo turned to ask his mother, "Mother, what's your connection to the infamous blacksmith?" Hearing this, Mrs. Cecilia no longer tried to hide it, "As you've heard." "So she really is your mother?" Theo asked in astonishment. "I didn't know, you're rarely one to speak of the past." "But even if only for 6 short months, she was the foster mother who cared for me," Cecilia explained with a smile. That explanation dispelled many of Theo's fantasies about elf blood. "Oh, so she's my mother's foster mother," he thought, feeling a little disappointed. Unaware of her son's thoughts, Cecilia kept watching Kurson's retreating figure and said fondly, "I love everything she finds beautiful, jewelry, music, theater, even people. That's why she took my mother as her foster daughter. She must have liked her very much." In front, the elf aunt grew a bit embarrassed and turned back to say, "HMPH, let's not dwell on the past, it's useless." "Haha, I bet mother wouldn't see it that way," Cecilia teased, covering her mouth with a laugh which annoyed Kurson enough to turn away. Returning to Theo, he then asked again, "So why did you leave that place, mother?" Cecilia began to explain. But before she could say much, Kurson answered for her. She walked out on her own and declared she would become the wife of the Ragnar clan chief. "I can't believe she willingly went to that miserable place, how foolish. It's impressive she survived that long," Kurson complained. Meanwhile, the young mother was still lost in her own fantasies. "The clan chief is so handsome and manly, utterly devoted to me." On the other side, however much Cecilia adored Kyle, her daughter leaving home to pursue love infuriated Kurson. "Even so, after running off like that, last year the girl still came back pleading for me to forge a sword as a gift for her son. I've never seen such nerve, Kirsten said with an admiring click of her tongue, leaving Cecilia slightly embarrassed in front of her son. Mother. What? Why would you say that in front of your son? What's wrong with what I said? Kirsten shouted. Faced with their bickering, Theo couldn't help but smile faintly. I've never heard Mother talk like this before. It seems I never understood Mother in my previous life. I'm such an ungrateful son. Am I too obsessed with the family, letting it control me? Besides, the infamous blacksmith seems very concerned for Mother, so why did she do nothing in my past life? Theo wondered inwardly but found no clear answer. Time passed quickly. At this point, Kirsten led them to a certain door and said, "We're here. This is my room, the master's office." At that, Cecilia's eyes flickered with confusion and she asked, "Why are you bringing us so deep inside?" "You should have me forge the best sword for the boy as compensation. Wait outside for a bit, Cecilia," Kirsten instructed. Before the young mother could react, Kirsten dragged her grandson into the workshop and slammed the door shut. "Mother." "My son," Cecilia shouted. Meanwhile, as soon as Kirsten pulled Theo inside, her expression changed immediately. "Theo, I'll ask you bluntly. You possess an heirloom of the primordial sea dragon, don't you?" Hearing the question, the protagonist's face froze for a few seconds. Then he asked back, "The primordial sea dragon? Do you mean the ancestor dragon that protects the clan? I've heard the legend that our ancestors distributed the primordial sea dragon's treasures across Winterra to Ragnar descendants, but..." Theo's tone suggested he didn't fully believe the tale. Before he could finish, Kirsten teased, "Legend, ha, are you pretending not to know? If you truly didn't have an heirloom, how could my sword end up like that? I poured my heart into forging this child of spirit. Nothing but an heirloom could have caused it to break. Do you know what that's worth?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Seeing her mournful posture, Theo's eyes went wide and he apologized. "But it only broke when striking a dragon. Why does she keep bringing up an heirloom?" Theo thought sharply. Turning back to Kirsten, after a moment of regret, she snapped, "Never mind. It'll be faster if I show you than if I explain." With that, she led Theo to a coffin wrapped in chains and asked, "What do you see?" At those words, the protagonist's eyes flashed red and he focused his gaze. It was a blue light. A light of the same kind had been seen at the gate leading to the dungeon in Camella Palace. Theo frowned in thought. Before he could answer, Kirsten added, "I can't see or sense anything from it, but you must be perceiving something based on your reaction. I've tried repeatedly to open this box to retrieve the item inside, but it's useless. An heirloom from the primordial sea dragon, long ago in the Age of Myths. The primordial sea dragon plucked out a fang and forged a sword from it, a monstrous blade, the moon sword. If you can break the seal on this box and successfully draw the sword, I'll give you this moon sword. But you might lose your life. Want to try?" Kirsten said, turning to Theo with a challenging look. Of course, faced with such an offer, the protagonist couldn't refuse. "That sword is yours from now on," Theo said with a smile. At the same time, he received his next quest, the Ragnar scenario mission, the heir's path chosen by the primordial sea dragon's heirloom, the moon sword. The moon sword belonged to the leader of Black Snow and was one of the 9 dragons, the Black Dragon, but very few know the weapon's true form. That's because most who saw or heard of the blade have since died or gone missing. However, by chance I once glimpsed the true shape of the moon sword. But why did the Black Dragon spare my life? The Black Dragon's moon sword is here, and it truly is an heirloom of the primordial sea dragon. I met the Black Dragon again 4 years later. So Kirsten has held onto the sword all this time, Theo thought to himself. If that's the case, I must obtain it at all costs. This is like what happened in Camella Palace. With that thought, Theo took the small green key from his belongings. He began using it to unlock the coffin, and the moment he turned the key, something strange happened. The coffin suddenly emitted a beam of light and all the chains wrapped around it sprang open. Before the two of them could see what was inside, the coffin itself began to give off black smoke. The smoke pulled Theo inward. "What's happening?" he choked out. Then Theo's vision slowly shifted to the scene of the Rose Palace engulfed in flames. Rose Palace, why am I here? Oh right, I forgot how weak I was. Because of that, I need far more power to defeat Rendon and crush Camella Palace, Theo told himself. At the same time, while his memories were still a bit hazy, the silhouette of a giant raven appeared behind him, claws and a sharp beak aimed at Theo. But at that instant, our protagonist noticed the black bird's sneak attack. As it struck, Theo spun around and caught its beak with his hand, leaving the bird stunned. Then Theo looked at the raven and said approvingly, manipulating minds by exploiting their thirst for power. No wonder you're a monster sword. The raven's eyes flashed with anger. How dare you? Before it could finish, the protagonist replied, I've long since overcome the despair you tried to impose on me. Fool, do you think I'd be tempted by your petty power when I have missions to complete? What are you saying? Let me go, human! The raven screamed, thrashing to break free, but Theo's hand still clamped the beak like a vice, preventing any movement. Holding the bird, he took the chance to study its form closely. You're nothing like the griffin I remember. I recall you being at least 10 meters tall. Now you're nearly my height. Perhaps it's because you were sealed for too long. Regardless, this works to my advantage. You're mine now, Moon Sword, he said, beginning to raise his fist to physically subdue and teach this griffin a lesson. The beast hurriedly tried to placate him. Hey, let's be civilized, it cried out in panic. Outside, hearing Theo's shout, Cecilia rushed in. After seeing the protagonist lying motionless, tears filled Mrs. Cecilia's eyes. My son, wake up, please wake up, she cried, but touching Theo's body had no effect. At a loss, Cecilia turned to Curson and asked, Mother, what's going on? Why is my son like this? I told you to forge a sword for him. I never asked you to do this to the boy, she shouted, while Curson's expression showed genuine concern. Monster energy has linked to his bloodline. I've never seen anything like it, Curson said. Since he possessed an heirloom, I thought everything would be fine. If anything terrible happens to my son, I will never forgive you, Cecilia said, furious. Luckily for them, at that moment Theo's hand began to move, and he gripped the sword tightly. Then countless strands of black energy appeared around them like whirlwinds. They slowly converged over Theo's chest and flowed into his body. After that passed, Cecilia anxiously called out to Theo again. Hearing his mother's voice, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes. Overjoyed, she threw her arms around her son. My son. Cecilia sobbed as she spoke. Curson, seeing Theo safely awake, also breathed a sigh of relief. You had us worried, but you're fine, don't panic, Theo said to comfort them. At the same time, the system's congratulatory notification sounded. By hunting a griffin, you have completed the second scenario mission. Reward acquired, Moon Sword. Hearing that, Theo looked down at the sword in his hand and pondered. I was lucky. The griffin was easy to defeat because it had just been unsealed. And its psychological trick didn't affect me anymore. The general marveled at his own streak of luck that still managed to help him this much. But the rewards didn't stop there. Shortly after, Theo received even better news. By absorbing monster energy from the Moon Sword, your mana has increased significantly. Plus 30 mana, your mana has exceeded 200. Your mana has begun to attain divine potency, special ability, body enhancement, mana regeneration plus 1/5 per second. The notification ended as Theo immediately felt an explosive surge of power within. His mana had risen to that of a high-level swordsman. Unfortunately, I can't use all this mana right away. I must restrain myself until the awakening ceremony. Turning back to Curson after the mother and son finished their emotional moment, the blacksmith aunt took a drag of her pipe and said, You surprised me, congratulations, you really succeeded. Theo smiled and asked, You'll keep your promise, right? Don't you know goblins can't lie? Curson complained. Then suddenly the sword in Theo's hand began to tremble violently, making him curious. With her experience, Curson enlightened her grandson, it's showing resistance. Hearing her, Theo stared at the sword and growled, You mean you still haven't recognized me as your master? Behind him, Curson explained for the blade, It's not exactly that. Maybe it's frustrated after being locked away for centuries. Now that it's free, it wants to vent all that pent-up anger. Why don't you try swinging it at that wall with all your strength? Curson said, glancing at a metal wall not far from the group. It looked like a testing surface, already bearing several marks left by blades. But hearing the request, Theo grew a little anxious and asked, Is this really okay? Curson curled her lip in contempt at her grandson's worry. Worrying is pointless, even if it's the moon's sword. A swing from a kid who hasn't undergone the awakening ceremony won't damage the Basque workshop, she said. Annoying, Theo thought to himself. Seeing his grandmother doubt his strength, the protagonist muttered, "Is that so?" While thinking, I can hide the dragon heart at any time, why not use this chance to test the moon sword's power? He decided to use his mana. With that thought, he calmly walked toward the wall. He gripped the sword with both hands and said, "Then forgive me for the trouble." Having said that, the general assumed a stance, and immediately a fierce energy began to surge from his body. All of Kursen's prior confidence vanished at once. "Hey, what?" "Wait a moment," she shouted, but it was too late. Theo unleashed a single, deadly slash that cut the wall before him cleanly in two. In fact, it wasn't just the testing wall, the entire section of the workshop was cleaved by his strike. Mrs. Cecilia's eyes sparkled in disbelief at the sight, while Kursen's gaze also glistened, though with regret. "My workshop, my money," Kursen shouted upon seeing the large hole Theo had made. "How much will it cost to repair this?" she wondered. Not caring about that, Theo looked at the sword in his hand in alarm. "Maybe this is a bit too dangerous, it has absorbed all my mana." Just then Kursen suddenly appeared before Theo and touched his abdomen to check him. When did she's fast, Theo thought, dumbfounded. After checking, Kursen forced a smile. "My goodness, you really aren't skilled in magic at all. Did you really pull this off only because of the blade's sharpness?" Saying that, Kursen looked at Theo and concluded inwardly that the boy was a genius. "A genius, and this genius is my grandson," she thought, as obscure mathematical formulas began to appear in her head. "All right, Theo Ragnar, from now on, I will be your patron. You just need to soar and show the world your skills. You'll become a living advertisement for the Basque workshop." She thought of money, and dollar signs filled her eyes. "Mother, I see money in your eyes," Cecilia reminded from behind, making the ant jump slightly. After acquiring his new sword, mother and son bade Kursen farewell and quickly boarded a carriage to return to Camella Palace. Before leaving, Theo handed Kursen the fang and claw of the land dragon he'd obtained earlier. "Consider it compensation for the wall you ruined. Use this to repair it. It's a spoils from a dragon. You likely got it when you retrieved the heirloom." My daughter really did raise a marvelous child," Kursen said with a smile, exhaling a long drag of her pipe. But as she turned, a voice suddenly rang from above. "Long time no see, blacksmith of the demon." The familiar tone made Kursen squint and turn her head. "Why are you here?" From her perspective, the voice was coming from a raven perched above. Time passed quickly. 5 days before the awakening ceremony began, Theo was still training diligently with Evelyn to improve his skills. The more they sparred, the more surprised Evelyn became. His swordsmanship had grown much stronger and more agile, Evelyn praised. "I'm glad Master Evelyn praised me," Theo said with a smile. Nearby, the trainee cadets were almost stunned watching Theo spar one-on-one with Evelyn. Meanwhile, Evelyn was pleased to have trained such a disciple. It had been half a year since the young master began changing, and now he had become strong enough to push her back. If he awakened his mana in a few days, it would be the birth of a monster. Thinking that, Evelyn stopped the training and said, "You're doing very well. You can aim to become the top at the awakening ceremony, young master." "I will pray for your success," she said with sincere tone. Turning to Theo, he did not forget Evelyn's guidance and thanked her. "Thanks, it's all because of you, Evelyn. If I become the top, I'll mention your name in my speech before everyone," the general promised. That promise didn't seem to please Evelyn much. Why would you?" the inscrutable girl said. Meanwhile, some other cadets, hearing Theo mention nomming people in his speech, eagerly volunteered. "Oh, me too, young master, please mention me as well." Their enthusiasm made Theo both delighted and a bit troubled. "Gah, being loved by so many is hard," the general said with an exuberant face. All right, I'm going," he said, waving his hand. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to headquarters. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony, so Theo had dressed smartly and arrived early. "Theo Ragnar of Camella Hall," he announced to the gate guards. The awakening ceremony is the Ragnar family's important annual event. Every participant hopes to achieve good results at this ceremony. As a swordsman of the Ragnar clan, this is the first place they can receive recognition and honor. The entire Ragnar clan was watching, including the clan leader. The Nine Dragon, or the former clan matriarch of 2 generations past, Lady Hilda Ragnar. Looking at the youthful woman seated there, Theo could hardly believe his eyes. The more he looked, the less she seemed like a 150-year-old. He was relieved she had come to attend. On the high platform, after seeing the cadets assembled, the Dragon Gate sword judge, Vahana Ragnar, struck the staff beside him and shouted, "Attention, we will begin with the preliminary test." The preliminary test requires taking a sword placed on the ground and leaving a mark on the steel wall at your abdomen. For your information, this wall is forged from white snow steel. Ordinary steel swords cannot scratch it. But everything changes if you channel mana into your strike. We will distribute Soma to you. 1 Soma pill will provide you with 10 years worth of mana. It is an elixir that helps you open your mana pathways. Swallow Soma and open the mana meridians in your dantian. Only then can you cut the white snow steel wall with these swords. The depth of your cut will determine your result. From now on, the named participants will take a Soma and step onto the platform. Participant number 1, Theo Ragnar, step forward, he shouted. Hearing his name, the protagonist confidently stepped up, took the elixir from a soldier's hand, and thought, in his previous life, Axion was the top of the list. But this time it won't happen, he told himself. At the same time, the system issued the 3rd script task. The winner of the awakening ceremony becomes the top ranked at the ceremony. Theo casually grabbed a sword planted in the floor and quietly walked toward the wall. Theo picked up a sword stuck in the ground and silently approached the wall. Meanwhile, the former matriarch Hilda, seeing him step forward, curiously said, "Oh, so that's him, Kyle, the boy you mentioned earlier." Hearing this, Kyle nodded and replied, "The boy must have attracted your attention." "Of course, I'm intrigued since you said you've been watching him." "Then let's see how talented this kid really is," Hilda said, smiling with keen interest. Back to Theo, although he'd done this once in his previous life, repeating it now still made him nervous. Phew, awakening ceremony, he thought. "I'm a bit anxious, maybe it's been too long since I last did this," he murmured. To ensure he didn't forget, Judge Vahana reminded him, "Now swallow that elixir." "Yes, I understand," Theo nodded. He quickly tossed the pill into his mouth. In his previous life, he swallowed Soma but couldn't control the mana, severely injuring his dantian. But this time that wouldn't happen, Theo thought with a smile. As soon as the pill slid down, an intense surge of mana began to erupt from his body. Vahana behind him grew a little worried for him. "That idiot causing such a massive mana wave, he can't control it properly," someone muttered. When swallowing Soma, one must be careful to stabilize the mana conduits in the dantian. But the Ragnar family are more talented and possess abundant mana. If not careful, they can be crippled. He might suffer the same fate, his uncle frowned, worried for Theo. However, his worry was a bit excessive because very quickly the wild mana inside Theo began to be controlled by him and formed an energy membrane enveloping him. "He can contain it," Vahana exclaimed aloud. Turning to Theo and seeing the subdued energy, the general's expression lightened. "Finally, I have both the dragon heart and a mana reservoir." This left him a little deflated. Unlike in his last life, this time he succeeded far too easily. "In any case, from now on I'm officially allowed to use mana, with this vast supply. I just need to unleash it for fun," he thought, and he began concentrating mana into his sword. He then swung it fiercely toward the testing wall. For a moment it seemed everyone saw the apparition of a roaring dragon in the sky. The pressure he generated was so strong it left the 3 Remingtons dizzy. Then in their eyes, the dragon head illusion charged straight at the wall. It carved a massive cut into the wall. This was the unique technique, the lone slash. At the rear, the arrogant Axion grimaced in displeasure at the sight. As a result, after the shockwaves had fully dissipated, Theo left a slash nearly spanning the wall's full height. The judges and Vahana were dumbfounded for several seconds before they could announce the result. Theo Ragnar pass. The crowd around them gaped, exclaiming in shock, "Impossible! Since young Master Thorkel, I've never seen this. Is that really the slash of someone who just opened their mana for the first time?" After completing the preliminary test brilliantly, the system displayed a notification: "Luck index reset to 0. The unlucky curse has been lifted. Now your renown begins to spread across the world." Reading the notification, Ragnar was delighted. "Finally, I can reach the starting line like everyone else." Many people showed interest in Ragnar's outstanding performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wants to take him as a disciple. Julius Ragnar was displeased with the attention he was receiving. Robber Ragnar grew wary. It turned out he was the bird seen that evening at the Basque workshop of that bizarre alchemist woman. Lady Hilda Ragnar showed interest in Ragnar. Looking toward Lady Hilda, he thought to himself, "But most importantly, I've caught Hilda's eye, which makes me especially happy. She has the heart of Garuda. If I can win that heart." One by one, they stepped forward and struck the steel wall with a slash. When it was Sybil's turn, the judge announced, "Sybil passes." Sybil was moved, thinking to herself, "Theo succeeded too." The 4 members of the Northern Hounds group then participated in turn. Each of their slashes left a massive crack, completely different from the trainee swordsmen. Seeing their results chilled everyone like ice. All of the Northern Hounds produced terrifying outcomes, but none of them left as large an impression as young Master Ragnar. Now only one person remained, and he was walking forward. No one else, it was Axion. The judge called the name. Axion Ya stepped forward. His gaze looked truly menacing now. Those below whispered, "At this rate, the contest will be between the Black Tiger and the Dark Tiger." No, Axion couldn't even do that. Who knew the Black Tiger was at that level? Hearing their words, Axion's fury boiled over even more. Striding forward proudly, he intended to prove his caliber. Vihana requested, "Please swallow the soma." Having just swallowed the soma, Axion immediately lunged at the steel wall at extreme speed. Vihana, furious at his action, shouted, "Wait." Axion's body exuded an immensely powerful aura. He swung his sword, and the afterimage of a gigantic dragon with razor teeth instantly appeared. That strike slammed into the wall, making it tremble violently, rivaling Ragnar's earlier blow. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Vihana froze and exclaimed in astonishment, "They've surprised me so many times already." Axion's slash intersected Ragnar's cut, producing an astonishing outcome. The crowd once again gaped in horror. How is this possible? They're almost identical. Who is the victor? In this case, judging precision would decide the winner. After finishing, Axion stood and observed, pondering for a moment, then turned back to his original position to await the result. Everyone was eager to know the outcome. Would Ragnar or Axion be the winner? Judge Vihana announced, "The first stage of the awakening ceremony has concluded. You all performed well. This year, I'm very pleased to see many people significantly increase their scores. Those who passed, prepare for stage 2 of the awakening ceremony in 4 days' time. And finally, we will announce the rankings everyone has been waiting for. The top of the leaderboard for the first stage of the awakening ceremony is Theo, at the first blossoming ceremony. The one at the top is Theo Ragnar. He was stunned. He hadn't expected to actually be ranked first. They announced his score as 10-10, magical technique, speed control, nothing superfluous. The result left the crowd astonished, crying out repeatedly, "Axion, isn't Axion first? Did Axion lose?" Even the depth of the cut is similar to Lord Theo's. What? Similar to Lord Thorkel. Theo Ragnar was one of the top 5 candidates, seen as the closest to succession. The judges announced second place as Axion Ragnar. Unfortunately, he also scored a perfect 10. But the length of his cut was shorter than Theo Ragnar's, so he was ranked second. He was furious. Third was Remington Nazio, 4th Ray Ragnar, 5th Hulkus rank, 6th Erica Rang, 32nd Lizzie Zigger, 33rd Rico Edith. And 87th was Sybil Drea. Everyone performed very well in the preliminary round. The second blossoming ceremony will take place 3 days later in the Eastern Mountain Range. The 87 outstanding contestants prepare thoroughly. All right, today's ceremony ends here. Returning home. They held a celebration for Theo Ragnar's victory. Congratulations to the top two. This is the true power of our training school. Congratulations, Theo and Remington. Theo raised his glass, thanked everyone for their congratulations, but reminded them this wasn't the end. Our goal is to get through the second blossoming ceremony together. Theo draped an arm around Remington's shoulders and said, "We'll take both top spots." Evelyn was there too, celebrating with them. She offered her blessings to the two of them. "You both will definitely make it." "Congratulations on placing first, Theo Ragnar. I'm glad your efforts have been rewarded. But at the same time, I feel ashamed for having fallen so far behind." Seeing Remington upset, Theo modestly said, "Ha ha ha ha, I was just lucky this time. What does rank matter between friends?" Hearing him, Remington felt somewhat comforted. "Thank you, Theo, the heavy feeling inside me is clearing." They clinked glasses, toasting their deep friendship. "We'll give our all in the second ceremony." Scene shifts to the eastern mountain range, where peaks are covered in white snow. Theo Ragnar had now arrived there. He walked forward step by step, saying, "I topped the blossoming ceremony. A result in my previous life I never dared to imagine. Even though this isn't a real battle, beating Axion is something I still find hard to believe." Theo Ragnar clenched his fist, "But this is only the beginning. Defeating Randon earlier was only a small matter. My true enemies are Axion and the Celestial Dragon, and I'll use every plan to repay them tenfold for what they did to me in my previous life." He put his hand into his pocket. He took something out. It was the compass he had received on the previous mission. The ancestral compass, a versatile item that helps its owner find the direction to a nest. The compass was pointing toward the eastern mountain range. "At the second blossoming ceremony, I'll find out what the nest really is." Suddenly, he noticed someone behind him, and he vanished immediately, leaving the other man bewildered as he blurted, "Who's there?" Before he could steady himself, Theo Ragnar's sword was at his throat. Who are you?" he panicked. Wait, calm down, I'm not suspicious. I'm Gatsby Yachten of the Wind Sword Unit. Our captain watched the blossoming ceremony and sent me here." Theo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "A scout, I figured, but I didn't expect them to be this fast." Theo Ragnar asked what exactly this was about. The man said, "Theo has been given the opportunity to take the unit entrance exam." Theo replied, "Not a scout, but a request for me to take the exam." "Yes, you must have heard of the Wind Blade unit's reputation. Being invited alone is—" Before he could finish, a voice called from a distance, "I think the Wind Blade unit are a bunch of fools." The speaker was a girl with a greatsword on her back. She said, "Prince Theo Ragnar is nothing like those fools." Jotun protested, "What did you say? Who are you to speak like that?" She ignored him and addressed Theo Ragnar. "We intend to invite you to join the Iron Black Cavalry. What do you think?" Her name was Ayan Sasari, deputy commander of Iron Black, nicknamed Flame Enchantress. Jotun muttered her name. Flame Enchantress," she replied. "Yes, now you recognize me, move aside." Suddenly, a crowd of people dashed past her at incredible speed, heading straight for Theo Ragnar. They announced, "Pleased to meet you, we're from the Black Sword Unit. We guarantee you'll be a captain within 3 years. This is the legal bureau. The captain himself has come, security is present. If you agree, we'll provide full support. We have considerable numbers." They pressed in on Sasari, leaving her breathless and angry. She yelled loudly, "Line up, stop pushing." "What line? You're the one who should stand back. Whoever brings him back first wins, understand?" Theo was stunned, thinking, ridiculous. Better to get away before this gets any more troublesome. At that moment, another person arrived looking for Theo. He was surprised by the sudden appearance. She stepped up to Theo Ragnar and said, "I know this might seem presumptuous, but to obtain a talent like this, must I humiliate myself to that extent?" She was the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, named Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunus. People there gasped, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. "She came here in person." She looked at Theo and said, "Like you, I came to meet Theo Ragnar just to see and look over the child." Cut to training ground number 4. Axion had slaughtered everyone there. Not a single person survived. He sensed someone approaching from behind and swung his sword, continuing a full-force assault. The slashing sound of the blade whooshed through the air like a bullet. With only 3 fingers, that person successfully blocked one of his strikes. The one who arrived was the celestial dragon Troyvan. He said, "Pathetic indeed, will a bit of misplaced anger change anything?" Axion then recognized his uncle. He threw his sword to the ground, turned his back, and as he walked said, "At a time like this we must stay calm and make a plan. Axion, come with me for the second blossoming ceremony. I'll show you how to turn it into Theo Ragnar's grave." He walked away with murderous intent in his eyes. Back with Theo, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunus approached. Everyone around was astonished at her appearance, saying, "The Lady of Plum Blossom Palace has come in person. This makes our side look far too weak." Flame Enchantress Ayan Sasori shouted loudly, "Madam, please wait." Before she finished speaking, a sphere of power enveloped the two of them. Inside, impossible, the space had been disconnected. Could she be planning to personally instruct him? The sphere gradually faded away in the space. Theo Ragnar had now stepped into Sword Dragon's spatial sigil. The two of them locked eyes. He thought to himself, "I've entered the Lady of Plum Blossom Palace's sigil, a space completely separated from the outside. I never expected to witness what I've only heard about. It seems my reputation truly exists now." Sword Dragon then said, "The Dragon Lord will surely be angry, but who can stop me when I want to gift someone?" Theo asked her in bewilderment, "A gift?" She drew her sword and said, "The Dragon Lord's blade is mighty, like a dragon's breath falling from the heavens, incinerating everything into ash." The space transformed into an idyllic forest of blossoms. "But I am different from him. I have infused countless transformations into my blade." Theo watched her in amazement. "The dragon I pursue is one that contains every possible metamorphosis." As soon as she finished speaking, the Lady of Plum Blossom Palace continuously unleashed her techniques, teaching Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar watched her every move intently, trying to absorb everything into his mind. All in a single breath. "I call this the blooming sword technique. First comes the celestial flower rain." Theo Ragnar heard her say this, and his hands and feet trembled as he thought, "Unbelievable, 120 steps and sword moves in a single breath. Could even the Dragon Lord step back before her swordsmanship? If I could combine what I've just seen into a strike and unleash it all at once," Theo Ragnar said to her, "I don't know if I am allowed to accept it." Sword Dragon nodded and said, "If you've seen it clearly, then that is enough." As soon as she finished speaking, the space shifted and the two of them returned to the original area. She said, "If you want to see more, come find me anytime after the blossoming ceremony." Those around stared at the two of them in confusion, still not understanding what had happened. "Theo, I hope you become a fresh wind here." No sooner had she finished speaking than she vanished, leaving cherry blossoms drifting to the ground. Theo thought, "This truly is an enormous gift. Whether I accept it or not, it is overwhelming. But to become the lady's disciple and a member of the White Dragon Armor Cavalry, wouldn't that be too much? I'll think about it after the second blossoming ceremony." Cut to 3 days later, near the northern fortress, in the mountain range where the second blossoming ceremony was held. This winter mountain range was vast, stretching from our outpost Winterer to the Demon Sea. And we, the Ragnar clan, have protected humanity from the cursed land, the Demon Sea, home to hordes of monsters beyond the fortress for over 1,000 years. You all have duties you will one day take on. That is why this place was chosen as the stage for the second blossoming ceremony. The speaker was the ceremony supervisor, senior swordsman Jackie Ragnar. However, as apprentice swordsmen, none of you are permitted to enter the Demon Sea. The challenge area is confined within the fortress. Be careful, do not cross the boundary into the Demon Sea. The test content is simple. Over the next 15 days, capture beasts from the Winter Mountains and collect the bells tied around their necks. The bells come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. The higher the color on the spectrum, the more points it's worth and the stronger the beast. In particular, beasts bearing the purple bell will be at a level none of you can defeat, but they will grant astonishing points if obtained. You are free to use any methods in the test, as long as you bring the bell back before the test ends. Theo Ragnar thought to himself, no restrictions on methods, that means you can steal prey or bells from others. He is openly encouraging conflict, but that is our survival rule. Finally, Jackie Ragnar said, we have placed nests in various locations to prevent monster incursions. Supplies are buried in these safe areas, so use them wisely. Now the test will begin. Everyone dispersed after hearing the supervisor's signal. He thought, since the test lasts 15 days, securing supplies is the top priority. Ensure supplies first, and we must support young Master Theo. The black bear excitedly lunged forward, saying, this will be fun, very fun. Axion recalled the words his uncle had instructed him. Stick to the plan, Axion, and that place will sooner or later become Theo Ragnar's tomb. Jackie Ragnar followed behind Axion. Watching his actions closely, Theo Ragnar began to move, with someone following behind him. He called out, young Master Theo. It turned out to be Remington. He looked at Theo and said, you once said we were friends, right? Theo asked, why? Remington replied, after thinking it over for 3 days, I realized I regard the young master as both a friend and a rival, so I've become ambitious. I truly want to surpass young Master Theo. Theo Ragnar smiled when he heard him. I understand that feeling. I also regard Remington as both a friend and a rival. Remington laughed upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, what a relief. I feared I was the only one who felt that way. That's why I can't yield in the second blossoming ceremony. That's what I wanted to say. Theo Ragnar wished him luck. Then I wish you good luck. No sooner had Theo finished speaking than Remington left the area. Theo thought, the fact Remington has targeted me, could anything be more exciting? This is thrilling. I become stronger now. Well, set feelings aside for now. Find the dragon nest first. Saying that, Theo took out the ancestral compass, holding it in his hand. The dragon ancestral compass is a trinket that guides its holder toward a nest. The compass moved and pointed the way for Theo Ragnar. Where the compass pointed was the eastern mountain. Within that mountain was a cave emitting the quest's blue light. The place Theo Ragnar would head to. At this moment, on the edge of the winter mountain range, Theo had reached the spot guided by the ancestral compass. He said, it must be somewhere around here. I didn't expect it to be hidden under this pile of snow. Oh, do I have to dig through this entire snowdrift? Yeah, I should have brought a shovel. Using a sword to dig is kind of weird. Theo drew his sword and said, oh well, if you don't have teeth, chew with your gums. As soon as he finished speaking, Theo swung his sword, sending off sparks of lightning that blew the snow apart, leaving Theo with a scene of nothing but trees and a cave. Theo lowered his weapon and said, now come out, you lot. They stepped out, chuckling. One said, when will you start paying attention to us? We thought we'd been following you in secret. Hearing him, Theo looked surprised. You guys, what's with you? The fat one among the three said, see, I told you you're too noisy, it's over for you. I thought this brat was stronger than we expected. Pleasure to meet top-tier scum. The three were the Buck Mountain thugs named Hai, Cow, and Lun, bandits of Buck Mountain. They were the ones who massacred villagers under the pretense of accidents during missions, an outcome of Theo Ragnar's pursuit of greater power. In particular, Theo could not forget the massacre at Buck Mountain Village. Back then, I worked with Huxial and handled that case, so I know how terrifying it was better than anyone. Beyond the official count of 761 dead, 220 were missing. The horrifying part was that the victims' identities couldn't be determined because all of them had their skulls crushed. Theo looked at them and thought, I meant to deal with them sooner because of their vicious temper, but in the end I have to confront them like this, and they're watching me. Theo said aloud, you came for Axion's belongings, didn't you? The three glared at Theo with murderous eyes. One laughed, you think we'd let ourselves be manipulated by a fellow disciple? Theo asked, no, then what? They replied, a lackey like you couldn't even imagine that. Theo immediately thought of the guild elder and said, so you were sent by the merchant counselor. Hearing that, they flinched and stammered, what, how, oh no, how did he know? Theo replied, from what you just said, it's obvious. Seeing the supervisor not follow, he must be on your side. Seeing Theo expose their identity, they said, look at you, you're pretty sharp after all. Cal asked Hai, are we in trouble? Hai answered, no, he's about to die anyway. Hai laughed smugly and shouted at Theo, I get the most satisfaction from ruining pretty faces like yours. Theo looked at him with cold, expressionless eyes. Before the three thugs could act, Theo's technique closed in on them at incredible speed. The sight left them no time to respond, their eyes blank with fear. The move quickly took one arm from each of them. A single slash shattered the surrounding rock and earth. Theo Ragnar said coldly, I don't want to be like you, so I'll leave your heads intact instead. With a second stroke, Theo Ragnar took their heads, killing them before they could close their eyes. That was that. Within a short time, he had swiftly slain the three arrogant thugs. Theo then said, maybe it's because they're young, so they're not hard to deal with. He thought to himself, the Lady of Plum Blossom Palace's heavenly flower rain technique after 3 days of practice. I can finally perform the move 3 times in a row by tracing curves with circles and arcs, allowing flexible variation and application. Of course, I can't do it 120 times straight like the lady. He grabbed each severed head and said, now to clear up their remains, I need to figure out how to get into the basement. Saying that, Theo tossed their heads down the mountain. As he turned his back, a strange sound came from below. Theo wondered, what's that noise? Theo moved closer and looked down to find a secret staircase beneath. The system displayed a hidden quest, find the invisible stairs and investigate the green actions. Having discovered the entrance, Theo jumped down to continue exploring what lay hidden inside. At the same time, Robber Ragnar silently watched Theo Ragnar from behind. Current first place Axion Ragnar had captured 41 demons with a team of 21. Second place was Remington Ragnar. In the Dragon Demon Council, a soldier asked, what about Theo Ragnar? In the Dragon Demon Council, a soldier asked, what about Theo Ragnar? He said, Theo Ragnar currently has no demons and no teammates. Dragon Demon reacted in astonishment, saying, what, I guess he's either hiding or laying an ambush. Sword Dragon softly said, if it's a guess, then there's no confirmation. Ah, true. Elder Dragon added, just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll stand out in the second. He might hesitate when faced with real combat. He laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, especially since he's just an illegitimate child. He thought inwardly, seems those thugs did their job. Heaven Dragon looked at him and transmitted, could senior member be involved in this? Elder Dragon replied, yes, I couldn't send word in advance. Heaven Dragon said, well, as you see, everything went smoothly, so don't worry. Heaven Dragon blinked in surprise, eyes wide as he looked at him. He cursed silently, damn it, this old lunatic, acting without asking me first. Heaven Dragon thought, after Camellia Hall was taken, I snooped through Red Blossom Hall. But I couldn't find the records of the ancient dragon. The clue leading to Red Blossom Hall must be held by that Theo. I must kill him after I obtain the clue. Heaven Dragon turned and transmitted to the soldier, tell Axion to hurry up. Sword Dragon, seeing their gestures, grew suspicious and said to Dragon Demon, senior member and the secretary must be plotting something. We should also set up a safety net. Dragon Demon replied, no. Theo isn't someone who can be easily placated. He's definitely hiding something, so interfering with the test won't help. Besides, you can't let me be left in the dark when you meet Theo. Sword Dragon chuckled and said to him, when it comes to that matter, isn't Theo's feelings the most important? Back with Theo Ragnar, he was steadily moving deeper into the mysterious cave. Before Theo were grotesque dried skeletons. Theo walked past the skeletons and said, there are mental attack traps here that can drive ordinary people insane. After passing the Crescent Sword's trial, this is nothing to me. I didn't expect the compass to lead me here. Theo placed his hand on the cave wall, and his vision immediately expanded thanks to his divine power. Divine power is a special ability that alters physical capabilities, using mana to extend the senses. Ahead of Theo was a cave entrance bathed in a mysterious golden light. Right, that's the way. Theo looked forward and smiled. This is a nest of wyverns. In 3 years, this will be where Huxial hunts wyverns and finds the legendary item. I feel bad for Huxial, but I have to take it first. Theo now stood before the gate. Inside were wyvern hatchlings. Theo Ragnar stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. Impossible, this isn't a wyvern nest but the lair of an ancient dragon. The chamber was piled high with gold, and a dragon lay atop that mountain of treasure. A dragon was sleeping, unaware of Theo Ragnar's presence. Theo went pale, thinking, this is bad. If I have to face a dragon, forget getting Axion's relic, I'll definitely die here. Why is this dragon here instead of a hatchling? Did Huxial spread false information, or did I arrive 3 years early? In any case, this is too unexpected. I have to retreat. With that thought, Theo turned and left. It's a pity, but I must return before Huxial arrives. While he was thinking, the dragon suddenly woke and glared fiercely at Theo Ragnar. Theo startled and turned around, only to find the ancient dragon standing before him as if it had appeared out of nowhere. It looked at Theo and said, "You are the first chosen in a long time." Its name is the ancient dragon Roadbroke. I am Roadbroke. Its gaze was murderous and its form terrifying. You, whom the Ragnar line calls the guardian dragon spirit, lord of the winter mountain. Hearing this, Theo opened his eyes wide in astonishment, questions piling up in his mind. Theo immediately knelt, bowed his head, and said, I pay my respects to my ancestor. Roadbroke blinked in confusion and asked, Ancestor? Theo explained, isn't the guardian dragon spirit the companion of our ancestor Sigurd, and also the mother of Friedrich? The dragon understood and said, Oh, it seems that Friedrich, that brat, has been spreading nonsense. The truth is that Sigurd and I were once companions, but that was only respect for the sole contract signer. We never had any emotional bond from the start. How could a human be a mate to a dragon? Theo stood and asked it, so does that mean the rumors that my clan carries dragon blood are just propaganda? Roadbroke replied, yes, that's correct. Through the contract between me and Sigurd, dragon blood was passed down. Theo stammered and asked again, but was refused by him. Greeting is enough. I will begin the long guardian's trial for the chosen ones. From now on, I, Roadbroke, will keep the original vow and allow the chosen to pass my challenge. Asked 3 questions, Theo stood right in front of what the ancient dragon spoke. Theo was delighted, thinking, not a combat situation. Great, my goal is to stand at the top of Ragnar. To do that, I need to understand Ragnar better. I must use this chance to gather as much information as possible. Outside, Axion was still hunting down monsters to collect the bells on their necks. 1 slash was enough to lay the beast low with ease. The bell he obtained was a green one. He stepped forward, picked up the bell, and said, This is the 57th time. Then he tossed it to the soldiers behind him and asked, What's Theo Ragnar doing now? They replied, No news of his whereabouts yet. Maybe he's afraid to face the monsters, ha ha. The ones speaking were Axion and Orion Gardner. He looked at Axion and thought to himself, he easily defeats beasts like that. Axion really is formidable. I must stick close to him no matter what happens. Even if he grows stronger, he still lives like a fool. Even if he grows stronger, he still lives like a fool. Axion tossed him up and said, You don't know because you've never been strong. Have you ever seen me fear anything? If you have strength, you will fear nothing. With a murderous look, he gritted his teeth and asked him, What are you plotting? Axion's rage terrified him. He screamed, I'm sorry. A soldier stepped forward and said, Permission, Lord Axion. A message came from above, saying to execute the plan quickly. Only then did Axion release him, replying, I understand, tell them not to rush. Because the one who wants to kill that bastard most is me, I will attack him as soon as he shows himself, Axion said with a murderous gaze. Back inside the secret stairway, Theo Ragnar stood pondering the questions to ask the ancient dragon. Now I will ask the first question. Theo took so long thinking that it sighed and complained, I've waited for you until I'm bored. What do you want to know? Theo asked it, Why are you here? It said, You're asking basic questions to uncover hidden information. That's a good question. The reason I'm here is because a monster exists at the edge of the world, beyond the sea. It is called the Nameless King. For 1,000 years, I have been here because I was charged with protecting the world. The Winter Mountain is just a rumor. Hearing this, Theo thought, my hunch was right. The look Roadbroke had earlier was certainly a display of fear on his face. The existence of that nameless king filled the ancient dragon, the ruler for over 1,000 years, with dread. I want to ask about that, but there are more important things I need to learn first. Theo spoke up. I'll ask the second question. What is the ancient dragon's relic? Note, from now on, the ancient dragon's divinity will be renamed the ancient dragon's relic. It answered, oh, there are about 3 relics, but I don't know the details. Seems you're rather lucky. Theo asked, are there 3 of them? Theo thought, one is the Camellia Electric Dungeon, the second is the Moon Sword, so what is the last one? It is the ancient dragon's relic. The result of the ancient dragon's soul split into 31 parts, given to humanity to protect you from the nameless king. The ancient dragon's relic has no fixed form. It can be an item, experience, or even a strange phenomenon. Theo was astonished by what it said. He recalled his memories and realized, the last relic I have is regression. It turns out to be myself. If this happened because of the ancient dragon road broke, then it makes sense. But something is strange. There is always a relic dragon protecting the ancient dragon's relic, yet there was none in the regression. Theo continued asking it, I'll ask the final question, why was I chosen? Theo looked at it and thought, why would someone as worthless as me be chosen to fight the nameless king? The ancient dragon stepped closer and said, I will answer you with a question. Why do you think that you are the only one chosen? Upon hearing this, Theo froze for 5 seconds, sweating profusely. I'm not the only one the relic chooses. Theo Ragnar began to speculate. Eid Kursin, the black dragon, they know about the relics and want to collect them. If they were also chosen by the relics, then perhaps they saw these messages and also regressed. I've stepped one step closer to the world's truth, but everything becomes more complicated. The fact that there is a nameless king whom even the ancient dragon fears, and that there are other regressors besides me. The ancient dragon said, now I have answered your 3 questions. The task is complete, so I will give you a reward. Theo replied, all right, I came here to take Axion's relic. But I've changed my mind. I must take something greater, something that cannot be compared to an item. At the same time, the system announced, congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest. The reward is the opportunity to possess the ancient dragon's treasures. As you see in this nest, there are treasures from across the world, gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, and weaponry. Whatever you desire, it's all here. Choose anything you want, and I will grant it to you. So what do you want? Theo, excited, boldly said aloud, I want Roadbroke. The ancient dragon was surprised when he said it. What, you want that? It angrily roared, it seems my fame is eternal. What an amusing joke. Now tell me, what do you truly desire? Say it again. Theo replied sternly, I already said it. His answer left it at a loss. You said that earlier, were you not joking with me but speaking seriously? Theo sternly, exactly, I mean it. I want the dragon Lodbrok. No sooner had he finished speaking than it let out a furious bellow, its aura forming a shockwave that lashed forward. It was enraged. You are bold. It bared its jagged teeth. It bellowed, do you intend to seize all my treasures and knowledge with just those words? The aura it emitted was the fear of the guardian dragon. Theo Ragnar coughed up blood. He had to remain resolute to the end. Theo did not hesitate, then used a low-level dragon's fear skill to oppose Roadbroke's power. It shouted, you're foolish. Do you think a low drake skill can stand against me? Theo, blood spilling from his mouth, shouted directly at it. You, guardian dragon, you declared I may take any of your treasures. You never said Lodbrok couldn't be among them. He thought to himself, this is a gamble, a bet with my very life, but if I obtain it, the reward will be worth it. He looked at it and thought, the guardian dragon helped the ancestor Sigurd build House Ragnar. Now nothing would prove legitimacy better than becoming her ally. Then the past I've lived through won't repeat, and the Ragnar line won't be destroyed. This is an opportunity I cannot miss. Theo shouted again, please give me Lodbrok, you have sworn your sacred oath. Stand by, fight alongside me. Its gaze fixed on our protagonist. The image of the Ragnar ancestor appeared. His bearing was very similar to that man's from long ago. The great dragon sighed and relaxed. Very well, I accept. The aura around it began to exhale smoke. It was reverting to human form in front of him. A human body gradually took shape as the wind whooshed. The dragon transformed into a woman, 2 horns on her head proving to everyone she was a dragon. She said, "Theo Ragnar, you have piqued my curiosity. I will give you a chance." She stepped slowly toward him, her figure graceful, alluring with an inscrutable demonic charm. Theo Ragnar looked at her, dumbstruck and frozen. She spoke confidently, "Have you been bewitched by my beauty? Mind you, I am 2,000 years old, O great guardian dragon." Theo noticed it wasn't her beauty, but the large hole in her chest. He blurted out, "Oh, you're saying that's your plight?" She replied, "To be honest, my heart was lost 50 years ago, and since then I have patiently awaited death. At most, I can only live 3 more years. Because of that, I could not leave my nest. In other words, even if I follow you, I cannot directly help you." She asked again, "All right, now that you've seen this, I ask you, do you still want to choose me as your reward?" Theo looked at her, smiling. "Of course, my answer never changes. I choose Lodbrok as my reward." The system then displayed, "You have chosen Ragnar's guardian dragon Lodbrok as your reward." She laughed and said, "You truly are foolish, but perhaps that is the nature of the chosen." The system notified again, "Title partner of the guardian dragon has been created. Title descendant of the ancestor has been created." He looked at the guardian dragon and said, "I will become stronger than anyone, and I will seize more of the ancient dragon's relics." A soul link with Lodbrok was established. After that, Theo received a large amount of experience. Theo looked at her and said, "I will find it for you, a thing that can replace your lost heart. Among the ancient gods' relics, there will surely be something that can do that." Theo Ragnar had also leveled up. He thought, "I think I need to at least do that, only then will I be worthy of the guardian dragon's partner title." She cheerfully said, "Please take care of me, my new partner. But as I explained before, I cannot leave this place until you find something that can replace my heart. I will hibernate here and wait. Moreover, I have something I need you to do before a true soul link can form with me. Take this book, read it, and awaken your spirit gate. You can do it within a month. There is simple food around my nest. Use your time wisely." Theo Ragnar opened the book. It was like an extra reward. The system congratulated, "You received Grimoire Axion. This is Axion's book, The Hidden Being. It contains magical principles related to the resonant sounds from the dawn of creation. The sacred sound holds the entire truth of the universe." He thought to himself, "It's wonderful that I could obtain this book." Theo replied, "Yes, the second phase of the awakening competition is underway, and the exam only lasts 15 days. I have less than half a month left." She looked at Theo Ragnar sharply, thinking, even so, it might be possible. "But I will not allow it," Theo blurted out. "What?" She said, "It simply wouldn't be interesting to let you go. You must open your spirit gate before the second phase of the competition ends. And of course, I won't allow you to leave until then. Time remaining until the end of the second phase is only 13 days and a few hours. Back to the time before the second phase intelligence briefing. The man said, "As you know, the reason the ancestral pillars could create safe zones against demonic beasts was thanks to the demon summoning gems within them. By amplifying the energy of the sealed demon inside the gem, it deterred other demons from approaching. But if we destroy these gems, you can summon demons whenever you want." Immediately after, shadows appeared at his feet. Demons materialized. Just looking at them made it clear they were not simple. His dragon bit that demon to death. He continued, "As you know, the second objective of this test is to kill demonic beasts and collect points, so that Theo has no choice but to go out searching for and hunting demons." One person replied, "I understand, you want me to use that gem to lure that Theo here." He nodded, "Exactly, but that's not enough. You can't just lure him here and kill him. If you do, we might fail to recover clues about the Red Flower Hall's relic." Another person asked, "Then why don't we torture him before killing him? He would talk then." He answered, "You already know that. The power gap between you and Theo isn't that large. Can you capture and torture him? However, he is very emotional. Use his subordinates as hostages." The eliminated group gathered at Training Ground 4. Capturing them as hostages will be much easier, then force him to reveal information about the relic. The other nodded, understood. He clenched his fist, trembling with anger. This is because Theo is no longer as weak as before, that's the plan. But unexpectedly, instead of hunting demons, he didn't show up until the final moments of the competition. The competition had only 12 hours left. Axion was in first place with 860 points. One person said, "What a waste, we even carefully planted our people among the judges. So far, the name Theo still hasn't shown up, young master. Perhaps those 3 scumbags from the council have captured him, otherwise there's no reason he still wouldn't have appeared by now." This one was Phillips, a disciple of the Flower Hall, a Stage 2 swordsman, ranked 7th with 446 points. He sat thinking, then glared at the other. "You, a rising talent of the Flower Hall, have such poor vision. Now I understand why the head of the Flower Hall pays more attention to Theo than to you." Phillips frowned in annoyance. "What did you say?" "Damn it, I'm helping you catch that Theo, and yet you mock me for it, you bastard." He grew angry. At that moment, Axion spoke. "Enough, I don't expect much from your lot. Theo Ragnar, damn it, if you refuse to show yourself, I will force you into the open." His face turned vicious. "Members of the Dragon Scale Guild and the Flower Hall are all here. Follow me, it's time for us to go hunting. We'll wipe out the eliminated lot at Training Ground 4, killing them one by one to see if he appears." This scene was witnessed by someone from afar. That person was Ray Ragnar, a Stage 2 swordsman, ranked 3rd with 561 points. Somewhere, someone was slaying demonic beasts. This one was called a downgraded frost lizard. These people were the subordinates following young Master Theo Ragnar. One said, "We finally killed it. We finally beat the demonic beast and got the golden demon bell." Another added, "See, I told you if we teamed up we'd succeed. I have to brag about this to Lord Theo." These were all people Theo cherished. But one worried everyone. There are only 12 hours left until Phase 2 ends. I don't know where young Master Theo is. He hasn't been seen since the competition began. Another comforted, "We've gathered a lot of supplies for him, don't worry. He's probably aiming for a bigger goal. He must be doing something more important than hunting down these acquisition beasts. Let's pack up the loot and wait to give it to the young master." Someone nodded, "Maybe so. As long as we survive we can pass Phase 2, so rank isn't that important." Another said, "That may be, but I still really want to see young Master Theo take first place again. He promised he'd mention me." One laughed. "Yes, he told me the same." While the two were talking, a sharp sword pierced Sybil's heart. "Ha ha ha, you make me laugh to death." The one who struck was Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points. Others shouted, "Sybil, that's the Dragon Scale Guild. What is going on?" Orion laughed. "What did you think? You're just sheep for sacrifice, summoned to call forth the precious young master you worship. We also wanted to meet that damn young master of yours, so don't blame us for being brutal." At the same time at Lodbrok's lair, she said, "This is surprising. You actually managed to open your spirit gate in less than half a month." The system also displayed, "You have partially grasped the magical principles within the grimoire Axion and created a new skill." Theo thought, "Luckily the information I heard in my previous life was correct. The most important factor in learning this magic is the quantity and quality of mana. Because I have a larger mana pool and a dragon heart, it's natural that I learn twice as fast as a normal person." The system notified again, "Your status is too low. A low-tier skill has manifested. C-rank skill, Little Dragon Synchrony, freely manipulate and read residual thoughts of objects through spiritual sensing." Theo thought, "This skill has a strange name, doesn't it? Hatchling Synchrony? Odd." Lodbrok spoke, "I guess at minimum you must reach that level to be called my companion. With this you've mastered the basics, the rest you must hone through combat. When you reach a higher level, you will even be able to hear my voice anywhere. And you may even borrow my power, a strength like that of ancestors." Theo Ragnar rejoiced. She continued, "Of course, to do that my restoration must be prioritized. Don't forget I only have 3 years left to live." Theo replied, "Don't worry, I'll finish it within 3 years. I will definitely find a replacement for your heart." Lodbrok smiled happily, looking at him. "I hope you won't disappoint me in the future." Then she reached out her hand toward Ragnar to do something. She said, with this, I declare the primal contract between you and me formed. I will wait until our next meeting, my new companion in 1,000 years. It turned out she used magic to transport Theo Ragnar outside. He said, great, it's good that I've made a contract with the guardian dragon, but I haven't made any progress with the awakening ritual. I only have 12 hours left now, as if I'm making things harder for myself. Starting to earn points more than 10 days late is cruel. If I only hunt demonic beasts the usual way, there's no way I can reach first place in 12 hours. If so, there's only one strategy: steal from anyone. In my previous life, Axion was first place, surely he's the same this life. In other words, I can only get first by taking him down, that's the fastest way. Even so, defeating him certainly won't be easy. At that moment, someone was behind him. The person stepped forward. Theo halted, looked toward them, sword in hand. I've finally found you. Theo startled, staring at the opponent, and asked in puzzlement, you? The person's mouth was covered in blood. Theo looked at them horrified. You are? It was Ray Ragnar. What happened to you? Were you attacked by monsters? Theo said in shock, what kind of monster could beat you so badly? Theo suddenly froze and saw wounds on her body, sword slashes. She had been attacked by humans. Ray, what on earth happened? She collapsed to the ground, whispering, go first, hurry west. As she finished speaking, she also fell into our hero's arms, carefully. Theo took hold of her sword and read the most recent memory using the hatchling synchrony skill. The concealed thoughts inside the sword would be transmitted to the wielder. You have read the memories of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar. He was terrified, sweating. This was the memory he witnessed. There's still no news of Theo, but since we've gone this far, he'll appear soon, right? I've left many traces of his followers at Training Ground 4, and there are monsters that can lead him here. Everything is prepared. A voice, hey, should I kill him? The one opposite stared dumbfounded. Kill him? What did he do wrong? No, I mean, should we kill some of these people off? Why bring 9 of them? 2 or 3 would be enough as hostages. Another voice replied, you mean these guys? Go ahead, you can kill a few of them. At that moment, Ray Ragnar couldn't stand by and watch, so she stepped forward. What's going on? Ray, do you want to stop me? You can't do this, you've crossed the line. Axion answered, whether I've crossed the line is my business, not yours. I don't want things to get complicated. Mind your own way and don't interfere with me. These people here are all Theo's friends, let them go. She drew her weapon. Axion sneered, is that so? His gaze turned cold. You actually side with that name. As Axion finished speaking, Ray lunged with her sword. He faced her, slowly drawing his blade, a dark red aura seething from him. Clang, light from the clash lit the sky. Somehow then no one could be seen. Ray Ragnar was knocked back, spitting blood. She was no match for him. Notification, due to missing status, some thoughts could not be read. Theo Ragnar watched in horror. What on earth is happening? Why has Axion captured 4 of my teammates? Ray Ragnar gasped, how do you know? Theo grabbed her shoulders and shouted, tell me now what happened while I was gone. Ray gritted her teeth and said, as soon as the contest began, Axion used every means to capture you. But since he couldn't find you during that time, he captured your teammates to force you out. Theo exclaimed, what? Ray continued, I didn't come to find you just to talk about that. Theo Ragnar shouted angrily, all of you still, you won't leave me alone, but you will pay. I'm not the weakling you can bully anymore. Ray, where are they now? Where is Axion? Speak quickly. Shortly after, a voice rang out, it's Theo. Theo has appeared. He's shown himself, another said, young Master Axion, he's appeared. He suddenly showed up at the North Cliff edge. Axion asked, are you sure? Yes, sir, right now he's talking with Ray. I think he'll come here soon. Axion grinned maliciously. Ha ha, Theo Ragnar, I'll prove to you that someone like you can never surpass me. As he finished speaking, a voice transmitted from afar beyond the tall trees. Don't forget, young Master Axion. You don't need to face him directly, you only need to extract information about the relics from the hostages. As for Theo Ragnar, we'll receive him carefully and thoroughly. While we handle him, you use the summoning orb to distract the supervising officers around here. Axion replied, yes, understood. Back here, Ray said, no, you can't go meet Axion. The supervising officers of the Imperial Intelligence are also on his side. You have no chance of winning. No matter what you do, you can't hold out long against them. They're too many. Ray cried out in anguish. This isn't a battle, it's a massacre he's engineered. It's a trap to kill you. You can't go there alone. It's suicide. Let's find other supervising officers, persuade them, then go together. Theo gritted his teeth. There's no time left. I'm grateful for your help. But if we hesitate here, something bad might happen to my teammates. Tell me where they are. I have to go right now. Ray shouted, Are you stupid? You can't go. If you go, you'll die. What good is anything if you're dead? Even if it means sacrificing a few people, you must. Before she finished, Theo barked in her face. I won't lose another teammate. Do you hear me? I won't. Recalling before the second trial, Theo said, Our goal is to get through this awakening ritual together. Ray remained firm. Remember, this is the Ragnar family. Sacrifices are unavoidable. She continued, Why didn't you intervene to try to save them? Is that why you're so badly wounded? Do you really plan to stand by and do nothing? Theo replied, I'm tired of always suffering miserably. He looked at Ray and confided, I can't repeat the mistakes of the past. His face suddenly grew serious, and behind him, the silhouette of the guardian dragon flickered. Now tell me where that damn Axion is. The scene cut somewhere else, where many items were scattered about. Someone approached and picked up a box that had been tightly tied. These are the things Sybil's group collected. There's also a small golden bell and bloodstains. Something terrible must have happened to them, right? He said this while looking over at the two remaining members of the Four Hounds. If you've forgotten, the big guy is Hulkus, one of the Northern Four Hounds, ranked 5th with 499 points. Erica has 521 points, ranked 8th. Hulkus said, I'm very sorry, but could you help me with something? The one who asked was Wellington, ranked 2nd with 688 points. Cut to Theo Ragnar, who is being attacked by a large snow ape. Our protagonist drew his weapon. I really don't have time. Get out of my way. With one sword strike, Theo finished it instantly. Killing it, he immediately headed straight toward where Ray Ragnar had said. He wanted to go alone to rescue those taken by Axion. Cal, Sybil, and the other hostages might still be alive. Eid guided Axion, so perhaps he arranged for their deaths quietly without causing chaos. Since this is the contest, the path to Axion is blocked by many large snow apes. He can't take a detour. It would cost too much time. The supervising officers with Axion are proof. Those supervisors are also Eid's men. A single sword strike from Theo quickly dealt with the apes without taking much time. Ordinary beasts simply couldn't trouble him now. Those supervisors were surely planted by Eid to kill me, and they'll control any unusual behavior from Axion. Even so, I must act faster, because Axion is the most unpredictable variable. But precisely because of that variable, I can catch Eid. Theo leaped up, spinning his razor-sharp blade, and stabbed straight into its skull. No matter how big, one hit like that was fatal. Ray Ragnar, he said, Yes, Theo, you've been like this since you were a child. Let's go home first. She stood there, recalling the childhood memories they shared. Then she tried to run after him. When we were kids, you saved me from freezing to death. This time I'll help you. Wherever she went, blood followed. The wound still hadn't stopped bleeding. Back with those captured by Axion, they were being beaten mercilessly. The bastard Axion stomped hard on Sybil's head, pinning her to the ground. I told you. If you don't keep quiet, I'll kill you. Can't you hear me, or are you not afraid of dying? At that moment, supervisors spoke from afar through transmission. Young Master Axion, don't forget the Director of Imperial Intelligence's advice. You must not change the plan on your own. HMPH Axion was annoyed but complied. He sheathed his sword, then sat down atop Sybil's body. He sat staring ahead, toward where the supervisors were watching. 4 prosecutors were sent to kill that Theo. Does that mean my uncle doesn't believe I can beat that useless Theo? He thought to himself, how could that idiot be so favored by my uncle? He trembled with anger. Just then a foot stepped forward, and seeing that person made these guys panic and stare in shock. Axion immediately changed his attitude. So you finally show up, Theo Ragnar. It was our protagonist. His body was covered in blood, chilling to behold. His gaze fixed on his teammates who looked pitiful, seemingly savagely beaten. Theo glanced to the right, where Axion's followers were massacring many people, and some even tried to kill him. Theo only smiled faintly. His eyes were cold and radiated killing intent. A whole gang stood before him. Axion spoke, "You kept me waiting too long." Theo looked at Sybil lying unconscious, his anger making his limbs shake. Axion stood up, hand on his katana. Just as he was about to charge, the supervisors reminded him. He stopped. "You must have known the situation before coming, Theo Ragnar, so I'll get straight to the point. If you want to save your friends, you must." Before he finished, Theo cut in, "Are you afraid of me?" Axion, surprised, "What did you say?" Theo continued, "Are you afraid of losing to me?" Theo took a taunting tone. His words successfully provoked him. Axion shouted, "What nonsense did you just say?" Theo replied, "Not wrong. If you weren't afraid of losing to me, there'd be no reason for you to do these things. You gathered a crowd, all glaring at me with hate, even resorting to this shameful, humiliating hostage kidnapping. Isn't all of this because you're scared of losing to me? Your reputation as the strongest in the North may be just an empty title." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in fury. "You bastard, huh? If not, why don't you try fighting me? Fight like a true Ragnar, an honorable duel with swords. Of course, that is, if you still have any pride left." Axion, furious, began to change his tone. "A duel, if I lose, I'll give you everything you want, including my life. Conversely, if I win, you must." Before he finished, the other cut in, "Ha ha ha, a duel with swords. Ragnar's idiot wants to duel me with swords now. Theo Ragnar, don't you know your arrogance has reached the heavens?" As he spoke, he emitted a deadly aura, his killing intent surging. The supervisors transmitted a reminder, "Young Master Axion, he's just provoking you. You don't need to respond. Don't fall into his trap, follow the plan we set." Axion shouted, "Shut up. Don't you trust me?" "All right, Theo Ragnar, let's fight." Theo had successfully provoked him. He smiled. At the supervisor's side, one said, "This is getting complicated. What do we do now?" Another replied, "It's fine, it's within our expectations, it just increases the workload a bit. If the young master goes too far, we simply follow the plan." Returning to them, Axion said, "This is a Pride of Ragnar duel. None of you may intervene until it ends. You must not touch the hostages either, for they are the stake in my bet with him." No sooner had Axion finished speaking than Theo Ragnar accelerated forward. Clang, sparks flew. Though slightly surprised, Axion still easily blocked that strike from our hero. The clash left a scorch mark etched into the blade. Theo said, "Thanks, don't waste time, come on." Theo spun, gathered momentum, and swung his blade in a reverse slash. Axion, swift as a blade, closed in. The two swords met again with a grinding clash. Axion said, "Truly the work of a lowborn son." Their power radiated outward, sparks flying far with each collision. Axion shouted, "You bastard. I will teach you the true strength of House Ragnar." Axion unleashed a strike accompanied by the form of a red dragon lunging forward with open jaws. Theo faced it in horror. How would he deal with that? With the powers our protagonist had gained recently, he did not hesitate and met it head-on with a strike. His sword unleashed a blue light, cutting straight into the dragon. The dragon gradually disintegrated. This gave Axion cause to question. Theo stood watching him, smiling with contempt. Holding the precious sword he had obtained before, "Do you think you have the strength to teach me?" Orion Gardner watched in horror. He was the head of the Dragon Scale Guild. "At the start I doubted him, but is Theo really this good?" The strike he just made left 3 long, deep claw marks. "This is getting difficult. Axion might lose here. Should I betray him to side with Theo Ragnar? That Axion is always an unbearably arrogant jerk." He sank into thought. No. The Imperial Intelligence judges are here. They'll handle things. I just need to focus on distracting the other judges. Then he turned and shouted, "Dragon Scale Guild, disperse from this place. We don't want to get dragged into this chaos. Disperse individually and leave. Let Axion handle things here." Cut to a scene of Axion as a child. An adult said, "Axion, you must seize the Ragnar throne for your mother and uncle, for the prosperity of the TR letter 1ED7 I Van family." The name Ragnar is merely your cover. You are truly a TR letter 1ED7 Ivan, do you understand? Axion ground his teeth, truly astonishing. He leapt up, shouting Theo Ragnar. He unleashed a downward slash. Theo raised his blade to block clang sparks. He gritted his teeth, while Theo kept smiling as if nothing was difficult. Thank you for acting exactly as I expected. A report rang out. Theo Ragnar has finally appeared. He's directly confronting Axion. Haha, that's it, finally you make a move, Theo Ragnar. I knew you were unharmed. Another voice, what, that guy still wasn't dealt with by them. So he's still alive, thank the gods. I truly don't know what he's been doing, but now my plan can finally begin. After Axion obtains information on his achievements, the elite swordsman I've selected will personally behead him. At that moment word arrived, Theo Ragnar and Axion. They are currently engaged in a one-on-one duel. The news surprised him. His expression changed. His plan was not going as intended. What the hell? Meanwhile, their battle was brutal. After more than 50 exchanges, neither side had the advantage. Each strike they launched was fierce, aimed squarely at the opponent. He's too strong, he's improved at an astonishing rate. Yet he can't really be that fast. Axion was wounded on the face, his gaze fixed on Theo Ragnar, full of killing intent. He watched every movement of Theo Ragnar. I've read that useless bastard's moves. He launched his blade with full force, sending it flying straight at Theo, who was in danger. It was a sword-throwing technique. He recalled his death in a previous life. The move resembling the technique Axion was using. Axion sneered, you should know that using a secret technique with a predictable motion only lets your opponent read your move. No sooner had he finished than he was shocked. Blood flowed, dripping from the blade onto the snow. Theo had intercepted the strike, catching it with his hand. So it was you. You are the one who killed me in my previous life. The person Theo Ragnar had been investigating all along was Axion. He was the one who ended Theo Ragnar's life. Was the wretched bastard who did that you? Theo, with a dazed, vicious look, laughed with glee. The moment I died, I was doomed to die without ever knowing who burned the H-letter 1ED3 and Hoa Hall. Because at that time I didn't have the power. Luckily, that bastard exposed himself to me, so I learned who he was. Thanks to Evelyn's investigation, I found that Camellia Hall had deep connections. So the most reasonable conclusion is that those who killed me back then were people of the Troivang clan. And among those TR letter 1ED7 Ivan. There was one who used a rare technique, the sword-throwing technique, which was Axion Ragnar. Only someone extremely arrogant would dare use a move that so easily forfeits their weapon. Before, I wasn't 100% sure it was you, but now I've seen you with my own eyes again. This time I'm 100% certain. Theo Ragnar, enraged, crushed the sword. Both then and now. Why did you bastards want to kill me like that? Axion froze at the sight. He had watched Theo crush the sword with his bare hands. What, this is nothing like my previous life. This time I'll save myself and all my comrades. Theo gripped the sword. His eyes razor sharp, he became more serious than ever. Having said that, he threw his sword back. The tip, propelled by Theo's throw, flew like an arrow straight at Axion. Axion only tilted his head slightly, easily dodging, and taunted, "Hey, where are you aiming? What half-baked imitation is this?" Theo looked at him with eyes that wanted to devour the man who destroyed the Ragnar house in his past life, the one who drowned H-letter 1ED3 Hoa Hall in flames. Rage surged and his killing intent radiated horrifically. Axion stood at a distance but involuntarily took several steps back. What is this? This killing intent is not ordinary at all. Power erupted in rings of sharp energy, revealing the form of a fierce beast, a guardian dragon. Axion broke into a sweat. Could this guy have hidden his talent during the preliminary selection? With a flash, a sound rang out, and Theo closed in on him extremely fast, as if teleporting. Axion was stunned, unable to react in time. Boom! An explosion blew a heap of snow high into the air, tens of meters up. Axion blocked the slash, but Theo's force pushed him back dozens of meters. Not stopping there, Theo launched a second strike. Theo Ragnar grabbed the hilt with both hands and thrust straight forward. Axion was not weak either. He quickly dodged that straight thrust. Hey Axion, when will you show me your real power? He was continuously provoked by Theo, furious. You damned bastard. Axion grabbed Theo's thrusting arm with his left hand, pulled it back, and with his right hand directed the sword tip straight at our protagonist's face. Theo was in extreme danger. How would he deal with this move? In less than 1/100th of a second, he tilted his head to the side. The sword tip only grazed his neck and face, leaving a small cut. Then Theo reversed his blade and struck upward, rebounding backward to keep distance. Both unleashed extremely vicious attacks, a duel too fast for the other rookies to follow. Theo halted, adopting a defensive stance. Axion watched his smallest movements. Suddenly, he vanished right in front of Axion. What kind of move has such terrifying speed? Like a bolt of lightning, Theo Ragnar closed in on Axion with his sword, and a single strike disarmed him. He said coldly, Axion, do you know what the feeling is? The feeling of being stabbed through the belly. The words sent chills down the spine. The killing intent was intense. Theo gripped the sword and drove it forcefully toward Axion's body. Back on this side, after examining the marks on the ground, Remington offered his assessment. These aren't tracks of a beast attack. They show someone was dragged away. The only one bold enough to do this is Axion. Hearing that, the burly Hulkus asked curiously, Axion, he's ranked first. Why would he do that? Is he recruiting more followers? Remington shook his head slightly. Not like that. I think he may have captured his teammates to force him to show up. He's planned to eliminate Theo Ragnar at this second awakening ceremony. Hearing this, Hulkus couldn't contain himself and shouted as if the place were on fire. What the hell? He should fight fairly. What the hell is he doing? That's shameful, that despicable Axion. Unlike his anger, Erica beside him was completely calm. So what? This is the Ragnar awakening ceremony. Situations like this are normal. Wellington looked at them thoughtful. This is exactly why I dislike the Ragnar clan. No matter how they exalt strength, I cannot accept actions like this. At his words, Erica's expression shifted and she warned, Hey, you're treading on dangerous ground. Someone overhearing that would be bad. Are you serious? Wellington nodded. Exactly, so I must save my comrades. That's what Theo would do as well. If you join me, great. For Hulkus, the chance to fight was enough. He eagerly agreed. All right, I'll do it. I'll join you. Sis, you coming? Erica sighed. I'm tired. I'm not going. I don't care. I'm only following you in hopes of meeting Theo Ragnar, but I haven't seen him. Besides, I despise the weak. I'm not interested in rescuing them. Hulkus teased. You're really cold, sis. Erica snapped. What did you say, kid? Wellington interjected. All right, Erica, I know why you want to meet Theo. She fell silent, looking at him. I guarantee you, if you help me this time, that person will help you achieve your goal. Thus the three of them reached an agreement and began rushing at full speed to rescue Theo's teammates. Leading the way was Wellington, extremely serious. Everyone, push a bit harder, we're almost there. As they moved, someone stopped them. Halt. You cannot advance any further. It was the Dragon Scale Guild's group, blocking passage. Hulkus exclaimed in surprise, the Dragon Scale Guild people. One of them laughed. Oh, isn't that Wellington? Long time no see, after you abandoned us to chase after a worthless man. Now you hang around with this bunch of muscle for brains, Hulkus snapped. What did you say, you bastard? You dare call us idiots with nothing but muscles like stupid bears? The man chuckled. What? No, I never said that. Wellington spoke. Step aside, Orion. I don't want to have to fight old friends. Orion replied, Is that so? I refuse. If you truly won't move aside, then I will force you to. After saying that, the three simultaneously drew their weapons and charged. Cut to this side, Sybil was panting heavily. He was trying to pick up the broken sword, clamping it between his thighs to saw through the bindings. That sword had been thrown by Theo when he seized Axion's blade and crushed it. That throw missed, not because he lacked accuracy, but because he did it on purpose. Everything was part of Theo Ragnar's original plan. Sybil thought, this is the chance Theo gave us. Now I'll end this. He began forcing his strength to cut the rope. From afar, one could see that the strike Theo drove down had been stopped by someone. We can see there are 3 people now. What new variable is this? While Axion was in danger, a stranger appeared, blocking that downward strike. Perhaps he was one of the supervisors Ede had planted. He said, "So you've finally shown up," Theo thought to himself. "I'm sorry, young Master Axion, I'll accept my punishment after the awakening ceremony ends." This man was the senior swordist supervisor Liam the Tribune. He lunged with a strike, sending Theo Ragnar flying backward. Then shouted, "Escort the young master," everyone understood. Immediately after, he charged forward, attacking relentlessly. "Bodyguard young Master Axion, you've fought enough, leave the rest to us to handle. We retrieve the sword you dropped." Axion took up his katana, gripping it tightly. Axion looked toward the 2 who were fighting. That man was a senior swordsman with very strong ability. He attacked Theo frantically with lethal sword strikes. 1 hit would kill. Theo Ragnar was basically at a complete disadvantage, overwhelmed to the point of only being able to defend. In an instant, he found an opening. His expression shifted. He swung his sword, clang 1-2, the blades collided, sparks flying. He blocked successfully with ease, and then Liam countered with a powerful downward slash. Theo raised his sword to block. "I really have no choice but to admit it. I must acknowledge that not only young Master Axion but even the senior swordsmen he brought today are not weak." His gaze fixed on Theo Ragnar, thinking, "He is not my match. The only chance is now with no supervisors here. It's really a pity to have to kill such a genius. But it's all for the Troyven family." He gripped his sword with both hands and jumped up. "Goodbye, Theo Ragnar." Our protagonist couldn't react in time because his speed was too fast. At the most dangerous moment, Liam was pierced from back to front by a sword, blood foaming at his mouth. He didn't expect this could happen. Young Master Axion, you." Axion's gaze was full of anger. "I told you before that no one was to intervene." So that man was dead, brothers, 1 sword through the chest. The scene even shocked Theo Ragnar himself. Axion coldly withdrew the sword, and the supervisor fell forward. Those behind were surprised by his action. "Young Master, what are you doing?" Axion angrily looked at them. "You intervened because you think I'm no match for him. You think I'd lose to a bastard like him? That's a huge insult to me as the heir." Theo Ragnar thought to himself, he's really a madman. He'd turn on his own people, truly cruel. Axion then turned to Theo Ragnar and said, "I admit you are truly strong." He recalled his uncle's words, "The weak are useless, but you are very talented, Axion. Crush everyone and stand at the top. Only then can you seize the Ragnar throne." Back in the present, his veins bulging, "You are very strong, but you must always be weaker than me. That is obvious. I am destined to be the strongest. I will take the throne. I will never lose to someone like you." He gripped the sword tightly, and a terrifying aura radiated from the blade. "Anyone who stands in my way, I will kill them all, leave no one alive." As he spoke, he swung his sword and charged straight at Theo Ragnar. Our protagonist narrowed his bloodshot eyes and stared at him. Thud, 1 strike he brought down shattered the ground and rock. The sword aura was obvious. He was surprised to see only a pile of rubble before him. Theo Ragnar was nowhere to be seen. He was above. Theo Ragnar had quickly jumped up to dodge, holding his weapon ready to face him. With the momentum of the fall, Theo Ragnar launched an extremely powerful downward strike with the Crescent Moon sword, razor sharp. He cut Axion's sword in 2, then carved a long slash into his body, spraying fresh blood. Those behind quickly ran to where Axion had just impaled someone. "Senior Liam, are you okay?" Liam coughed. "Damn it, I knew he was reckless, but I didn't expect it to be this extreme." Liam shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Don't worry about me. Go help young Master Axion. Kill him quickly. Kill Theo Ragnar now." One man worried, "But he's resisting so fiercely, I'm afraid we..." Liam barked, "What are you thinking? If young Master Axion dies, will any of us survive? Go kill Theo Ragnar now." Back on the side, Axion shouted. He thrust an upward strike from below, pushing Theo backward. Ha, impossible, absolutely impossible." His eyes went blank as he remembered before. Even a faint hope with Ray Ragnar, I still couldn't predict what would happen. Even a weak candle in the wind can suddenly blaze up. Back in the present, Axion broke into a sweat, muttering, "It can't be. Why do you keep worrying about that bastard? He's just a worthless, talentless worm. I can definitely deal with him easily and make him know his place, you know that, right? The gap in strength between you and Theo is no longer as wide as it used to be." He recalled his uncle's words before setting out, furious, eyes white with rage. "Scum like you can be torn apart and killed at once. I am Axion Ragnar, destined to rule the North and the rightful heir to the Ragnar throne." He seemed like an unleashed beast. He lunged to attack Theo Ragnar again. He faced Axion without a trace of fear. "You mean that damn throne? Because of your ambition, do you know how many of my people have died? If you won't give up that ambition, I will personally crush it with my power." He channeled his strength into the crescent moon sword, pouring everything he'd learned into this strike. The form of a guardian dragon appearing on the blade, sword chi thick and dense. He shouted, "Dragon Claw." Axion saw the momentum of that strike and was terrified. His eyes showed it. "I will grow stronger and destroy all who wish to ruin my line." Axion's red dragon was cleaved to pieces. Everyone around stared in astonishment. That single strike from our protagonist sent a shock even Wellington could clearly feel. Axion gaped, taking that strike head-on. He had no ability to resist. The two stood about 2 meters apart. Axion held the broken sword in his hand, motionless. Then, with a thunderous crash that shook heaven and earth, Theo Ragnar's sword chi sliced through his body. Our protagonist took off his head. Not stopping there, the sword chi of that dragon claw attack caused a massive shock wave for hundreds of meters behind, dust and smoke billowing. Axion collapsed to his knees, streams of blood trickling onto the snow-covered ground. He had died, the end of an arrogant, prideful man. His head flew into the air, spun several times, then fell to the ground. Theo stepped forward and kicked the head of the man who had killed him in a previous life, Axion. He stood proudly like a war god, the triumphant posture of a victor. A light breeze causing his long hair to flutter. Liam froze, stunned for 5 seconds. Young Master Axion is dead. After chopping off Axion's head in that encounter, Theo's blade was covered in blood. It dripped onto Axion's still raging head as it rolled across the white snow. The supervising officers nearby, after witnessing that scene, could not believe their eyes. The supervisor Liam's eyes widened in horror. He stared fixedly at Axion's mutilated body and spoke, young master. Now he's like a dog driven into a corner." Liam shouted in fury, "Kill him for me, quickly kill that bastard." All 4 supervisors immediately charged forward, without hesitation. Theo remained standing there, unshaken by enemies brimming with intent to take his life. His face was calm, a lingering smile hiding the worry that was slowly burning his spirit. "Looks like I'm in big trouble. From now on, it's all a gamble. Even at my best, it's hard to face 4 senior supervisors, let alone in my current state, things are even more desperate." His stamina had reached its limit, and his mana was nearly depleted after the recent attack. His gaze fixed on the supervisors charging in. Their sharp blades aimed straight at Theo's neck, filled with murderous intent. But isn't this the moment he appears? From behind, hurried footsteps ran up. It was Wellington's group. They had broken through the Dragon Scale Guild and arrived in time to help. Theo's eyes widened in amazement. "Why you guys?" Before Theo were 3 people trying to withstand the supervisor's attack. Facing Theo, he asked in puzzlement, "How are you guys here?" Wellington turned and replied, "We rescue a comrade in danger, isn't that obvious, young Lord Theo?" Erica beside him chimed in person, you're even more impressive than I thought. Damn Theo, this is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. You absolutely can't die here." Theo's soldiers, once freed, also stood up to fight. "We will support you fully, young Lord Theo. We can't run after causing such trouble." Wellington's sword collided with the supervisor's with full force. He barked, "Supervisor's intervention is strictly forbidden. Do you know that directly interfering with a candidate is a grave crime?" His gaze was stern, his voice cold and hard. Hearing this, the supervisor's face turned panicked. He immediately transmitted mentally to the leader, "Lord Liam, what should we do now? This has become too serious. Should we eliminate them all?" Please make a decision. Liam was trying to stand with severe injuries. His expression darkened, full of panic. We're done for. We couldn't find any information about the relics of the Scarlet Palace. Not even Theo Ragnar could be eliminated. And young Master Axion has already perished here. Now the situation has fallen into an irretrievable state. There's no way to compensate for or repair this failure. So the best course now is. His voice rang with menace, like someone with no retreat left. Kill them all. A sudden outbreak of magic and a tide of monster beasts will occur, resulting in the deaths of all candidates on the scene. That is the best thing we can do right now. As he spoke, he took out a pouch containing monster seeds. If I pretend this was an accident, it will erase any traces linking back to the Troyven family. Having said that, he immediately poured out a host of monster seeds from the pouch. 2 level 5 monsters will be enough to make this look like an accident, right? The subordinates, though very shocked and surprised, quickly adapted and followed orders. Yes, sir. Everything is for the Troyven family. Saying that, he threw the monster seeds toward the battlefield. But life isn't a fairy tale. From behind, a deadly thrust came, piercing Liam's body once more and making him spit blood. Grandpa getting stabbed in the back to death must hurt like hell. With a cold expression and commanding presence, the man barked, Liam. What the hell are you doing here? It was the armored dragon cavalryman, Supervisor Selp, with Supervisor Aaron behind him. Also present were Supervisor Natasha of the Bloom Palace and Sally of the Water Chariot Hall. Liam took the direct stab and sprayed blood everywhere. Damn it, one after another, why do they keep showing up to block my way? He collapsed to the ground, dying in extreme indignation. Selp warned the 3, stand where you are. If you value your lives, surrender quietly. If you want to end up like Liam, then keep resisting. They all glared angrily at Theo, but now none of them could lay a hand on him. After seeing the supervisors arrive, Theo fainted from exhaustion, but was caught in time by Ray. Well, you arrived just in time. Theo thanked her for stepping in to protect them, but Ray retorted, Theo, that was reckless. Why did you go that far? Theo's gaze moved toward the 3 supervisors who had been detained in Axion's headless corpse. Suddenly, Wellington rushed over. Young Lord Theo, what you did was really dangerous. Why didn't you call me for help? Erica's sisters also came forward to claim credit. Hey, I helped you, remember that? Theo, you can't die until we have our rematch. Even the subordinates Theo rescued ran over crying. Young Lord Theo, you went this far to save us. Even if we die, we won't regret it. Theo leaned into Ray's arms and whispered, to her surprise, this is the kind of power I pursue. Hearing that, Ray felt it seemed she hadn't misjudged him. Oh, and pick up a few bells for me while you're at it. I want to take first place again. She secretly smiled happily. You really haven't changed at all. Cut to the main castle manor. The high-ranking officials were listening to reports on the battlefield. Ead's face showed utter shock, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. The soldier holding the report trembled in surprise. Each person's face in the meeting filled with suspicion and panic at the new information received. Axion is dead. Ead's eyes burned with insane hatred as everything he had planned had failed, and now he had even lost his beloved nephew. Finally, the closing ceremony of the second coming-of-age ritual had arrived. All the surviving candidates gathered together, whispers about the harsh test they had just endured echoing around them. A leader stepped forward to announce the end of the trial. You have all done well. With what you have accomplished, I declare the second awakening ritual concluded. That was 9 Dragon Elder Long, Feral Ragnar, one of the 9 most powerful and influential members of the Ragnar clan. Seeing him, all the candidates gaped in amazement. Is that Elder Long? He rarely appears. Why is he here? Of the 87 applicants, 45 had passed the awakening test. Not a bad survival rate. Indeed, this generation's talents are the best in history, and the top scores are particularly impressive. His eyes narrowed meaningfully, and a direct look at Theo made him quite surprised to be observed by the elder. All who pass the second coming-of-age ritual will be promoted from apprentice swordsman to junior swordsman. You should be proud. Now, as sanctioned swordsman of Ragnar, you are permitted to act officially as such. Everyone here has been approved. Now I will announce the scores for the second coming-of-age ritual. First place, Theo Ragnar, 1121 points. Hearing that, those nearby were astonished. Of course it's Theo Ragnar, 1121 points. He had no points until nearly the end. How is that possible? Hey, haven't you heard? He defeated Axion and took the top spot. Theo's face remained calm despite the surrounding gossip. From above, the Nine Dragon continued announcing. Second is Remington Nasio, 926 points. Third is Erica Lenk, 843 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth, Hulkus Rank. 45th, Ayan Layman, 28 points. Those are all who passed the test. Well done, everyone. However, the ritual is not over. There remains the final part, the third awakening ritual. His gaze turned cold and stern. Those qualified to participate in the third awakening ritual, raise your hands. Remington asked, have you collected them all? I see a lot, but I don't understand their meaning. One by one, Remington raised his hand, followed by Erica and Ray, who had also gathered and deciphered them. Finally, Theo slowly raised his hand as confirmation to the elder. Farrell explained, the hidden fragment of the second coming-of-age ritual is attribute-based breathing technique. Candidates must collect magical seeds engraved with random passages and learn them. They are hard to collect, but understanding them is exponentially harder, hence the term hidden fragment. Only those who learn it during the test can assign an attribute to their mana and qualify for the third awakening ritual. In his previous life, Theo could hardly grasp those passages. But now he had a hack, so things were different. Synchronization of the young allowed him to read the thoughts of the object. Vivid images of fierce battles arose clearly in Theo's mind. The core of those passages was a recounting of the ancestors' ancient battle, the war against the dragons. Therefore, Theo could immediately comprehend everything easily, even if he didn't grasp the literal wording. The Nine Dragon burst into laughter. How surprising! One success would be good news, but four at once. Theo smiled, thinking to himself, in my past life, Ray and Remington also failed to acquire the attribute breathing technique. Is this a butterfly effect I caused? It's certainly interesting. He continued, all right, then each of you show the judges what you have collected. First up is Theo Ragnar. Now that Axion was gone, everything would change greatly. Theo stepped forward with a calm, supremely confident demeanor, his hair smooth and glossy like silk. But there's nothing to fear. It will surely be a brighter future than before. Beneath Theo, a powerful ring of magical force suddenly appeared. What I obtained is thunder lightning. Strong bolts of lightning enveloped Theo, but this is only the first step of the 5-step attribute mana control process. First, transmit mana with the lightning attribute, then manifest it externally. His eyes blazed like fierce lightning, unstoppable. Thunderbolts of unparalleled force struck directly where Theo stood, and he seemed to become the legendary thunder god everyone knew. This is the second step. Witnessing the scene, Theo's followers gaped in amazement. As expected of young Master Theo, not only can he transmit it, he can manifest it. Normally, people would stop there, but for Theo, this was far too ordinary. In his chest, his dragon heart was pounding fiercely. Theo had successfully controlled his attribute mana. He compressed it into a small sphere of energy before his chest, smiling confidently. That is the third step, energy control. Outside, Remington was pleased with Theo's talent. Ray was astonished at his strength. Even Erica voiced praise and amazement. The muscly-bound guy in the back has probably become a hardcore fan now, haha. It's incredible, who would have thought you'd reach the level of controlling it, just like the rumors said. Before she could finish, Theo stunned the Nine Dragon once more. His heart beat more fiercely than ever, and a valiant energy radiated outward all around him. An area was enveloped by the light of the energy he emitted, looking intensely determined. Theo's eyes widened with killing intent, like a dragon staring at its prey. Attribute breathing technique, Thunderlight. Having spoken, Theo immediately drew his sword, executing a slash that contained all his power. Aimed straight ahead, its name is Thunder Dragon. A dragon born of lightning, sweeping away everything in its path, charged toward the examiner. Exclamations rang out. He dares attack the examiner. Facing a thunder dragon charging without mercy. The nine dragons' expression remained extremely calm. Ha ha, interesting, you've reached the expansion level. He slowly raised his hand toward the incoming attack. Attribute breathing technique, water hydro cross. A counterattack easily sliced the dragon into 4 equal parts without effort. You make me much more interested now, Theo Ragnar. If you want to test the judges, this is my answer. Those below could only gape in literal astonishment. What kind of monstrous level is he at? The nine dragon laughed. Well done, Theo Ragnar. I will add another 1,000 points to your score. Theo replied. Thank you, sir, the crowd murmured. As expected of Elder Long, he's always generous with bold candidates. The scoreboard now showed a staggering gap, with Theo 1,000 points ahead of second place. 2,100 points, that's overwhelming. At this level, is he truly on par with the progenitor? Could it be? Farrell continued, all right, the three of you, show me what you've got. Next came the demonstrations by Remington, Ray, and Erica in turn. Remington Nasio was awarded 500 points for his mastery of the water element. Ray Ragnar received 300 points for his control of ice crystals. Erica was granted 300 points for her blazing flames. Holding the score sheet, Elder Long couldn't help but exclaim, ha ha ha, truly an outstanding cohort. Usually exceeding 1,000 points already makes someone the leaderboard leader, but here we have 4 top-scoring candidates. It's really promising. Summary: Theo Ragnar, 2121 points. Remington, 1426 points. Erica, 1143 points. And finally Ray with 1089 points. Well done, everyone. Except for those participating in the Third Awakening ritual, all others may depart and prepare thoroughly for the establishment ritual in 1 week. Standing before him now were only the 4 who had passed the hidden challenge. Suddenly, the mountain behind emitted an extremely strange aura. And all 3 of them had to buckle under that tremendous pressure. The nine dragons' eyes were icy, his voice low. Now, shall we begin the Third Awakening ritual? Theo's face turned angry. What is this feeling? Why is Rodbrock's energy present here? With the Second Awakening ritual concluded, Theo, Remington, Erica, and Ray now faced the most crucial challenge of their journey, the Third Awakening ritual. This was not merely a meeting with the clan patriarch, but a brutal test where every decision rested in his hands. The outcome of this meeting would determine whether they would be nominated to the patriarch's manor, a pivotal milestone confirming eligibility as potential heirs of the Ragnar clan. Chaotic emotions churned within Theo as his eyes narrowed with resolve. The one awaiting him was the patriarch of the Ragnar clan. He whispered, Why do I sense Lodbrok's energy here? That can't be. But if you've taken Lodbrok's heart and it is the patriarch. Cold sweat poured down Theo's brow, his face paling, veins bulging as red lights flickered in his eyes. No, I must verify this myself. At that moment, a voice rang out, cold and authoritative. Now surpass Long Eye and greet the patriarch. The nine dragons' voice thundered, shattering the silence. Immediately, a crushing pressure enveloped the 4 contestants as if weighed down by an invisible mountain. The group was forced to their knees, their breathing heavy. Damn it! Erica gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with anger. How are we supposed to climb to the summit like this? Theo fell silent, struggling to steady his breath while sensing the pressure compressing every muscle. I think I know how to overcome this trial. He spoke calmly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone needs to synchronize with the mana waveforms if they want to progress. Hearing this, Erica looked bewildered, her brows furrowing. Waveforms, what do you mean? Beside her, Remington did not hesitate and quickly explained. You mean we need to create an out-of-phase waveform to counter and cancel the pressure, right? Theo nodded, his gaze sharp. Exactly. You are always very wise, Remington, but theory is one thing and execution is another. This is how they filter those truly worthy. Those who cannot control their magical power have no right to meet the patriarch. Remington murmured, You are absolutely right. Meanwhile, in the back, Erica sat stupefied, unable to understand. Out of phase, waves, interference, what archaic language are you two speaking? She bit her lip, her face clearly confused. Remington just shook his head, exasperated, offering a helpless smile. and patiently explained further, listen, magical power is also a kind of wave. These waves have vibrational properties similar to sound waves or water waves. The patriarch's aura also generates certain mana waveforms. To overcome that pressure, we need to produce an opposing magical waveform to cancel it out, understand? After hearing the simplified explanation, Erica's eyes lit up. So you mean I just need to create a magical force opposite to this pressure, right? Remington nodded, pretty much the same. But instead of gratitude, Erica shouted angrily, you idiot who clings to complicated principles. Why didn't you explain it that simply from the start? Remington shrugged, smiling faintly. I just helped you realize a few things. Are you scolding me for that? Ray, though not part of the argument, had already realized what she needed to do. Erica continued to rant. Exactly, you're all principles and no fun. Are you really only 17? You talk like a grumpy old man. Despite the quarrel between Erica and Remington, Theo remained fully focused on controlling his mana. Powerful yet supple streams of mana flowed out, forming a stable energy field around him. Both Erica and Remington gaped in astonishment at what was unfolding. He already did it? Theo not only neutralized the patriarch's pressure but did so with finesse and skill that commanded respect. Standing amid the silent magical wind, he smiled confidently, majestic like a war god. His cold voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. I will become the next patriarch, that is obvious. Theo's bold, self-satisfied declaration stunned the onlookers. Even the Nine Dragon, a symbol of sternness, could not hide his interest. How intriguing. With that, Theo quickly departed, leaving Erica and Remington standing dumbfounded behind. They hurriedly called after him but could not slow him down. The Nine Dragon reminded them in an authoritative tone, do not just stand there, the scores will be determined by the order in which you reach the patriarch's location. The reminder served as a wake-up call. Erica, Remington, and Ray immediately realized that any delay could cost them the competition. The three bolted at full speed, vanishing from the Nine Dragon's sight in an instant. Truly fascinating, the Nine Dragon murmured, a rare smile flickering across his face. I didn't expect someone of this age to want to take on more talented disciples. Cut to Camellia Palace, where the demon artisan's loud laughter echoed through the castle. Ha ha, my beloved youngest daughter, where are you? Lucky Charm, come out here. She flung open doors one after another, her face full of joy. The servants behind just shook their heads, whispering, oh heavens, the demon artisan is back. Camellia Palace, once a quiet royal residence, was now filled with noise since Theo, the clan's young master, became a shining star among the nobility. Inside one room, Theo's mother, Cecilia, was instructing the designer on special requirements for the new outfit. The door suddenly burst open and the demon artisan barged in excitedly. So you're here, my dear Cecilia. Cecilia turned, sighing in exasperation. Mother, please keep decorum inside the palace. She laughed loudly. Decorum? What's the point of those pompous manners? I'm about to be filthy rich. Cecilia shook her head, gently retorting, but aren't you already very wealthy? Yes, but not rich enough to burst the walls. Now I have reached the pinnacle of my career, thanks to Theo becoming a shining star. Orders keep pouring in. I finally have the fame I deserve. Cecilia smiled at her mother's joy. But deep down, she couldn't help feeling worried. I've always believed the boy would succeed, but seeing him act like that now makes me uneasy. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle the pressure and attention? Cecilia clenched her hands, her eyes filled with resolve. I can't just stand by helplessly like this. The only thing I can do now is support the boy with everything I have. But I wish I could help him in a more practical way. Behind her, her mother continued babbling about past achievements, the days when she focused solely on crafting weapons to survive. But now she declared she would shift to making and selling accessories, as if opening a new chapter in her life. Those carefree words seemed to plant a bold idea in Cecilia's mind. And then my revenue will increase tenfold, heh heh, she laughed confidently. Cecilia suddenly interjected, puncturing her mother's complacency. Mother, have you ever tried making a replacement arm? The air fell still for a moment, then shifted to an odd omen. Is Theo becoming a Yangguo? The scene quickly cut to where the patriarch was. He burst into delighted laughter when his loyal raven relayed Theo's bold proclamations. Ha ha, he said he'll become the next patriarch. What an arrogantly entertaining child. The patriarch looked at the raven with a mix of amusement and warmth. I know what you worry about, but even parents have no right to stop their children's dreams. Youthful ambition cannot be suppressed, you understand. We were like that once too. He pointed toward the sword graveyard, a place of trials with thousands of swords planted densely all around, a vivid testament to life-and-death battles. But despite the reassurance, the raven still showed its displeasure. It disliked Theo and did not hesitate to make that known. The patriarch only smiled, his voice steady like an undercurrent. I told you not to worry. What I want is the prosperity and growth of Ragnar. Anything that stands in the way of that, I will deal with it like this. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes, then softened like a passing breeze. Nothing has happened yet. We still have time to observe the boy, even if my son, Theo Ragnar, is a regressor. After the second awakening ritual, the patriarch had a small conversation with his raven. He sat at the sword graveyard waiting for those worthy to pass the final trial. When Theo arrived, the patriarch's face brightened, a long smile on his lips. So you finally came, son? His eyes narrowed, full of vigilance. Opposite him, after expending so much effort to get there, Theo was quite exhausted. Before him stood an extremely powerful man whose aura alone made it hard to breathe. The patriarch's strength was truly different from the others. The pressure exerted by the patriarch was truly overwhelming for the awakening candidates. The patriarch suddenly asked, "First, do you know what these things are?" Surveying the surroundings for a moment, Theo easily recognized, "This is the sword graveyard. I heard these are the swords of those the patriarch defeated." The patriarch closed his eyes, his voice echoing what Theo had said. Yes, being a patriarch must be like that. A position where you face countless threats and challenges alone, a role where you cannot rely on anyone else. A position that follows the principle of the strong. You must stand above all by your own strength if you want to lead this clan to prosperity. The patriarch's eyes opened slightly. Do you believe you have the right to claim such a position? Theo's face remained utterly calm, his voice full of confidence. Of course. The patriarch's displeased expression answered, "Don't answer so easily. I had to slay thousands upon thousands to stand here. Can you keep your resolve after feeling their hatred?" When he finished speaking, the accumulated resentments in the sword graveyard emerged one by one, lunging toward Theo. "I will curse you forever. How dare you commit such cruelty? I will tear you apart into 100 pieces." Faced with the remaining hatreds, Theo's determination did not waver. He calmly confronted them without flinching. "Why is that? What is my reason?" The patriarch's simple question was laden with meaning, forcing Theo to ponder carefully. A stream of thoughts passed through his mind. To avenge his past life, to become patriarch and end this wretched fight for the throne, Theo was willing to face any trial to fulfill his mission. His hand slowly drew his sword, but at that moment Theo wasn't sure if this was the answer the patriarch sought. If so, there is only one way. He gripped the sword tightly with resolute determination, pointing it straight ahead. "I will use my blade to answer." The words hit the patriarch's nerve. He smiled broadly, thoroughly satisfied, his cold gaze enough to make the opponent shiver. "Good, from now on I will not treat you as my son but as an arrogant challenger. Let's see what you've learned from her teachings." Hearing that, Theo's face instantly panicked. Did the patriarch just say her? Just as he suspected, the clan leader was the one who had taken. Before he could finish, a single slash split his body in two with brutal simplicity. Even the sword in his hand snapped like a mundane stick. Theo's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he been cut down without even realizing it? Patriarch, a single ordinary slash is more than enough to fell this immature child, truly desirable. Final thought circled Theo's mind. Am I dead? Theo's mind grew hazy and indistinct. This is the heart sword, a place only the utmost masters can create. For an awakening trial, this is more than sufficient. That said, the raven continued to object. HMPH, are you worried our little protagonist will die? Indeed. It is a cruel trial for a naive child in the midst of awakening. Only those with unwavering will and determination can escape the heart sword. But if his resolve is half-hearted, it's better for him to die here as a soulless corpse. That way, we don't need a fake regressor who would only bring danger to the clan. Inside the heart sword, his soul hovered in some undefined space. I'm dead, I suppose that's to be expected when felled by someone as strong as the patriarch, right? This time, Theo felt no regret as before. He had done everything he could. He had claimed Camellia Palace. He had avenged Randon and Axion, the ones who harmed him in his past life. Everything was just the fortune of fate. But at least this life was far happier than the last. Perhaps this is the end of this journey. Hands clutching at Theo's drifting soul tried to drag him down, snuffing out all hope. Isn't it time for you to rest? The fragments of soul dissolved into nothingness, leaving no trace. Suddenly, a bird appeared out of nowhere and spoke. Hey kid, that's enough, get up now. If you collapse over something this minor, you'd better let me swallow you whole then. Those words were like a stimulant, snapping Theo awake. That determined look returned to his eyes. You're right, thanks. He picked up the sword once more, but this time everything was different. Theo couldn't let this be the end. He had struggled so hard to get this far, how could he give up now? Theo had promised himself that even if this body shattered, even if this soul were crushed, his will and determination would never fade. This life granted to him would be for revenge. A sword strike fueled by all his strength and unshakable faith. Forged across 2 lifetimes, was unleashed, aimed straight ahead. It was like a key, guiding him out of the darkness. The barrier of the heart sword officially collapsed, and Theo returned to the world he longed for. The sword in his hand swung down, a testament to the path he had chosen, a road of thorns and hardship. Opposite him, the patriarch slowly stepped toward his son. His face showing clear satisfaction, his eyes full of expectation for the future. Well done, you are approved. Those words marked the end of the grueling awakening ritual. Cut to the day of the nomination ceremony at the clan headquarters. After resting, Theo arrived here with his sister and said, "It feels so crowded here, I feel nervous." Beside him, Erica quickly replied, "What, you're grown and still shy like a child." He retorted angrily, "I'm not shy, it's just there are too many powerful people here. The commanders of every unit, the 9 Dragon, the former patriarch, and even the current patriarch." Hearing this, Erica nonchalantly responded, "You're such a child. Relax, no one will care about someone who hasn't even achieved attribute-based breathing." Huh, what did you say? He ground his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do to this fiery woman. Can't you tell me, what exactly did you receive from the patriarch during the 3rd awakening ritual? She replied with an indifferent face, "That's a secret, you don't need to know. You're so stingy, if it were my Theo, he'd have shared it already." At that, Erica felt unsettled. "You're Theo, are you delirious? What the hell are you talking about? You know, being a rank-and-file soldier means becoming a sword for House Ragnar, wagering our lives on Ragnar. In that case, I want to serve a lord who's truly cool and strong, someone with power, personality, and ambition. Only Theo Ragnar fits that. I'll bet my life on him. Which is why I call him my Theo." So has he agreed to this? Halkus's calm face answered, "He has to agree. What, you're planning to join the same unit as him?" "I don't know why, but the patriarch said he won't take Theo into the patriarchal mansion, so you can follow him into some unit." From the stands above, a drum sounded, marking the start of the ceremony. "Attention everyone, the nomination ceremony will now begin. The top candidate of the awakening ritual, Theo Ragnar, please step forward." All around Theo now rose cheers and applause from every direction. He had succeeded in winning people's hearts. Standing in the vast square under the clear sky, something his past life self never dared to dream of. Theo's face showed pure joy, his eyes filled with faith in the bright future ahead. "You certainly won't let things remain just regrets anymore." From the stands above, Evelyn looked utterly happy. "Everyone's watching you, young Master Theo. Where will you choose?" She would be thrilled if he chose to join the White Dragon Cavalry, but Evelyn knew that was merely a selfish wish. "Congratulations on being the overall top candidate, Theo Ragnar. Your extraordinary ability across all fields is something other contestants should strive for. Now your choice is." Before she could finish, Troyven stood up. causing the announcer to be stunned. He was one of the Heavenly Dragons, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Troyven. Those below the candidates were taken aback. What is he doing? Is he avenging Axion? Impossible. Even the Patriarch was watching Eid's every move. And the Legion commanders didn't take their eyes off him for a second. Director of Central Intelligence, I'm not sure what your intention is, but please sit down. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Eid calmly spoke. Theo Ragnar, Central Intelligence Bureau. Theo's expression remained skeptical. A heavenly dragon, he's probably still in shock over Axion's death. Still, even he wouldn't dare cause a scene at the nomination. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Eid's warm smile and gentle voice rang out. I want to offer you the position of Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. What do you think? In Theo's previous life, he was considered trash, so Theo ranking first after the awakening was extraordinarily unusual. Even among the Ragnar household, he had always been last. It seemed a new dragon had just unlocked hidden power. His rise to the top shocked many trainee swordsmen. It was truly a process many had longed to achieve. Even if he'd grown stronger, who would have expected him to be able to kill Axion? They said he even killed the supervisor. If no one had stopped him, did he truly possess such power? They claimed Theo utterly overwhelmed Axion. Stories spread throughout the clan and more people admired and wanted to follow Theo. It was indeed a positive shift. Now everyone no longer looked down on him. Instead, their gazes held envy and admiration. Theo was no longer the Ragnar household's trash. He had achieved first place in the awakening ritual. The system announcement sounded. Congratulations, you have completed the winner script task of the awakening ritual. Your reward is an ether core. The reward will be stored in your inventory. Theo looked at the system panel, puzzled. Right, I have a task. What's an ether core? Since it's a long-term task, it must be something good. Suddenly, Eid's voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Our Central Intelligence Bureau would like to appoint Theo Ragnar as Deputy Director. His fake smile was obvious to anyone. Theo stood there, thoughtful and plotting. What exactly is he scheming? Theo immediately activated his observation skill, targeting Eid Troyven. A system panel displaying all of Eid's information appeared before him. Eid Troyven, 46 years old, title Heavenly Dragon, talent for plotting, strategy, tactics, a hidden dagger full of ambition, aiming to use Theo Ragnar as a hunting dog to decode the ancient dragon's artifact. Of course, he's definitely targeting the ancient dragon's artifact. Eid must have learned you obtained the artifact from some intelligent source, but from now on things won't go his way, Heavenly Dragon. Theo clenched his fists, furious. The Troyven house, I will destroy you all with my own hands. The grudge from my past life, this time I'll repay it tenfold. Just wait and see. Beside him, the demon dragon immediately objected. What are you doing, Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau? I'm simply recruiting talent according to the nomination process. Is there a problem? His voice grew harsher and irritable. Do you think everyone here is stupid? Even a 3-year-old would know you're trying to avenge your nephew's death. Eid's expression remained calm. Haha, understandable. But you're wrong, demon dragon. As an uncle, I may be angry, but as director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, I only want to recruit exceptional talent. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, Demon Dragon ground his teeth in anger. This venomous snake cares only about his own gain, even after his nephew just died. The two fell silent, and a judge below spoke up. I understand your desire to recruit outstanding talent, but please wait until the process has officially begun. He looked down and said, Now, Theo, have you made your decision? Actually, I haven't decided yet, so I'd like to hear the reasons from those offering. Does anyone have a proposal for me? A sly smile crossed his face, his eyes full of calculation as they turned toward the 9 dragons. From the honored seats above, a woman's hand rose, beginning a series of enticing offers. It was Osa Ragnar Prunus. She made an offer. Theo, I want you to be my disciple, and I promise to grant you the position of young master of Manhwa Palace. Hearing that, everyone below buzzed with excitement. Young master of Manhwa, the palace lord has no children. Does this mean they'll adopt Theo Ragnar? If that happens, he'd become the heir to Sword Dragon, one of the most powerful sword techniques among the top ranks. Even Remington was astonished. 2 of the 9 dragons have put in recruitment requests. That's truly impressive, young Master Theo. Erica couldn't help but say, like this, the captains and other leaders won't dare speak up. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky and a voice said, I want to join this too. Moments later, a heavy landing shattered the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The image of a man wrapped in black bandages slowly emerged. It was the Black Dragon, leader of Black Snow, Robber Ragnar. Black Dragon, even Black Dragon is joining the recruitment. His voice was gentle but resolute. I have watched you throughout your journey in the awakening ritual. Perhaps the housemaster was right, you possess many qualities that attract others. Join Black Snow, I promise to give you a position in VOTUY letter 1 EBFT. It was a very tempting offer. VOTUY letter 1 EBFT is the highest rank in Black Snow's secret intelligence organization, where Theo could reveal his identity openly and receive honor. In his previous life, Theo had been in Black Snow, and only 8 people ever reached the VOTUY letter 1 EBFT rank. No matter how hard he tried, he could never attain it, but now it came far too easily. Soon after, the next voice spoke up. It was the Rising Dragon. He was the master of Rising Dragon Hall, Feral Ragnar. His voice was calm and gentle. Theo, your 3rd awakening ritual was truly impressive. Don't forget that Rising Dragon Hall always welcomes you. Witnessing this, the other candidates were astonished. What? Even Rising Dragon Hall has shown up? That makes 4 of the 9 dragons making recruitment offers. That's not all you forgot, there's still one more. It was Demon Dragon, captain of the White Armor Dragon unit, Julius Ragnar. Despite the very tempting offers from other units, Demon Dragon's face remained cold and stern. White Armor Dragon unit, we offer to recruit Theo Ragnar with no special privileges. Huh? Why is he so stubborn about this? True to a captain's nature, he believes proving one's honor is better than meaningless privileges. I truly wish to recruit you into White Armor Dragon, but I will not offer you any special favors because that would be unfair to the other members. What I can give you is only one thing, full support with everything we have to develop your power and make you the strongest, worthy of the honor and pride of a Dragon Knight. That's all I can offer. After hearing all the offers from the units, Theo gave a satisfied smile. I understand. So my choice will be. Before he could finish, the smile of a mysterious person in the stand seemed to extinguish that thought. You're a regressor, aren't you? The comment stirred an instinct inside Theo. What did you say? He immediately turned his gaze toward the voice that had reached his mind. Waves of majestic power spread out, all emanating from someone in the stands above. It was the former housemaster of the clan, Hilda Ragnar. Though very confused and anxious, Theo tried to appear unconcerned. I don't understand what you're saying. The former housemaster's smile remained. This kid, I don't know how you lived in the previous cycle, but your acting skills aren't bad. At that, Theo's eyes widened in astonishment. Cycle? What does that mean? Are there really multiple regression cycles? Suddenly, the judge's question rang out, startling him. Theo, is something wrong? You look anxious. May I have a moment to gather my thoughts? Of course, this is a very important decision, but don't take too long. Returning to the conversation, the former housemaster continued speaking into Theo's mind. No need to hide it, I am also a regressor, but my assigned cycles have already ended. A swarm of thoughts leapt chaotically through Theo's mind. So that means she has regressed many times before. How could that be? If so, how many regressors are there after all? My current opponent is a former housemaster of the clan. I should answer honestly and ask the questions I have. The first question Theo directed at Hilda. Does one cycle mean you can regress multiple times? You don't know anything, so the housemaster didn't tell you. Well, that figures. The housemaster hates regressors fiercely. It's surprising he let you live. What could the harsh trials I went through be because he hates regressors? The former housemaster's face remained calm, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. It seems you have many questions, but there's not much time now. If you want to learn the secrets of this world and the clan, come find me after the ceremony ends. We'll sort everything out then. Theo stood there, thoughtful, silent, saying nothing. During the third awakening ritual, the housemaster never offered any answers. All he showed you is the heart sword. He is someone who hates regressors. If so, the aura Theo felt from him then and Lodbrok's stolen heart can only be explained by one thing: the housemaster was the one who took Lodbrok's heart. Because she is an ancient dragon who accepts ordinary regressors. No human can defeat an ancient dragon. It's truly impossible, yet the housemaster is a singular, exceptional existence. She alone could accomplish that unimaginable feat. The reason the housemaster's name resounded across the land and people called her demigod was her overwhelming power and irresistible authority. Theo forced a smile. If that's the case, there's no other way to uncover the clan's secret about regressors. Theo, Ragnar, have you decided where you'll go? Theo replied, yes, I've made my decision. I will join. After taking time to think and listen to the benefits offered by the 9 dragons, Theo finally decided where he would belong. His voice was firm and resolute. I will join. Later, in a scene shift, the author still did not reveal Theo's choice. How frustrating! We hear the second person's choice, Remington. I will join Rising Dragon Hall. Hearing that, Farrell looked pleased, finally finding someone whose talent he could recognize and be interested in. Remington now officially became a disciple of one of the 9 dragons. The reason he chose that place was probably because they share the water attribute, which makes sense. In his previous life, Remington did not join the Ragnar clan but returned to his own family, Narcio, to build his strength. After achieving what he wanted and gaining considerable power, he led soldiers in rebellion against the Troyven house. Although the uprising failed, Remington's name spread far and wide as a formidable swordsman not to be underestimated. However, this time he chose to stay with the Ragnar clan. This was surely a butterfly effect caused by Theo's appearance. The two of them stepped forward and shook hands in farewell. We may not see each other for a while. Do your best and let's meet again when we're both stronger. Of course, young Master Theo, I look forward to seeing you again someday. Remington's eyes showed determination, a happy smile on his face. Opposite him, Theo bid his friend farewell with a similar expression. Both had goals they needed to strive for and achieve. Soon after, it was Ray's turn to choose, and as Theo expected, she returned to the Daffodil Palace where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resides. In fact, he had guessed it with 80 to 90% certainty before she spoke, since there was no better place for her than Daffodil Palace. There she could maximize her power. Back with Theo and the people in the training hall, everyone wanted to follow him at any cost, but sadly they couldn't because their test scores weren't high enough to join. Even Theo felt regret at parting from his loyal subordinates, but it was fine. As long as they remained in the Ragnar clan, they'd meet again somewhere down the line. That concluded the main content of this year's nomination ceremony. The event ended here. You've all worked hard, now return to the units you've chosen. From this moment on, everyone must give their all for the dreams they pursue and for a better future. While Theo's thoughts were still swirling, a voice suddenly rang out, drawing his attention. Hello, Theo. I didn't expect we'd be in the same unit. It was Halkus and Erica. Both of them had joined the same unit as Theo. It really wasn't a coincidence. Halkus stepped forward with an awkward smile while Erica beside him sighed at her foolish younger brother. Well, at least Theo has some new friends. Theo strode forward, cheerful and excited. Nice to meet you both, Halkus, Erica. I'm very grateful for your help in the second round. You really helped me a lot. Yes, don't you forget that, Erica said, blushing. She found the strong irresistibly attractive. I like you too, young Master Theo, Halkus quickly interjected, and you like the strong people. They both burst into laughter at Theo's bewildered expression. These two sisters are weird, but why do they suddenly like me? No sooner had he finished than a soldier in the unit shouted, "Attention everyone, the captain is coming." In any case, if given another chance, Theo would stick with his decision. He was certain this was the most respected unit in Ragnar, and it was the perfect place for his first step toward becoming housemaster. There was no better place than the White Dragon Order. From afar, Demon Dragon slowly approached with an enthusiastic voice. Welcome to White Armor Dragon. This is where you will reach the pinnacle of your strength. Theo thought to himself, maybe I'll go find Hilda afterward. He stepped forward and came to a stop. With sharp eyes and a sly, confident smile, now we should hear the hopes of the recruits, right? Tell me your ambitions. The first to speak was Halkus. I want to become a cool knight whom everyone respects. I want my name to be known far and wide. Erica said, to become the strongest of this generation. I want the captain to acknowledge my strength. After voicing their wishes, all eyes turned in one direction. Theo stood there composed, face cold and demeanor calm. He spoke softly, I want to become the captain of the White Dragon unit. He did not want the world to fall into the state it once did. To prepare for the coming Great War, he had to become truly strong. Hearing Theo's bold declaration, members of the White Dragon unit admired him. He's gutsy, daring to say that right in front of the captain without hesitation. Sensing great potential in this batch of recruits, Demon Dragon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good, you all have great dreams. If so, you've come to the right place. Although each of you comes to the White Dragon unit for different reasons, here there is only one thing to remember. Demon Dragon clenched his hands, voice steely. Every drop of your blood and sweat will make the history of Ragnar. Today's hardships will be tomorrow's honor, so never let our shields break or our swords bend. Your comrades will protect your backs, so in turn protect the backs of your comrades. We are a mighty unit because of unity and resilience. So never give up, because at the end of the road paved with sweat and tears. Even blood, that is the honor of a mighty swordsman of the Ragnar clan. The rousing speech inspired the recruits, full of encouragement. Welcome all to the family of the White Dragon unit. From this day forward, I will lead you on the path to strength. No sooner had he finished than a dragon descended behind Demon Dragon from above, shattering earth and stone, an immensely spectacular cinematic sight. Seeing a real dragon, the recruits were astonished. Is that a dragon? The captain's companion. Demon Dragon's voice was cheerful and excited. This is my companion, Gullah. It is the lead dragon of the White Dragon unit. Above in the sky, other dragons were slowly flying in. They were other members of the White Dragon squad, ready to come and greet the newly joined recruits. One by one they landed with great force. Now mount the backs of your seniors' dragons. Hearing that, the recruits looked bewildered. Do we have to ride dragons right now? Having said that, Demon Dragon immediately leaped onto his companion's back. Now the initiation ceremony officially begins. It's time for you to find your own companions. Everyone, assemble at Dragon Cave. I'll teach you the first lesson of the night cavalry there. At once, Gullah plunged its feet, thrust straight into the sky, and winged toward the cave, leaving behind a group of still bewildered recruits and the arriving seniors. Theo and his friends' faces showed curiosity and excitement. Is this a true dragon knight? Am I going to have my own dragon now? This is amazing. Suddenly, a familiar voice called beside him, startling Theo. We're going too, young master. So you finally chose to join the White Dragon unit. I'm truly happy about that, Theo stammered, still unable to believe what he was seeing. Evelyn, why have you returned to the White Dragon unit? Evelyn smiled happily, her voice warm. Yes, that's right. Theo's eyes widened. It seemed he had noticed something he hadn't seen before. Evelyn, your hand, has it healed? Before him now stood an Evelyn with a prosthetic arm that looked flawless, perhaps a gift from Theo's mother for taking care of her son. Let's go back a few days to when Theo's mother and Evelyn met. Hello, I have come to express my gratitude for what you've done. Hearing that, Evelyn was surprised. The lady of the Camellia Palace, you went to the trouble of coming here. She planted her sword upright and replied sternly, if you came because of young Master Theo, it's unnecessary. Even without my help, I believe the young master's talent would shine brightly nonetheless. The lady quickly interrupted. Yes, that may be true, but knowing someone truly supports and recognizes him will be a tremendous source of motivation for the boy. Moreover, that person is someone deeply reliable. I've heard that you are such a person for Theo. Around them, the trainees who were training heard the lady's words and were greatly surprised. Even Evelyn, seasoned as she was flustered by what she heard, stammering and embarrassed. No, I'm just a retired swordswoman. I even lost an arm. How could I be of help to the young master? opposite her, the lady urged. Please don't belittle yourself like that. Often the light that guides one out of darkness doesn't realize how brilliant it truly is. You are that light. Rather than empty words of thanks, I will help you shine even more brightly in this vast world. Cut back to the present, Evelyn had received a precious gift she hadn't dared to imagine. Thank you, young master. I've heard you took a special interest in this, right? Thanks to your help, I was able to return to the White Dragon unit. Truly, I'm very grateful. Hearing that, Theo looked puzzled, not understanding. I should have handled this sooner. It seems Mother has taken all the credit for me. She hasn't changed at all from my previous life. Thanks, Mother. I, Evelyn, swordswoman of the White Dragon unit, swear my loyalty to you, young Master Theo. I will be your sword forever. Theo's face lit with happiness, a smile stretching across his lips. Thank you, Evelyn. It's nothing. Please teach me. Immediately after, the two headed straight for the mountain range, the White Dragon nest, to look for their teammates. All around, the area was covered in drifting clouds and wyverns flew in the distance. This was the White Dragon nest, home to the wyverns. As you know, the White Dragon squad operates with wyverns, so the initiation ceremony is held here. Theo gazed at the vast space, feeling extremely eager. If I don't find a companion here, that means I can't join the White Dragon unit, right? Yes, that's correct. Although it's rare, there are a few cases like that. A series of thoughts flashed through Theo's mind. If so, will recruits like Erica and Hulkus be okay? I don't think this suits their abilities, but whatever, they'll manage on their own. Evelyn pointed ahead, her voice gentle. You can observe the surroundings first. Usually you'll be able to sense which wyvern will be your companion right away. The two of them walked around together to look for a suitable dragon. The first they encountered was the Optrex species, a gigantic storm predator reaching up to 15 meters with brown scales. Next came the venomous Aviali species, dragons that exhaled lethal purple toxic mist with snake-like bodies and a poisonous needle at the tail tip as a deadly weapon. Then the long-sword Sija species, a gentle, earth-dwelling herbivorous dragon that often hides underground and launches surprise attacks from below when it detects a threat. Finally, the Velociraptor species, small but agile dragons that hunt in packs, highly intelligent and capable of breathing fire. The two had to run for their lives after stumbling into the nests of these dragons. We almost got roasted. Those are the wyverns currently managed by the White Dragon squad. They're mainly divided into 4 types like that. So, have you sensed anything about which type suits you? Theo's face was blank. Sense, not yet. Theo had had his eye on one before coming here, but he couldn't find it. Recalling memories from his past life, after the cataclysmic Great War, a mutated wyvern had appeared and invaded the White Dragon nest. Alone, it slaughtered hundreds of wyverns that the White Dragon squad had carefully raised. Its name was Black Dragon Phantom. That day 8 villages were burned and dozens of swordsmen massacred. No one could fell that dragon quickly. The Ragnar clan classified Black Dragon Phantom as a level 2 disaster and ordered its immediate destruction. In the end, it was defeated when Black Dragon and Sword Dragon arrived in time. Its death was indeed a great loss, but there was no other choice. The name Black Dragon Phantom was a nickname given because of its extraordinary ability to hide in the shadows. If I had a companion like that, it would be truly amazing. The traits of the dragon I saw in the past are indisputable. Suddenly, Theo's eyes widened in astonishment. Found it. In the distance, 4 or 5 dragons were gathered doing something. Maybe that's the target I'm aiming for. Cut to some cliff where Demon Dragon and his companion sat leisurely watching the recruits search for their own dragons. Suddenly, a figure appeared and called out, "You look awfully happy, Captain of the White Dragon unit." Demon Dragon turned to the woman with a smug smile. If I didn't look happy, I wouldn't have any dragons under my command, a dragon everyone envies. If that's the case, all the better. I was about to speak to you about that. It was the Lady of the Plum Palace. She stepped forward slowly and said softly, "Captain of the White Dragon unit, are you planning to make Theo Ragnar the center of the unit in the future, am I right?" Demon Dragon's expression narrowed in suspicion. "As I thought, you choose your words carefully, madam." Of course, words are the root of all trouble. If I'm not careful, things get complicated. It seems you're aiming at a bigger picture. In response, Demon Dragon replied coldly, I don't recall saying anything like that, do I? The lady of the Plum Palace moved closer. Don't worry, I'm here to make an offer for that brat only. What on earth are you plotting? Theo Ragnar has chosen the White Dragon unit. That boy won't be able to come to the Plum Palace. What exactly is she offering? Ignoring Demon Dragon's suspicion, the lady of the Plum Palace continued, let him come with me. What do you think of this proposal, Demon Dragon? His eyes widened in shock. What the hell is she talking about? Back at the cliff with the flock of dragons, 4 dragons now circled a white dragon in the center. Both Evelyn and Theo rushed over to stop them. Here we go again. You know about that wyvern. Yes, it has been isolated for a long time. I tried to do something to improve the situation, but it was useless. It isn't really a wyvern, so perhaps the others ostracize it. What? It's not a wyvern, right? It was born from a female wyvern and a male biffer. Hearing that, Theo was astonished, his eyes widening. Isn't a biffer a grade 1 monster that lives in the depths of the sea? How could? Evelyn turned and replied, that's the mystery. This shouldn't have been possible. A grade 1 monster has power comparable to natural disasters like storms or tsunamis. Just one that breaches human defenses can cause enormous damage. Biffers are a powerful, uncanny species that hide in the shadows of the forest. They rarely appear, but their strength must not be underestimated. If all our suspicions are correct, Black Dragon Phantom's abilities were likely inherited from its father, a biffer. When it was born, it became a major problem for the White Dragon unit. At first, we planned to observe it after leaving it in the nest. But the other wyverns wouldn't accept that youngster. They banded together to isolate it from the flock. Still, that wasn't a good solution, so we were very worried. Feeling that the dragon before him shared his plight, Theo sympathized a little. It's ostracized just because it's different from the others. What's that youngster's name? Oh, its name is Umbra. In an ancient tongue, that name means shadow. Theo's smile shone brighter than ever, giving him even more reason to choose this youngster as his companion. Shadow, that's a great name. Theo spun around, ready to jump straight down, startling Evelyn. Young master, what are you doing? It seems I've found my companion. Without another word, he decisively leapt down, ignoring the protests. What do you mean? I'm going first. Theo dove headfirst toward the ground without hesitation. He had made up his mind. Above, Evelyn still didn't fully understand. She called out, young Master Theo. As he plunged, Theo pondered, this time I'll give you another life, Umbra. A life like mine in this lifetime. A thunderous explosion erupted as Theo slammed down the cliff, rescuing his companion in a spectacular display. He reached into his inventory to pull something out. Immediately, Theo hurled his short sword straight forward. His eyes widened as he activated a synchronization skill. You can use telekinesis to move designated targets. The thrown short swords were successively enveloped by powerful energies. Theo stamped his feet hard into the air to move like an immortal cultivator, appearing no different from sword flight. Every movement of Theo's was smooth and agile, his legs stretching through the air like a true artisan. Each step was not only precise but contained terrifying power. At his age, few could do what he did. Behind him, Evelyn, having witnessed everything, couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my God, when did he learn telekinesis? I've never seen it used like that before. His rate of development is unbelievable. On the cliff, Umbra was still surrounded and threatened by 4 other dragons. It roared in fury as if pleading to the dragons, get away. The scene before him made Theo nostalgic for his past. In his previous life, he was constantly ridiculed. Is he really of the Ragnar line? Ha, pathetic, truly the son of an ordinary woman. Those contemptuous words echoed ceaselessly in Theo's mind, reminding him never to make the same mistakes again. Theo quickly gathered his swords, which began to emit characteristic bolts of lightning. Theo's eyes widened, breath quickening as he activated his power, Breath of the Thunder Dragon. The sword seemed to transform into powerful streaks of lightning that tore toward the enemies at blinding speed, unstoppable. When the swords combined, their power multiplied and formed a dragon seal, a force dangerous enough to drive the dragons away. After all four flew off, the swords planted in the ground still crackled with lightning, even though the attack had ended. There Theo's legs slowly reappeared, and his voice was gentle and measured. They ran off after a little scare. Those dragons are just cowards. Theo quickly stepped closer, concern showing on his face. Are you all right? Expecting Umbra to be grateful for its rescue, Theo instead found Umbra looking at him with suspicion and wariness. Before Theo could say a word, Umbra flapped its wings and flew away, leaving Theo standing there in surprise. Ah, wait. Theo propped himself up, a little disappointed. Didn't even get to say anything. From behind, Evelyn landed and offered counsel. It's in a stressed state, so you won't be able to approach it easily. Maybe you should wait a bit before trying again. Theo turned back and retorted, no, now is the best time. Being by its side, why do you think it still hangs near the nest even though it's ostracized? The answer is simple, it's very lonely. Emotional wounds hurt far more than physical ones. Surely it's been hurt so it can't go far, help me chase after it. Evelyn looked bewildered, seeming not to fully trust the idea. Just as Theo predicted, Umbra returned to its nearby nest. Its breathing becoming rapid. It seemed the wounds inflicted by the earlier dragons were causing Umbra pain. Theo and Evelyn quickly caught up. She warned, many knights have tried to tame it, but none have succeeded. Umbra is very cautious with others, and its current condition only makes things worse. Theo turned away, ignoring the objections. Can you get me some food? In the meantime, I'll try to understand it. After all, this is my initiation test. The two then entered an uncompromising struggle. He knew one thing clearly, wyverns are less fearful than drakes, so this was a fight he was sure to win. Theo's eyes were full of killing intent as he stared straight at Umbra, without hesitation. Across from him, Umbra seemed to realize it wasn't Theo's match, but it still refused to give up. Seeing this, Theo increased the pressure another notch. Now Umbra could only struggle in desperation, yet it did not surrender. Just when one might expect Theo to beat it for its defiance, he instead used a medicinal vial, pouring it over the wound on Umbra's neck to heal it. All the wounds quickly healed, and his voice was warm and caring. How do you feel? The pain has lessened, hasn't it? Umbra's eyes widened in confusion. It made a few sounds as if asking why Theo had done that. Theo's hands touched Umbra's neck gently, and a flood of thoughts rose in him. Perhaps it's because of the dragon heart. But I can feel Umbra's emotions right now. Deep in its subconscious now is the rage toward the flock that drove it away. Sorrow and attachment conflict with each other. It still longs to be part of the flock, enduring persistent, painful loneliness. Umbra's feelings toward me at this moment are also conflicted. It distrusts me, a stranger who suddenly appeared and offered warmth and care. But at the same time, Umbra doesn't want me to leave at all. Theo gently stroked its head. It's okay, I won't betray or abandon you, so you don't need to worry. Besides, there's this too. Saying that, Theo reached into his inventory and took out a dazzling gem. I know you like shiny, flashy things like this, don't you? Umbra's eyes widened with delight. It seemed Theo had hit its soft spot. He brought the gem closer, voice teasing, do you want it? Though very fond of it, Umbra was shy and didn't dare take it. It turned its face away as if refusing such a tempting gift. But when it opened its eyes, something it had never imagined appeared. Theo fastened the dazzling gem around Umbra's neck, to its stunned bewilderment. This is just a gift from me to you. If you follow me, there will be even more sparkling things. So what do you say? Do you agree? Faced with such an enticing offer, Umbra grew flustered, unsure how to respond. Not letting the moment slip, Theo continued his bribery technique. I heard you don't like bridles and saddles, right? But I can do it differently, deck you out in gems like this. And they'll surely be dazzling and beautiful. Hearing that, Umbra couldn't stop imagining how lovely it would look wearing them. Theo, meanwhile, was thinking, how can I steal those gems from Grandma, such a dutiful grandson? At the crafting workshop, the devil artisan seemed to sense it too, her whole body trembling. Are you all right? You look unwell. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose a fortune again. Good intuition, Umbra sprang to its feet, majestic and powerful. It let out a mighty roar as if recognizing Theo as its master. You have been acknowledged as the master of the Wyvern Umbra. You have learned a new skill. Tam-E the Wyvern Taming, rank C, proficiency 1%. Higher proficiency increases the tamed wyvern's trust. While mounted, it boosts both rider and wyvern's strength by 10%. After Theo tamed Umbra, Evelyn returned with her spoils, each hand dragging a wild ox, looking quite simple. Still, her companion was panting behind her. Upon arriving, Evelyn realized she had just missed the best parts. Before her now was the sight of Theo and Umbra affectionately close. Evelyn was overwhelmed and speechless. How did you do that? This brat has never opened up to anyone. Theo turned and beamed happily. Oh, you're back, Evelyn. They had a little conversation afterward. Seeing Umbra eating heartily, Theo said, Delicious, thanks for the 2 oxen you brought back, Evelyn. Still stunned, she asked urgently and seriously, So, how did you manage to tame Umbra? It's simple, I just tended to its psychological wounds. When Umbra's heart wavered, the gift sealed everything. Once the wound was healed, anything could happen. Hearing that, Evelyn still couldn't comprehend. She was so astonished by the person before her that she was speechless. You want me to eat that? It's fine, I've eaten enough. You can eat as much as you like, don't leave any for me. Evelyn closed her eyes, a smile on her face. As expected of young Master Theo, not only can he win people's hearts, he can even tame a wyvern. You always surprise me, young master. She applauded Theo. Umbra has acknowledged you as its companion. A wyvern presenting its neck to your back is a sign of trust. Suddenly, Evelyn's voice grew urgent. Wait, no, suddenly you, what are you doing? Opposite her, Theo replied calmly. Umbra told me to climb on it. No, even though it accepted you as a companion, you haven't been trained to fly. Besides, it's very dangerous to ride a wyvern without a bridle and saddle. If you take off now, it's the quickest path to death. Hearing that, Theo just gave a confident smile. It's fine, I have my own way. No sooner had he finished speaking than Theo immediately activated the wyvern taming skill to compensate for his lack of riding experience. Umbra beat its wings hard and shot up into the sky, leaving Evelyn still watching. Haha, this is fun. All right, I get it. You want to show me something interesting, right? Let's go. Sitting on Umbra's back, Theo looked very pleased, but memories from his past life surged back again. Something's not right. How could a pure wyvern like Umbra have become such a terrifying demonic monster that it's called the Black Dragon Phantom? There's definitely something suspicious here that I need to uncover myself. Scene shifts to some waterfall. A stream of dark magical energy was slowly leaking out, an ominous sign. At this time, Theo and Umbra were still merrily flying around the sky, heading to the place Umbra wanted to show him. It flew to a massive waterfall, beside which was a hidden cave that could be easily missed if you weren't careful. Theo strode forward, his voice gentle. Well, I thought back in Huxial I knew the winter range pretty well. I didn't expect a crystal cave right next to that waterfall. You really do love shiny things, don't you? Umbra beside him cried out with delight. Theo stepped closer, surveying the area. Suddenly he noticed some suspicious flowers on the ground. Those are. He moved forward and gently plucked a flower with a diabolical purple hue. Seeing this, I immediately know why you became the Black Dragon Phantom. You've been eating these, haven't you? It's surprising, I didn't expect to find Phantom Bloom infused with demonic energy in a place like this. Its name is Phantom Bloom, a plant that only grows deep in the Demon Sea. It absorbs pure demonic chi, saturated beneath the moonlight. For monsters and fiends, it's an invaluable elixir. However, dragons and fiends are opposites. How could you absorb this? Could it be because Umbra carries 2 bloodlines? Even so, this stuff is extremely dangerous. I'll have to burn them all. Saying that, Theo used lightning to turn the phantom blooms to ash. Umbra was terrified and emitted sad protesting cries. Theo stood up cheerfully. Don't worry, I won't touch your pile of crystals. No sooner had he finished speaking than his gaze fixed on something else ahead. Before Theo now was an undead body bound to the far wall, appearing to be quite dangerous. Theo approached, eyes full of surprise. A human? No, rather a corpse. This body must have been here for a very long time. He drew nearer to the corpse, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Even over time, the body remains so intact. The low temperature here explains part of it, but it's not enough. This person must have had enormous magical power in life. What on earth happened? Why was such a powerful person imprisoned here to die in agony? Something about this is wrong. When I return, I'll have to investigate. Theo turned away, voice calm. First, we should deal with all these phantom blooms. Before he could finish, the seemingly dead body suddenly flashed with hatred. It opened its mouth wide, though its eye sockets were only abyssal black. The fury within was immeasurable. Caught off guard, Theo widened his eyes in terror. Damn, I was careless. Luckily, from behind, Umbra rushed in and delivered a straight kick to the corpse, saving Theo's life. His face lit up with joy. Umbra. It let out a powerful roar. Having struggled so long to find a worthy master, Umbra would defend him with all its might. Opposite them, the undead bound to the wall seethed with rage. It opened its mouth further, intending to bite Umbra to infect it with the deadly poison. Theo's eyes involuntarily filled with panic. Not good. He lunged forward, using his own arm to block the undead creature's snap. Its bite was so strong that blood spurted from Theo's hand, and his entire arm went numb as the spreading pain took hold. Each word the undead spat out was full of fury. Kyle Robber, you two bastards, I'll never forgive you, you damned dogs. Hearing that, Theo's face showed astonishment. Did I hear that right? Aren't those the names of the housemaster and the black dragon? What on earth happened between them? While everything remained in chaos, a familiar figure appeared. The blade of the white-armored dragon's swift sword strikes Evelyn. She lunged in with a flurry of powerful stabs, blowing the undead's head off and freeing Theo from danger. Young Master Theo, are you all right? Answer me. Theo collapsed to the ground, his hand now stained with fresh blood. Oh, it's you, Evelyn. Sorry for causing you trouble. Before he could finish, intense pain shot through his whole body. He gritted his teeth bitterly. It hurts like hell. The poison in that corpse is saturated with demonic energy. It's draining my power. If I don't quickly take an ether core antidote, things will turn critical. Evelyn's voice grew extremely worried. I'll take you back to headquarters for treatment immediately. It will hurt a bit, so try to bear with it. Beside her, Umbra cried out as if to protest something. It moved up to Evelyn and tried hard to stop her from taking Theo away. I didn't hurt him. I'm trying to protect the young master. You stop that, Umbra, or else, even if you're the young master's companion, I won't hold back. Theo's face went pale, sweat pouring down, his voice weak and hoarse. Wait, Evelyn, hold on. He turned to speak to Umbra. Do you have a way to save me? It growled a few times as if in agreement. Though his body was growing exhausted, he forced a cheerful smile. Okay, I'll trust you. Hearing that, Evelyn became frantic. But young Master Theo, if you don't return immediately, you'll be in mortal danger. You've been infected with demonic poison from the corpse. Calm down, Evelyn. Demonic poison infections have under a 30% survival rate, treated properly or not. So this time, I want to trust Umbra. Umbra once evolved into a second-stage fiend dragon by eating phantom bloom. If so, it has likely encountered this corpse before. As a result, it learned how to absorb demonic energy and toxins from corpses. So please trust Umbra. Having said that, Theo fainted, leaving Evelyn extremely worried while Umbra immediately set about finding a cure. It bit off the phantom blooms. Then it took the crystals from the cave. It gathered everything together and brought them before Evelyn. You want me to mix them up and feed them to him? Umbra nodded repeatedly, clearly in agreement. Still, looking at the ingredients before her, Evelyn didn't know whether she should do this. Now time was critically short. Theo's life hung in the balance and she had nothing else she could do. Evelyn shut her eyes tight, resolute. All right, we'll have to take a risk. She took the ingredients in her hands and used magic to blend them together. From Evelyn's palms, streams of blackish-purple liquid slowly flowed into Theo's mouth. She had done everything she could. What happens next is down to fate. Both Evelyn and Umbra held their breath, sweat streaming down their cheeks, the air frozen in this life-or-death moment. Suddenly, the dragon heart began beating intensely, as if signaling that something was about to happen. This is unbelievable. A surge of magical energy enveloped Theo's whole body. Is he really recovering? From his body, bolts of lightning began radiating in all directions without any conscious control. It seemed Theo's power was gradually changing and being greatly affected. The lightning's color slowly shifted to black. I've never heard of anything like this before. What on earth is happening? Theo's entire body was lifted into the air, and within him a chaotic struggle for power was raging. A system notification rang out, initiating body purification process. The individual will absorb attributes of the Black Dragon Phantom. A new power is about to be born. Cut to Julius's command office. After hearing the report from his subordinate, the demon dragon's face turned extremely skeptical. What? Has Huxial approved this report? They approved it, sir. The information has been verified as 89% accurate. Hearing this, the demon dragon grew furious. He smashed the table in front of him and roared, "Damn it! What the hell is going on? I was already expecting bad news to hit us. But this completely exceeds my expectations." The captain of the 5th Squad of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry and 15 others have all perished on the battlefield. After Evelyn gave him the antidote concocted from ingredients Umbra suggested, a purification rebirth process began inside Theo. It cleansed impurities from his body and transformed him to accumulate mana more easily. This is an ancient secret technique known to very few. However, it requires many people with strong mana and involves intense pain. Even when performed, it has only been proven effective on children under 5. The purification occurring in Theo at this moment was the result of countless coincidences converging perfectly. Frankly, it was sheer defiance of the odds. Extreme Yang monstrous energy gradually accumulated in his body, strengthening his muscles. Extreme Yin corpse poison had penetrated Theo's body, enhancing his magical power. Condensed mana accumulated from digesting Phantom Bloom toxins and Umbra's assistance. The dragon had mastered how to neutralize that difficult poison. All of this felt like a predestined arrangement. Everything fell into an oddly perfect balance. Instead of being destroyed or expelled, the demonic toxin was absorbed by Theo's body, which took in the essence of power within it and made it his own. Back in the present, after his body completed the purification, Theo opened his eyes and woke. Beside him, Evelyn and Umbra remained extremely worried. "Are you all right, young master?" Theo tried to sit up. His body was not yet fully recovered, his voice fairly gentle. "Evelyn, Umbra. Sorry for worrying you both." His face was full of exhaustion. The purification had clearly taken a lot out of him. Both Evelyn and Umbra exhaled in relief. That was too close. Theo glanced at his personal info panel. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, title: the fastest tiger genius in a millennium. Ragnar talent: observer class player. Loadout: Guardian Dragon, Purification Rebirth, Illusory Dragon. Status: drowsy from an unexpected encounter. Acquired demonic toxin that created the first Illusory Dragon. If not controlled, may become the second Illusory Dragon. After reading it all, his eyes narrowed at the line about the Illusory Dragon's power. What? You've gotten a total of 85 points added to your stats? This is absolutely insane. The crystals in this cave are all crystallizations of the purest energy. Their power diluted the toxicity of the Phantom Bloom poison. They even functioned like a curing medicine. Theo looked at Umbra, feeling grateful inwardly. "I'm lucky I trusted you." Ragnar's physique was already perfect, and now with Purification Rebirth and Illusory Dragon traits, what could be better? Theo clenched his hands, determined. "My growth rate from now on will be unimaginable. But first, there are still a few more important things." He stood up and slowly approached the corpse that had bitten him earlier. The important question was, who exactly is this old monstrous man? Hearing that, Evelyn quickly stepped closer to inspect further. Her gaze fixed on a spot. What's this, Evelyn? Young master, something is carved on the wall. Are these lines a journal? But to carve such intricate lines into the cave wall is no easy task. He must have been a seasoned master. "I was defeated by Kyle and Robber. Now I must hide here to prepare my revenge, but my body now is." Reading this, memories from before surged back into Theo's mind. They finally confirmed what he had heard. My body is decaying at an alarming rate. Is it because Robber damaged my mana core? The phantom bloom poison I absorbed is probably what's killing me day by day. My consciousness is fatting, demonic nature gradually invading everything. Damn it, I haven't even begun my revenge. How did it come to this? As I lost consciousness more and more, perhaps it was time to make my choice. I admitted I had no hope left. I would give up everything and melt my beloved sword, the Jade Serpent Blade, to seal myself here. I hope someone will find this place. I hope they will fulfill my wish. I hope they will finish the vendetta I left undone. Pray that my successor will overcome them. I will leave all my legacy here and wait for a worthy one. Reading this, both of them were stunned. Wait, the next part is illusory swordsmanship and thunder, fury, wind god. Swordsmanship and thunder, fury, wind god. That means this person was a legend, freely manipulating wind power, the tragic hero who once fought for the housemaster position against the current lord. Indeed, he is Wind King Hector Ragnar. I'd heard he died in that battle, yet it turns out he's been in this cave all along. Suddenly, Evelyn's eyes widened, as if she had realized something. Immediately, Evelyn knelt and paid respects before Theo, which left him utterly shocked. Theo stood there composed and said, "What are you doing, Evelyn? Why are you suddenly bowing?" Evelyn explained slowly, "Although he was defeated by the housemaster and exiled here, he is still the Wind King. He is still a legitimate heir of the Ragnar bloodline. A retainer of the clan daring to harm a lawful heir is unacceptable. This is a grave crime, punishable by execution." So before she could finish, Theo interrupted to stop her. "Don't spout nonsense. The one you killed is no longer a Ragnar, he's just a crazed undead. Besides, he did it to save me. What other reasonable choice was there? But the rules. It's fine, everything that happens here will remain a secret forever." Theo turned back, voice firm. "If you're still troubled by it, take Wind King's secret techniques, Evelyn. You are the most suitable to keep them." At this, Evelyn's face went pale. "Are you serious? The Wind King's secrets rival even the Nine Dragons' ultimate skills. Why would you want to give them to me?" Isn't it obvious? Become the Wind King's successor and grow even stronger. And you must inherit the legacy he left behind. If you do so, the Wind King can finally rest, can't he? Now that you are his heir, no one can call it a crime anymore. Theo looked straight at Evelyn, his gaze urging out the courage she had hidden. "Didn't you say you'd become my sword?" Those words seemed to unlock Evelyn's mind. Thoughts spread through her consciousness. "I, Evelyn Nerevel, senior swordsman of the Ragnar clan, swear allegiance to you as your eternal retainer. I humbly beseech the great and noble ruler to accept this vow of loyalty." Theo smiled. "You really haven't changed. You've always been rigidly obedient to rules." He stood, drew his sword, preparing for the ritual. "I, Theo Ragnar, accept the oath of loyalty from Evelyn Nerevel, engrave it upon my heart and soul, and on the long road ahead, I vow to make you my vanguard blade." The two of them smiled in satisfaction, as if they had forged an unbreakable bond. Umbra may not have understood, but its expression was pleased as well. Back at the White Armor Dragon headquarters, many candidates had returned after finding their companions. Hulkus was brimming with confidence. He exclaimed with glee, "Ha ha ha, Theo Ragnar still hasn't returned. Maybe I'm the most talented in the White Armor Legion." Before he finished, a pair of feet was slowly approaching from afar. Hulkus and his companions' faces lost their previous smugness and were replaced by utter astonishment. Theo Ragnar, what the hell is he bringing back? Before everyone now stood the imposing sight of Umbra. Theo's arrival silenced the bad rumors about him. Even the instructors were surprised. "What? Don't tell me that's Umbra. How could he make that ferocious dragon his companion?" So this is why Theo became a once-in-a-millennium genius. Seriously, this is talent too, what the hell? Hulkus sank to the ground, realizing how vast the gap was. Evelyn stepped forward and reported, "Senior Knight Evelyn and apprentice swordsman Theo Ragnar, we have completed the proficiency test and returned." "But where is the captain? Why isn't he here?" "Ah, he received an urgent letter and returned to the office," another swordsman said. "An urgent letter? What on earth is going on?" Suddenly, something appeared in the distance, kicking up clouds of dust. It was the white armor dragon captain, arriving with his companion, looking very rushed. "I know you all just completed the induction, but sorry, this is an emergency. I have an order for everyone. All personnel are being dispatched to Jackie Fortress for a real combat mission." At the news, murmurs rose everywhere. "What's deploying into battle right after joining? What on earth is happening?" Among those still bewildered, only Theo remained calm and cold. He had long expected this. "So it's finally come, the hostage crisis at the series Merchant Guild in Jackie Fortress. A plot to steal the dragon-slaying sword Bamung to fuel a rebellion. Of course I also know who masterminded this, no one else but Eid Troyvan." The White Dragon Legion captain appeared with a stern, angry face. His voice was composed yet commanding. "Everyone present here will be dispatched to Blanky Fortress." Hearing that, the swordsmen in the Legion grew anxious, and whispers and murmurs spread. "Commander, what exactly is going on? What mission is so important that we're deploying even raw recruits who haven't completed basic training?" The demon dragon's hands clenched, his voice was bitter. "Captain of Squad 5, Trainer Isbin. And 14 of his subordinates have gone missing for unknown reasons." Theo heard every single word. He knew exactly who the captain was referring to. Trainer Isbin was the eldest knight of the White Armor Legion. Even the demon dragon often sought his counsel. His strength might not rank among the 9 dragons, but he certainly wasn't someone who could be taken down so easily. Theo thought to himself, could this be a butterfly effect triggered by my appearance? The demon dragon continued. "According to Huxial's report, there's an 89% chance they're dead, and even if any survived, they couldn't continue their mission. The current forces will form a temporary Squad 5 and carry out their duties. The temporary Squad 5 captain will be Evelyn Naravel. Because the mission will be deployed soon, complete basic training immediately." He ground his teeth. "I refuse to believe they're dead, but if they are, we will avenge them." The demon dragon's face filled with fury, veins bulging in his eyes. Having said that, the demon dragon immediately left, leaving Theo standing with chaotic thoughts. It looks like things won't be easy from now on. Memories from the past flooded his mind again. The Black Skull Bandits' abduction of the Ceres Guild was an incident that had no casualties thanks to the White Armor Legion's cavalry. It should have been the same now, but this time it was different. Yes, this time it was different. The real objective of the incident was elsewhere, to steal and transport the dragon-slaying sword Bamung. Eid Troyvan used the Bamung he stole during the coup in an attempt to overthrow the Ragnar family. But now everything had taken a different turn from his previous life. "If it's all my fault, then there's only one way to fix everything. I have to see it with my own eyes." A hidden quest panel appeared before him. "Collect the dragon-slaying sword Bamung." Cut to a watchtower in the cold mountains. A guard complained, "With weather like this, it's freezing. I can't get used to this climate." His eyes scanned the distance as he muttered, Why does the moon look strange tonight?" It was the White Armor Legion cavalry. They were charging at breakneck speed, led by Evelyn, the temporary captain of Squad 5. They thundered forward at terrifying speed, Evelyn at the head as temporary captain of Squad 5. He immediately peered out and shouted down, "It's the White Armor Legion cavalry, they're coming, ring the alarm bells." Before he could finish, a powerful strike blasted the guard in the face, killing him before he could even gasp. Dust and rubble rained down from above as Evelyn ordered everyone, "Quick, drop the bombs, don't give them a chance to react." A barrage of bombs hurtled toward the fortress, showing no mercy. The battlefield was now covered in a rain of explosives and gunfire. Earth and rock were churned up and smoke blanketed the area. The leader quickly ordered his men, "Everyone, take cover inside the walls, don't die pointlessly." Before he could finish, a star-like figure descended from above. It was Evelyn and the cavalry brigade. She effortlessly smashed the idiot's head flat against the ground. "Now is the hour of purification." She pointed her sword forward, voice clear and powerful, "Kill them all for us." At once, all the swordsmen surged forward with absolute confidence, hands gripping their blades and eyes full of determination. "Show them the price of daring to touch the White Armor Legion cavalry. We'll make them a costly lesson for any fool who dares resist." The fortress was now engulfed in smoke and fire. From afar, the scale of the devastation was plain to see. While the battle raged, somewhere a soldier clutching the dragon-slaying sword slipped away. "Gods damn, they said they'd handle the cavalry. If I'd hesitated a moment longer, I would have been dead." He looked at the sword in his hands with a pleased expression. "Whatever, deliver this and my duty's done. Then I'll disappear to some remote place and enjoy the rest of my life." Before he could even dream of that, a blade slid across his throat, sending him to his final rest. It was a swordsman in a black cloak, apparently the mastermind behind these events. He calmly wiped the blood from his blade, eyes cold and ruthless. "How's the merchandise?" A subordinate respectfully presented the dragon-slaying sword. "Here it is, my lord." He held the precious sword in his hands, satisfaction on his face. "Good, exactly the item we needed." He turned and ordered his men. "We've achieved our objective. Prepare for the next phase of the plan, at once." Now only one final step remained. He looked toward the blazing castle. "I will wipe out the rest of these vermin." Behind him, soldiers were slowly rolling out cannons, apparently the trap he'd set from the start. Back at the fortress, the White Armor Legion cavalry had completely subdued and contained the situation. Those soldiers who didn't resist were carefully bound. "Ha ha, that was too easy. You're right, things went way too smoothly." Suspicion crossed Theo's face. It's hard to believe Squad 5, led by a veteran swordsman, was wiped out by them, and that's not all. He slowly lifted the captain's head and activated synchronization to read the memories. He knew they'd stolen Bomung, but he'd never actually seen it with his own eyes. What exactly happened among them? The small fry are one thing, but how could even this fortress's commander have no clue? Could I have missed some crucial detail? Suddenly, a senior sister approached from behind and asked, "What's wrong, Theo? Any problem?" No, I'm just thinking a bit." Even if you're called the Tiger Swift, a rookie is still a rookie. "Come on, admit you're nervous. It's your first mission. We've rescued the hostages. Let's regroup with the rest of the team." Yeah, almost done. I want to get home quickly. I stink of gunpowder." That remark unlocked what Theo had overlooked. His eyes widened in astonishment. Theo shoved the senior aside and sprinted straight toward the cargo without a word of explanation. What's wrong with him? Maybe he hates the smell on you." "Are you serious? Well, who knows?" Theo swung the sword in his hand, a powerful, decisive slash across the nearby pile of cargo. At last, Theo had confirmed his hypothesis. "I knew it." From behind, the senior hurried over. "What are you doing, Theo? Is something wrong?" Both of them stared ahead, astonishment written all over them. "This whole pile is explosives. Those bastards, were they planning to take us down with it?" Theo turned and shouted, "There's no time, we have to get out of here now. All right, assemble, evacuate immediately." Before he finished, a cannon shell screamed in at impossible speed, making Theo instinctively turn. He yelled as if to tear the air, "Everyone run." Explosions rocked the fortress one after another. The attack ordered by the mysterious man had begun. On the other side, under the man's command, his subordinates began reloading the cannons. Relentless bombardments swept the battlefield, leaving only piles of ruined debris. A triumphant look crossed his face. "I'll wipe them out, no ant will escape, all for him." Cut back to the Ragnar family's castle. Inside a lavish chamber, a woman hugged something beneath the moonlight. It was the chieftain's wife, Axion's mother. She seemed to have gone mad after her son's death. "Be good now, my Axion, does it hurt?" "You're fine, I'll bring that filthy maggot's head back to you soon." Her face turned wild, bloodshot eyes streaming. Back before the fortress was ambushed, the White Armor Legion cavalry held overwhelming superiority over the guards. Evelyn rampaged across the battlefield alone. No one could stop her blade. "Let no one escape, kill them all for us." All the swordsmen charged at once under Evelyn's clear command. Evelyn stood amid the battlefield thinking, Squad 5 led by Triner Ispin, defeated by thugs like these? No, that can't be. There's definitely something fishy here. While things remained unclear and Evelyn sought an answer, a cannon shell suddenly sped straight toward her. Fortunately, with her quick reflexes, Evelyn nearly dodged it. "Captain, are you all right?" Although her body wasn't injured, her cloak had been scorched. Evelyn's expression tightened, sweat trickling down. This is madness. She turned her sword back and ordered, "It's an artillery attack, everyone brace yourselves." Hearing that, not only the white armor cavalry but also the guards on the fortress fell into chaos. They fled instinctively to save themselves. Tragically, a shell struck the face of one guard, giving him no chance to refuse. That's the fate of a supporting character, just like that. Just then Theo's swordsmen arrived to form up. "Captain, is your side all right?" Evelyn turned and said, "You arrived at the right time. This is a large-scale bombardment. We must leave quickly. If we don't, everyone will die." Theo agreed. "Understood, go to the outer wall opposite the bombardment." Before he finished, a system notification suddenly sounded. "You have unlocked Mind Gate, unlocking brain functions via full nourishment." Seeing that, Theo was surprised. A new skill unlocked at this moment. It will accelerate the speed of thought processing and clear doubts, a skill much needed on the battlefield. Immediately, his eyes were overlaid with countless streams of information. Maps and the fortress's layouts appeared before him, as if reminding him of something. Now it was a matter of information processing, selecting the optimal plan based on what was available. While he was still analyzing, Evelyn ran up and grabbed Theo's shoulder. "Why are you standing there, young Master Theo? We must get out of here. Pull yourself together or hurry or everyone will be in danger." In response, Theo quickly took Evelyn's hand. She was astonished, unable to understand what he intended. "What on earth are you doing? We really don't have much time." Theo's face turned serious, tinged with worry. "No, we have to go inward instead." Evelyn was stunned. She wasn't sure she'd heard him correctly. Rubble collapsed as they slipped through gaps and pushed further into the castle. The swordsmen behind them were doubtful. "He wants us to go where we almost got blown up. The lives of our 21 men are in your hands. Damn it, shouldn't we just run out?" Now Theo carried the lives of his comrades on his shoulders. He explained, "If we run outside now, we'll certainly fall into another bombardment or ambush waiting for us. That's exactly what they're planning." While running, Theo used synchronization to read the remaining thoughts of nearby subjects. "They must think we can't survive inside the fortress against such a large-scale assault. But right now, with your abilities, you have a fair chance to survive." With Mind Gate unlocked, synchronization spread quickly. Around him, he glanced at each position. The left side is rigged with explosives. The right side is under artillery attack. Then we'll head down the stairwell. The whole group ran at full speed, explosions erupting behind them. If anyone lagged even a little, it would cost them their lives. In the end, it was Evelyn who had to make sure no member of her team was left behind. They expected the path to lead to an exit, but instead they were met by a solid wall. "Wait, this is a dead end." "Hey Theo, you told us to trust you and follow you. Theo, you must have a plan, right? We can't turn back now." Without wasting time, the upper walls above the group began to collapse. Evelyn called out clearly, "Everyone brace for impact." Everyone's faces were filled with worry. Truly, they were hanging by a thread. Theo gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fierce determination. "I won't let anyone die in a place like this." His whole body surged with raw strength, as if he'd staked everything on his decision. The entire fortress was engulfed in a sea of fire, collapsing under the bombardment of the mysterious swordsman. He stood there with cold eyes, observing everything. "Report, Commander, all artillery has expanded their firing range." He slowly sheathed his sword and said, "Keep this thought in your mind. This is revenge for young Master Axion, so act with extreme caution. Any mistake will not be forgiven. Whether they are crushed or not doesn't matter. Bring their heads back here for me, understood?" Within the pile of rubble, something was trying to rise. It was the white armored dragon cavalry. They had survived the collapse. "I thought I was a goner." As expected, Theo, you really had a plan. You destroyed the floor in the last moments before the shells hit, otherwise we'd all be dead now. While they were still celebrating their escape, suddenly guards came running up from somewhere. "What? Who are you? How did you get in here?" Theo sat up, dazed. "The remnants of the Black Skull. Why are they here? We investigated this place before and found nothing." Before he could finish, what appeared before Theo left him stunned. They are shadows of a group of people being held captive. Behind the guards coming into view was none other than 5th Team Captain Triner Ispan. He was imprisoned and carefully guarded, his body battered and injured all over. The group quickly freed them without much trouble. "I'm glad you're still alive, Triner. But this is truly astounding. I didn't expect the mastermind behind it all to be Ragnar Intelligence," Evelyn said calmly. The 5th Team Captain looked surprised. "You say that, but it seems you all aren't too shocked. He had had a leg cut off, other swordsmen had lost an arm or suffered similar wounds." Evelyn stood up slowly, her voice lowering. "I suspected as much. Places with this much chaos must have a mole, but I didn't expect they'd stab those who have traveled with them in the back like this." From behind, the senior swordsman protested. "This is brazen betrayal. We can't just let it go. Right, we must take revenge." In response, the 5th Team Captain remained calm. "Don't let emotion override reason. It's best we don't act rashly now. They were prepared to capture us from the start. If this war breaks out with our current forces, we cannot gain the upper hand against them. The best thing now is to alert Huxial outside about this." "No, we can't do that." Theo quickly interjected. "The fact is we had no support from Huxial earlier, which means they've likely wiped out Huxial's ambush force outside. That's why we went into the fortress instead of recklessly rushing out. That said, it doesn't mean we'll fail. There's still a way to win this difficult battle." Both Evelyn and Triner eagerly awaited what Theo would say next. He pointed at the guards. "They buried all their comrades with that initial barrage, which means they're trying to win quickly, not prolong the fight." Theo's face turned serious. He seemed to trust his judgment completely. "For that reason, they'll surely come back to check our bodies down here the moment they let their guard down, convinced of their victory. If we ambush them while hiding in those ruins, it means the final victory will belong to our white-armored dragon cavalry. That will be the end of this battle." Hearing that bold declaration, Triner's brow slightly furrowed. He looked straight at Theo, thinking, he even opened a mind gate at that age. He smiled, agreeing, "Maybe I'm old, which is why I thought about giving up my life in a place like this. It seems we have some remarkable newcomers in this campaign." He grabbed a nearby staff, then slammed it down hard on the ground. "You're absolutely right. The white-armored dragon cavalry won't sit idly and take this. We'll follow the plan. White-armored dragon cavalry, assemble, be ready for battle." After thoroughly discussing the plan, the white-armored dragon contingent set their ambush into motion. The enemy soldiers were scouring the battlefield, leaving only heaps of rubble. They combed everywhere searching for the bodies of Theo and the white-armored dragon swordsmen. A fortress guard swept up in the bombardment, lay gasping on the ground, weakly crying out, "Help me. Please, just this once." In response was only the merciless coldness of the enemy commander. He unhesitatingly crushed the defeated man's head beneath his boot, bright red blood spraying everywhere, splattering his face. He turned and asked, "Subordinates, have you found them?" "Not yet, sir. We're still searching. We've finished sweeping the west and are now checking the east." Hearing that, a hint of doubt crossed his face. The external ambush team also reported nothing unusual, so they definitely couldn't have left this place. He walked among the scattered corpses, but something about this doesn't add up. Why are there no bodies of the white-armored dragon team here? "Hold on, everyone stop. Has anyone seen members of the white-armored dragon team?" Before he finished, suddenly from the rubble, the swordsmen burst out with decisive strikes toward the enemy. Some heads flew, others received holes in their bellies. Even the position where the commander stood had been set up with an ambush. A sword rose up from the ground, aimed straight at him. It was Evelyn. She launched an unrelenting thrust. Fortunately, with his reflexes, he barely managed to dodge. Though he took a scar across his eye, it was far better than being skewered through the head. Immediately, he drew his sword and parried. In the calm efforts amid the surprise, the instincts of a high-ranking swordsman had not been dulled in the least. Evelyn kicked off his body forcefully to gain momentum and spring backward. A sword thrust aimed straight at her, but with her agility, Evelyn flipped through the air several times and easily dodged it. Each leap was like a dancer midair, gliding and shifting with unpredictable grace. Evelyn landed on the ground a few paces from the commander. He shouted loudly, "Ambush! The enemy is the white armored dragon team, everyone ready to fight." Behind them, despite the warning, the situation had already deteriorated severely. The white armored dragon swordsmen easily overwhelmed the enemy thanks to terrain advantage and their prepared ambush. One by one, they were felled quickly, not even understanding what had happened. Theo alone swept through the battlefield. Barring any unexpected event, this victory would surely belong to the white dragon contingent. Evelyn gripped her sword, voice full of anger. "I hoped it wasn't Ragnar intelligence, but it seems I was wrong. By Ragnar's law, traitors are to be executed on the spot." Evelyn raised her sword, her gaze merciless toward the man opposite her. Now is the time for judgment. She lunged to attack. The two blades clashed, sparks flying with terrifying force and speed. Each move was highly skilled and practiced. They collided repeatedly, sparks lighting up the area. Though the fight was intense, the commander was frantic. How did they survive those explosions? How on earth? His eyes were bloodshot. The plan he'd painstakingly built had completely collapsed. Fixing the aftermath would not be easy. In a moment of distraction, Evelyn seized the chance and knocked his sword aside. Her left arm revealed a short dagger, sprung out like a hidden weapon. She swung her arm to slash at the enemy, but he stepped back to evade. Still, he'd lost his balance and wasn't steady, an excellent opportunity. A powerful slash swept past the struggling commander and sent him sliding backward several meters. Evelyn rose and declared clearly, "Members of Ragnar intelligence, further resistance is futile. The moment our ambush succeeded, you no longer had any chance. Surrender now and we will spare your lives." Before she finished, the defeated commander, unable to accept defeat and facing only death if he fled, shouted, "Everyone, obey orders, use the forbidden technique." His command echoed across the field. Even 5th Team Captain Triner was shocked by it. "Forbidden technique, what's that?" From behind, the soldiers' bodies began to change strangely, charging forward with an insatiable thirst for blood, eyes enraged as if they had lost all reason. "Is that Engich Lu Bao, a curse that consumes all life force to grant short-lived power?" He delivered a powerful punch into Theo's side, the force far exceeding what they'd shown before. It knocked him back a distance, the impact beyond imagination. Theo had calculated, he wasn't given time to recover. Several others, radiating murderous intent, charged like suicidal moths to the flame, their eyes only endless frenzy. Unexpectedly, a veteran of the White Dragon contingent stepped forward to protect Theo. Dozens of swords pierced the brave swordsman's body. With the last of his strength, he managed to utter his final words, "Rookie, run." Each word carved itself into his mind. A stranger had used his life to protect the next generation. How noble. Theo clenched his teeth, furious. A murderous light flared in his eyes. "You bastard, how dare you do that?" Dragon Claw Triple Strike, a powerful slash blew through the area, the enemy bodies like clouds on blue water, disintegrating into dust. Not stopping there, Theo glanced at his comrades and activated Thunder Gate, death open to increase his accuracy. Each enemy seemed locked onto by that gaze. Theo knew their positions and strengths precisely. He lowered his center of gravity, channeled his power, and unleashed a sweeping strike to clear the field. "I won't let anyone die here anymore." Dragon Claw Triple Strike. Hundreds of sword blows swept the battlefield with precision, interlocking to form massive walls. Wherever they passed, only enemy corpses remained. Fragments flew everywhere, leaving a tragic, ruined scene of smoke and dust. As the smoke drifted away, the traces left on the ground remained stark, square, and strangely beautiful. The commander, though not killed, was terrified. How could he dispel NGH letter 1 ECBCH Lu B letter 1 EA1 ODI letter 1 EC7T so easily? Has my army been wiped out? No, impossible. I cannot allow that bastard to survive. With that, he lunged straight at Theo without hesitation. The veteran swordsmen in the contingent, having witnessed the previous strike, were also astonished. "Theo, since when could that brat do that?" "I don't know either, but we'll have to try harder." After delivering that all-encompassing slash, Theo's body ached. "I used Thunder Gate to forcibly amplify my power. But it seems it might have been a bit too much for me." From behind, the commander had also activated NGH letter 1 ECBCH Lu B letter 1 EA1 ODI letter 1 EC7T and charged forward toward the converging target. By Ragnar, I'll drag you down to hell with me at any cost. Theo turned, eyes filled with alarm. His core mana is corrupted, no way. The commander's face had lost all reason. He was clearly intent on suicide. But things were not that simple. Evelyn immediately appeared to protect Theo. Wind Thunder, Divine Technique, Tempest, Fury, Assault. His arms were severed like late autumn yellow leaves, and his body was blown into the air, suspended. Evelyn slammed down onto the ground, then leaped up as streams of mana intertwined with her strength. Wind Thunder, Divine Technique, Chaotic Tempest, Rage. She channeled the full power of her secret art into his core mana to release all the stored energy within. Theo opened his eyes wide, full of astonishment. Did the explosion from his mana core stop? In an instant, the power Evelyn unleashed struck him a mighty blow. The commander's body lay sprawled on the rubble, blood pooled around him, the end of the protracted battle. Seeing that, Theo breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Voices rose from behind. You've worked hard. Theo, you truly live up to my recognition. Don't even dream of taking Lord Theo's top sword rank, it's mine. Thanks to you we survived, thank you so much. The veteran reached out toward Theo. He turned back still dazed. But his expression quickly shifted to a satisfied smile. Perhaps this is something you never experienced in your previous life. It's called camaraderie, right? The group looked toward 5th Team Captain and the surviving members. Hey, when did you learn those skills? You really shouldn't know, you might get into trouble. They all embraced closely, very affectionate. The scene felt so familiar, perhaps this was the start of a powerful regiment. Seeing that, 5th Team Captain felt a warmth in his chest. Maybe this will be the new generation to shoulder the responsibilities of the White Dragon contingent. The long night passed, and a brilliant dawn once again rose over these lands. After the campaign to eliminate Theo failed in the previous chapter, the atmosphere in the Red Rose Palace was extremely tense. Axion's mother was grabbed by the throat and lifted into the air, her face contorted, tears streaming, full of panic. None other than Eid Troyvan. He was furious at what had happened. You damned brat. He threw her to the ground with force, angrily shouting, "How dare you do something like this without informing me?" From afar, a subordinate rushed over worriedly. "Master, my lord." He looked at the paper on the table and said, "Where did you get the nerve to steal my seal?" "Kill that bastard Theo Ragnar and the white armored dragon cavalry. How dare you say that? Do you know what you've just caused?" Eid Troyvan hurled the scroll in front of the Rose Palace matron. "How dare you interfere with the Troyvan family's grand plan?" Before he finished, she covered her ears and screamed loudly. "Ah, I only wanted the head of that bastard who ruined Axion. Is even such a simple thing impossible?" She wept and wailed in despair. "That bastard and everything related to him, I will tear them apart, burn them to soothe my rage and let Axion's soul rest. Only then will I feel some relief." Hearing this, Eid Troyvan was furious but said nothing. "Because one brat died, have you forgotten your role?" Immediately, Eid Troyvan stomped on Axion's decaying corpse in front of his mother. "Worthless scum, you accomplished nothing at all." Eid Troyvan turned to his sister with a look of contempt. "You lost the devouring dragon sword, the key to the entire plan. From this moment on, you are no longer a member of the Troyvan family." That look, it was so familiar. Yes, it was the same look their father once used to regard her, nothing but disdain for an inferior being. Having said that, Eid Troyvan turned and walked away without looking back. "She's useless now. Imprison her where no one can see. Eliminate all pests related to this matter so no news leaks out." "Yes, my lord." Eid Troyvan's face was furious. "Why are all my plans ruined by useless fools? Please, please reconsider just this once. If you spare me, I'll do anything." His sister's pleas continued to echo, now meaningless. Eid Troyvan strode through the mansion filled with screams of pain. "Please, spare me." The rebellion he had painstakingly prepared had collapsed into dust. "All this misery is because of that bastard Theo Ragnar. I swear by my own life I will end yours with my own hands." Back in Theo's room, he was reviewing his stats. The devouring dragon sword Theo had claimed after the great battle was truly a valuable prize. The Balmung devouring dragon, a mysterious greatsword level 82, requirements unknown, effects unknown, current status, sealed, its hidden mystery must be decoded before it can be used. Holding it, Theo couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship and sharpness a legendary blade possessed. It truly lives up to its name. Suddenly, a surge of power burst from the sword, and it immediately wounded him, forcing him to drop it to the ground. Just as expected, it's not called the devouring dragon sword for nothing. There must be a reason behind it. Theo's hand was slashed with numerous wounds even after holding it for only a moment. It's clearly a hard counter to the Ragnar lineage. If that's the case, then the information I had in my previous life was right. I won't be able to wield it unless I unlock the mystery hidden within. It is a relic from the age of ancient myth, as illusory as it is mysterious. It does not easily fall into mortal hands. But if someone can unravel the sword's hidden secret, it will grant them legendary powers, an immensely potent treasure. In his previous life, Eid Troiven had certainly unlocked Balmung's secret, which enabled him to carry out the coup. Recalling what he had done back then, a place came to Theo's mind. For now, I should store it in my space inventory, right? Until its secret is unlocked, it's just a useless chunk of metal. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door. Is someone there? Theo rushed to open it and found Evelyn waiting. She bowed and said, "Sorry to bother you, young master. Could I have a moment of your time? The commander wishes to see you." Meanwhile, in his office, the commander of the white-armored dragon was speaking with the rescued 5th team captain. "It's good to know you made it back alive." His face darkened suddenly. "But are the things you're saying true? Do you really intend to retire?" "It's embarrassing to tell you this, but as you can see, I lost my legs and Rocinante, my close comrade, in the recent battle. Moreover, with this aging body, I can't hold on long on the battlefield. I'll spend the rest of my days at home mourning the fallen." Hearing that, the corps commander had nothing more to say. Who can stop the old man's stubbornness? Do as you wish, ha ha. Thank you, commander. I know this isn't a worthy replacement, but I have something to say about the rookie Theo Ragnar. Speak on. At such a young age, he's already opened the Thunder Gate. The demon dragon's face lit with excitement. What? Thunder Gate? Isn't that the boundary between the ordinary and the transcendent? Actually, at first I was shocked when I saw it. Clearly, he wasn't born a genius who possessed it from the start. It was as if he had forced open a door that had always been closed. The feeling was clear, that door had been violently pried open. But however it happened, the gap of potential within him has suddenly expanded. Compared to what he currently holds, there's still an absurdly vast space to exploit the hidden potential within him. Ha ha, if that's the case, isn't that good news? We must fill that newly opened gap. He may become a pillar of the White Dragon contingent in the future. Yes, that's all an elder like me can tell a junior, the rest depends on him. At the White Dragon contingent's arena, the commander met Theo as summoned earlier. From now on, you must learn everything and grow in your own way. Theo's expression turned rather worried. He still didn't understand what the demon dragon meant. Now the two stood facing each other in the arena, under a high moon, cool breeze, with no one around to disturb them. "Hey Theo, I heard you played an important role in this mission, right?" Theo bowed, speaking calmly. "Not really, it was all thanks to my teammates' support." "Atrum, is that so? Don't be too modest about it. So how has your martial path progressed?" Theo pondered thought for a moment, then answered, "Martial path, do you mean my combat ability? Fighting is much easier now compared to before." No, I'm not asking about your fighting techniques. What I really care about is what kind of world your sword is trying to express." Theo was bewildered by the unexpected question. He fell silent, hesitating a little. "If you're referring to that, then I'm really not sure either. I only trained with the single wish of emulating my lord's swordsmanship." The demon dragon was pleased, raised his hand and gripped the sword behind him. "That's how everyone begins." Immediately, the demon dragon swiftly unleashed his domain. Streams of energy burst outward, carrying an oppressive force hard to resist. The entire surrounding space was quickly bathed in the red of blood. The river beneath them looked like a sea of enemy blood, so this is the demon dragon's boundary. Theo recalled images from his second awakening. It was completely different from the boundary the sword dragon had shown before. What he had just said, could it be that this is a world formed from each individual's martial path? Every word the demon dragon spoke brought a terrifying pressure. My sword embodies the demon. A pillar of immense power shot straight into the sky. If it were an attack, no one could stop it. Theo strained to observe closely what unfolded. So this is the demon dragon's power. Wasting no more time, the demon dragon began executing a series of techniques. Each slash carried the power to annihilate everything. They were exquisite, masterful, with not a single opening in any attack. Each swing revealed experience, the culmination of countless fierce battles. Forged by risking lives, continuously advancing and breaking every limit. Theo's eyes widened. He couldn't look away from these flawless sword paths. This is an opportunity not often available. The entire wall of blood rose before him. It twisted inward, then split apart, covering everything in its path. The demon dragon halted his sword, stepped slowly toward Theo with a voice full of expectation. What do you think of what you've just witnessed? What did you see in the demon dragon's martial way? Theo thought, and what had appeared before him made him answer reflexively, power and destruction. He smiled. Exactly, that is the nature of the demon, instinctive, direct. Even if it ultimately shatters, it remains a straight line, piercing and destroying everything it touches. Violence, destruction, and power, everything points toward death. So, what do you think of the boundary of the Plum Blossom Hall's mistress? Her boundary, it's elegant and beautiful. The demon dragon folded his arms and considered, beautiful, the Plum Blossom mistress's swordsmanship carries the essence of birth, so that makes sense. A seed sprouts, grows, and then blooms into a flower, that is life. It is slow but gentle, always transforming, never ceasing. It never stops growing itself, that is the martial way. Hearing that, Theo tried to arrange his thoughts. Is this the martial way she mentioned? Although both are 9 dragons, their interpretations of swordsmanship differ so much. Life, death, being and non-being, do you think the meanings of these two swords are completely opposite? Could that not be so? Ha, if I explain it now, where's the fun in that? Saying so, he dispelled his boundary. Immediately after, the demon dragon tossed Theo a strange book. It seemed to be some manual. Here, what is this? It's a transcript of a dialogue between me and the Plum Blossom Hall's mistress about the truths of swordsmanship. Theo's face turned extremely surprised. Are you serious? Although this is extremely rare, but... Theo Ragnar, you have become a disciple of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon. The demon dragon and the sword dragon had been conversing on the cliff. During the earlier examination, the demon dragon had recorded all their conversations into a notebook which he handed to Theo. Holding it, the demon dragon's expression grew somber and contemplative, as if he had his own thoughts. After a moment of thought, the demon dragon grumbled, "You're right, that kid is already my member, yet you want me to share him as a mutual disciple." Hearing that, the sword dragon laughed. "Don't be petty. The ultimate purpose of this is for Theo's benefit, isn't it? You won't refuse my proposal, will you? I'm sure you know Theo has drawn expectations from others. The boy is willing to compete with anyone to become a candidate for the future clan head. Look at his talent, his development speed is unprecedented. That also means the boy will soon encounter a wall, the gap every challenger faces when attempting to break through, and he'll reach it much faster than ordinary people." Holding the notebook, the sword dragon said confidently, "This will help Theo surpass that wall, so this cooperation will certainly be meaningful." Suddenly, the demon dragon's voice sounded as if to interject, "But what will happen if Theo becomes head of the Ragnar clan? If he becomes an enemy of the Ragnar clan, then who will be held responsible for that?" Hearing that, the sword dragon's face turned panicked. It seemed the lady had never considered this possibility either. This has happened many times before. Most who develop at such a rate usually meet unhappy ends. Exactly, if history repeats itself with Theo Ragnar, then everything we teach him will become an executioner's knife, bringing ruin to the Ragnar clan. The sword dragon smiled faintly. You surprise me, demon dragon. I thought your mind was filled only with good intentions for him. But after hearing the fear inside your heart, I'm more certain than ever. She spoke with confidence. Julius, you truly are the most suitable person to hold this. Watch the boy very carefully. When you feel the time is right and you are certain of your decision, give him this. You must ensure he won't be led astray by greed. He must grow into a true, enlightened one capable of shouldering this family's responsibilities. Recalling those words, the demon dragon hesitated over his decision to give the book to Theo. Opposite him, after seizing the precious book, Theo's face brightened. The two who are said to be among the strongest of the 9 dragons created this book. Am I dreaming? Am I about to become a disciple of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon? He spoke forward. Do I truly deserve this? It's fine, you don't need to be so modest. I only tell you because I think you deserve it, that's all. Theo lowered his head and gave a gentle smile. Thinking back, I was able to progress so quickly because of their help. I haven't even done anything to repay them, yet they continue to help me unconditionally. Theo bowed. Since the Rendon incident, you have helped me many times. I swear on my honor that one day I will repay your kindness. Meanwhile, whatever the demon dragon and Evelyn were discussing, Evelyn looked weary. The demon dragon stomped his foot heavily on the ground, and his whole body exuded an oppressive aura. Ha ha, there's a way for the kid to repay that favor right now. Saying that, he advanced toward him. Come here and fight, Theo Ragnar. It's been a long time since I've had such a fun toy, no. An outstanding disciple like this. I can't call myself a commander if I just sit around, can I? Ha ha ha, the real lesson is only beginning now. Theo blinked in bewilderment. Do I really have to fight him? He rushed forward with all his strength. The clashes rang everywhere. Good, faster, faster. Behind them, Evelyn quietly slipped away. She quickly latched the lock. It seemed she had been bought off by the commander. Save me, Evelyn. I'm very sorry, young master. This is an order from the commander, so I cannot defy it. And so Theo was locked inside the arena with the commander all night. They fought until Theo could no longer stand. The next morning, Evelyn came and unlocked the chains on the door. She slowly stepped inside, wearing a guilty expression. Evelyn's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected this extent. Before Evelyn was the pitiful sight of Theo after training with the demon dragon. He sat dazed as if lifeless. Young Master Theo, are you all right? She slowly approached, voice soothing. I think the commander went a bit too far this time. A bit too far. More importantly, as you said before, I've imprisoned the previous ringleader in the underground jail. Finally, there was news that made him smile. But is it really okay to just lock him up like that? He's not the type to betray his master, no matter what we use, yet leaving him be like that isn't wise. Don't worry, it's all part of my plan. Theo leaned close to Evelyn and whispered something into her ear. It seemed he already knew how to exploit this prey. Although she didn't know what it was, surprise registered on Evelyn's face after hearing it. Scene shifts to the Rose Palace. Theo was slowly entering the training area. Welcome here, Theo. Theo bowed low. It is an honor to meet you, Madam of the Red Rose Hall. The sword dragon descended slowly, radiating elegance. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Have you received the gift that the demon dragon and I prepared for you? Theo replied calmly in a soft voice. Thank you so much for that. The book has truly helped me a great deal. Hearing the answer she desired, the lady used her inner energy to draw a sword that lay in the training area toward her. Instantly, she leapt straight to where Theo knelt, the space filled with drifting petals as if atop flower mountain. The sword dragon's feet alighted gracefully, her voice warm and gentle. I'm pleased to hear you say that. As she spoke, she stepped slowly toward Theo. I want to continue teaching you sword techniques that others easily overlook. They are the root of original swordsmanship. The source of all future development. We'll begin with this and complete it with. I like to discuss how to make a flower bloom through swordplay. The Lady of the Red Rose pointed the sword at Theo. Now I'll ask you once more. Theo Ragnar, do you truly wish to become my disciple, Sword Dragon? Before I answer your question, may I ask one in return? What you mean is, are you asking in your capacity as the Heavenly Dragon Sword Master? That question surprised the Sword Dragon considerably. Oh ho, I didn't expect you to know a secret few are aware of. She planted the sword into the ground and began to explain briefly. Yes, I won't deny it. The Heavenly Dragon Sword is a secret school passed on to only a single disciple. I am its sole inheritor and the Heavenly Dragon Sword Master. You want to know my true intention in taking you as a disciple, right? I'm sorry if that makes you uncomfortable. It's all right, I won't blame you for such a thing. Actually, I have no deep ulterior motive. From the technique that lets the plum blossom show its colors to the sword dragon heavenly flourish form. From the start, I intended to pass it all on to you. Theo's face turned to astonishment, speechless. Is she serious? Scene shifts to a while later. Theo was walking slowly away from the Rose Palace, the path flanked by elegant, pale pink flowering trees. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere, causing Theo to stop. There you are. Someone stood at a distance, speaking arrogantly. You must be the new recruit of the white armored dragon cavalry, Theo Ragnar, right? Theo turned. You're not someone to be bullied by these guys either. It's me, any problem? The captain's face narrowed in irritation. That reaction, you can't even offer a polite greeting. Now that you're part of the Rose Palace, a disciple under Sword Dragon, you should at least show minimal respect to your elders, shouldn't you? Hearing that, Theo sneered. I thought it was something important, but it's just a childish performance to protect your fragile pride. Elder my foot, you're not even my direct superior, so what the hell does rank matter? He shouted angrily after Theo's barbed retort hit like chili. What did you say? We aren't your superiors. You're already a disciple of the Lady of the Red Rose. If not a junior, then what are you? Theo stopped, apparently losing patience with these fools. It seems you have a serious misunderstanding about something. I have already refused Sword Dragon's invitation to take me as her disciple. Hearing that, the faces of the seniors went utterly pale with panic. Under the gray sky of the training ground, Theo knelt in the center of the arena, his mind wrestling with the weight of the Lady of the Red Rose's offer. She wanted to pass on both the legacy of the Plum Blossom and the legendary Heavenly Dragon Sword techniques. She looked at him coldly and asked bluntly, "Is that enough to entice you?" Theo stammered, "Of course it's enticing. But I still can't understand why you cherish me so much." Theo had never done anything truly meaningful for her. The lady simply told him to stand. She gently touched Theo's cheek, lifted his face, and explained there was no grand reason. It's just, you remind me of Lord Ragnar, the current clan chief, when he was young. Theo was surprised, wondering if he really resembled the clan lord. The Sword Dragon affirmed it, saying he was identical to her husband in youth, not just in appearance. The young clan lord had relentlessly pursued his dreams and ideals. The lady paused, her gaze dreamy, and said, "Perhaps the Lord still dreams of them even now." It was that relentless pursuit that kept the Lord from ever falling into despair. He worked tirelessly to overcome every challenge. Each day was a grueling battle against immense enemies in harsh lands. But despite everything, the Lord never yielded or compromised on his core principles. She smiled fondly and revealed, "When I look at Theo, I see that same fierce idealism of the Lord, the aspect I fell in love with back then. Seeing that spirit flare up again in Theo, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." After satisfying Theo's curiosity, the Sword Dragon declared it was time for him to give his answer. Theo took a deep breath. "I admit this is an incredibly tempting offer, more so than a lavish buffet, but I must refuse it. May I know why?" Theo candidly explained that he already had too many masters at present. Besides the lady who had taught him much, there was Commander Julius of the White Armored Dragon, the senior swordsmen Evelyn and Ayan Sasari, and his friends and comrades, Wellington, Hulkus Rank, and Erica. He even learned from his rivals, Axion, Skydragon, and especially Eid Troyvan. Hearing this, the Sword Dragon was puzzled. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You call Eid Troyvan a master? I truly didn't expect that. I heard you had conflicts with him, didn't you?" Theo was certain in his answer. That's precisely why. He affirmed that the trials imposed by enemies helped forge the strong person he is today. Every word seemed to awaken something within the lady. Theo continued to explain that his sword style was learned from many sources and would always evolve rapidly. Therefore, he could not loyally preserve the tradition of a single school and pass it on intact to future generations. The sword dragon pondered for a moment, then smiled. You can't preserve tradition because your blade's path is always changing. Both aspects were admirable and tinged with regret. Theo met her gaze seriously and said, although I cannot become your disciple, it would be a great honor for me to be your son. Saying that, Theo bowed respectfully. The lady's eyes widened, genuine surprise washed over her face. Then, like a brilliant sunrise, joy blossomed across the sword dragon's features. Scene shifts to another time. Under the gentle moonlight in a garden adorned with blooming plum trees, the Lady of the Red Rose sat in a chair, sipping a glass of wine while her servant refilled it. She smiled, savoring the taste of the wine. The servant said cheerfully, Madam seems to truly adore him, doesn't she? The sword dragon did not hesitate to confirm, of course. She explained that fate, or perhaps destiny, had never allowed her to have a child of her own. But now she had a child, a man who so closely resembled the one she loved, who had just promised to become her son. How could she not be overjoyed? The servant smiled, expressing happiness at seeing the madam so pleased. Seeing her this happy, I feel happy too, Miss Osa. I feel I should thank Theo for finally making me a mother. Immediately after, the sword dragon asked the servant to prepare a letter to send to her husband to inform him of a few things. What would you like me to write, madam? It's about Theo's promotion examination. Hearing that, the servant's face showed surprise. Pardon me, but Theo is still a rookie who has just completed the initiation ceremony. If he attracts too much attention at such a young age, I'm worried that Theo could be in danger. Madam must surely understand that. The sword dragon set her glass down, her expression resolute. That is precisely why I must act swiftly. Before the great storms strike the Ragnar clan and swallow everything, I want to give Theo as much strength, knowledge, and support as possible, for he will be the key to this clan's future. Deep beneath the white-armored dragon headquarters, in a cold underground cell, the captured commander Sigurd slumped against the wall, chained at his neck, wrists, and ankles. He had lost an arm, and his remaining eye widened as footsteps in the corridor grew louder. A cloaked assassin with a cold mask and sharp talons stood outside the bars. Sigurd recognized the visitor and cried out, "You're finally here." The masked assassin advised Sigurd not to blame him. It was all according to his will. I would never doubt what he does. Sigurd pulled up the collar and ordered the assassin to kill him immediately. The assassin hurled the throwing knives straight at the condemned man without hesitation. Just when it seemed the vital lead would be cut off, as his knives reached Sigurd's throat, streams of green energy appeared from somewhere and formed solid shields to block them. The assassin staggered back in shock. What is that? From above, Evelyn quickly broke through the ceiling and dropped down. She surged toward him, saying, "I've been waiting for you here for quite some time, you little rat." The assassin hissed, recognizing who she was, but it was too late, so this whole situation was a trap. Immediately, he tried to fend off her flurry of attacks, dazed by Evelyn's astonishing skill. He cursed his misfortune. Has she always been this strong? With just a few sword strokes, Evelyn had easily overwhelmed the assassin. Regretting that he couldn't eliminate Sigurd to close the matter, he knew that being captured would bring far worse consequences. He had to escape and plan for the future, realizing his intent. Evelyn would not let him leave easily. A gusting vortex of wind energy shot into his escape route, halting his progress. She declared coldly, "He will not get out of here easily." Without hesitation, Evelyn summoned another technique of Hulkus Ragnar, the secret art of the Tempest. The whirlwind and emerald gale erupted. It blew everything in its path away and slammed the assassin into the cold stone wall. He thrashed, feeling his throat constrict as blood welled up beneath the mask. Panicking, he began to gather energy in his palms, preparing to self-destruct to erase all evidence. But Evelyn had anticipated that, with keen reflexes. She grabbed his cloak and struck him squarely in the stomach to dissipate the surging energy. "Why do you always do this whenever a plan fails?" Evelyn flung him down the corridor, declaring, "That trick won't work on me a second time." Cut to another location. At a secure cabin deep in a snow-covered forest, far from the Ragnar complex. An important meeting was taking place. Evelyn Naravel had captured an assassin who infiltrated the prison. A swordsman wearing a mask pointed at a map. She presented her findings. This assassin belongs to an organization called the Serpent Fiends, an organization under the Troyven clan. This indicates Troyven involvement, likely a direct connection to Troyven. Julius, the demon dragon, seated at the head of the table, declared solemnly, "This almost completely confirms our suspicion of a mole within Ragnar's ranks." Cleve agreed. She emphasized that the meeting was held in a remote location to avoid leaking any more critical intelligence. "Based on our information, the Serpent Fiend's base is in an ancient castle in a harsh region. Within a few hours, if the assassin does not return, they will deem the mission to kill Sigurd a failure. They will certainly burn all evidence and flee. Therefore, the objective is clear: ambush the enemy's base before they escape and seize all possible information. This is the focus of the newly assigned joint operation." After the report, Cleve identified her name and rank. "My name is Cleve, a Snowless." Hearing that, Theo was astonished. He hadn't expected to encounter an agent of this caliber here. The demon dragon cleared his throat and added one final point. "This mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's official promotion examination." Cleve and Evelyn both looked surprised. Theo himself wondered if he met the standard for such a demanding promotion test. Julius sighed, confirming, "Theo qualifies, but be warned, this is not a path of roses and glory. In this mission, every challenge is bound with blood and danger." The difficulty of Theo's promotion exam has been raised significantly. Although exams are normally scaled to rank, assigning a task that could ignite civil war as a test for a mid-level swordsman is extremely rare. The demon dragon leaned forward, revealing, "You know, Theo ordered Evelyn to oversee the prison because he anticipated an assassin would be sent to kill the prisoner." Evelyn cleared her throat, looking awkward. Since Theo initiated this chain of events, the demon dragon demanded that he see it through to the end. Theo apologized for acting rashly. He accepted the apology, but warned, even as heir, acting without consulting superiors is unacceptable. Now that events have progressed to this point, Theo must complete the mission perfectly. He leaned in, grabbed Theo's coat, and tapped his head with a firm voice. "Pass the exam and be officially promoted to mid-level swordsman. Then you'll earn the right to undertake missions alone. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Theo regained his composure and answered decisively. A faint smile appeared as he realized this matter revolved around him more than he'd imagined. Suddenly, a familiar blue screen appeared before his vision. Mission number 4, Dark Ties of a Past Life. Objective: this is an opportunity for you to sweep away the dark connections from a past life and thwart their insidious schemes. Theo pondered the notification, wondering if an invisible thread had bound him to these figures across timelines, leading to all this chaos. Noticing his distraction, Cleve asked, "Do you have a problem, Theo Ragnar?" "No." His eyes answered with resolve, "I will not just do this mission, I will complete it at all costs." "Good, if you're ready, then let's begin. It's time to end this." The hunt for the serpents officially begins. In the forest where a palace rose in the distance, surrounded by dense woods, Evelyn and Theo crouched low, hidden in the shadows. Cleve turned to face them, her voice serious and urgent. "There may be a snake in our team, so this mission is limited to 3 people, the 2 of you and me." She narrowed her eyes, speaking with determined confidence. "Our target is an assassin organization. As swordsmen, we have the advantage in direct confrontation, but we are at a numerical disadvantage." She looked toward the assassin's hideout in the distance, the weight of the task evident in her voice. "Whatever happens, never let your guard down." Theo nodded, determination in his heart. "Understood." Cut to inside the assassin's hideout, where 2 figures bent over a table, examining documents. One of them squinted at the papers, urgency in his tone. "We've organized the pile of documents. I'll leave as soon as he returns." "But how long has he been gone?" "About 2 hours. He'll be back soon." As their conversation continued normally, a sphere rolled in from a corner of the room. Before the assassins could react, the sphere released a thick smoke that filled the room within seconds. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. He covered his mouth, trying to suppress his panic. It's an ambush. Before he could finish, a figure emerged from the darkness, moving with supernatural speed. She swept through the room like lightning and killed them all, each strike exquisitely precise, ending everything with one fluid motion. Two other assassins were gravely wounded before they could react. Their weapons barely rose to defend. It was Cleve. The masked assassin staggered, stunned by the incomprehensible speed of the attack. How were we detected? Blood seeped from the wound on his neck. He muttered in pain, "Damn, how is this happening?" Cleve's gaze swept over the assassin, trying to flee, cold and resolute. She glanced down at the table in front of her. With a powerful kick, she sent the table flying and lunged at the assassin attempting to run. Cleve casually caught the documents fluttering in midair, her eyes scanning the room as she declared, "This area is cleared. Evelyn and I will handle things here. Theo, secure the basement." Theo nodded without hesitation, his voice firm. Yes. He couldn't help but marvel at Cleve's swift decisiveness. She'd taken down 3 assassins in an instant. Wasting no time, Theo rushed down into the basement, ready to eliminate any enemies hiding there. His mind raced over details from the meeting. If the layout is correct, the stairs to the basement should be right ahead. Determination quickened his pace. But as he neared the entrance, his thoughts were abruptly cut off. Theo didn't notice a taut wire on the ground, and his foot caught it. Before he could grasp what was happening, Theo's eyes widened in shock. An arrow shot straight at him, passing mere inches from his face. Theo's body reacted instinctively. He gritted his teeth and tilted his head at the last second, narrowly dodging the arrow. But before he could regain his balance, multiple arrows rained down from various directions, aimed straight at Theo. Theo recognized the lurking danger, and his demeanor changed instantly. A wave of irritation and urgency surged through him as he grasped the seriousness of the situation. Wasting no time, Theo used the synchronized skill, instantly analyzing the surrounding area. The entire layout of the room appeared before his eyes. The hidden traps were revealed, and the ambushers could no longer hide. Without hesitation, he opened his pack and drew multiple swords. The item shift skill flared, guiding the blades with precision. Immediately after, he activated the dragon's Thunder Breath skill, charging the blades with lightning energy. Theo used the Dragon Mark skill, unleashing it fully to sever every trap in an instant. All the traps along his path were neutralized, and the enemies lying in ambush were eliminated. Everything was dealt with in a heartbeat. One of the assassins, still dazed, tried to mutter weakly, How is this possible?" Theo pressed on, leaving the assassin sprawled on the floor. Each step down tightened his thoughts further. If security is this strict, there must be something extremely important in the basement. But before Theo could finish the thought, he had reached the foot of the stairs. Theo's eyes widened in shock as his gaze locked onto the scene before him. The floor was soaked with blood, and in the distance, a figure in red stood motionless. As the man felt Theo's presence, he spoke with excitement, his words laced with dark delight. "Oh my, I can smell the stench of defilement all the way here. I can't believe a massacre is taking place during this sacred prayer." The man wore a hat that obscured most of his face and turned to face him. An overwhelming, terrifying aura radiated from him like a wicked priest. Behind him lay piled skulls and a grotesque symbol painted in blood on the wall. "You are indeed an impatient believer." Theo gritted his teeth, his heart pounding with tension. A name echoed in his mind, the Demon Holy Church. Memories of the Demon Holy Church flooded Theo's mind, a chill running down his spine. The Demon Holy Church. A doomsday sect proclaiming the imminent end of days, and promising a descending savior, a false religious organization that specializes in deceiving the gullible. His thoughts darkened. They are the ones behind the great war that toppled an empire. The wicked priest grinned broadly, looking at Theo with glittering eyes. "You seem to know who I am." He spread his arms, voice full of pleasure at being recognized. Theo's expression grew more strained, sweat forming on his brow as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. Without hesitation, he used the synchronized skill, reading the mana flows around him in hopes of better understanding what he faced. But what appeared before his eyes made his heart race in disbelief. This can't be real. A mysterious stream of mana, defying the basic rules of mana, flowed from the man's shattered mind like a gateway from hell. Is this the grace the priests call the bamboo blessing? The blood-smeared priest narrowed his eyes, his tone sly and heavy with contempt. How sad, it seems you are one without faith in the Savior. He clasped his hands together, his voice growing even darker, but no matter. A great pressure flooded the room, the priest's haunting aura suffusing the space and creating a suffocating fear. I will grant you the honor of becoming a sacrifice for the one true God. Theo stood firm, quickly drew his sword and readied himself to fight. He moved with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Theo, charging with a chilling shout, I hope you will not refuse this grace from the Lord. Theo's expression hardened. He tried to block the priest's first strike with the sword in his hand. The man's strength was absurd. Is this truly the hand of a human? The battle erupted with total dominance. Every attack Theo launched was countered or parried with undeniable precision. No matter how agile or skillful he was, the priest was always a step ahead, easily dodging or blocking. The blood priest drew his hand back, channeling all his power, and unleashed a lethal strike toward Theo. Theo tried to tilt his head to avoid it. But the moment he saw an opening, he would not miss it. He swung his sword, wrapping energy around the blade with his skill, preparing to deliver a powerful counterattack. Theo launched his attack, pouring all his strength into the blow, yet to his shock, the blood priest blocked the full-force strike with his bare hand. Sparks flew as their clash shook the entire basement. But no matter how hard Theo tried, his attacks were useless. The blood priest effortlessly repelled each blow, his hand absorbed force like a solid iron wall. Theo's mind went blank, disbelief flooding him. He blocked my full-power strike with his bare hand. Before Theo could process the situation, with a brutal motion, the priest slammed him into the room's wall with terrifying force. The impact was deafening, blood spurted from his mouth, pain rippling through his body. Are even the blood priests of the demon holy church at such a high level? The blood priest stepped toward him slowly and deliberately, the air around them growing heavy like a promise of cruel torment. I can't use the third dragon claw here unless I want to be buried with him, but a simple attack won't work. What on earth should I do? Theo loosened his grip on the sword and stared at it, searching for a solution. What can I do with this sword now? The voices of the demon dragon and sword dragon echoed in his head, their teachings cutting through the fog of despair. Explosive, destructive power is the foundation of swordsmanship. It is death. The root of swordsmanship is death, the essence of sword chi and technique. He wants to teach me how to bring life with the sword, life and death, vitality and violence. Do you think these two principles are completely opposed? He realized the answer was always within reach, the perfect balance between life and death. With a malicious smile, the priest taunted Theo. "O Lord, this lamb is shedding its precious blood." His smile widened, his eyes blazing red with malice. Please accept this pitiful lamb as a sacrifice. It will surely please him. The blood priest brought his fist down with terrible force. The impact exploded, the ground shattered, and a fierce shockwave ripped through the basement. But at the last moment, Theo sprang up, avoided the strike by inches. He rolled to the side and barely got back on his feet, his gaze locking onto the blood priest. The priest narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping annoyance. You truly are a stubborn little lamb. Theo felt energy concentrating around his sword. Now I understand. These two swords are not opposed. Life and death are a natural cycle. Death always awaits the end of life. And life also sprouts from death. They are not two but one unified whole. If I apply that principle, gather the wasted energy and focus it into a single beam of light, I'll win this. The blood priest watched with amusement, raising a hand and sneering. Don't be so foolish. Don't you realize your sword has no effect on me? But before he could finish, Theo delivered a straight slash across the blood priest's palm. Long Theme, that was the name of the lightning-fast strike he had just used. Instantly, the room erupted with energy. The shockwave from Theo's attack swept the basement, the air thick with crackling electrical sparks. The blood priest raised his hand to block the blow, a smirk on his face. This new sword technique is interesting. But his expression quickly changed after those words as his body was wounded. He felt the terrible power of Theo's strike. Though he had blocked before, this time was completely different. The blood priest's expression transformed. His eyes widened in shock as the energy from Theo's attack began to dominate, shattering his defenses. Blood started to seep from his hand, running down his palm and fingers. This attack was like a strike of life, the force so powerful the blood priest was hurled backward, slamming into the wall with tremendous force. The impact of the strike was so great the wall cracked open, blood pouring from the priest's body. His voice trembled with a mix of anger and doubt. "I never thought I'd be enlightened before I die. You truly are a seed of evil. I cannot allow you to defile God's world any longer." Without letting him speak further, Theo rushed forward, grabbed the priest's head, and slammed it into the wall behind him. Theo immediately activated his synchronized skill, placing his hand on the priest's face to read his memories. "I need to use this chance to discover the source of the strange power the demon Holy Church uses." But the moment his hand touched, something strange happened. The blood priest seemed to dissolve, as if he were being sucked out of this dimension. Theo was pulled along, in an instant ripped from reality and hurled into another dimension. The environment around Theo shifted violently. He could hardly comprehend what was happening. His thoughts spun in confusion. "This is completely different from every other time I've read memories, as if I've been transported to an entirely different place." Suddenly, Theo's gaze fell on the system screen that had just popped up before him. The notifications were distorted, corrupted by the unsettling energy of this place. He tried to decipher them, but before he could fully process the information, multiple warning windows appeared in succession. One was a red alert, warning, "You have encountered an enemy of a far higher level. Please flee." Theo's expression stiffened. The warning sent a chill down his spine. What the hell is this? But before Theo could think further, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A suffocating pressure tightened around him from all sides, the awful weight forcing his presence to shrink beneath its absolute force. A voice echoed, making the space tremble. "Who are you?" The voice roared, the pressure mounting. "What are you?" Theo's vision blurred from the force, but he struggled to keep his composure and focus. A giant eye appeared before him, opening to reveal a vast, malicious gaze fixed on him. The eye was so huge that Theo standing before it looked no larger than an ant. The voice rose, louder and more furious, making Theo tremble to his core. "How dare you disturb my slumber?" A colossal creature appeared before him, its form enormous and ever-shifting, countless eyes staring down at Theo. Theo's mind scrambled as he was lost in a warped realm where a horrific presence enveloped him. His eyes widened in shock, facing the giant. "Is this what those demon holy worshippers have been hiding?" he thought, his heart pounding like it would burst. "Answer me, what are you?" At that moment he couldn't stop thinking. Their god, the so-called grace the fanatics always speak of, was it all a lie? The creature had just awakened, its eyes swept the space in wrath. Its voice thundered as it searched for the intruder. "So it's you, you are Theo Ragnar." Theo's eyes widened in surprise. "It knows who I am." He tried to grasp this unbelievable situation. Without hesitation, the creature's massive tentacles coiled around his legs, tightening as if to crush him. "I have found you." The protagonist of this world, before it, Theo was tiny as an ant, helpless as the tentacles squeezed harder. Confused and overwhelmed, he could hardly understand what was happening. His eyes darted around searching for an escape, but the tentacles wrapped him too quickly for him to fight back. His body was trapped in their grip, utterly powerless. Fear surged as if it would swallow him whole. But just when hope seemed to vanish, a miracle occurred. A blaze of golden light erupted from the tentacles, illuminating the dark space. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as the light grew blinding. It was Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, shattering the grip with staggering power. With a thunderous roar, Lodbrok broke free and ascended. Still dazed, Lodbrok carried Theo out of the creature's chokehold. "How did you get here?" The dragon's eyes remained fixed on the strange being, unwavering. In a deep, resonant voice, Lodbrok replied, "My companion, that is something you are not ready to face. Even with terrifying power, both of you are small before that colossal creature." Lodbrok continued, stern but resolute, "Even if you reach Sigurd's level, I cannot be sure you would win." Theo's face showed pure astonishment. "What the hell is this?" The dragon's tail lashed fiercely, ripping him away from the battlefield with terrifying force, sending him hurled backward. "You must leave this place, Theo Ragnar. This is not the time for you to face that. Leave it to me." The world around him shifted abruptly. With a strong yank, he was pulled back to reality, falling into the assassin's lair. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, eyes wide in disbelief, heart pounding as he tried to process what he'd witnessed. Theo's hand went to his head instinctively, his thoughts in knots. "What is this? Am I back? What just happened?" His mind spun. Was Lodbrok really facing that thing alone? But when his gaze fell on the blood priest before him, reality slammed back. The priest sank to his knees, clutching his head, his face a mixture of pain, anger, and disbelief. He murmured in a tormented voice, "What? An unbeliever has met God." He clawed at his face with both hands, his mind unraveling as he screamed in madness, "I gave my whole family to God, and yet an unbeliever meets him." But before he could say more, the blood priest's life was cut short by a swift, clean slash. Theo's eyes turned cold, his expression resolute. "Even I will refuse such a god." He muttered, his mind still spinning, his body shaking from the intensity of the encounter. Could that be the god the demon holy worshippers are hiding? Could it be the nameless King Lodbrok once mentioned? He recalled the conversation during the assessment ceremony, when Lodbrok said that for 1,000 years she had been tasked with protecting the world from the entity imprisoned in the solitary cavern. But having lost her dragon heart, Lodbrok could only live for 3 more years. Memories of past lives tangled in his head. In 5 years, the Great War, the demon holy cult, will start. The death of the guardian dragon, the rise of the heresy, and Troiven's rebellion. All those successive events cannot be a coincidence. A sharp pain stabbed his head and he clutched it. Everything is connected. He staggered, weakened by mental strain, but before he could collapse, Evelyn suddenly appeared and caught him. "You did well, young master," her voice proud and steady. Soon after, Cleve descended into the basement, eyes narrowed as she surveyed the area. Her gaze quickly settled on Theo and Evelyn. "I rushed here because I heard a priest was hiding, but it seems that was unnecessary." She glanced over the scene, her eyes stopping at the priest's corpse. "You already dealt with one of them." Evelyn and Theo turned to Cleve as she spoke. Evelyn's voice full of pride. "You're amazing, Theo Ragnar," she said. Her eyes shone with admiration. "I can't believe you took down a priest by yourself. You don't need to prove anything more." The scene shifted, the three gathered around a table, examining documents. Cleve's tone turned serious as she checked. "I think this is all the documents they had, only reports, nothing usable as evidence." Theo stepped forward holding a box, face thoughtful. "I found this in the basement, take a look." Evelyn's eyes grew serious when she saw the box. She remembered the time she and Remington retrieved the box on the young master's orders before the awakening ceremony. It's the secret ledger of Ceres and Troiven. She thought, why hasn't he used it? Did he foresee this? Theo watched Cleve as she flipped through the ledger, his brows knitting. She stopped on a page, eyes scanning the details. This is the ledger of the Merchant Consortium series, showing transaction history with Troiven bearing their official seal. She closed the ledger and turned to Theo. "Excellent, Theo Ragnar. If we gather enough evidence, we can prove Troiven's treasonous conspiracy and their ties to the cult." Theo and Evelyn's faces darkened at the gravity of this. The evidence was within reach. Cleve continued, "This should be more than enough to take them down." As they left the hideout, Cleve's words echoed in his ears. "I will confront the Ceres Trading Guild." His mind flickered to Troiven. He clenched his fist, eyes narrowing with resolve. "Wait, Eid Troiven, this time you're the one who will be crushed." The scene shifted to the headquarters of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Julius sat behind his desk, slamming a document down, his face contorted with anger, teeth clenched, muttering, "I knew it, Eid Troiven, I knew that man would betray me one day." Across from him, Robber calmly sipped his tea, inscrutable. It's still not certain there's suspicious activity, but he's only a suspect. Julius crushed the paper in his hand, furious. Do you think I'm a fool? Robber didn't blink, his expression steady. The Black Dragon has shown me this, which means this goes beyond mere suspicion. This is more than a hunch. Stop speculating. Julius's face darkened further. Judging by your reaction, you must have covered it up even though you knew. Robber lifted his teacup gently, took a sip, then suddenly changed the subject. Theo Ragnar, I heard from Cleve's report that he single-handedly took down a priest without help. Is that true? Julius's eyes widened, shocked and incredulous. Now is not the time to talk about that. Robber enjoyed QU letter 1E F7 Long's reaction and continued to tease. That kid suits my H letter 1E AFCT Y letter 1E BFT much better. Let him go with me. Julius bristled. Why are you always like this? Robber narrowed his eyes, serious. Excellent reasoning, superb analytical and planning skills. From a single clue he found the crux, almost trained in H letter 1E AFCT Y letter 1E BFTS methods. It's as if he already has prior experience. Julius waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, I already chose him, so hands off. Hey big brother, you and Lady Osa Ragnar really are like bandits. Robber set his cup down, his face suddenly serious. Well, it's been a while since I heard that name. He paused, lost in thought, then continued. Kyle, me, Osa, and you, Julius. It feels like just yesterday the four of us were brothers. Julius cut in, irritated. That sentimental story won't sway me. If you steal Theo, I won't forgive you. Robber's eyes darkened, his voice cryptic. Seems you haven't realized it yet. Suddenly, with a swift move, Robber appeared behind Julius. Brothers stealing from their little brother is common, isn't it? Having said that, Robber turned and left, casually taking a few bottles of liquor from Julius's shelf, joking, next time bring something pricier, little brother. Before Julius could react, Robber dashed out, leaving angry shouts echoing down the corridor. Fortunately, there are no infiltrators inside the white armored dragon cavalry right now, since everywhere else has already been touched by Theon Long. Robber's body gradually dissolved, blending into the air as he thought, better to leave this plan to Julius. Today will be the day we strike the Ceres Trading Guild. There's a lot to be done. Things are getting more and more interesting. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Ceres Trading Guild. The atmosphere heavy with anticipation as a man approached the podium where several figures awaited. When he reached the stand, he bowed respectfully. I am Navin Bacchus, the second son of the Bacchus family. The bald man before him with a long beard listened intently and observed him closely. I am Quadrax Sears, leader of the Ceres Consortium, he replied. I hereby formally propose a marital alliance with the Bacchus family. Quadrax signaled to his daughter. She bowed gracefully and spoke calmly. I am Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. The atmosphere grew solemn as Quadrax continued. From now on, the Bacchus and Ceres families will be bound by marriage. The two of you will forge a lasting union. With a discreet smile, Quadrax thought, at last I've achieved it. He looked at the emblem on Navin's chest, noting the prestigious design and the name of a noble house. This is the beginning, the Ragnar house, those who have always scorned us. His smile widened, eyes squinting with satisfaction and malice. Soon, we will have our deserved revenge. Behind them, a bald man stood motionless, his face flushed with anger, fists clenched, eyes cold as he stared toward the ceremony. His mind grew darker. How dare that merchant name our house in front of the Bacchus? He hissed inwardly. One of the 6 great noble houses and treated like this. His body trembled with rage, but he forced himself to restrain it. I must endure. With the dowry from this marriage, I can save the house. His face darkened further, bitterness filling his thoughts. Who cares about that bastard child? Meanwhile, Navin Bacchus stood confidently before Quadrax Ceres, a smirk forming as he recognized the old man's transparent intent. How predictable. He thought, eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Do these merchants really think they can help us? He glanced at the other members of the Ceres Consortium. Every face betrayed sinister schemes. They think they're profiting. But they're blind to the bigger picture. They don't even realize their guild is being used as collateral. Anyway, I don't have much time left. His smile turned dark as he thought of the slow collapse of the series consortium. He extended his hand toward Lily, his voice gentle. Pleasure to meet you, Lily. I will treat you well as a son-in-law of Ceres and as your husband. Lily stood before him, her face stiff, showing no trust, only suspicion. She crossed her arms, eyes narrowed at Navin, her tone firm. How can you prove that? Navin faltered for a moment, but immediately broke into a sinister smile. He smiled faintly, understanding her meaning, his face softening as he replied, It seems you already have a plan. Our house is bankrupt, and I myself am being offered for sale. But if you, my bride, desire it, I can give you the daughter of the Bacchus family. The bald man, witnessing this exchange, nearly erupted with rage, his eyes flashing with hatred. You bastard, what does he think he's doing? Lily slowly rolled up her right sleeve, revealing a scar on her arm. Her voice trembled with anger as she shouted, Bring me the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who did this to my arm. Navin's smile widened, eyes narrowing with excitement. She wants me to publicly kill the heir of another house. The rustle of the crowd grew louder, the shock audible in their voices. Quadrak Ceres, Lily's father, stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and whispered, Lily, I told you not to say such things in public. Lily bowed her head and fell silent. Then suddenly she turned back, her face lighting up with excitement. Seeing Navin standing there, smiling confidently with determined eyes, she straightened and, in a serious, authoritative voice, said, My young bride demands it, so I will bring back his head. Outside, the sky shone as dragons circled above the city. The townsfolk looked up, bewildered, voices trembling. What is that? I thought it was a wyvern, right? Before anyone could understand, the dragons began to descend, and 3 figures leapt from their backs. What? Someone's jumping down! Cries of astonishment echoed across the square. With a thunderous blast, the 3 landed, striking perfect heroic poses. The crowd froze, eyes wide as they recognized the banner emblem. That's the Ragnar emblem. The realization sent chills through everyone. The flag was not just cloth, but a declaration of war. Cleve, her expression stern, planted the Ragnar banner into the ground, her voice low but commanding as it rolled across the crowd. From this moment, we will enact justice in the name of Ragnar. She paused, eyes scanning the crowd. We have discovered that the Ragnar attacker has deep ties to the Ceres Trading Guild. An investigation will commence immediately to trace this treason. Anyone who interferes will be deemed complicit and executed on the spot. The crowd recoiled in fear, faces tense, breaths caught. Execute them on the spot. Someone whispered. Cleve's voice rang out again, echoing through the guild hall. If you claim innocence, let the Ragnar forces investigate. Inside, Quadrak Ceres felt his blood run cold, his face contorted, jaw clenched. Damn it, they've discovered everything. No, this can't be. I must stay strong, not show weakness. As Quadrak fought to remain calm, the bald man stepped forward, heavy and anxious. Treason, what is this, Ceres? Outside, a voice rang out, sharp and uncompromising. Quadrak Ceres, come out here now. Inside the building, sweat poured down Quadrak's brow, the pressure crushing him. Panic rose and he began to claw at himself, but he stifled it and focused. Clan leader, what should we do now? Quadrak clenched his fist, his face twisted with anger, and roared, Don't joke, a piece of paper can be easily forged. His eyes burned with fury as he shouted loudly and clearly, Someone is slandering us, no matter how dirty you play. The Ceres house will prove its loyalty to Ragnar. Your lies will soon be exposed, soldiers of Ceres. Destroy anyone who dares disdain Ragnar, anyone who dares point a blade at Ragnar and the loyal. Tension choked the air as both sides braced for the coming storm. Hearing their guild leader, the bald man's face tightened with worry. He placed a hand on Quadrak's shoulder, voice low and anxious. Lord Ceres, do you mean you won't cooperate with their investigation? Quadrak yanked his hand away, his face darkening, and bellowed in anger. This wedding will not take place. He pointed at the bald man, fury plain to see. You're an idiot if you think we'll let you leave after everything that's happened. The charges look like treason, understand? Quadrak leaned in close, inches from the bald man, teeth clenched, smiling with no warmth. You, a member of the 6 Pillars, should know what treason means. Do you think I'll face this alone? Glancing out the window at Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo standing firm below, Quadrak's expression darkened. Think about it, if they have solid evidence, it's not just those three standing there. An entire army could blot out the sky. Regaining confidence, Quadrak turned to the bald man and his retainers. Understand, they're not certain about their evidence either. If we stop them this once, we'll come out clean. Before the bald man could respond, a hard voice cut in. Navin stepped forward between them, his presence overwhelming. What are you saying to an old man who can barely drag himself to the privy? He mocked, half taunting, half resolute. He placed a hand on the bald man's shoulder with a sly smile. Right, elder. The bald man's eyes narrowed, teeth grinding in anger. You brat, how dare you? Unfazed, Navin turned and walked away, his smile never fading. He waved carelessly. Isn't this better? He continued to provoke. He moved to the window with a graceful motion, a quick chance to bring a wedding gift to the bride. The bald man's mouth fell open, eyes wide with astonishment. Damn it, that bastard brat, what is he thinking? Without hesitation, Navin leapt through the window and landed lightly. He dashed across the rooftops, heading straight toward Theo and his comrades. Meanwhile, the bald man stood stunned, his face shifting to panic. Damn that bastard brat, the moment he draws his sword, we'll be accomplices. Turning to his subordinates, his voice snapped like a whip. We will move to support House Ceres. The order was clear. The soldiers moved at once, armor clanking as they assembled. The scene cut outside as the Ceres soldiers formed a terrifying ring around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn, spears leveled and aimed true. Meanwhile, the three stood firm, swords drawn, ready to respond. Cleve, her face stern, pointed her sword at the troops and shouted, "This is your final warning. Stand aside or you'll be executed here and now for treason." Her words hung heavy with the promise of death. The soldiers, confused and tense, froze for a moment, sweat running down their faces, teeth clenched, uncertain what to do. From above, Navin watched as he closed in on Theo's group. With a precise leap, he landed in the middle of the tense line, leaving the three Ragnar members stunned. His smile, confident, voice mocking. The Ragnar lot sure do enjoy executing people, don't they? Evelyn's and Cleve's eyes widened in shock. How did this swordsman break through their lines so easily and slip into their formation? Before they could react, Navin struck. With a fluid motion, he spun his sword in a 360-degree arc, the force of the blow forcing Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn back, their feet skidding on the ground. Navin's tone was almost derisive, his eyes glittering with delight. Pleasure to meet the Ragnar retinue. Especially you, Theo. Never expected you'd say something like that on our first meeting. Theo's eyes widened, his heart nearly stopped as he recognized the man before him. I can't believe it, it's really him, he thought. Memories crashed into him like a train. In the Great War, the Chaosbringer against Ragnar, allied with the Ceres and Troyven conglomerates, the blade demon Navin Bacchus, the second son of House Bacchus. Navin curled his lip, a smug look on his face, pointing his sword at Theo, voice full of scorn. I'll take your head. Theo's heart pounded loudly, unable to process the situation. As Navin lunged with a speed that paralyzed him. The power and precision of the attack surpassed anything he had ever faced. The blade demon moved like a specter, a deadly streak. I must use knowledge from my past life. Theo's mind spun as he parried another strike. This is the chance, determined, he shouted to Evelyn and Cleve, his voice steady despite the chaos. I'll handle this one. Evelyn's eyes widened, unbelieving. Young master that man is. Before she could finish, Cleve cut in, calm but resolute. It's fine, trust him. The others are probably destroying evidence. We can't wait any longer. We must finish this quickly. Blocking another strike, his body screamed in protest. I'll try to catch up with you later. Navin's laughter echoed, dark and provocative. I don't mind if they intervene, but are you okay? Despite appearances, I'm pretty strong. Theo smiled faintly, a grin appearing despite the danger. I should say the same. He muttered, eyes narrowing as he looked at Navin. Can I ask you something? Navin's eyes sparkled with amusement. Relaxed, he closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Suit yourself. Theo's smile widened. Pointing a sword at Ragnar is an obvious act of treason. Are you the traitor, or are you trying to destroy House Bacchus? Or is this vengeance for your mother? At the mention of his mother, Navan's face hardened. His hand tightened on the sword. "Oh, that's high, young master of Ragnar, you just dragged out the memory I wanted to bury most." His eyes flashed with rage and pain, his voice cold as ice, venomous. "Now I have another reason to take your head, Theo. Don't worry, I'll cut it off nicely." Sweat ran down Theo's face, breath short, but his voice remained steady. "Hear me out." With confidence and warmth, he lowered his sword and reached out toward Navan, a reassuring look despite the tense situation. "Let me help you take your revenge. I can help you overthrow House Bacchus." Before Theo, Ragnar stood Navan Bacchus, the one known as the strongest unofficial blade of House Bacchus, a title adorned by his house's proud wolf emblem. He was not just a skilled swordsman but the personification of tragedy, a story carved into every cold cut of his blade. Theo knew Navan's painful history well. Despite talent rivaling the greatest ancient warriors of House Bacchus, Navan was never acknowledged by his family. The reason lay in his birth, a bastard born in a brothel, a stain that could not be erased from a noble line. Rather than nurture that superior power, the family saw his existence as a threat. His mother, the pitiable woman who had sacrificed everything for him, was forced to leave this world, leaving young Navan kneeling beside her cold body, tears mixed with dust on the ground. It was this deep resentment that kindled in Navan a blazing fire of vengeance, ready to burn House Bacchus to ashes, even himself included. If he could exploit this weakness, Theo believed he could pull Navan to his side and turn him into an ally. "Let me help you get your revenge and overthrow House Bacchus," Theo repeated, his voice resolute as a nailed plank, his gaze unwavering. Facing him, Navan smoothed his tangled hair, fatigue and skepticism on his face. He gave a soft laugh, his voice low with a hint of derision. "I don't know where you got information about my mother, but one thing's certain." Before he finished, Theo's eyes tightened like a drawn bow, ready for an attack that seemed poised to pierce everything. Without hesitation, Navan swung his sword, launching a long-range strike that sliced the air as he lunged at Theo with terrifying speed. The blade flashed, carrying a murderous aura that seemed to solidify the air. Theo, his warrior instincts honed, brought his sword up to block just in time, channeling his whole body to resist. The clash produced a shockwave, cracking the ground beneath them and sending rubble flying. The force of Navan's strike was so fierce it pushed Theo back, his feet skidding across shattered earth and leaving two deep gouges. Navan stood motionless, his face cold as ice, his voice dropping. "I have no reason to accept your offer. Even without cooperating with you, House Bacchus will collapse for their treason anyway." Theo listened, his eyes narrowing as he realized the truth. "That's right, no need for my help." His expression hardened, eyes shining with unshakable resolve. "House Bacchus will fall on its own, but you, Navan, will perish with them." Navan sighed, rolled his eyes with indifference, his voice almost apathetic. "Fret not, I have nothing left to mourn in this life. I don't mind disappearing along with this damned family." But before he could finish, Theo's voice cut in. "It's dragon fever, isn't it? A disease that appears when a young body cannot bear overwhelmingly great talent. If treated early, it can be pushed back easily. But if the golden window is missed, it becomes an incurable illness, ruthlessly shortening one's lifespan." Navan's head dipped slightly, jaw tightening. Theo's words struck like a blade into a deep wound. "House Bacchus didn't treat you in time, so your remaining years are only—" His words faltered, but Navan cut in. "5 years, as expected from a noble brat. You've dug up every dirty secret of my past, haven't you?" Saying no more, he rushed forward, fury erupting through each strike, every blow carrying deadly intent. "But knowing my illness changes nothing. Today here, House Bacchus will vanish and I will die as Navan." Their swords collided, a piercing sound like thunder, sparks blazing brilliantly in the air. The strike sent him reeling, but he regained his balance in time, his smile unextinguished. "What if I can cure your illness?" Navan faltered, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Nonsense, dragon fever has no cure." He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each cut seeming to tear the air apart, forcing Theo into a fierce defensive stance. Theo held the line, but the power behind Navan's blows kept pushing him backward. But his eyes still blazed, his mind spinning with memories of his past life. "In my last life, a cure for dragon fever was discovered. Immediately after his death, a device like an arc reactor is the key to solving everything. Now only I know that secret. He planted his feet and said confidently, "No, it can be cured." His smile turned into a cocky smirk, eyes narrowed, flashing red in the dim light of the battlefield. "I'm absolutely sure." Navin froze, eyes wide, mind thrown into turmoil as he tried to digest what he'd heard. Writing his advantage, Theo pressed on, repeating Navin's claim that House Bacchus would collapse even without his cooperation. "Just as you said, House Bacchus will vanish even if you don't cooperate with me." He reached out his hand, "But if you take my hand, then even if House Bacchus disappears, you can live on as a hero, a man who helped House Ragnar suppress the rebellion. Won't you try trusting me just once?" Navin stood still, his gaze locked on Theo's outstretched hand. His mind became a storm of doubt and hope. Could it be true? Could dragon fever be cured? The thought gnawed at him, kindling a fragile spark in the darkness of his despair. The battlefield scene shifted to another angle, where Ciri's soldiers were loading their spears, preparing for a new assault. They fed bolts into a colossal crossbow. Huge arrow-like bolts aimed precisely at Evelyn and Cleve. The ground trembled as the volley launched, slicing the air and hurtling forward at deadly speed. Cleve darted forward, hand shooting out to snatch an arrow midair and toss it aside as if it were a harmless twig. Beside her, Evelyn used her sword to deflect another bolt, the steel ringing out in a motion light but powerful. She sighed and muttered, "This is getting annoying." Cleve narrowed her eyes, irritation obvious in her voice. "Yeah, it's a nuisance." She glanced toward Theo, frowning. "Is he still not done?" Evelyn turned, searching the smoke for Theo's figure. "It seems like they're saying something." Impatient, Cleve threw the arrow she had caught forcefully to the ground. Her gaze darkening as she looked at the chaotic battlefield. "HMPH, can't I just kill them all?" the thought lingered. But the words of QU letter 1 EF7 long held her back. Memories of the earlier conversation flashed by. Robber Ragnar sat before her, opening a bottle of wine with a relaxed smile. "Don't act unless you can handle the consequences. Our priority is to assess his potential, to recruit him early." Cleve stood before him with a serious expression. "Do you mean I should only observe?" Robber nodded. "Yes, he took down a blood priest, but you didn't witness it directly. That's why we must confirm. Our mission is to accurately analyze the individuals who will shape Ragnar's future. Remember that gathering more evidence is Theo's task in this campaign." He still had doubts, but the limits of what if could mean, if you call it that, tied to dark magic, right? We will allow you to intervene at the bishop level and above. Back in the present, Cleve sighed inwardly. She knew Robber would nag if she intervened at this threatening level. But the thought of delay, costing their respite, made her angry. With terrifying force, Cleve blocked the volley. Shockwaves rippled across the yard, sending rubble flying. Evelyn flinched at Cleve's sudden change, suddenly seeing Navin raise his sword as if about to strike. Has the young master lost to him? But Theo acted first, darting after Navin with a delighted expression. The two of them slipped past her in a blur, leaving Evelyn stunned. Navin was now on their side. He charged forward, blocking the Bacchus henchmen who were attacking Cleve and Evelyn. His swordsmanship was like a dance of death, the steel flashing amid the smoke and dust. He bowed his head, voice tinged with remorse. "Sorry for my earlier rudeness to you both. Will this action make up for my initial discourtesy?" Navin laughed, his eyes brightening. "We're on the same side now." A system announcement rang out, clear and excited. "Hidden quest complete. You have recruited the sword demon Navin as an ally." The tide of battle reversed in an instant. Navin became a whirlwind of destruction, shredding the Bacchus ranks, driving them to scream in desperation as they tried to stop him. He leapt onto the giant crossbow, causing the soldiers to panic and shout instinctively. But it was already too late. With only a few precise strikes, Navin shattered the siege engine, ropes snapping, wood splintering, explosions booming like thunder. The leader of the Bacchus henchmen looked up at Navin, framed against a sky filled with smoke and fire, and bawled, cursing, "Navin, you betray the family that raised you. How dare you point your sword at your own house?" Navin landed lightly and replied with a mocking tone, "Is there any family for a filthy bastard like me?" He lunged forward, his blade flashing, ending his foe with a clean stroke. Evelyn watched Navan with admiration. He truly can rival the ancient lord's heir. She turned to Theo and asked, "How did you convince him?" Theo answered briefly, calmly, "I simply promised him what he wanted." "Don't stand still, we should follow." "Navan, it's time to capture that Quadrek series." In the chapel, Quadrek stood by the window, watching his forces pushed back step by step. A subordinate ran up trembling to report the dire situation. Quadrek roared, his eyes bloodshot. "Do you think I don't know? Time is running out. Everyone else, destroy any documents that could be evidence, especially anything related to Troyvan." But Quadrek thought otherwise. He shouted angrily, "No, don't touch that pile of documents." The subordinate blinked, stammering, "What's wrong? We should destroy it as soon as possible to minimize casualties, sir." Quadrek grabbed him by the throat, his face twisted by unbridled greed. "If we burn the documents, how can we recover the money invested in House Troyvan? You expect me to give up that money just for those Ragnar bastards?" Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appeared silently behind Quadrek like a ghost from the void. He spoke in a deep, mocking voice. "You're saying we should abandon that money just because of those bastards?" Quadrek startled, turning around, sweat pouring from his brow. "At last you have arrived. I need your help. This is truly a perfect moment." Outside, Theo led the charge into the chapel, sensing the battle was nearing its end. He urged his teammates forward, unstoppable in momentum. But when the chapel doors swung wide, he froze. A deep fear rose up and spread through his body. A figure in the demon holy church bishop's robes stood towering in the doorway. Surrounded by grotesque effigies as if stepped out of hell, "Rejoice, believers, the time has come to enact what you have been taught." The scene cut back to a moment earlier when two mysterious figures quietly emerged from the darkness. The first was a tall man, followed by a solemn bishop cloaked in black. As they drew near, Quadrek Ceres' eyes flickered with slight relief. "You arrive at just the right time. I truly need help right now." Quadrek turned to face the two figures, voice edged with confidence. "I suppose there's no way you could die, right? You've even sent a bishop from the demon holy church. You and Troyvan are no longer on the same side, correct? So you stand with me. I beg you, please help me." The two figures continued advancing, their steps slow but deliberate. The bishop spoke in a low, menacing voice. "I will help you, but only for the day of judgment. But first, the documents related to Troyvan." Quadrak's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He stared into the bishop's eyes, voice cold and cautious. "Why do you want them? Those documents are my source of funds. Do you think I haven't hidden them well enough? If you want my money, do your job." Before he could say more, the bishop's subordinate lunged forward like lightning, grabbed Quadrak's face and squeezed. Quadrak's face gasped, breath choking in his chest. The bishop did not stop, leaning in with a gleam of malice. "Arrogant, foolish fool. Do you really intend to oppose the plan of the great lord, you miserable atheist?" With a calm bordering on boredom, the bishop turned and walked away. "Enough, kill him," he added. "Those willing to bankroll us are already lining up." The subordinate immediately tightened his grip on Quadrak's throat, the crushing pressure making it almost impossible for him to breathe. His vision blurred, his body trembling. Blood trickled from his mouth. In his final moments, Quadrak's voice rose in despair. "I'm sorry." The bishop paused, hearing the desperation in his voice. "Wait, please wait. I'm sorry I was disrespectful, your grace. If I die now, Troyvan will suspect you even more. You cannot let that happen." With a flick of his hand, the old bishop signaled his subordinate. The hand loosening on Quadrak's throat let him collapse to the floor, gasping for breath. The bishop turned back, tone indifferent yet deadly. "Burn all documents related to Troyvan immediately. Don't think about running. God is watching everything. You better hurry if you want to live." Quadrak's face went pale, the threat sinking into his bones, every instinct screaming at him to flee. The scene cut outside. Theo's eyes were cold and focused on the battlefield ahead. He has finally appeared. His gaze locked onto the silhouette of the demon holy church bishop in the distance. His lips curved into a sinister smile, his voice booming with authority. "From our blood, the Lord will descend upon this place." The air grew heavy and bloodthirsty as the bishop's followers shouted in unison, their voices roaring across the battlefield. "Worship our Lord! Worship our Lord!" Theo's heart pounded as the army of the demon Holy Church surged toward him and his comrades, their eyes frenzied and empty. As Theo charged into the fight, his sword flashed like lightning. He cut through the devotees with absolute precision. I suspected the demon Holy Church was behind this, but it's shocking they deployed a bishop to the battlefield. He felled a group of enemies in one smooth motion, almost non-stop, as others took their places, swarming him relentlessly, with a single goal in mind: to kill him. One by one, each man was cut apart, but their numbers seemed never to run out. Meanwhile, Evelyn was also at the heart of the battle, her voice ringing with irritation. "You lunatics!" Navan was struggling to hold back the zealots advancing, though his tone carried a hint of worry. "They just keep coming. Can we hold like this?" Amid the chaos, Cleve stood behind Theo, Evelyn, and Navan, her gaze calm but calculating. She watched them fight. Their determination was obvious as they faced the army alone. She shot a look, a touch of disbelief, as she glanced toward the bishop in the building. "So the bishop really showed up. This will be more troublesome than I thought." Her hand slid down to the hilt of her sword. "Wait, maybe that's for the best after all." With a smooth motion, she drew her blade. The steel flashed in the dim light as she readied herself. She glanced at Theo and the others. "Now I have a reason to sweep them all away." In the blink of an eye, Cleve moved so fast no one noticed. Immediately, the enemies before Theo, Evelyn, and Navan began to explode into pieces. The blasts sent cultists flying, some were chopped into fragments. Not stopping there, she leapt powerfully into the air, twin swords in hand. Explosions shook the battlefield, throwing the cult's forces into disarray. She landed lightly as energy erupted around her. "From now on, I'll lead." Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the enemy ranks, face stern and resolute. "We won't stand by while this trash blocks our way. I'll destroy this place." But contrary to Cleve's assumption, Theo shouted to stop her. "Wait, don't forget why we're here. We need to secure the documents before they're destroyed." Cleve paused for a moment, sighed, her tone indifferent yet slightly disappointed. "Theo, I suppose I overestimated you." She twirled her sword easily, sending out slashes. "Since the Holy Demon Church has revealed itself, we no longer need to look for further evidence." Theo refused to back down. He surged up beside her, determination etched on his face. "No, it's the opposite. Their intervention at this level proves there's something they don't want us to touch." The cult's actions had become more urgent and dangerous. Whatever they were protecting, they couldn't let it slip away. Cleve narrowed her eyes. "I know, so what do you plan to do?" The enemy ranks kept advancing, but Theo's group did not yield. With each swing, more cultists fell. Cleve continued. "In any case, our priority is to get past them first, right?" "Yes, but if we get through them, the evidence may already be destroyed." He sliced through a few enemies in a smooth motion, his expression hard with resolve. "I have a plan." Theo activated Mind Gate along with synchronized Blood Dragon, pushing both to their limits. His eyes flared blue as the skills took effect. Now Theo could sweep the entire battlefield with perfect clarity, seeing everything within reach. His skill covered a wide area, including the nearby houses. Cleve remained fighting the enemy, briefly lost in her own thoughts. "No clear evidence yet, but since the Black Dragon told us about this, we should observe a bit longer." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. A blood priest lunged forward, raised his fist, and shouted, "How dare you slack off!" But before he could strike, Cleve acted. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of slashes cut through the priest's body, leaving him unable to comprehend what had happened. He fell, his body shattered. Cleve's eyes burned with bloodlust, her face turning stone as she turned to her comrades. "All right, Theo, this time I'll trust you. We'll take care of everything here, but you must ensure we get the evidence at all costs." Hearing that, Theo did not hesitate. He leapt up and kicked an enemy in the face, using him as a springboard to soar higher. "Leave it to me." But while hovering, something odd caught his attention. The cultists of the Holy Demon Church formed a human wall, their eyes glowing with a terrifying light as they surged toward him. The situation became critical, but Navan and Evelyn appeared, cutting through the chaos to aid Theo. Navan's special skill flared blue while Evelyn unleashed Storm God, a whirlwind skill that glittered with vivid green energy. Their combined attacks shredded the enemy ranks, clearing a path for Theo to advance. Navan grinned broadly and shouted, "I've cleared the way for you, Master. Keep moving forward." Hearing that, Evelyn narrowed her eyes coldly and replied irritably, "Since when do you know the young Master well enough to call him Master?" With synchronized blood dragon still active, he opened his inventory and summoned multiple swords, controlling them remotely. Theo made the swords hover in the air, jumping from blade to blade with astonishing agility. As he flew through the air, he glanced back at Navan and Evelyn and smiled gratefully. "Thanks, both of you." After saying that, Theo used Thunder Dragon speed to boost his movement, dodging attacks easily as he headed toward the building. His mind focused on the task ahead. They wouldn't entrust something as important as destroying top-secret documents to just anyone. If it's suitable, it must be a high-ranking commander. As Theo scanned the building with his enhanced vision, something drew his gaze. His eyes locked onto a figure. A smile spreading across his face. "Finally found you, Quadrak." A system window popped up in his vision. "Clue of evil from a past life. This is your chance for revenge from a previous life. Thwart their plot." Back to the battle, the two descended onto the field, graceful and deadly. As their feet hit the ground, the heads of enemy soldiers fell, blood spraying everywhere. Navan tilted his head slightly, his smile even more arrogant. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Navan Bacchus, the first sword of the Lord." Hearing that, Evelyn ground her teeth, annoyed. "First sword, your joke has gone too far." Unfazed, Navan retorted jokingly, "Judging by your reaction, you must be the first sword then, so I have nothing to worry about." Navan's gaze flicked toward Cleve, the one cutting down enemies with those deadly strokes. His tone softened. "If she is the first sword, then I'm happy to be the second." Feeling mocked, Evelyn squinted, her anger flaring. "You mean you're better than me?" Without hesitation, Navan rushed forward, sword gripped tight, his eyes glowing red with excitement. "Of course I am." His blade swung, cutting down several enemies as if slicing a piece of pie. Evelyn froze as his blade stopped just a few centimeters from her throat, a display of perfect control. Navan grinned smugly. "What a coincidence we're on the same side, or how about this, whoever defeats more cultists will be the first sword." Evelyn sighed irritably and replied, "I'm on a mission, not here for your nonsense." Navan laughed, delight in his voice. "Are you afraid you'll lose?" That remark seemed to push Evelyn to her limit. In the blink of an eye, she knocked Navan's sword aside with practiced skill, eyes blazing with determination. Navan was stunned by Evelyn's sudden change. Before he could react, Evelyn pierced through dozens of cultists who had been sneaking up behind Navan. Her strikes were precise and deadly at extraordinary speed. Not stopping there, Evelyn rushed past Navan. Like a lightning bolt, her Storm God skill exploded and swept enemies away. "Let me show you why I'm the young master's top sword. You'd better not regret what you just said." Navan returned with renewed confidence, hands gripping his sword tightly. "I'm looking forward to it." The two of them charged into the cultists, fiercely competitive and unwilling to lose. The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the city. The streets lay empty, in stark contrast to the chaotic battlefield at the center. A solitary tavern appeared, torchlight casting long, dim shadows along the walls. Inside, a secret passage led down to the basement. Quadrak Series stepped forward, sweat beading on his brow, his heart pounding. He inhaled deeply, unlocked the secret door, the sound of the lock falling echoing in the silence. A torch was lit, illuminating the small room with a wooden chest in the center, shelves packed with books surrounding it. Without hesitation, he approached the chest, hands trembling as he opened the lid. Inside were the documents he'd painstakingly collected, evidence related to Troyvan. His mind churned with what had happened. "I just need to burn this and it's done. Doing so might let me escape treason to some degree." But hesitation held him back. The torch in his hand trembled as he thought of the enormous value of these documents. "Do I really have to burn all of this? This whole collection is extremely valuable and important. It won't be easy to restore." Especially considering the deal I made with the heavenly dragon, I must recover everything at any cost. But the bishop's warning echoed in his mind. If you don't destroy these documents, death is inevitable. He sighed bitterly, better this than death. He dropped the torch and watched the flames slowly fall toward the chest of documents before him. But just before the fire could touch them, a black lightning flash lit the room, filling it with surging energy. A figure streaked in Theo as fast as lightning, seizing the torch midair before it could destroy everything. Quadrak turned, eyes wide in horror as he saw him. Theo Ragnar, how did you get in here? His eyes burned with bloodlust, voice low but authoritative. Seems your fourth daughter's arm still isn't enough, huh? Quadrak went pale, blood began to trickle from his mouth and nose. He forced a crooked smile. I'm sorry, I'll do anything, so spare me. But before he finished, Theo's sword rose, black lightning followed, coating the blade and cleaving off his head in an instant. The sickening thud of Quadrak's head hitting the floor echoed as his body collapsed before he could register what had happened. His face grew furious, his voice cold and merciless. Traitors to Ragnar have only one fate, all will be executed. Having said that, Theo quickly inspected the pile of documents. The system's voice rang out, congratulations, you have completed the mission. The karmic tie from your past life has been resolved. Flipping through the stack in his hands, Theo couldn't help but wonder, is this really worth mobilizing the entire holy demon church? The secret notebook I gave Cleve was enough to catch Troyvan, but this is not all. Even if the heavenly dragon is involved, the Troyvan family could eliminate him when threatened, so we need enough evidence to arrest not just Eid Troyvan but the entire Troyvan house. With this pile of documents, I can bring them all down. Looking at the massive bookshelf, Theo felt slightly weary. Every document here is important evidence. What should I take first? His gaze swept across and stopped at a book titled Investigation Report on the Rose Palace. Theo opened the book and the first line made him chill. This is. Beware of black dragon surveillance when searching for the relics. Is this Troyvan's handwriting? To date, 2 relics have been found. I also speculate that the remaining hidden relics lie within the Rose Palace. Reading this, his hand clenched in anger. Relics in the Rose Palace? What does that mean? All the discrimination, false accusations, and the miserable fate that befell me in my past life originated here. According to their plan, Theo Ragnar was meant to be eliminated. Fury burned through Theo, his eyes full of outrage, all because of a relic that might be somewhere. He roared, crushing the paper in his hand, Eid Troyvan, you damned bastard. But Theo quickly regained his composure. He closed the book and said, publishing these reports now wouldn't change anything. I will take revenge patiently but surely. Having said that, his eyes locked onto 2 glowing cubes on the shelf, radiating ancient energy. To make things interesting, I'll take the 2 relics you worked so hard to get. When he touched them, a system window appeared. You have discovered 2 relics of the ancient dragons. Scene shifts back to the merchant's headquarters, the air heavy and tense, punctuated by the clash of swords. The holy demon church forces still dominate, but Navan and Evelyn stand firm, back to back. They had felled countless cultists, but the battle was far from over. Navan panted, his body bruised and bloodied from the relentless fighting. Evelyn caught her breath and broke the silence in a cold tone. I remember who you are now, Navan Bacchus. The cultists of the holy demon church remained undeterred, advancing with murderous intent in their eyes, not giving the 2 warriors a moment's rest. Evelyn swung her sword, took down another enemy, then said seriously, last year you ranked 2nd in the awakening ritual, then disappeared, right? Navan, exhausted but still attacking, felled several cultists with swift strikes. A sly smile appeared. It's an honor to be remembered by you, Evelyn. Charging toward other foes, he shouted with determination, but now is not the time to talk about the past. At this rate, I'll become the #1 swordsman. Suddenly, a surge of green energy erupted in the middle of the battlefield. Navan froze as the energy spun into a gigantic vortex, sweeping everything away. Navan stood motionless in astonishment. He looked at Evelyn. She responded with a serious look, her eyes flashing blue. With this move, we're even. Navin panted, nodded in agreement, eyes full of respect. Yeah, I agree. But just as Navin let his guard down, a colossal figure lunged in with terrifying speed. The huge man accompanying the bishop gripped a war maul and prepared to strike. Navin widened his eyes, astonished by the man's overwhelming presence. But he quickly leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. The giant's swing slammed into the ground, cracking everything as fissures spread outward. The giant rose, eyes blazing red with fury. Don't celebrate yet. Do you brats think you can ruin the grand divine spirit's plan? Navin smirked and turned to face him. Finish him, Evelyn. She narrowed her eyes, signaling agreement. Good idea, we'll settle this with him. Without another word, the two charged the giant, surrounded by a blazing aura. Evelyn was wrapped in brilliant green energy, determination radiating from her. Navin glowed with bluish light, his focus sharp and his will unyielding. But as the giant swung his maul to counterattack, a new figure suddenly appeared from above. A high-ranking member of the white armored dragon cavalry descended riding a dragon. The dragon lunged, its talons seizing the giant and pinning him to the ground. Navin and Evelyn halted and stumbled back. The dragon's claws sank deep into the giant's body, pinning him and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. As the dust gradually cleared, the image of the giant being crushed motionless by the dragon came into view. It was a member of the white armored dragon. A blond man stepped forward with a satisfied smile. How's that, Captain Evelyn? Did I arrive in time? Navin and Evelyn froze, stunned and desperate, and shouted in unison, How dare you touch him? Both flared with rage, eyes blazing. The man paled, flustered. I thought I was helping. Suddenly the sky darkened as a host of other dragons appeared. The entire white armored dragon cavalry landed on rooftops and dove straight into the battle. The impact crushed several cultists instantly. Another senior member of the unit shouted loudly, issuing a clear order. All units, Company 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, fall in. Eliminate all members of the Merchants Guild and the Holy Demon Church. Immediately, the white armored dragon soldiers surged forward, destroying everything in their path. Dragons spat fire to incinerate foes, sprayed poisonous clouds to suffocate them, or tore them apart with talons as if ripping paper. The battlefield was engulfed in flame, toxic gas, and screams. Inside the merchant's headquarters, the atmosphere felt somewhat quieter. The bishop lay collapsed on the floor, dozens of weapons protruding from his body, blood pooling everywhere. Despite his severe wounds, he still curled his lips in a satisfied grin, voice full of contentment. I sincerely hope a new sun rises over the blood-red sky, that the true end will come. Help them resist temptation and accept our veneration. The blood of the god will guide us. May those who remain find peace. Cleve sat nearby, exhausted but still maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. She rolled her eyes, then sighed sarcastically. That kind of scheming really isn't my style, after all that madness. She glanced at the bishop. His body was mangled by sword blows, limbs severed, yet he still wore a crazed smile, as if a burden had finally been lifted. The scene shifted outside. Now everything was eerily calm after the battle. The white armored dragon cavalry set up temporary complaint booths, and citizens queued in long lines to report their losses. Evelyn stood amid the chaos, besieged by a barrage of questions. A man holding a report approached. Can I go now? Evelyn, clearly irritated, snapped. Yes, just show me your Merchants Guild membership card and you can leave. About compensation for damages, the complaints desk is at the far left end. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. Members of the white armored dragon rushed back and forth, shouting orders to each other. Captain, do you need that report? Another voice rang out. Hurry, bring it here now. Someone tossed a report to Evelyn. Marked in large letters, someone stole goods from the flying dragons. Who the hell did this? She received another report from a soldier. Captain, is there extra pay for this job? Evelyn gritted her teeth, eyes squeezed shut in frustration. Suddenly she lost control, her eyes narrowing into slits of fire, veins bulging on her forehead. What is with all the asking, you bastards? She grabbed the nearest table and hurled it into the air. The throw sent several members flying along with it. Then she shouted with lethal intent, handle it yourselves, I'm awful at paperwork, you know? She looked around, searching for someone. Huxial, where's Huxial? Where did she go after leaving us here like this? The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the city, in a simple hut where Theo and Evelyn were discussing matters seriously. Theo looked at the documents before him and said, "This is what the Merchants Guild leader wants to destroy." Traces of relics, leaked information, and detailed records of betrayal plans. Cleve glanced over the documents and set them down on the table. She smiled proudly. "Well done, mid-level swordsman Theo Ragnar." Theo was surprised, eyes wide in astonishment. "Thank you, ma'am." Cleve laughed at his reaction, then turned serious. "You worked efficiently, like you've been with Huxial for a long time. So what do you think about the Black Dragon's offer?" Theo scratched his head, eyes shifting awkwardly. About that." Cleve sighed and smiled lightly. "No need to be so flustered, I was only teasing." Theo forced an embarrassed laugh. It's hard to know if he's joking or not. Cleve moved on to another matter. "There's one more piece of news. I have good news for you. The operation to arrest the Heavenly Dragon is already underway. The ledger from before is sufficient to prove his treason. You've captured him." Theo's eyes lit up and a radiant smile spread across his face. "So that means—" Cleve cut in decisively. "Yes, Huxial's elite arrest squad is on it. They're probably escorting them back to the capital right now." At that moment, the hut's door suddenly burst open and a Huxial member rushed in, breathing heavily and urgent. "There's a big problem, sir." Theo and Cleve turned, faces hard with worry. The scene abruptly shifted to the battlefield. The soldier struggled to stand. He concealed his power. Troyven swung his sword, cutting through the air with terrifying speed and precision. An elite Huxial arrest team member had his head severed in an instant, his body collapsing while Eid maintained his cold expression. Only fools reveal their power. He looked around the battlefield where the senior Huxial soldiers lay dead, their heads severed from their bodies. A wicked smile formed on his face. "Congratulations, Theo Ragnar. The Rose Palace Axion. Dragon Swordmaster, Series Trading Guild, everything I painstakingly prepared." His voice dwindled but seethed with fury, his face contorted, laughter maniacal. "You really ruined everything, Theo Ragnar. There's nothing left." His eyes narrowed, determination settling over him. "Fine, go celebrate, go as crazy as you like, because Troyven's plan will go on." He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and muttered, "We've lost the dragon sword, but I've obtained this. It's enough." He trudged into the thick snow and gradually vanished, whispering to the wind, "The time is near." The scene shifted to the Camellia Palace, which was livelier than usual with preparations for an important event. The palace grounds were packed, everyone moving with clear purpose, the air buzzing with excitement. Inside the great hall, nobles gathered and chatted animatedly while tailors carefully measured for new gowns. The atmosphere mixed excitement and anticipation as luxurious outfits were prepared for the most honored guests. A noblewoman exclaimed, "My goodness, this design is exquisite." Another person beamed and replied, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" Amid the bustling crowd, a lone figure stood quietly in a corner, a stark contrast to the surrounding lavish chaos. It was the demon blacksmith, calmly smoking her pipe and watching the nobles with a detached expression. She overheard someone ask, "When will the magical seals be ready?" Another replied, "They just came out, we still need to test quality." Her eyes narrowed as she observed, things were getting busier. Then suddenly a familiar voice cut through her thoughts. "Mother, has it finally arrived?" Cecilia cried joyfully, stepping forward with a radiant face. She turned to her mother and asked, "How are the seamstresses doing?" Cecilia replied excitedly, "I'm opening a new shop soon. It's a high-end brand using luxurious fabrics and dazzling jewelry." Her mother's face froze, staring at her in bewilderment. After a brief silence, Cecilia continued describing the details, her excitement swelling. A smile slowly spread across the demon blacksmith's face, her eyes full of love and pride. "It's been so long since I've seen this smile, hasn't it? This smile is more beautiful than any gem or jewel." Suddenly, Cecilia grabbed her mother's hand, beaming, "So don't worry about the cost." "What do you mean?" Cecilia, surprised, asked. "Mother, isn't that why you came?" The blacksmith clicked her tongue and smiled faintly. "You learn fast." But not only for that, I came because of another important piece of news about the Rose Palace. At the mention of the Rose Palace, Cecilia's eyes widened in fear, sweat beading on her brow. She squeezed her mother's hand. Nothing happened to my son, did it? Has that villain done something again? Her mother looked at her, her gaze softening with compassion. What have you had to endure all this time? She gently placed a hand on Cecilia's head and reassured her. Calm down, don't worry too much. Actually, things are completely the opposite. She drew a long puff of her pipe, smoke curling around her, then continued. Try not to be too shocked, my girl. That woman, Cecilia's face registered astonishment, her eyes wide with horror. The scene switched to the Rose Palace, where a horrifying tableau appeared. The air was heavy with the stench of death. Blood stained the walls and floors. Corpses lay scattered across the courtyard. Witnesses stood frozen, eyes wide in horror. The entrance was hung with severed heads, an appalling message. Each head was marked as a traitor to the Ragnar family. Hearing this, Cecilia could no longer bear it and collapsed to her knees. Her mother's words still echoed, but they gave her no comfort. She looked up at her mother with tear-filled eyes and a weak voice. I'm sorry, Mother, I'm just glad it's finally over. The demon blacksmith knelt beside her daughter, her heart heavy. She hugged Cecilia tightly, comforting her. My daughter, you need me more than ever. Cecilia leaned against her mother, sobbing, releasing the pain she'd carried for so long. It really happened, didn't it, Mother? Her mother looked at her, eyes also reddened, voice warm but tinged with sorrow. Have you ever seen an elf lie? Cecilia's crying quieted, but her words were heavy. All this time. I kept it from showing, but every day I felt like I was walking on a blade. Slandered, blamed without cause, even targeted for assassination. I couldn't tell anyone, but truly, I almost died several times. Each time I only begged them to spare my son's life. Cecilia looked up, face wet with tears. So much pressure has vanished. It's really over now, isn't it, Mother? Seeing that, the demon blacksmith could not hold back her tears either. She looked at her daughter with pride mixed with pain. I never understood the burden Cecilia bore alone. Yes, it's over now, my dear. You've endured too much by yourself. You've done well, my daughter. The scene shifted to Theo's residence, where he and Navan had just arrived after the battle. Despite the heavy task, the mood was somewhat lighter. Navan, with his usual nonchalance, spoke first. I hear you're famous now, huh? Theo, pouring tea, smiled cheerfully. You're later than I expected. Have you finished everything? Navan leaned back on the sofa, remaining relaxed. Huxial told me not to say, but you already know everything, right? As predicted, the Bacchus house will collapse. Starting with the head of the family, those who sign the ledger will lose at least their titles. They deserve it for what they've done. The Bacchus house is finished, but Theo was not satisfied and asked, is that enough? Navan, surprised, what do you mean? Theo looked straight at him, confident. Navan, I propose you become head of the Bacchus house. Navan was stunned. What, me? Theo placed his hand on the table, resolute. If everyone else loses their titles, only you can take over the family. Be my strength in the coming fight against the Troyven house. Navan was briefly surprised, but quickly returned to his nonchalant tone. War with Troyven, that kid, he had his sights on that from the start. Theo sipped his tea with a confident smile. The power struggle between us and him has now been exposed. War with Troyven is unavoidable. Troyven and the Holy Demon Church's involvement in the Heavenly Dragon's rebellion has been confirmed, so the question is, what are you plotting in the north? Everyone showed tension. This is almost a declaration of war already. Navan pondered. Indeed, after Troyven and the cult are exposed, they won't sit still. He leaned back, smiling comfortably. For someone like me who's near death, war isn't a big deal. Don't I also need something to act for? Theo smiled regarding that matter. Immediately, Theo took something out and placed it before Navan, surprising him. What is this? Didn't I tell you I can cure you? He produced a sheet of paper and said, this is the recipe to cure ether core fever, and this is the ether core, the main ingredient of that formula. Right now, it's not widely known, but ether core fever is caused by chaos in the flow of mana within the body. This core will neutralize your mana flow. Navan was shocked, his head spinning. I can't believe it. I thought you'd only heal me enough to keep me from dying, then use that to exploit and imprison me. Theo, surprised. What? Navan, serious, what if you give me everything and I just take it and run? Hearing that, Theo replied confidently, if you want to do that, I don't care. Focusing solely on power will cause even more problems. You and I are both victims of it. His eyes lit up, his voice softened but remained firm. I don't want to dominate others by force. What I want to build isn't oppression or threats, but mutual trust. Navan stood stunned as he grasped the meaning of the words. What I want is not oppression or coercion, but trust. He gave a short laugh and sighed. I wasn't going to underestimate you because you're young, but it turns out you're still a naive romantic. Theo smiled, so you won't cooperate. Navan stared at his reflection in the teacup, pondering. Finally, he took a sip of tea and set it down. Then he quickly stood up, drew his sword and placed it before him. In a solemn voice, I, Navan Bacchus, head of the Bacchus house, swear to become Theo Ragnar's sword. Theo smiled, satisfied with the result he had achieved. Navan returned to his indifferent demeanor and said, is that enough for you? Theo raised his cup, confident, more than enough. After Navan left, Theo stood alone in the hall, pondering war with Troyven. Things are unfolding much faster than in my previous life. He looked at the table where the relics lay and told himself, but there's no need to worry, everything is proceeding smoothly. He placed his hand on a relic and said, first, let's open what's inside this Yang treasure. A notification appeared, side quest, recover 2 relics, items acquired, progress, 02. Theo decided it was time to open the Yang treasure he had obtained. He recalled the relics he had absorbed before. The little dragon and the griffin, along with the great power they had granted him. The thought of the power this new relic might bring filled Theo with eager anticipation. He quickly slipped the Mimao ring onto his finger. A system notification flashed. The surroundings changed as Theo was transported into a new dungeon. Theo found himself standing in a barren landscape, with sand and rocks stretching endlessly. Theo realized this was a desert, a place he had only seen in books. The scorching heat hit him immediately, making Theo wonder if anything could survive here. A blue screen appeared announcing that Theo had entered the domain of the guardian deities. The objective was simple but daunting: survive the next 72 hours. He was stunned at the thought of enduring 3 full days in a place so hot he felt he might melt at any moment. The ground beneath Theo's feet began to shake violently. Something enormous rose up from the dunes, sending sand flying in all directions. Theo could only think that this was completely insane. The system announced the appearance of a boss, a desert worm. Its body was colossal, like a death-bringing dragon. The monster let out an annoyed hiss. It had identified Theo as an intruder. With a deafening roar, it lunged forward with its jaws wide, revealing a terrifying set of razor teeth. Theo quickly scrambled to flee. He turned around and unleashed the long gate thunder protection technique straight at the beast. A bolt of black lightning struck the creature's head, but only cracked its armor, failing to inflict any real damage. Theo's face registered disbelief. I used long gate and it barely even scratched it. Before he could think further, another attack came. Yellow arcs of electricity flashed across the worm's body. With tremendous force, he gritted his teeth in frustration as he realized the problem. This monster shared the lightning attribute with Theo, rendering his attacks nearly useless. It was like trying to put out a fire by adding another blaze. The monster's emotionless voice echoed, "Intruder, die!" The worm howled and fired a lightning energy blast straight at him. Fortunately, Theo dodged in time. He watched the beam gouge a trench in the sand, making him fearfully exclaim, "Damn it, it destroyed my escape route." The worm dove underground, then resurfaced right beneath Theo's feet with its wide, tooth-filled maw. It struck the spot where he had just stood, blasting everything in the area away. Theo had to keep leaping backward to avoid its relentless assaults. Theo landed and skidded across the sand, his body beginning to feel strained, each breath growing ragged. Theo checked his mission timer. Only 5 minutes have passed and it's already like this. He knew he couldn't hold out like this for 72 hours. That sandworm was too hard to hit when it kept moving under the ground like that. His lightning techniques were ineffective. This terrain gave the enemy too much of an advantage. But that sparked an idea in Theo. Maybe he could use the terrain against it with this. Theo quickly rifled through his inventory and took out another relic from a previous quest, the Ice Blossom Butterfly relic. Theo wondered whether he should use it right now. It was a gamble, but he felt it was worth a try. He tried to activate the relic to enter its dungeon. A system panel rang out, Ancient Dragonclan Relic Ice Blossom Butterfly has been equipped. Moving to the third dungeon, but then a red notification flashed before Theo. The system blocked him and announced that Theo could not start a new dungeon mission while another was active. As predicted, not everything went according to plan. At that moment, the world itself began to crack. Frosted fissures spread across the desert sky. An unusual blizzard raged, tearing open a rift between dimensions. The system reported an anomaly. 2 dungeons are attempting to intrude on each other through the icy rift. A giant golden eye peered out as the boss of the Ice Blossom Butterfly dungeon appeared. A dragon with white, butterfly-like wings emerged from the storm. Its body wasn't massive, but its beauty and haughty grace far surpassed the sandworms. Its gaze was icy, its breath a freezing wind across the space. It spoke, the cold flowing everywhere, echoing ancient dangerous power. Long time no see, chosen one, you were rather reckless. This was the Dragon Immortal Relic's guardian. Its power filled the air with sharp glittering shards of ice. It looked at Theo and declared coldly, you will pay for your arrogance. A volley of ice shards flew straight at Theo. At an unimaginable speed, their trajectories curling as if GPS guided. Theo did his best to parry with his sword strikes, luckily escaping injury. He cursed at his situation. I never imagined it would go like this. Am I trapped between 2 guardians at once? After all, this was the outcome of the gamble Theo had taken. He sighed, thinking, I should have tried to endure the 72 hours, that might have been better. I really should have chosen perseverance, but since things had come this far, Theo had no choice but to try to survive. But contrary to Theo's expectation, the sandworm's attack flew straight toward the Dragon Immortal Guardian. It uttered in confusion after being struck unexpectedly, what are you doing? The sandworm's guardian responded dryly, intruder, kill them all. Hearing that, the Dragon Immortal also agreed aloud. Agreed, 2 guardians cannot coexist in the same place. Theo stared, unable to understand what on earth was happening. Are they attacking each other? Both lunged with fury. Die, sand crawler. Intruder, I will kill you. The system notification appeared. 2 ancient relics are vying for priority. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where the giant desert worm roared as it charged toward the Dragon Immortal. The ground trembled under the force of the clash. As the desert worm barreled forward at terrifying speed, it bared its massive teeth at the Dragon Immortal, but the dragon's shimmering shield held firm against the ferocious assault. Theo stood on the sidelines, stunned as he watched the chaos unfold. The air shimmered with energy from colossal lightning, the ground trembling under the force of the battle. He muttered to himself in a voice full of awe and worry, just the thought of being in there is terrifying. Theo looked down at his sword as a strange black energy began to emanate from it. The black energy condensed and took the shape of a griffin, ready for battle. Theo smiled, his eyes glittering with anticipation. Looks like you're itching to tear something apart, Moonlight Blade. The battlefield became a chaotic arena as the desert worm and the Dragon Immortal collided violently. Gigantic sand tornadoes swept the air while ice and lightning attacks filled the sky. Each impact shook the earth. Theo stood firm, unshaken by the surrounding storm of destruction. His voice was steady as he observed the epic clash. Hold on a bit longer, it looks like they're almost done. As the fight continued, the desert worm's attacks began to overwhelm the Dragon Immortal's defenses. Bolts of lightning struck the dragon and shattered its protective shield. A particularly powerful lightning strike hit the Dragon Immortal's wing, tearing apart its fragile structure. The dragon roared in pain, blood spilling from its mouth as it hung in the air. Unable to maintain balance because of the wound, the Dragon Immortal crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Dust and debris settled. The Dragon Immortal growled slowly, trying to rise. But the desert worm showed no mercy. It gave the dragon no chance to recover and lunged with lethal intent. The dragon immortal, sensing the worm's relentless pursuit, squinted in anger. Then, in a decisive moment, it unleashed its true power. The battlefield was engulfed by a fierce radiance. A giant snowflake-like form emanated from the dragon immortal. Immediately, massive ice spikes shot up from the ground, surging upward at terrifying speed. There were so many ice spears, and they came so fast that the desert worm couldn't evade them. They pierced the air and struck the giant monster with brutal force. One ice spear drove straight into the worm's mouth, shattering its teeth. Blood gushed from the wound as the worm howled in agony, writhing violently. Despite its injuries, the giant beast refused to yield. With primal strength, the desert worm crushed the ice spear in its mouth, pulverizing it with absolute force. Both guardians were wounded, bloodied, and exhausted. They stared at each other, neither showing any sign of backing down. Hatred and determination blazed. With a primal roar, the desert worm lunged again, clamping the dragon immortal in its massive jaws. The dragon immortal gritted its teeth against the pain. It retaliated by summoning even more ice spears, piercing the worm's body with unrelenting force. Despite the continuous assault, the desert worm tightened its jaws. The creature's roar was a symphony of pain and rage. Still, the desert worm would not let go, its teeth clenched even tighter. Witnessing the fierce battle and seeing the dragon immortal's peril as an opportunity, Theo rushed forward without hesitation, gripping his sword tightly. Determination clear on his face, the dragon immortal saw Theo approach. With the sword aimed straight at them, unable to believe its eyes, Theo swung his sword back, his voice loud and authoritative. "You will be the first." Theo swung the sword forward. A colossal surge of blue energy exploded from the blade, tore through the air, and struck the desert worm's body. The strike pierced the worm with tremendous force, creating a shockwave that cut across the battlefield. The worm roared in pain, its body writhing as Theo's strike cut through it. But Theo didn't stop. He lunged in for another killing blow. "Unleash havoc, Griffin," from the moonlight blade. The griffin materialized in a surge of power. It dove at the desert worm with deadly precision. The worm, still stunned from the previous strike, bellowed defiantly, but it was too late. The griffin tore through the air, its razor talons easily severing the desert worm's head. The immortal watched from the sidelines, frozen silent, its eyes wide with shock as it witnessed the desert worm's defeat. What the hell is this? The worm's massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, blood pouring from its wound as it fell into the sand. Theo landed on the ground calmly and turned his attention to the system window that appeared before him. "Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the desert worm. You have conquered one of the 2 restored relics." Theo smiled, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. As expected, hunting the beast is like conquering the relics. One of Theo's eyes darkened to a deep crimson, filled with fierce bloodlust. "Only you remain." But before he could proceed, the dragon immortal hurriedly interrupted. "Wait, let's talk a bit." Theo turned to the dragon immortal with a relaxed expression. "What do you want to say now?" The dragon immortal tried to plead. "Theo, this is not the proper way to conquer the ancient dragon relics." Theo raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. The dragon immortal closed its eyes, its voice taking on a more solemn tone. "I am the wisest guardian of all. I exist here to test your intellect." But before the dragon immortal could finish, Theo's dark aura flared. His eyes glittered, his voice cold and vicious. Perfect timing. Theo began to step toward the dragon immortal, his pace slow and deliberate. "I have proven my intellect." The dragon immortal realized there was no time to negotiate and began to sweat with anxiety. Wait, I haven't." But Theo didn't let the dragon immortal finish. "Wasn't I the one who made you both fight each other?" Theo swung his sword back to deliver a devastating blow, his eyes burning red as he unleashed the griffin's full power again. "If you truly are the wisest guardian, then accept the fate that awaits you." As Theo unleashed his full power, the dragon immortal's last words echoed desperately in the air. "Wait, let me give you a riddle." A colossal explosion erupted from Theo's attack, its destructive force so great that the shockwave was visible miles across the battlefield. A system window flashed before him. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the dragon immortal. Before Theo could process the notification, everything around him began to change. In an instant, he was teleported back to his room. Theo slammed his hand down on the table, the ring still clutched in his grip. The remaining relic, shaped like a snowflake, was clearly by his ear. The snowflake, was clearly at his ear. Theo felt the weight of both items, the power within them. A slow smile spread across Theo's face, relief washing over him as he looked at the relics in his hands. Finally, I've completed both. Another system window appeared, confirming his victory. You have completed the side quest by conquering both relics. But before Theo could finish speaking, a strange sensation hit him. Dark mana began to spread, black tendrils creeping and enveloping the room. Theo turned his attention to the moonlight blade still in his hand. It emitted darker energy than ever before. Perplexed, he brought the sword closer to his face, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow flashed at the edge of his vision, and Theo's heart sank. The shadow formed into a griffin, its eyes burning with murderous light. The creature's deep, sinister voice cut through the silence. Theo Ragnar. I want to eat you alive. Theo's eyes widened in shock as the griffin's aura began to twist and chain. Theo clenched his teeth, desperately trying to pull the black substance spreading across his hand. It was as if the darkness had come to life, quickly coiling around the sword and his body. Theo's eyes went wide as he realized, damn, I sealed it once, but I forgot. The moonlight blade always hungers for flesh. And if I'm not mistaken, it must have absorbed the power of both guardians before we returned. The black substance was now like sticky tendrils, wrapping around his arm, then his torso, pulling him deeper into the darkness. Theo struggled, but the energy moved too fast, gripping him tighter with every thrash. His body strained as the blackness tightened. It was far stronger than before. I have to do something fast, or it'll swallow me. From the darkness, the griffin manifested, its blazing eyes locked on Theo. The creature grew larger as it stepped closer, its body wreathed in black energy. Theo's heart pounded as he realized the real danger. The griffin's low, mocking voice said, Theo Ragnar, I will swallow you whole right here. And with it, I will chase the moonlight once again. The room seemed to shrink around Theo as the black energy completely enveloped him. In an instant, Theo was completely encased in a sphere of dark energy. The room fell silent and shadowed. There was no way out. He gasped for breath, his chest aching as if compressed, trying to cling to the last shred of clarity. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a colorless void where vague ripples drifted like in a strange dream. Where am I? The question echoed in his mind, unanswered. The shadows around him began to stir, slowly forming into ghostly shapes bearing the breath of death. They were the guardians he had faced and slain in bloody battles. Now they surrounded him, their cold gazes seeming to devour his soul. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the horrifying truth. He was trapped inside the belly of a monstrous creature, where darkness reigned like a ruthless king. Trapped within the belly of a monstrous beast, where darkness ruled like a cruel monarch, the dragon immortal appeared, its eyes blazing like hellfire. Its icy voice declaring that the griffin had swallowed him. Its words cut the air like a blade, warning that the beast would soon rip out his heart. A fate that Theo, though full of unease, seemed mentally prepared to face. The other guardians sneered, their tones dripping contempt, calling him a foolish chosen one. They mocked his ambition to seize their power when he couldn't even tame a griffin. But Theo, with astonishing composure, stood firm against the taunts. He looked them squarely in the eye, his voice low but steady. If my heart is swallowed, what will happen? The dragon immortal answered, its voice icy enough to freeze hope, you will die. The desert worm interjected, its deep, arrogant voice, we are the immortal ones, we never die, only you will face oblivion. The dragon immortal nodded, adding that they would return to the relic, waiting for the next chosen one, though it found the idea somewhat tedious for immortal beings like them. Silence fell heavy as a curse. Their words hung like sharp daggers suspended in the air, stabbing at Theo's pride. But he did not falter. Suddenly he spoke, his tone as sharp as a blade. Have you forgotten the ancient dragon's duty? The question struck like an unexpected blow, leaving the guardians stunned, their expressions momentarily shaken. He reminded them of their sacred duty to aid the chosen in confronting the nameless king, the threat poised to topple the world. He warned that if he failed, the world would plunge into chaos and their negligence would be to blame. His words blazed like fire, burning away the ancient dragon's arrogance and leaving them speechless. With a mocking half-smile, he stared straight at them. You only care about your own interests, don't you? Or do you actually want to fulfill your duty? The dragon immortal erupted in fury, its vast wings trembling as it growled that he had insulted their master. It threatened, voice dripping with killing intent. It seems you truly want to die. But Theo did not flinch. He looked into its fiery eyes, his voice low but powerful. Kill me. Stop threatening and act. If you want to see the world collapse because of your own failure. Silence fell over the space, only Theo's ragged breathing echoing. The guardians looked at him, their gazes shifting as if seeing him for the first time. Not as a weak chosen, but as an indomitable warrior. The desert worm spoke first, its deep voice sounding like cracking earth. The crystal prison that held it shattered, dissolving like dust in the void. Both guardians, though reluctant, acknowledged his courage. The worm called him brave, and the dragon immortal, with some hesitation, admitted it was impressed by his confidence. You're quite good, it said, its tone no longer proud. It declared it would open the gate to let him escape. The worm agreed as well. The worm also agreed. And a portal gradually appeared before Theo, flickering with faint light like a promise of freedom. They said opening the gate was all they could do, the rest depended on him. Without hesitation, Theo dashed toward the portal, burning with determination to teach the monster an unforgettable lesson. He tore through the spiraling void, feeling as if dragged through an endless whirlpool. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in another corner of the strange space where darkness and light intertwined. There, the griffin's soul, the giant monster, had found its core consciousness. It prepared to engulf the sphere of light, believing Theo's body would soon belong to it. But at that moment, a painful roar split the space. Theo, like an exploding beam, burst out from within, piercing the monster's soul with his very essence. The monster writhed, screaming in agony, while Theo stood atop it, his eyes blazing with triumphant joy. The griffin's physical form collapsed. Its eyes panicked as it saw him crawl out of its belly. It yelled, accusing the other guardians of betrayal. But Theo quickly grabbed its beak, forcing it silent. He coldly reminded it, the first time we met was through submission, not words. The griffin stammered, begging to be released so it could speak. But Theo flatly refused. He warned that if they continued vying for dominance, both would only exhaust themselves. The guardians fell into quiet contemplation. The griffin's blazing eyes dimmed, and it conceded, realizing that confronting Theo was futile. He saw that it was a wise choice. But the appearance of Drake, his first relic, interrupted the flow of thought. Drake appeared, a mysterious smile on its lips, greeting the chosen and asking whether the other guardians had forgotten it. It explained that letting the souls fight for control of power was how past chosen ones had done things. When Theo curiously asked about the others, Drake evaded the question, saying he didn't need to know yet. It only promised that they would all help him grow, and that they looked forward to what he would do next. Back in the room, an announcement rang out confirming the new powers now belonged to Theo. The griffin's power boosted his immunity, while the desert worm's power granted him superior resilience and offensive strength. The dark energy that had gnawed at him had now dissipated. Leaving an indescribable relief, Theo staggered slightly, his body exhausted after the fierce battle. But the final challenge was over. He was surprised to realize the guardians were not dead, but still alive somewhere inside him, like eternal phantoms. He squinted and looked at the moonlight blade lying quietly on the table. The malicious aura that once surrounded it had vanished. Peace, fragile though it was, had finally returned. He walked to the dragon chest, deep in thought. Things had turned out better now that he understood the ancient dragon's power more deeply. He picked up the relic box, feeling the weight of fate in his palm. Whether he liked it or not, he knew he was still bound to them. Far away, amid a snow-covered graveyard where swords thrust into the ground like silent tombstones, two solemn figures stood facing each other. Robber Ragnar, the black dragon with eyes cold as ice, asked Julius whether he truly acknowledged Theo as the successor candidate. Julius nodded, though with reservation. Certainly, he clearly has the talent now to stand among the other 5 candidates. He asked, "Are you concerned because Theo is a regressor, Robber?" Robber admitted it, his voice low and haunting, as if carrying memories of blood-soaked battles. Julius noticed the deep hatred in his eyes. A hatred for the regressors whom Robber had personally slaughtered one by one. Without emotion, Robber confirmed and said that was precisely why he wanted to challenge him personally. Julius was stunned, but Robber emphasized that to become an official candidate, Theo must undergo the proper process, an unforgiving trial. Julius's gaze slid down to the sword in Robber's hand, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from it, as if it were alive and thirsting for blood. Robber nodded, revealing that it was the sword of the former Ragnar patriarch, the wrathful dragon king, whom he had slain in a fateful battle. Back on Theo's side, the demon dragon stepped out of the room and spoke. "Theo Ragnar, you should depart at once. The Lord has summoned you to the Blighted Sword Clan." In the biting air of the sword graveyard, each snowflake fell like a cold whisper. Theo's feet pressed into the icy ground, producing crisp, echoing sounds across the deserted field, filled with blades driven deep into the earth. Each of his steps was heavy, carrying a bleak purpose as he passed the memorial stones of fallen warriors. An invisible weight pressed on his shoulders, heavier than any time he had stood in this place before. Now he understood that the malevolent resentment clinging to this place seemed denser because of the new burdens he bore. The final words of the Lord from their previous meeting echoed in his mind, a bitter smile touching his lips as their meaning finally became clear. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the wind, announcing his arrival. Theo immediately dropped to one knee, respectfully saluting the great clan chief towering before him. He waved his hand, dismissing the ritual. "That is enough, Theo Ragnar." In a cold, precise voice, he began listing Theo's recent accomplishments. "From the deceitful cleric to your own brother, Axion, then the master of the Rose Palace who was executed for rebellion. But that was not all. The entire Ceres merchant conglomerate was wiped out and the Central Intelligence Bureau was nearly annihilated." He finished with a line that struck Theo like a blow. "All of them in their final moments screamed your name." Those words were like a blade through the heart, leaving Theo stunned. He had no time to utter a defense. When Julius issued the order, his voice was as sharp as a knife. "Stop making futile excuses." He explained that a house lord must silently shoulder such burdens. Then with a cold gaze he handed Theo a menacing greatsword, the wrathful dragon. Theo stared at it, realizing the name of a brutal former clan chief who had slaughtered thousands. And it was the current lord who had felled him. Seeing Theo's reaction, the lord immediately realized he knew something. Theo hurriedly bowed and replied cautiously, "Isn't that the former lord's sword? I only know that." He had to be careful because information about the wrathful dragon was currently classified. The lord fell silent, his sharp eyes contemplative. He asked in a voice like thunder, "You don't have enough information about your previous life's former lord?" The question was like a slash, breaking whatever composure Theo had left. His secret had been uncovered. Julius's gaze flared with killing intent, carrying a terrifying pressure. It made Theo gasp for breath. "I am someone who utterly hates false regressors. They reshape this world to suit their desires, greedy and foolish. They treat this world like a chessboard and can overturn it whenever they wish. That is why I vowed to personally eliminate any false regressor I discover." The Lord's murderous intent radiated, filling the space with a horrific oppression. Theo's face pinched in fear. This was no test, he was truly serious. Theo sensed the terrible power of the man before him, someone so formidable he was almost demigod-like, not a regressor. He ordered Theo to take up the wrathful dragon. If he could overcome its lingering malice, he would be recognized. But Julius declared he would only accept Theo Ragnar as a human. The regressor aspect would be erased forever. Theo hesitantly asked, "What does that mean?" The Lord explained coldly, "All those you met, saved, or gained through regression will be wiped away, as if they never existed." Theo's mind ran through those familiar images. People he had never met in his previous life, those who would die as destiny dictated, strangers, would they all vanish? Clenching his fists, the darkness of his past failure engulfed Theo's mind. He turned away, ready to leave. If that's the case, then I refuse. But the Lord's voice echoed, no, you are not allowed to refuse. I told you I would kill all regressors, didn't I? Before you are two choices, refuse my offer and die right here. Or survive as the sixth heir after purging your past as a regressor. Theo stood on the knife edge of a difficult decision, his mind racked by fierce inner turmoil. He admitted his desire to be recognized by his father. But if he had to achieve it that way, he would renounce all his powers. Before he could draw his sword, the Lord swiftly severed his arm in the blink of an eye. Did you really think that position could be taken so easily? Theo's expression was wild with disbelief. Did you think you could reach it without accepting any sacrifice or loss? He slammed the sword into the ground, increasing the pressure so much that Theo could no longer stand steady. An immortal monster cannot be stopped. His face stunned, the gap in power is too great. Do you think you will be regressed again? Theo snapped back angrily, don't get me wrong, father. The reason I regressed and went so far was because I wanted to protect and take responsibility for what was destroyed because of me. If you intend to stop me, if I must cast everything aside for your recognition, then right now, right here, I will surpass you. He summoned all his power to control the surrounding swords and send them lashing in attack. Immediately after, Theo surged forward toward his remaining left arm. The Lord remained motionless, his hands merely flicked lightly. His entire domain expanded and quickly seized control of Theo's blades. With a single downward motion, the swords reversed and attacked Theo, leaving him struggling to defend himself. Theo unleashed his strongest sword technique, a wrathful dragon charging straight at the Lord, but the Lord remained as calm as if nothing had happened. And as predicted, the wrathful dragon sword planted in the ground suddenly leapt up. It drove straight into Theo's chest, stopping his attack dead in its tracks. And he collapsed, the other swords fell scattered around. Theo lay there with the blade through his chest. The battle was over, the Lord simply looked back at him. From his shadow, the black dragon slowly manifested. I didn't think he would immediately charge into battle with you like that. Yes, it's been a long time since someone dared to attack me head-on like that. The black dragon continued, he is very different. All the false regressors we found so far exploit others as tools and ultimately discard them. Yes, this kid is very different. He smiled with satisfaction and recalled. A false regressor wielding his sword to protect and take responsibility for what fell because of himself. Truly interesting, there are things beyond my expectations. He stepped forward and reached out to touch the sword in Theo's body. False regressor Theo Ragnar, now I will recognize you as the official sixth heir. As a reward, I will grant you the wrathful dragon sword which belonged to my father, a regressor like you. Both of them are regressors, yet they walked two opposite paths. I eagerly anticipate what comes next. The sword lodged in Theo began to glow and poured energy into his body. I will observe you closely in the time ahead. His whole body rose into the sky and shone like a brilliant star, marking the end of the test. Inside Theo's mind, he woke in some unfamiliar place. Outside were towering skyscrapers and streams of people wearing strange clothing, people from the future. Theo stepped forward, placed his hand on the glass, and pondered. This scene was a reflection. The face staring back at him in the mirror was some gaunt, aged figure. So that's it, it's all over. Saying that, Theo suddenly jolted awake and returned to reality. He clutched his head in pain and said, "What was that I just saw?" Suddenly his mother's voice rang out, "You're awake, my son." He turned to look at her, surprised. "Mother, haha, I overslept, seems I was really exhausted." Theo asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" "That's a question I should be asking you. Last night the house lord brought you here unconscious and utterly drained. I was so shocked then. Seeing you care about me like this, you must be better now." Theo mused, could everything he told me have just been a test? Suddenly the door opened and two figures entered. "You're awake, young master." It was Evelyn and Demon Dragon Julius. He spoke to congratulate him. Well done, Theo Ragnar. I've heard you passed the House Lord's test. Huh, a test? Yes, you're the talk of the town right now. Hot news, hot news. The sixth heir of House Ragnar has been announced. Somewhere else, two heirs of the family held the newspaper in their hands. With excitement, oh ho, how interesting. We have another rookie, a new heir, huh? Each previous heir reacted differently to the news. On a frigid battlefield, someone stood amid the falling snow, brooding. Captain, a girl ran up out of breath. That kid has become the next heir after you, Captain. She shouted angrily, "Ah, that's infuriating. I should have brought him to the Black Cavalry then. I'm so sorry, even the master of Tea Castle failed." You don't need to blame yourself like that, Ian. He held the paper and smiled. Theo Ragnar. I think I should pay you a visit. He was the captain of the Black Cavalry, Theo Ragnar. At the same time, outside the Great Hall, the Rank sisters appeared, joining the lively party atmosphere. Hulkus, looking annoyed, touched his tight, sweltering tie and said, "This outfit is too tight, I just want to rip it off." Hearing that, Erica scolded immediately, "You can endure it. Actions like that are why people say House Rank are savages." From behind, a voice rang out, cutting their conversation. Looks like everyone has arrived then. Seeing Remington, the Rank sisters immediately brightened and their faces lit up. Remington, with a friendly smile, asked, "Is everyone well?" Hulkus turned around and said, "You've been quite famous in the West lately. I hear you're on par with the Skypeak dragon." Remington laughed, modest. "Haha, rumors are often exaggerated." Looking around the banquet hall, he continued, "By the way, has anyone seen Theo? I want to ask him a few things about the White Plate Cavalry." Just then, Ray appeared from behind, her voice gentle but meaningful. "Are you asking about Theo?" Remington flushed and hurriedly apologized. "How could I look for someone else right in front of the star of this event?" Ray smiled in response. "It's fine, I know what this event is about." She suddenly noticed the glass in her hand trembling slightly, as if reflecting the tension in the air. Then everyone turned their attention to the showdown between Theo and Thorkel. A dramatic clash of strength beneath the surface. Hulkus asked in surprise, "Is that Theo?" Remington nodded, his voice firm. "Doing something like that right here, who else could it be but him?" The contest of wills went on for a while, the banquet hall's atmosphere compressed by the pressure of the two forces. At last, Thorkel unexpectedly conceded, laughing loudly, "I yield." Theo laughed in reply, "What are you saying? Clearly you're letting me win." Thorkel did not deny it but added, "I won't argue. But excessive modesty can sometimes be taken as mocking an opponent, yet what I said is the truth. If I were your age again, I would undoubtedly lose." Theo responded gently, "You flatter me too much." Thorkel turned to the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Seeing my younger brother so impressive makes me truly glad." He raised his glass and shouted, "To the new era of Ragnar." All the guests raised their glasses and chorused, "To Ragnar." Thorkel turned back to Theo and said, "A successful debut for the new heir candidate, isn't it?" Theo thanked him, but inwardly thought, Thorkel is truly skillful. He both displayed strength to solidify his position and publicly acknowledged a rival to win the crowd's favor. The atmosphere that Navan and I created has now clearly tilted in his favor. Thorkel Ragnar must not be underestimated just because of that genteel exterior. A while later, his friends arrived. Hulkus turned to Theo and asked, "You haven't forgotten your vow to become a sword for him, right?" Meanwhile, whispers continued through the crowd. "How could he reach that level at such a young age?" Another person interjected, "He's not betrothed yet, is he?" The scene shifted up to the palace's second floor, where an elder seethed with anger. He thought to himself, planning to denounce Theo's actions and find a way to expel him from House Ragnar. The elder roared, "And yet fools dare to interfere. A common bastard who dares to stir the house as if it were his playground makes me sick." Suddenly, he looked out over the banquet hall and saw Evelyn, her eyes flaring with righteous fury. How dare that piece of trash appear here? The maid respectfully addressed Evelyn as captain and flattered her. "You look absolutely stunning today," Evelyn, surprised and blushing, replied. "Really?" She insisted, "Have I ever given empty praise? You truly are very beautiful and lovely." Hearing that, Evelyn grew flustered. She intended to run off and change into her uniform, but a subordinate stopped her. "You can't wear your uniform to a party." Just then, a glass of wine flew straight into Evelyn's face, accompanied by a voice full of contempt. "That brat alone is enough to make my blood boil." Evelyn trembled, recognizing the voice. The door opened, and the old man strode in slowly. He bellowed, "How dare you crawl your worthless carcass in here?" Aaron angrily retorted, "Even if you are one of the 9 dragons, you have no right to treat our captain like that." Evelyn hurried to stop Aaron, whispering slowly, "I'm fine, it's okay," but dark red blood was streaming down from her head. "I'm fine, really I'm fine, for me, please don't do anything." Aaron thought, "I've never seen the captain so frightened. What exactly did the elder do to put her in this state?" The old man stepped closer, radiating killing intent. "I told you never to appear before me again." He looked at Evelyn's mechanical arm and said with disdain, "And what is this now?" He ripped off the mechanical arm instantly. Aaron shouted in fury, "The dragon hand." He threw it to the ground. With a cold clang, "You think attaching this pathetic toy will make things as they once were? If you're trash, then live like trash, crawl on the ground to be trampled by others. If I ever see you again, I'll tear you to pieces." Evelyn fled in panic, while the elder stood there laughing loudly. "Haha, finally that stench is gone." Aaron turned to threaten to report the incident to the tribunal. But the old man scoffed and challenged, "The tribunal? How amusing, go ahead, do as you please. You will soon learn what survival of the strong in House Ragnar truly means." Aaron, enraged, bit her lip until it bled, but she could do nothing to that bastard now. Evelyn ran out of the palace, her heart heavy. "Just as I thought, I should never have come to a place like this." She tried to endure just one more time. "If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth again, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Get out of here, never show your face before me again, understand?" She had tried with all her might to overcome the pain of the past, but in the end nothing had changed. Suddenly, she bumped into someone in front of her. The demon dragon appeared unexpectedly, his voice calm but warm. "Why are you leaving in such a hurry? The party is over that way." Seeing the demon dragon, Evelyn felt in him the father she never had, and a faint glimmer of hope lit her eyes. At the banquet hall, while everyone was chatting merrily, a shout rang out, startling everyone. Demon dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Plate Cavalry, had just broken the elder's arm. The elder screamed in pain, "Do you know what you've done?" "Captain of the White Dragon, Julius Ragnar." The demon dragon released his grip and snapped angrily, "I told you, if you dare lay a hand on that child again, I'll make you curse your own stupidity." The elder roared, "You dare turn your back on Ragnar, seize this dangerous criminal at once." The tribunal immediately surrounded the demon dragon. Their sharp blades pointed straight toward the center. Showing no mercy, it's the law enforcers, they've intervened. The commanding officer declared, "Captain of the White Dragon, Julius Ragnar, you are under arrest for injuring a council elder." "We request that you cooperate," the demon dragon asked coldly, "and if I refuse?" The tribunal commander trembled before his killing intent. The demon dragon continued, "Ragnar law states that oaths sworn on the sword must be upheld even at the cost of one's life. 4 years ago, I swore on the sword before those old foxes. If they dare touch that child again even once, I will make them wish they were dead." He unleashed a powerful murderous aura that threw the entire tribunal into panic. All they could do was recoil before the overwhelming pressure. Theo appeared, having heard that the demon dragon had broken the elder's arm. "What? An inspector can handle this. Should we run?" He wondered to himself that this hadn't happened in his previous life, so why now? Theo glanced at Evelyn and realized the reason. Finally, things were starting to make sense. Evelyn Nerville was Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate child, to Wolfgang, who prized pure bloodlines. Evelyn's existence was a shame he wanted buried at all costs. He had once planned to exile her, but the demon dragon recognized Evelyn's potential and recruited her into the White Plate Cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plan. When Evelyn became deputy commander and stood out for her talent, Wolfgang, fearing the secret would be exposed, used a mistake as a pretext to try to kill his daughter. He fabricated the incident as an accident. Evelyn survived by luck but lost her left arm and could no longer hold the reins, so she was forced to retire and manage training ground number 4. She hadn't even known such banquets existed. Wolfgang did not expect her to appear here. All this chaos is the result of Theo's actions after returning to the past. Because of that, Theo felt he had to take responsibility for correcting the variables he had created. The elder shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, look at this spectacle, the demon dragon's contempt for Ragnar's guardian elders." Using the authority of the 9 dragons granted by the head of the house to threaten his own bloodline, isn't that outright treason? The demon dragon snapped angrily, "Bastard, abuse of power, are those words really coming from your mouth?" Theo quickly intervened, "Both sides are too agitated. Because of your conflict, my friend's birthday party, which should be full of joy, is now sinking into fear." Hearing Theo, the demon dragon gradually calmed, but the elder was surprised that he dared to step in. Theo continued, his voice calm but firm, "Why don't we settle this the traditional Ragnar way? A one-on-one duel." The elder cried out in panic, "Nonsense, the demon dragon clearly hurt me, there's no need for any duel, the blame lies entirely with him." But Theo insisted, "You're right, but we cannot let this chaos escalate any further." He turned to Lady Daffodil and asked respectfully, "Do you agree, my lady?" Lady of the Ice Dragon, Neil Ragnar Tun, appeared in the banquet hall. She emanated an icy chill that made the elder and those around her tremble. She said angrily, "This is my daughter's birthday party. This is my daughter's birthday party, what do you think you're doing?" The elder hurriedly explained, "My lady, you must have seen clearly what Julius did," she replied. "I'm not interested in hearing more, these petty disputes have nothing to do with me. So end it quickly as that boy suggested. That is the last mercy my patience allows." A duel was proposed and whispers rose among the crowd, worried that the advisors had the advantage since they were all high-ranking swordsmen or above. Only the demon dragon was strong enough to face them. The elder thought to himself, "Indeed, only the demon dragon can win and holds the advantage." The duel rules were simple, 3 versus 3, best of 2. The final match is between the defendant and the plaintiff, while the first 2 matches are fought by chosen representatives. He assumed the demon dragon only had Evelyn, who was disabled, and a bastard like Theo, so he was confident it would end within the first 2 rounds. He nodded and proclaimed, "Very well, let the sword of judgment decide right from wrong." Thorkel watched from afar, thinking Theo had exceeded expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temperament, this was bound to erupt sooner or later. The situation could have spiraled out of control if Theo hadn't intervened and the demon dragon had been toppled by the elder's opportunism. In the short time to find a solution that satisfies everyone, this could be quite a spectacle. At the arena outside Daffodil Palace, the tribunal commander announced, "From this moment, under the council's supervision, the duel trial begins. To ensure fairness, magic is forbidden. All actions in the match are protected by the falsehood law. And afterwards, both parties must swear they will not seek revenge or harbor resentment." Both the demon dragon and the elder gave their oaths in unison. The commander asked the first fighters to step forward. Theo Ragnar stepped forward from the demon dragon's side. He would be the first representative. The rank sisters worriedly asked, "Will Theo be okay?" Remington nodded, his voice full of doubt, "Yes. His opponent doesn't look easy to deal with. Why, is he very strong?" "He is Beta Storm Sword, the elder's right hand, a top-tier swordsman with supreme technique. Still, it's better than fighting the elders themselves." The elder ordered, "Beta, show no mercy, use all your lethal strikes." "Do you mean kill him? But he's an heir candidate." His face grew even angrier. "Don't worry, you know any outcomes from a duel are absolved of responsibility. At minimum, bring me back an arm." The demon dragon watched Theo's silhouette with concern. "Theo, will you really be all right?" "Because of my reckless act you were dragged into this," Theo replied confidently. "Trust me. Through this match, I will settle the 2 of your lingering grievances." He took a fighting stance, eyes resolute, ready to cut down any enemy. The scene cut back to the arena, where the air grew heavy with tense anticipation. The first round of the trial was about to erupt. Facing Theo was Beta, the Elder's aide. Beta braced with his sword raised, radiating sharp, confident momentum. The tribunal commander's whistle rang out, tearing the silence. Immediately, Theo lunged forward, his boots pounding the ground, dust erupting. He shot ahead with terrifying speed. Beta did not back down. He gripped the hilt with both hands and charged, meeting Theo's assault. The clash of steel rang harsh as the two blades met, shockwaves rippling across the arena. Dust rose, stone trembled, and the force of the impact staggered both back, footprints carving deep furrows in the ground. But Beta was no ordinary opponent, his form blurred. Beta was no ordinary opponent, his figure blurred, slipping in and out of sight. In an instant he appeared at Theo's flank, swinging his sword in a powerful arc as if to cleave his foe in two. Theo raised his blade in time to block, the reflex of someone who had faced life or death before. Sparks flew across the arena like fireworks. Beta narrowed his eyes, thinking, I didn't expect him not to be overwhelmed by me. Even in simple exchanges he stands firm. Is this the mark of an heir? Dust thickened from the blows, obscuring the arena. In a flash, Beta deftly kicked a small stone, sending it flying into Theo's eye. Theo instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, exposing a small gap in his guard. From the dust screen, Beta lunged like a hunting beast, eyes blazing red, his sword aimed straight at Theo's weak spot. He thought to himself, this kid still lacks true combat experience. Everything ends here. The blade tore Theo's coat, the steel grazing his throat. Beta sneered, for the heir's honor, I'll make it quick. Consider this a painless death. But Theo Ragnar would not yield to defeat. In the last moment, a crooked smile appeared on his face. Theo tilted his head back, barely avoiding the blade's edge. Then stooped low, sliding into a crouch, ready to strike at Beta's opening. Beta ground his teeth. Did he deliberately expose a flaw? But no counterattack came. Theo remained crouched and still, his sword lowered. The absence of an assault puzzled Beta, breaking his focus. Seizing the chance, Beta jumped back, widening the distance. He thought, if he attacked again, I'd be dead. Why did he stop? He clutched his head, body trembling. A cold, dark energy radiated from Theo, making the arena shudder. Inside Theo's mind, venomous voices screamed, kill them, kill all who mocked you. Abandoned us, took everything, burn it all. Beta watched, narrowing his eyes. Exposed a flaw again, using the old trick. Do you dare underestimate me that much? The air roared and charged. Do you think I'll fall for the trap again? I'll cut you through. The sword descended, aimed at Theo's neck, but this time the blade did not touch skin. Theo's sword snapped up, stopping the attack. Beta exclaimed in astonishment. He blocked it. Theo's demeanor changed completely, his face darkened, murderous intent dripping from him, his eyes glowing red inward as he faced the voice that wanted to devour him. Kill, 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 enough, I'll handle this fight myself. Shut up. Beta, confused and sweating profusely, shouted, you bastard, what are you saying? But before he could say more, in the blink of an eye, Beta's arms and legs were severed, blood spraying to stain the ground red. Beta didn't understand what had changed. He only saw the sword lunging and panicked, no longer having hands or feet to defend himself. Beta screamed as Theo's blade descended. The blade struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. The earth cracked, and the shockwave sent dust and stone flying everywhere. Spectators covered their faces, nobles shrank behind their seats, cloaks billowing in the strong wind. The Ice Dragon Queen, Neil Ragnar Tun, intervened to stem the destructive force. Her face was stern. So this is Theo Ragnar, astonishing. The ground beneath her feet was torn up. To unleash such power without using mana at his age is unprecedented. He has far surpassed standards that most successor candidates never even approach. When the dust finally settled, Beta's mangled body lay sprawled on the ground, limbs severed, consciousness fading. The trial council commander raised his hand. His voice echoed through the silent arena. First round one-on-one challenge winner, Theo Ragnar. The hall erupted with gasps, astonishment, and hurried whispers. In Theo's mind, he kept replaying the moment. What was that feeling? It wasn't like the usual rages that claw at me. It was completely different. Strange, like something guided me, pushed me to attack. Theo recalled the strike that split the arena. When I let go and allowed myself to merge with that feeling, I unleashed a power of an entirely different caliber. A soft laugh escaped, bitter and curious. Surrender myself to hatred, dangerous, very dangerous, but if I can control it. He clenched his fist, excitement flashing across his face. If I master it, I could be twice as strong as I am now. Silence was broken as the commander's voice rang out again. Prepare for round 2, both fighters please step forward. Theo did not hesitate. His steps rang across the ground as the defendant declared he would continue to fight. Opposite him, the elder ground his teeth, the sound almost echoing. Theo Ragnar continues into round 2. That arrogant brat, fine, if you want to die that badly, I'll kill you right here. A new fighter stepped out on the elder's side. Authority emanated from him. I count on you, young heir of Ragnar. That man was Page Grassen, mystic swordsman, formerly a dragon rank swordsman. The rank brothers gaped. Erika's eyes widened in shock. That sword, can he use it without mana? Hulkus grinned broadly. That sword is no ordinary blade, I like it. But Remington's expression darkened, his voice tense. Hey, why are you worrying again? He might not win, but he won't actually die. I think the impossible will become reality, unlike round 1 where they assigned a high-ranking judge to save face. This time the elder himself stepped forward, which means in this match they are determined to kill Theo. But before the crowd could hold its breath, Theo raised his hand, signaling a pause. He looked relaxed and cocky. I surrender. Shock rippled through the arena. Page Grassen's composure shattered, rage exploding like a broken dam. What the hell? Theo merely smiled, a grin that upended every expectation. How could a mid-level swordsman like me dare face an elder? No need to fight, the elder's victory is obvious. Even a newborn could see that. Page Grassen ground his teeth and slammed his sword into the ground in fury. The commander officially announced, round 2 winner, Page Grassen. The crowd buzzed with discussion. This time it's a direct blow to the council's face. Now they have no honor left to save. Lord Theo is truly cunning. Even at full strength, they'd struggle to beat the demon dragon. With that arm, round 3 will likely be very brief. The elder's face went pale, a cold realization creeping in. That bastard heir, don't tell me he planned this far ahead. His plan had been perfectly overturned. The scene shifted to Evelyn Nerval. She looked at the elder with a mix of surprise and relief. I've never seen him waver like that. Guilt rose in her throat. Captain, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. But Theo stepped forward. Don't apologize, teammates help each other, that's what we do. Julius smiled and added, that's right Evelyn, watch closely, we'll crush them. Evelyn's lips curved into a fragile smile. Memories flooded back. She remembered Julius's voice as a lifeline then. Evelyn Nerval, join the White Plate Cavalry, your talent must not be wasted here. Another memory flashed, so you can't ride a dragon. Retirement isn't the answer. Return and make those who abandoned you pay. Theo's voice rang out as well, gentle but firm. You said you'd be my sword, didn't you? Evelyn, I will make your long-held wish come true. The past intertwined with the present, igniting a fierce fire within her. She tightened her coat as if to steady herself. Both of them care about me so much. And yet I obsessed over worthless things. Why have I remained stuck in the past for so long? She opened her eyes and looked straight at Theo and Julius. Captain Evelyn removed her coat, shedding the burden weighing on her shoulders. She stepped forward with her sword in hand, determination carved on her face. I will cut this villainous role myself. The commander's voice rose above the murmurs. Round 3 decides the one-on-one challenge. Both opponents step forward. From afar, the elder advanced, one hand holding his sword, the other heavily bandaged. He muttered angrily, his pride wounded. Damn it, it's already round 3. Because of that insolent brat, my reputation is beyond saving. Even if I die, I'll take Julius's arm. Then unexpectedly the verdict echoed. The court accepts the defendant's request. The defendant changes the fighter for round 3. The arena fell silent. All eyes followed Evelyn as she stepped onto the field, her sword gripped with unshakable resolve. The elder burst into loud laughter. Ridiculous, there are limits to recklessness. Now what, are you going to kneel and beg for mercy? Evelyn moved smoothly and precisely, looking the elder straight in the eye. Unfaltering, don't be stupid, old man, the one who should beg is you, father. The elder's face contorted with rage, teeth clenched, veins bulging in his neck. The arena's tension tightened like a drawn bow. Elder Wolfgang sneered, his hoarse voice tearing through the air. There are limits to audacity. Now what, you intend to kneel and beg? He spat the venomous words, eyes flashing with fury. But Evelyn did not flinch. She raised her sword, her stance flowing smoothly like water. Staring into Wolfgang's eyes, she replied coldly, "Don't be so foolish, old man. The one who should kneel is you, father." The word father struck like a thunderclap. Wolfgang's face warped, teeth grinding, veins in his neck swollen as if about to burst. He stared at the daughter he once scorned, now transformed into a storm that would crush him. The crowd exploded, whispers spreading like wildfire. "Father," she called him father. A man whispered, "Evelyn from the White Dragon Squad is Wolfgang's daughter." Another voice, full of doubt, "No way, they don't look alike at all. Could she be an illegitimate child? I once met Wolfgang's official wife, so what she said must be true." Each whisper cut into the elder's pride like a blade. His face flushed crimson as he roared, "Bastard, you call me father? Ridiculous." Evelyn only gave a cold laugh, her eyes sharp as a sword. "If I knew you liked that so much, I would have called you father sooner. Seems you enjoy old stories, don't you? Shall I continue? You used to beat me nearly to death when I was a child. Just because I dared call you father, it was all because I was merely an illegitimate child. That's not all, you even tried to kill me while I was in the White Dragon to hide the shame of an illegitimate child." The entire arena fell silent. Wolfgang bellowed, his face contorted, trying to retort, "As a member of House Ragnar, what's wrong with what I did?" But the crowd's murmurs drowned him out. Is what she says true? A bastard at that age and an elder to boot. He keeps lecturing about pure blood, yet what has he done himself? Truly laughable. Even the other elders squinted and muttered, "He keeps acting without restraint. Now see the consequences." Another man glared at Wolfgang, accusing, "I warned you to be careful. I said this day would come. Why didn't you finish her off from the start?" Rage shook him until it turned to despair. Damn it. At the edge of the arena, Julius and Theo watched, their hearts pounding with tension. Julius called anxiously, "Evelyn, you don't have to force yourself. Let me handle it." But Theo cut in, his voice sharp, "Don't worry, Captain. We just need to trust and observe. Watch Evelyn take care of this." Suddenly, the ground trembled. Evelyn and Wolfgang lunged at each other. The clash of steel rang like nails on a bell, sparks flying across the arena. Each strike was a battle of bloodline and grievance. Wolfgang fought like a wounded beast, anger feeding his strength. But Evelyn fought with something deeper, a will honed by pain. A faint swirling energy rose from her, making the air vibrate. Julius widened his eyes and whispered in shock, "No way." That was the divine wind dance technique. A howling vortex swept the arena, circling Evelyn like a summoned beast. Wolfgang was pushed back, stumbling, his footing slipping. In the stands, the elder faction was stunned. The divine wind dance, isn't that Fong Bao's sword style? How could she master the lost techniques of Fong Bao? Evelyn stood firm in the center, eyes burning, each move brutally precise. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. She not only blocked Wolfgang's blade, she pushed him back as well. How did she learn Fong Bao's lost techniques? She just crushed one of Ragnar's top swordsmen. Theo on the stands smiled faintly, thinking calmly, "Not surprising. This challenge bans the use of mana, meaning only pure swordsmanship applies. Thus differences in magical power don't matter. Without mana, Wolfgang's true nature is exposed. He lacks the solid foundation of pure bloodline, so he could never reach this level." Wolfgang could not believe he was being driven back by his own daughter, his face twisted with humiliation. "Damn it, I will kill you. How dare you, you bastard child." Evelyn tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze cold as ice. Wolfgang leapt into the air, his sword descending in a strike meant to crush her. Evelyn faced him head-on, their blades collided, sparks flying like shattered stars. Wolfgang hissed, "You bastard, you think you can escape me? I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." But Evelyn gritted her teeth and countered with a thunderous strike, stunning Wolfgang. She stared into his face and shouted, "If you've got the nerve, then try me." For a moment Wolfgang's arrogance wavered. How is this possible? Evelyn growled, her eyes blazing. "When I was small, you were my whole world. I always feared you. But now I have people I can trust. People who care for me and won't abandon me. I am no longer the weak child you used to know." Wolfgang staggered at her declaration. He hadn't expected the child he'd cast aside to be so strong in the moment of his hesitation. Evelyn lunged, her sword passing through Wolfgang's body with incredible fluidity. Blood spurted from his body like a fountain, and he was hurled to the ground with a terrible thud. The entire arena fell silent, astonishment written on every face. Evelyn shouted, "I am not the weak child I once was." Wolfgang's sword flew free and stuck point first into the ground. The crowd inhaled, shocked and breathless. Julius and Theo smiled with pride and satisfaction. The victor had been decided. Wolfgang lay prone on the ground, clutching his severed arm as blood pooled red around him. His breath rasped, teeth clenched, but his fury still blazed. "Damn it. Don't be ridiculous, the fight isn't over yet." Suddenly the elder's arm froze, rigid and unable to move. He looked down as an all-consuming cold covered him. The Ice Dragon Queen, Neil Ragnar Tun, stepped forward, her presence making the air feel dense. She said coldly, "If you are one of the 9 dragons, then stop humiliating yourself further, accept defeat." Wolfgang's challenge vanished. The commander's voice rolled like thunder. Winner of the 3rd match, Evelyn Nerville. The verdict was final. Evelyn turned around. She stepped before Julius with a warm smile. Evelyn Nerville reporting, "Mission complete." Julius proudly said, "Well done, Evelyn." She closed her eyes, cheeks flushed, smiling innocently. "It's all thanks to everyone." Opposite them, the elder faction was thrown into disarray. A man helped Wolfgang up and asked, "Are you all right, High Elder?" Another picked up his weapon and brought it forward. "Here is your sword. You are badly wounded, please go get medical treatment." But Wolfgang shoved them away and stood, radiating murderous intent. He advanced, eyes blazing. "Evelyn Nerville." Julius and Theo turned, their expressions serious. Wolfgang lunged with murderous intent, his rage having robbed him of reason. "You little bastard, I'll kill you with my own hands right here." But before the blade could fall, a giant hand clamped around his wrist. Julius, commander of the White Plate Cavalry, stood between them. His eyes were blazing red with anger, his presence like an unstoppable storm. "Do you want me to take your other arm as well?" Wolfgang gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't match Julius with his current wound. Suddenly a tremor struck from somewhere, causing the entire arena to freeze for a beat. Just then, a messenger burst in, panic in his voice. "Invasion! The Troyven clan has begun its assault. Everyone return to your positions immediately." Julius snapped, but quickly turned away. "Theo, Evelyn, war has come. Return to the White Dragon Squad at once." Both replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Wolfgang roared, his face contorted. "Those bastards dare to look down on me." "Stop," I said, "stop immediately. This match is not over." But Neil Ragnar Tun stepped forward, her presence chilling and terrifying. Hundreds of thin ice blades hovering around Wolfgang. "Elder, I'll say this only once, do not disgrace the 9 dragons any further." He trembled and answered, "You dare insult me, insult the Council of Elders." She replied calmly, "Who knows, your views might be the same as mine." At the same time, the council members turned their backs and left. One man said, "Even if the council's honor has hit rock bottom, we cannot let a defeated man still brandish his sword as our representative." Those words shattered Wolfgang's pride. He knelt, humiliated beneath the flag that once belonged to him. Julius watched the elder collapse with satisfaction. Finally, this is over. The despicable end of a greedy old man. Scene shifts to Troyven headquarters. Troyven sat on the commander's throne, his face cold as ice. A general reported, "We have taken the central TH letter 1B0 letter 1EDD and G letter 1EA3 plateau. Harmon Castle is also on the brink of falling." Troyven asked, "Where are Ragnar's forces?" The general replied, the Lord's cavalry and the troops of the Six Pillars are massing on the central plateau. Eid sneered, not from joy but because the plan unfolded as expected. Stupid Ragnars, they act exactly as I predicted. He squeezed his hands. They will see this battle is only a piece of a much greater scheme. He rose from his chair and stepped forward, pointing at the map, his face full of glee. While they concentrate forces on the plateau, the place we will devour is right here. In the territory of House Bacchus, the atmosphere over the 6 great noble houses was heavy and gloomy. Outside the walls, a soldier whispered to his comrade about the newly instated lord. He muttered that since the man became lord, he had locked himself in the castle, drowning in drink day and night. The soldier sighed heavily. In these times, does he even realize he's the head of the house? The other soldier shook his head, his voice full of resignation and despair. He said, those who could leave have already gone. What's the point of asking? He said bitterly. What use is a lord when the territory is drowning in debt? Even the knights and vassals who served House Bacchus for generations have left. What can the new lord do now? He snorted sarcastically. Maybe he should count himself lucky that at least he still has money to buy drink. The other soldier chuckled. True enough. Then he lowered his voice and asked, Hey, didn't Ragnar send reinforcements? Hearing the word reinforcements, the first soldier snorted. The first soldier snorted and leapt back mockingly. Reinforcements? You mean that freeloading lot? At this moment, we are introduced to Ragnar's support team with member Aud Naren and Captain Sybil Dre. Another soldier grumbled that the unit was supposed to be on night patrol, but every time he checked they were plastered, collapsed drunk near the walls. His disappointment deepened. They whispered among themselves that perhaps Ragnar sent them here just to push Bacchus completely out of the war. After hearing all the stories about the Lord and Ragnar's so-called reinforcements, one soldier laughed aloud and said, Ah, so that's it, makes sense. Far away outside Bacchus Castle in the deep forest, a soldier who had secretly infiltrated to scout knelt before Troiven's forces and reported what he had heard. The Troiven commander, cold and calculating, asked if what the territory's soldiers said was true. The spy answered confidently, yes, morale in Bacchus had sunk to its lowest point. He scoffed, saying this campaign was already half accomplished. After hearing the report, the Troiven commander laughed a terrible, ruthless laugh. He raised his voice, clear and loud so his entire force could hear. Do you hear me? The enemy has collapsed, the soldiers roared. The enemy has collapsed, finish this quickly and return. The soldiers cheered, and immediately the Troiven army began marching toward Bacchus Castle under a darkening night sky. On the castle wall, Sybil Dre, captain of Ragnar's support team, sighed and stretched, still half-drunk from previous bouts of drinking. A moment later, a sudden gust of wind swept along the wall. From the darkness, a Troiven soldier silently climbed the stone wall. His dagger gleamed faintly in the moonlight. He saw Sybil lounging and smirked. Lucky, a drunk guard on duty, this is perfect for me. He raised his dagger and muttered, enjoy the rest of your drink in the next life. Just as he prepared to plunge the dagger into Sybil's chest, the scene shifted to a past conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk, eyes sharp, staring at Theo. He asked, You want to request autonomous command as a mid-level swordsman? No. In wartime, combat operations are the top priority. You will receive no special privileges. Theo calmly and composedly handed him a sealed letter. Theo said, This concerns the war, please read it. The demon dragon opened the envelope, and after reading the documents inside, his expression changed instantly. His brows drew together in surprise. Is what's written here true? Theo nodded. Yes, Troiven's current main targets are Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau, but that's only bait. Their real objective is the island chain, to bring it into their territory. The demon dragon was silent for a moment, thinking deeply, then murmured, Reasonable, that's a logical conclusion. On this side, the protagonist continued his explanation, from the series Assassin Guild hostage incident. It's clear they're collaborating with Troiven. And the predecessor of the Black Tower is the Island Transport Federation, the organization through which all the Empire's finances flow. The demon dragon's eyes narrowed. That explains Troiven's huge war chest, Theo agreed. Exactly. With the island's strategic position, it will become an even greater threat as the war continues. That's why our top priority must be to reinforce the neglected territory of Bacchus. However, Troyvan has concentrated enough forces at the central plateau and Harmon Castle, making it look like an all-out push. Ragnar has also deployed troops in response. We have no more soldiers to redeploy, Theo said loudly. They cannot simply abandon strategic points. That's why you requested independent command of the campaign, from reinforcing Bacchus to investigating the islands suspected of funding Troyvan. Theo confidently declared, I can handle it all myself. The demon dragon looked at him in surprise. You foresaw this much from your initial request. The demon dragon gave a short laugh and finally nodded. Very well, since it concerns the war, there will be no problem. I will allow you to proceed, but don't be reckless, Theo bowed slightly. I will remember that. As the demon dragon watched Theo leave, he told himself that the documents Theo brought were high-quality intelligence. But Theo choosing to report directly to him, rather than to an intelligence specialist like the Black Dragon, meant Theo intended to act on his own. In that case, the demon dragon murmured inwardly, this permission is merely formal. The demon dragon muttered in his mind, this authorization is just for show. If it were Theo, he's already prepared everything. Back in the present, just as the Troyvan soldier prepared to stab Sybil, the captain, who appeared drunk, suddenly sprang into action. With a motion as quick as a slash, Sybil hurled a bottle straight at the attacker's face, the liquid splashing into the soldier's eyes, temporarily blinding him. The Troyvan soldier recoiled, rubbed his face, then froze when he realized the liquid wasn't alcohol but orange juice. Sybil grinned and giggled. I'm not much of a drinker. Before the enemy could react, Sybil moved like lightning and felled him in a single decisive motion, killing him instantly. Another member of the support team rushed over and reported they had dealt with the Vanguard infiltrators. Sybil nodded sharply and said, Good, hurry, light the signal fires. His subordinates exchanged excited, confident banter. One remarked that their swords would slice through Troyvan forces, something he never imagined during the opening ceremony. Another laughed, saying they weren't idle either. As Sybil prepared to light the signal, he glanced at them mischievously and muttered that none of his team ever listened to their captain. Just as Sybil bent to ignite the fire, one of the Troyvan soldiers feigning death suddenly moved. He snatched up his dagger and lunged at Sybil with a crazed look. Sybil and the others realized too late. The dagger swung toward him. But before the attack landed, a streak of metal flashed through the air, and the Troyvan's head dropped neatly to the ground. Standing behind the corpse was a calm, confident man with a faint smile. It was Navan Bacchus, head of House Bacchus. He slowly lowered his sword and said nonchalantly, Be careful now. If any of you get hurt, how would I face our lord? Sybil, embarrassed by his presence, hurriedly bowed and said he would make amends. Navan smiled warmly and waved, I'm joking, feel free. But then his tone suddenly turned icy. However, if you want to be careless, there is something the Lord should handle. Sybil casually handed the torch to Navan and said, Please keep the flame for me. I have something to discuss with my comrades. Navan immediately responded with a cold expression, raising his sword in a threatening manner. Navan punched Sybil for joking around. Shouts rang out on the wall. I was joking, I'll go do it right away. One by one, the signal fires along the castle wall flared to life. Illuminating the dark night, soldiers rushed to their positions, shields raised and bows drawn, ready for the upcoming assault. Navan climbed onto the wall and looked down. His sharp gaze caught sight of Troyvan forces climbing the stone wall. He quietly wondered, what did our Lord see? How far ahead could he predict? How could he see through everything? Below, the Troyvan forces froze as they noticed the signal fires blazing. Fear spread through their ranks as they realized the truth. Their ambush had failed. They were the ones who had walked into a trap. With a clear, angry voice, Sybil shouted, Troyvan scum are attacking. Hold Bacchus Castle. Eliminate the intruders. And then the one-sided slaughter began. The castle soldiers rained arrows and spells from the walls through the invading Troyvan army without mercy. Under the stormy sky, Theo finally reached Bacchus territory. He looked into the distance and saw faint smoke rising from the battlefield. Has the battle broken out? It seems I arrived just in time. With determination in his eyes, he tightened the reins and charged toward the castle. Moments later, the battlefield fell silent as the last Troivan soldiers collapsed to the ground. Navan, Sybil, and the Bacchus clan soldiers stood among the smoking ruins after the raid. Their chests heaved, weapons still stained with the inky black blood of war. Lord Theo's order to defend Bacchus territory had been carried out thoroughly. Theo glanced around, chuckling softly to himself. You don't have to shout like that, geez. He placed a warm hand on Sybil's shoulder. You did very well. Those words struck Sybil harder than any blade. Tears welled up in his eyes. He noticed me. Sybil stood rooted, basking in that recognition while his comrades gathered around, teasing with a tinge of envy. So jealous of you, you're one lucky guy. Theo moved toward Navan. I didn't expect you to come in person. Theo revealed a faint smile. I dropped by just in case, but it seems in the end you didn't need my help. Navan glanced at Sybil and the soldiers clustered near the signal fire with a curious smile. Where did you find people like these? Theo's chest swelled with quiet pride. They are people I trained with when I was a novice swordsman. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Camellia Palace Guard. Theo looked at Navan and added, it seems they've also won your approval. Navan bowed his head, his smile growing gentler. To be honest, I didn't expect much at first. They were just mid-level swordsmen without real combat experience or notable achievements. But after working with them for a few days, I felt the difference. Their skills are rough, true, but I can trust them. Theo closed his eyes for a moment, receiving the praise. Hearing you say that makes me proud too. He muttered, then opened his eyes and looked straight at Navan. I have a request for you, Navan. He gestured toward the long line of soldiers who had answered the signal fire. Now that the vassals and knights have left, the Bacchus Knight Order is empty. What would you think about training these friends of yours to become the Bacchus Knight Order? Navan inhaled, excitement slowly creeping into his features, gradual but genuine. The Knight Order. It's been a long time since I felt such anticipation. Watching his change, the natural responsibility settled onto Navan's shoulders with ease. Theo straightened, made a decision, and began to walk off, waving casually. Then I'll be counting on you. Navan blinked, startled. Already leaving, young master? When Theo answered simply, I've seen what I needed to see here. I'm just passing through. I have other business. Navan asked, other business? Theo turned back and replied warmly, an investigation of the floating isles. Navan bowed his head and let out a chuckle. I should be used to it by now, but your boldness still surprises me, young master. Theo's smile widened as Navan continued. Isn't that place notorious for hostility toward outsiders, and very hard to get into? Don't worry, I have my own ways, Theo replied. Away from Bacchus, along the windy coast, lay the port city of Dion, bustling with its own pulse of life. In the lower quarter of the city, a tavern buzzed with noise. A hooded figure pushed the door and stepped inside. He didn't notice the large man blocking the way and bumped into him. The big man's coarse hand reached out and grabbed the newcomer's shoulder rudely. Hey, shorty, are your eyes down by your feet? The hooded man calmly looked up and replied in an even tone, Ah, my fault, I must not have seen you down there. The coarse man bristled, offended. Oh yeah, I'll stoop down to your level then. The tavern seemed to hold its breath. Then in an instant the hooded man's hand flashed like lightning and grabbed a mug of beer and smashed it into the big man's forehead. The room's atmosphere shifted from noisy to tense silence, then to raucous excitement in a single breath. People leaned forward, watching intently. Oh, a fight! Someone shouted, half thrilled, half warning. Others burst into laughter. The serving girls hurried over. Hey, wait, I'm coming. Yes, here's your drink. In the candlelit room behind the tavern, a woman's voice rang out as she read a report to the man opposite. Summary of the demand. The floating isles will regularly supply gunpowder and steel to Troivan as agreed. All costs will be billed as rental fees for the Azure Dragon Sword. The man slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with anger. A demand? Dream on, that's an outright threat. That man was Antonio Spinola, head of House Spinola and heir to their maritime empire. His anger rippled across the room as he snorted. And what rental fees? They stole that damned sword and now say they'll rent it back for money. What a joke, I won't fall for it. But sir, we have no other choice, do we? Antonio's reflection shimmered on the polished surface of the nearby orb. Without the azure dragon sword, the floating isles will sink quickly. He rubbed his forehead, frustration turning into despair in his voice. Damn it, if we hadn't lost that sword, we wouldn't be under their thumb. His gaze darkened. Is there truly no hope left for our isles? Before anyone could answer, a loud crash sounded from outside. Shouts, curses, and splintering wood, sounds of a brawl in the tavern spilled into the room. Antonio stormed to the door and kicked it open. You bastards, my head, about to explode, and now this? What the hell is wrong with you idiots, fighting again? The room fell suddenly silent. Dozens of faces turned to him, some guilty, some defiant. How many times have I told you not to get drunk anymore? Drink quietly, understand, you fools. From the other side of the room, a familiar, calm voice rang out. Finally, he shows his face. The speaker pulled back his hood to reveal sharp eyes and a confident smile. It was Theo Ragnar, Antonio Spinola, the next head of House Spinola. Inside Antonio's office, he leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers impatiently on the desk. So you're saying you want to go to the floating isles and you want me to put you on my ship as a fighter? Theo nodded unfazed. Yes, I've heard sea monsters have been appearing more often near that floating land. As for my skills, what you saw earlier should be proof enough. Besides, your ship is short-handed, isn't it? It would be mutually beneficial. Antonio stroked his chin, his tone skeptical. You're not wrong, we are looking for a few capable fighters. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, his posture shifting from weary to alert. But you are not going on my ship. For a mercenary seeking work, your equipment is too clean, not a scratch, not a stain. And that brawl earlier happened right where I was. Pure coincidence? Also, you seem to know I have a ship heading to the floating isles, clearly odd. He leaned forward, fingers interlaced beneath his chin. If you were me, would you let someone like that on board? Theo gave a short, amused laugh. I'd be disappointed if you didn't see that. Fine, let's get to the point. Theo slipped a hand into his cloak and pulled out a small metal badge, placing it on the table. The Armed Resistance Organization fighting for the liberation of the floating isles. Leader of the Black Tower, Antonio Spinola. The name struck like lightning. Antonio's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Theo leaned in close, his voice steady. So, Antonio Spinola, let's make a deal. Antonio's jaw tightened. How do you know I'm the leader of the Black Tower? Theo's crooked smile returned. Now, that's not the important part, is it? It's not how I know, but what I know. For example, about the azure dragon sword you so desperately crave. At the mention of that weapon, Antonio's composure shattered. His chair flew back across the floor as he stood. Bastard, so you're a Troyvan hound after all. Theo's tone remained cold and precise. The basis of any agreement is calm, Antonio, do not lose it. Antonio glared at him. Even if I keep my head, this is absurd. If you're not allied with Troyvan, there's no way you'd know about the azure dragon sword. Before Theo could answer, the door burst open and one of Antonio's guards entered. Lord Antonio, is everything all right? Antonio waved him off. The guard hesitated, then bowed and left. Theo smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint, confident grin. What if I told you I hold the azure dragon sword? Ridiculous. The truth is Troyvan stole it and now you claim to possess it. Preposterous. Why is that preposterous? Theo replied. They're like me. Perhaps only claiming they have it, never actually producing it. Antonio's mind began to spin as confusion clouded his thoughts. Come to think of it, they never really showed it to us. I can't believe our judgment was so clouded, even with the fate of the isles at stake. Theo's smile lingered as he leaned forward slightly. You have nothing left to lose, do you? Then why not hear me out? Antonio took a deep breath, then sank into his chair. His voice softened, though suspicion remained. All right, I'm listening. Theo's expression turned serious. The legends and mysteries of the floating isles. All begin with the tale of the hero Kriemhild, right? A resigned sigh. Antonio opened one of the drawers beside him and took out an old journal. It seems you already know the story. Indeed, he drove his sword into the sea dragon's head, ravaging the oceans. The floating isles were said to drift on the sea thanks to mysterious currents. But that's not true. The sea dragon sealed by Lord Crimhilt lies deep beneath the sea, and the vast magical energy it releases creates an upwelling that keeps the islands aloft. The Azure Dragon Sword is the device that maintains that seal, an intermediary that stabilizes the flow of magical energy. But since Troyven stole the Azure Dragon Sword, the magical flow has become unstable. If the Azure Dragon Sword is not returned soon, the isles will sink to the bottom of the sea. Giant waves will rise from the ocean and tear everything apart. Buildings, infrastructure, the people who live there, their homes, their lives, everything will be swallowed by the sea. He looked straight at Theo, his voice urgent. I'm not joking. The lives of everyone on the isles are in danger. If you truly have the Azure Dragon Sword and return it to us, we will grant you anything you want. Theo's expression darkened. Returning it isn't a real solution. Anyone could steal it again. The image of the Azure Dragon Sword flashed in Theo's mind, its dark light still etched in his memory, and more importantly, that would mean giving it up entirely. Antonio's voice hardened. Then let's continue the negotiation. What do you want? If it's money, we can pay any amount. Theo looked up, his face calm but determined. No, what I need is not money. A faint red gleam lit Theo's eyes. I've prepared for this. A way to keep the Azure Dragon Sword while still saving the isles. All you must do is take me to the floating isles. Sweat ran down Antonio's face. He was stunned by Theo's words. The scene shifted to the sea's surface, stretching like a living map, restless and silver beneath a blazing sky. A sailing ship rode the waves, its prow bobbing as it carried Antonio and Theo toward a horizon crowded with isles. Theo stood by the rail, wind tangling his hair. When he took in the sight ahead, his smile widened. At last, it's here. The floating isles hovered over the ocean like a patched-together cluster of towns and harbors. Ships of all sizes traded around its harbor, a fabric of sails and smoke. Once a legendary trade confederation with customs so distinct the emperor recognized its autonomy. The isles now bore the scars of occupation. Under Troyven control since the Great War, they had been exploited and turned into a military production center. Watching a row of forges spitting sparks like fireflies, Theo felt a cold shiver tighten his chest. At the end of the war, many satellite isles had slipped beneath the waves, disappearing from the map forever. He fixed his gaze on the isles and let a thought settle like a blade in his mind. For the sake of both Ragnar and the isles, Troyven's traces must be wiped out. Before he could put further plans into motion, Antonio's voice cut across the deck. You're not joking, are you? You promised to save these isles. The thing you mentioned earlier about preventing them from sinking by moving the isles. Theo's smile did not waver. Don't worry, that's possible. Because the sea dragon lies beneath the isles, at the ocean floor there is a guardian of the ancient dragon. Then Theo withdrew the Azure Dragon Sword from its sheath and set it before the guardian spirits. How does this sword appear to you? Drake bluntly, oh, it's truly an artifact, Sanguum interjected, a relic of the ancient dragon. When Theo reached out nearly to touch the blade, faint streaks of energy radiated. He frowned, just as I thought, but why is it incompatible with Ragnar? Tiern Long tilted his head closer. Hard to say. It seems the guardian linked to the Azure Dragon Sword abandoned its duty and fled from the artifact itself. Theo's eyes widened. Fled from it? Tiern Long looked at Griffin and explained, that has happened before. Back when a guardian forgot its duty. Theo watched Griffin's tense expression. You could do that too if you paid the price right. Griffin's reply was blunt. You'd have to be insane to do it. Only a singular being could escape and survive. It's not simple. So not every dragon can do it. Then again, it's not surprising. The leaked magical energy from it is enough to lift the entire isles. Wait, so if I overpower it, could I move the islands myself? Drake answered gravely, in theory yes, but you would have to seal it first. Can you handle that? Before Theo could answer, Tiern Long added what the others feared. Even weakened after leaving the relic, it remains among the strongest. Griffin tilted his head. Can you even reach the ocean floor? Theo's smile returned. Of course I have a plan. Don't worry about how I'll get down there or how I'll seal it. I've already thought of that. The scene returned to the present on the ship's deck. Antonio's tense voice cut through the silence. So that statue truly holds the power to save the Isles, a power even the natives are unaware of. Theo glanced at him, his face calm. You still doubt me, even after I showed you the azure dragon sword? Antonio ground his teeth and bowed his head. Guilt and worry crossed his face. I don't doubt, you must understand I'm anxious. The fate of my homeland is at stake, I hope you understand that. Theo's eyes softened slightly, he exhaled and smiled with steady confidence. Yes, I understand, take me there first and I will ensure it's saved. A faint shimmering light appeared before Theo, a system notification blinking up. Side quest, Azure Dragon Sword, 30 objectives, return the sword to its original resting place, locate the site, defeat the Guardian, and claim ownership. The scene shifted as night fell, wrapping the floating isles in eerie silence. Moonlight poured like liquid glass, bathing the docks and harbor in silver stillness. Beneath this tranquil surface, inside a dimly lit wine cellar, Antonio had gathered his most trusted subordinates, soldiers ready to stake their lives for homeland. Antonio pointed at Theo as his men stood at attention. Our mission is simple, escort this man to the Kriemhilde monument. Once there he will handle the rest. The soldiers exchanged tense looks as Antonio continued. You all know Troyven has bribed the head of the principal house. That's why security around the monument is tight. We'll use the secret passage as usual. It will bring you close enough. Each soldier stood tall, eyes blazing with resolve. Yes, sir, long live the floating isles. Antonio turned to Theo. Then I leave him in your hands. Theo nodded once, his eyes sharp and unreadable. Understood. Among the gathered soldiers, one lingered behind, his lips curling into a sly smile. His eyes gleamed with something other than loyalty. The scene cut to the isle's center. The towering statue of Kriemhilde dominated the plaza. A dragon-shaped memorial was carved into the face of the cliff. Around it, tall walls and watchtowers glittered under the moonlight, guarded by soldiers gripping their spears, unaware of the shadows crawling beneath them. Deep beneath the surface, Theo and his group silently threaded through a secret passage. An ancient stairwell damp with seawater. He narrowed his eyes as his hand traced the stone wall. So they really do have a secret way in here. One of Antonio's soldiers whispered, We're inside. Thanks to the waterfall noise, the chance of being detected is very low, but be careful nonetheless. Theo nodded slightly, opened his pack, and drew the azure dragon sword. The blade shimmered faintly, resonating with invisible power. He turned to the soldiers in a calm voice. Thank you for your efforts. From here on, I will go alone. The soldiers stared in astonishment at the sword's light. One of them whispered, eyes wide, Is this the real azure dragon sword? Theo's gaze rose to the towering statue of Kriemhilde. The blade in his hand vibrated with energy. The closer he got, the stronger its reaction. He followed the statue upward to the giant dragon's head. The source must be up there. He took a breath and launched himself up, his body moving like a shadow in the pale moonlight. Below, one of the soldiers watched Theo's climb. He really does have the azure dragon sword. There may finally be hope for our isles, but his relief lasted only a second. Before the soldier could react, a hand clamped over his mouth and a dagger sliced neatly across his throat. His eyes widened in shock as blood spilled silently onto the stones. The assassin stepped back, face cold, the blade flashing in the moonlight as he whispered, Now we will reclaim the stolen azure dragon sword. Above, at the summit of the towering Kriemhilde statue, Theo had reached the dragon's crown. He stared at the towering statue, which reacted most strongly here. The question is what happens next. Without hesitation, Theo thrust 30 times into the ground. He recoiled as pain tore through his flesh. Theo's hand was burned by the sword's power, driving it into the ground as before produced no immediate effect. Theo produced a vial of restorative medicine and drank. Let me think this through. Perhaps there was a hidden message, but before he could finish the thought, the atmosphere shifted rapidly. The assassin emerged from the shadows, eyes glowing red with bloodlust. Without a word, he lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with deadly intent. However, when the blade cut through the space where Theo had just stood, it hit nothing. The assassin's eyes widened. What? Before he could regain his composure, a pain exploded in his abdomen. Theo had reappeared behind him, his foot driving hard into the assassin's ribs. The impact sent the assassin flying backward, his body twisting in midair with a crack. He coughed up blood and clutched his side, dizziness flashing across his face. How did he get behind me? Theo landed lightly, readjusted his stance, his eyes sharp as lightning. The assassin planted his blade in the ground to steady himself, breathing heavily. Two more figures emerged behind him. Lord Grey, are you all right? I am, Grey growled, his gaze locked on Theo. He is very strong. Duong Luling charged forward. Theo still held the vial in one hand, wearing a slow, mocking smile. Outside the walls of the Kriemhilde monument, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The guards shuddered and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? It sounds like something broke." Then another guard pointed upward with a trembling voice. "Look, the monument, the Kriemhilde monument." All eyes turned to the giant statue, and what they saw froze them in disbelief. Damn it. How could this be? The statue was crumbling, massive stone blocks peeling off its body and falling like meteors. The roar of collapse drowned the night. The scene cut back to moments earlier beneath the enormous stairway of the Kriemhilde statue. Antonio paced anxiously, brow furrowed as he looked up the tunnel above. Why is it taking so long? What on earth are they doing up there? Before anyone could answer, hurried footsteps echoed down the passage. A female soldier staggered out, gasping. Her face was pale in the torchlight. "Lord Antonio, there's been a major incident. Grey and his companions, those who traveled with us, they suddenly attacked the guest." Antonio's eyes widened. What? Damn it, so Troivan's lackeys have infiltrated this deep. Meanwhile, atop the towering statue, Theo's sword met three assassins at once. Theo spun to parry and counter, pushed back by their relentless attacks. Damn, these bastards aren't amateurs. His gaze swept between them. Even if I create an opening, they won't recklessly rush in. They're stalling. They've secured 3C zones, so they're waiting for reinforcements to move in quietly. Theo tightened his grip on the sword. I will never let that happen. His voice startled the leader. What is he trying to do? Instantly, Theo's blade sliced the air in a wide arc, unleashing a wave of energy that tore the rock beneath their feet. The ground began to tremble violently, shockwaves shredding the stone as if the sky itself had been split. When the dust cleared, the ground beneath them cracked open, revealing something ancient and shimmering below. Grey's eyes widened in horror. How did he know? Theo's expression shifted from tense to exhilarated. So it has been right under my feet all this time. Theo lunged forward as Grey shouted orders to his men. Stop him at all costs. But Theo moved faster than they could react, the azure dragon sword humming with energy in his hand. A faint bell chimed and another system notification flashed before his eyes. Side quest, Dragon Slaying Sword Bomung, desire to return to its original resting place. Objective, locate it, defeat the Guardian, and claim ownership. Theo's thoughts clicked into place. I overcomplicated things, it wants to return. The sword reacts strongest here. This is its original location. He raised Bomung high, the blade shimmering with brilliant blue flames. With a single decisive motion, Theo drove it into the heart of the ruin before him. It can only be here. The instant the blade struck, the ground convulsed. Energy exploded from the ruin like a tsunami of light, shaking the giant statue to its core. Grey and his men were blasted away, tumbling across the shattered stone floor. Their screams were drowned by the roar of released power. Theo stood firm, hands locked on the hilt, his body trembling as the ruin's energy surged through him, blinding light devouring everything. Outside, the guards along Kriemhilde's walls spun around as a cracking, earth-splitting sound tore the night. Did you hear that? Something just broke. Then came the cry that froze everyone in place. Look, the monument. Look at the Kriemhilde monument. All eyes turned upward as terror enveloped the fortress. The giant statue that had been the archipelago's pride began to collapse. Damn it, how can this be happening? Theo's body convulsed as he slowly came to, his vision blurred. And a dull, throbbing pain behind his eyes. What happened? Did I faint? Theo blinked, forcing his focus, then froze. The battlefield was gone, no ruins, no monument. Around him stretched a dense forest and gnarled roots twisting over the ground. So I survived. As expected, this must be inside the ruins dungeon. A familiar voice sounded beside Theo. So this is its land after all. Theo turned and saw his guardian spirits standing before him, miniature versions of their true forms. He raised an eyebrow. What is that weird form? Tiernlong sighed, folding his small arms. I manifested directly using your mana as a conduit. Your lack of magical power makes us look ridiculous. Anyway, for a ruined guardian to hold such deep longing and compassion for a human is no small matter. Theo's eyes widened. A human. Wait, could that human be Kriemhilde? Griffin shook his head. We can't be certain. We only read the remnants of leftover thoughts. Theo paused to think. Given the situation, that's likely. With no other ruined guardians, let's explore this place slowly. Perched high among the branches, a skeletal archer nocked an arrow. Its empty eyes glowing. Instantly it released, the arrow ripping through the air toward Theo without mercy. Sharp instinct made Theo recognize it easily. He spun and effortlessly caught the arrow. An unclaimed house, didn't they say so? So how do you explain this? He whipped around and saw more movement. From behind the trees, skeletal soldiers began to crawl out. Bones creaked horribly. They climbed over roots and rocks, dozens then hundreds. Intruder, intruder, Balmung belongs to Kriemhilde. The air thickened with the stench of decay as their numbers swelled. In moments, Theo was surrounded, an army of skeletal soldiers forming a jagged circle of rusty blades around him. For Kriemhilde, we will kill the intruder. Griffin's feathers bristled. So that's it. I didn't expect he'd go so far just to guard a ruin's claim for a human named Kriemhilde. An arrow suddenly flew toward them. Theo raised his hand and caught it midair, spinning it before snapping it back. The arrow flew past Griffin and pierced the skull of a charging skeleton. Theo exhaled slowly, his face cold. They're many but nothing special. I just need to slash through them all. Simple. Tiernlong flew closer, shaking his head. It won't be as easy as you think. Theo frowned. What do you mean? Look carefully. His eyes tracked and he froze. The skeleton whose skull had been shattered was moving, its fingers twitching. Bones creaking as it slowly picked up its sword. Its skull fragments began to knit together, glowing faintly as they reformed. They were not ordinary soldiers but immortal warriors, draconic bone troops meant to destroy intruders. And like a wave, the others followed, raising their blades as their empty eyes burned with warning light. Theo's eyes widened as the shattered skeletons began to reassemble themselves, but then his familiar smirk returned. Yeah, it certainly won't be easy. Without hesitation, the skeletons poured in from every direction, the forest exploding into chaos. Theo's blade sliced through the air, metal on bone echoing through the woods as skulls shattered and ribs crunched. Griffin hovered nearby, annoyed. We can't fight this endless battle forever. Got a better idea? Griffin's yellow eyes narrowed. I'll give your stupid self a piece of advice. That Kriemhilde fellow, you said he's human like you, right? Then tell him to relinquish ownership. Simple. Theo intercepted an arrow flying toward him. Frustration boiling. He's a legendary hero. If he's still alive after all these years, can you still call him merely human? Idiot. Griffin ruffled his feathers and glared at Theo. A pompous mortal. Giving advice to an idiot is pointless. Theo grabbed Griffin's beak midair. What did you say, big guy? Before he could finish, a brilliant blue light flashed before his eyes, a system notification. This dungeon is the final gift Leviathan left for Kriemhilde. Revoke the gift's ownership from Kriemhilde. Theo's expression froze. Revoke the gift's ownership. Wait, perhaps that bastard Griffin was right. But before Theo could piece that together, the skeletons attacked from all sides like a wave of death. In an instant, he vaulted into the air. Theo reached out and summoned multiple swords remotely. He used them as launch pads and rocketed upward, grabbing a thick branch hanging above the chaos. Perched on the branch, he scanned the crowd below. This can't be just endless resurrection. He activated H-Ling synchronization, the mind gate. His eyes flashing a vivid blue, perception expanding like ripples across a pond so he could sense movement and the auras of the skeletal force. Now, if my intuition is right, there must be something different. Then Theo saw it. Amid the crowd, one skeleton stood out. Its aura burned deep red, unlike the dull green of the others. Theo's lips curved into a confident smile. Found you. Wasting no time, he launched himself off the branch. Swords materialized beneath his feet like platforms of light as Theo shot through the air toward the Redora skeleton. When they charged me before, one turned its head and fled. I should have known then. Its skull snapped up as Theo closed in, panic flickering in the empty eye socket. Theo raised his sword, black lightning crackling from the blade. Too late, the black dragon pierced technique. Storms of black lightning erupted from Theo's blade, unleashing jagged streaks. They tore through the air, striking the ground and the skeletons simultaneously. A deafening explosion followed, bathing the area in blinding light. A system chime rang in his mind, announcing the collection of Kriemhildi's remains. Collect the remaining relics to confront Kriemhildi. Theo glanced at his right hand and saw his palm glowing with deep red light. A small bone fragment rested in his palm, smooth, ancient, and brimming with power. Item acquired. Notification: Kriemhildi's third cervical vertebra. Theo's smile widened, excitement evident in his eyes. Just as predicted, I was right. Just keep collecting them like this. The scene shifted to the floating isles harbor, besieged by an unending storm. Rain lashed the wooden docks in sheets, the night torn apart by lightning. Amid the chaos, one of them spotted a lone figure walking toward the shipyard. A man in a black cloak walked with measured, unhurried steps. You're late. What happened? The cloaked figure halted abruptly. Nothing worth mentioning. However, the storm has made things easier. What's going on here? The pilot stammered, eyes wide. Corpses everywhere. Passengers, sailors, guards, even merchants all lay motionless, their eyes hollow and pale. The deck was slick with rain and blood. One young sailor sank to his knees, trembling. What the hell? The passengers, they're all dead. The cloaked figure walked past them, utterly unshaken. The foolish troops of the floating isles. The azure dragon sword was offered right to them, yet they let it slip away. He slid a hand beneath his cloak and produced a metal mask, but who holds it doesn't matter. After all, the floating isles are now in our hands. As thunder rolled, the man's name hung like a curse in the damp air. Noel, 9th of the Troivan 9 Phoenix Works. Rain poured down, drenching the floating isles. Roofs became slick and streets turned into rivers. Windows flew open and people rushed outside, faces full of disbelief. Whispers spread through the storm as they stared into the void where a sound like a mountain splitting had shaken the night. How can this be? What do we do? Out on the waves, towering above the surf, the giant monument of the sea dragon, the guardian that had watched the isles for centuries, was collapsing. A young man's voice trembled as he whispered, "The monument, our island's guardian, it's falling." Meanwhile, deep within the ruined dungeon, Theo cleaved a path through the legions of bones springing up around him. Bone fragments turned to dust beneath his blade. A final notification flashed before his eyes. Reclamation complete. Kriemhildi's remains 206-206. Finally all gathered, but when he lifted the last piece of bone, delicate, faintly glowing, he blinked, perplexed. A petal bone, where would this be from? Before uncertainty could settle, another notification flashed. Would you like to access the memories of Kriemhildi inscribed in the relics? Without hesitation, yes. The world blurred and Theo felt his consciousness drawn elsewhere. So this is the hero of legend. What did he look like? What life did he live? Light enveloped Theo and the dungeon dissolved into a distant memory, replaying the memories of Kriemhildi etched into the relics. A child ran barefoot along the shore, sand clinging to her feet as she called out loudly. Toward a cave carved by the sea, "Levi, Levi, I'm here," her voice echoed through the cavern. There, hidden in a stone cradle, lay the dragon-slaying sword Bamung. Its surface hummed with a faint glow. She approached with curious fearlessness and placed her small hand on the hilt. "Wake up, Levi, I'm here." A shaft of blue light flared, and a colossal sea dragon appeared before her, scales shimmering like tides under the moon. Its voice booming like thunder, "How many times must I tell you, what is a child like you doing here?" The dragon's roar trembled with annoyance. "I am Leviathan, guardian of the ancient dragon ruin. You're not even of the Ragnar line. How dare you call me that name?" She only smiled, lifting a basket of bread as if greeting an old friend. She puffed her cheeks stubbornly. "But your real name is too long, so I call you Levi." The giant sea dragon shrank its form until it stood before her like a large beast. "Do as you will, silly child, talking to you tires me more than anything." Then it stared at the bread and muttered, "Why does that innkeeper always give you bread?" She beamed, unaware. "That's right, I don't understand it either. Oh, something wonderful happened today." Leviathan listened in silence, slowly chewing. And she began to chatter quickly about the baker, the docks, and random small talk. Days passed and she grew older. Her voice deeper, her hair longer, but she always returned to bread and endless stories. Leviathan remained grumpy, groaning at each tale, yet it never drove her away. And slowly, somewhere between the stories and the silence, the sea dragon began to watch over her, not as the ruin's guardian but as something closer to a kin. Years passed, the cave remained the same, cold, misty, filled only with the sound of the sea inhaling and exhaling. One night, under a pale moon, those familiar footsteps returned. The sea dragon exhaled in irritation and bowed its head. "By the gods, I told you not to come. Why are you so stubborn?" But before it finished, something wet splashed onto the stone floor, the cave filled with the scent of blood. Kriemhilde staggered in, her body cut and bruised, blood streaming from her arms and legs. Her voice trembled as she reached out, pleading, "Levi, help me." Strangers had suddenly stormed the town and rounded up the people. Before she could take another step, a soldier burst into the cave and grabbed her by the hair. His holy sword was thrust down before Kriemhilde, terror plain in her eyes. The soldier hauled her head up by her hair and sneered, "Got you, you stupid barbarian girl, why run like that? Our great emperor is bestowing favor on this remote sea, you should be grateful." His face twisted lecherously, "And I intend to have a bit of fun as well." The sea dragon watched all this in silence. But its eyes changed, the yellow and red in its gaze flared like molten fire. And its whole body tensed with a deep wrath that shook the air. The cave cracked as the sea dragon's power unleashed. The whole island felt the violent tremor. The assault came suddenly, and in moments the town was engulfed in a sea of flames. Greedy fire devoured each roof, racing from street to street. Cries for help echoed everywhere, mingling with the clang of metal, and the occupying soldiers shouted orders, "Move if you don't want to burn." But even the soldiers began to panic. "Hey, what's all that racket?" The sky above them suddenly darkened. And in that instant, a rolling wind bore down, sending blades of rain like punishment. The sea dragon rose over the burning town, its wings tearing through the storm, and the raindrops themselves became weapons that pierced the soldiers. What monster is that? Those trying to flee couldn't escape its gaze. And atop the sea dragon stood Kriemhilde. Small against the dragon's vast form and still bearing fresh wounds, she gripped the dragon-slaying sword Balmung with both hands. The soldier's eyes widened as he saw the girl atop the giant sea dragon. Rain drove into his face as he shouted, "There's a brat standing on it, she's controlling it, kill her first." But he never had the chance to raise his sword. A compressed bolt of air and seawater formed in the dragon's jaw and fired. It sliced through the soldier's neck so fast his head was severed in an instant, falling onto the wet ground before his body crumpled. However, around the islanders, a liquid barrier shielded the helpless villagers from harm. Kriemhilde remained atop the sea dragon and looked down through tears. Her voice hoarse and barely audible, "I'm sorry, Levi, I'm so sorry." She pressed her trembling hand to her brow, guilt twisting each syllable. "You should have waited for the chosen one, but because of me, because of me." The sea dragon's voice deepened, "Don't mourn like that, everything will be all right, won't it? But. Suddenly a light bloomed around her, gentle and bright. The protective shell the dragon had formed wrapped Kriemhilde in a soft cocoon. Slowly lowering her to the ground among her people, "You don't need to apologize." The moment her feet touched the earth, villagers called her name again and again. "Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde saved us all." Kriemhilde looked up at the sea dragon, eyes full of sorrow. "But you said you could have abandoned your duty, yet you felt so at peace." "This was my choice." Its eyes softened, recalling the small child who used to come and talk and laugh beside it. "By my will, not the ancient dragon's, I was able to protect your smile." But peace did not last under an empire. Far away in a throne room, the emperor slammed his fist down in fury. His voice echoed through the hall, My royal army was defeated by a barbarian brat riding a sea dragon. Unacceptable. I grew complacent because it's a distant territory. Send the royal guard and retake that land for me. The assault came. Chains thicker than masts were wrapped around the sea dragon's body, immobilizing it. The beast roared and writhed against them as soldiers poured onto the island. Villagers were blindfolded, dragged into lines, and spears pressed to their throats. The commander watched from horseback, smug, and remarked, "How interesting, a creature that refuses to die." He pointed the tip of his sword at Kriemhilde. "If you are its master, you must know how to kill it, tell me." The sea dragon ignored him completely and instead looked at Kriemhilde. "It's fine, Kriemhilde. I am a guardian. I cannot truly die. I will only return to a deep sleep." Kriemhilde collapsed, her body trembling with the remnants of ruin magic. "When I awaken again, you can surely rouse me back." The commander lost patience and raised his hand. Soldiers tightened their grips and lowered their spears toward the hostages' throats. The sea dragon's eyes softened. "It seems our time is short." Kriemhilde trembled, unable to move as tears streamed down her face. Drops of rain, mist, and seawater coalesced around her hands, lifting her arm up. Her fingers closed around the dragon-slaying sword with no intention of letting go. "Levi, please don't make me do this. I can't. The sea dragon closed its eyes and spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps our fate was sealed the moment I broke the rule. So do not bear the burden of guilt for protecting your people. I will help you one last time." "I was very happy, Kriemhilde." And then, with a hollow sound that tore at the heart, the sword plunged deep into the sea dragon's body. A roar rent the sky as the dragon collapsed. Its colossal form struck the ground as chains clattered around it. The commander looked at the motionless creature, eyes wide before they shifted into wild triumph. He threw his head back and let out a mad laugh, his voice shredded through the rain like jagged lightning. But just as his laughter peaked, the expression on his face vanished, the crooked smile faded, his pupils constricted, and his breathing became ragged. "Something's wrong," the soldiers around him shivered, their bodies going rigid. "What?" Fear crept into their voices. "How can this be?" From the horizon, a wall of water rose higher than the cliffs, higher than the watchtowers. A massive tsunami, awakened by the dragon's last breath. The ground trembled beneath the people's feet as the waves roared forward, swallowing everything in their path. Soldiers screamed and tried to flee, but the sea devoured them without hesitation. However, at the center of the isles, the people did not drown. The water curved around them, forming once again that familiar protective barrier, something shimmering like liquid glass. Kriemhilde stood in the storm, drenched with hollow eyes, watching the waves carry the sea dragon's fatting shape back into the abyss. Her voice broke. "Levi!" Her cry dissolved into the sea, the scene fading. Returning to the silent world of ruins where Theo stood, his expression had softened, a quiet sorrow settling in his gaze. So that's how it is. Kriemhilde wasn't the legendary hero everyone thought she was. She was just a girl, an unlucky girl who only wanted to befriend the guardian. Theo's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. He turned around and saw the Kriemhilde of the past standing with the dragon-slaying sword in her hands. She looked at Theo, her voice heavy. "So you are the one Levi waited for, the chosen one." She bowed her head, a sad smile appearing. "Because of me, Levi could not complete his duty. I caused a pain he never deserved." She stepped forward and offered the sword to Theo with both hands. "Please make Levi happy. He means everything to me." Theo held the dragon-slaying sword in his hands, feeling its faint hum against his palm. "It seems I don't need to do that." Kriemhilde blinked, unable to understand what he meant. Theo lifted the sword slightly and smiled with certainty. "This one already looks happy, doesn't it?" Those words struck Kriemhilde harder than any blade. Her breath caught, her shoulders trembling as tears welled and fell. Her voice faltered, warm and relieved. Thank you so much." Memories dissolved like mist and the world shifted. The rain had stopped over the floating isles. The clouds broke apart, letting moonlight fall on the ruined square where the colossal monument had collapsed. Soldiers stood around the shattered stone wreckage, forming a barrier as the people gathered, soaked and trembling from the chaos. "Don't come any closer." But whispers spread through the crowd when someone pointed, voice shaking. "Wait, there's someone there." people's heads lifted, breaths held. On the highest shard of the fallen statue, a lone figure stood. As the light gradually reached where that person stood, every eye widened in disbelief. It can't be, that's you, the one who saved our island from being drowned long ago, isn't it? Theo stood amidst the rubble, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze, surrounded by endless cheers. It's Kriemhilde. Kriemhilde has returned. The scene cut to the secret council chamber within the Flying Isles. A hidden council room trembled with panicked whispers. The senators of the three maritime houses had secretly gathered. A cold, authoritative voice drifted through the dim hall. You've assembled quickly. Everyone in the room froze. Standing in the doorway was Noel, one of Troiven's 9 noble lieutenants. His presence was like a blade at the throat of the entire chamber. A man immediately turned to him, voice choked with worry. Noel, why are you so calm? Our plan has collapsed. The dragon-slaying sword should have been in Troiven's hands. That baffling galleon was right about that. But others instantly retorted, then what is that thing the barbarian's holding? Because of him, everyone on the Isles was rushing toward the monument, shouting that he was the legendary hero Kriemhilde. At this rate, the power of the three maritime houses will fall into his hands. This isn't what we agreed. But Noel's composure did not waver. Indeed, he had personally handed over the dragon-slaying sword in exchange for Troiven's promise that the houses would retain their positions. His gaze swept over them like a cold-blooded predator, but to see you cause an uproar over such a trivial matter is disgusting. That word disgusting struck like a slap. One senator, offended by Noel's contempt, stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. What? A trivial matter, Noel? What do you take the three maritime houses to be? No sooner had he finished speaking than Noel's sword flashed and cleanly split the man in two. The corpse collapsed with a wet thud, blood spreading, and the room immediately filled with the metallic stench. Noel showed no hesitation. He merely looked down at the corpse and said in an even, bone-cold tone, "What do I think of you? Obviously vermin. I can crush you whenever I please." Another senator recoiled in horror. Noel, what are you doing? Noel wiped his blade clean on his own cloak, his face still terrifyingly calm. You are traitors who sold your country for personal gain. You should be grateful that Troiven has tolerated you for so long. Instead, you complain about ruling the floating isles even as they sink. Greed must have limits if you still expect mercy. The remaining senator trembled, trying to defend himself. Are you serious? Without the isle's capital, Troiven will collapse too. Hearing this, Noel stepped forward until the man could feel his breath. His eyes reflected nothing but bloodlust. Fool, you still don't understand, do you? The man froze, every hair on his body standing on end. Noel whispered, if you don't want to be slaughtered right here, shut your mouth and do exactly as I say. The senator's lips immediately pressed shut, sweat dripping from his chin as he struggled to breathe. Noel turned away as if unaffected. If you want to live, bring me the dragon-slaying sword, a bunch of trash. Just before he stepped out, a soldier knelt before him with reverence. Pardon me, Nine-Pillar Noel, may I ask you something? Noel stopped and nodded. The soldier swallowed and asked, do you truly trust them to retrieve the sword? Noel's voice remained serious. I know what worries you. I would like to retrieve it myself, but the situation does not allow it. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, Balong, is here. Noel narrowed his eyes further. Because he has arrived, restraining him is our top priority. Dawn was just breaking on the other side of the Isles as crowds gathered around the ruined remnants of the giant dragon statue washed by wind and rain. Shards glittered in the sunlight, whispers rippled through the sea of people as Theo descended the broken steps. The crowd erupted, voices overlapping into a thunderous chant, Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde. Theo forced a nervous smile. He knew they worshipped Kriemhilde like a deity, but he hadn't expected it to be this extreme. His thoughts drifted to the girl he'd seen in the memory. Kriemhilde was not a mythical savior or a divine hero. She was simply a kind girl swept up in a tragedy far beyond her. His fingers tightened around the dragon-slaying sword. Even this blade they believed belonged to her, but in truth it was a remnant of a primal dragon, usable only by a Ragnar. As Theo reached the foot of the steps, a man broke away from the crowd and shouted in desperation, Kriemhilde, I beg you, please listen. Those damn Troyven scoundrels are dragging the isles toward ruin. Many here cannot escape. If your heart still has mercy, please save this island. Theo blinked, then let out a small laugh. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to go along with this a little. He raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his confident voice echoing through the ruins. People of the floating isles, I promise you this, I will do everything in my power to save this island. A wave of hope surged through the crowd. Their voices rose again as they chanted his name. When Theo finally stepped down to the lowest stair, a calm but reverent voice welcomed him. We have awaited your arrival, Kriemhilde. A woman in ritual robes approached, majestic, with dark hair. I am Marty, the high priestess of the Kriemhilde temple. Allow us to guide you from here. The scene shifted as they crossed the long mountain bridge leading to the temple. People lined the path in awe, whispering prayers and blessings as Theo passed. Inside the temple, where ancient murals lit the corridors, Marty murmured, For generations our priests have maintained this place, believing the prophecy that one day the hero would return. Please come this way. Theo's eyes widened. Marty pointed to a statue and revealed a small pearl necklace. It is said to belong to the hero Kriemhilde herself and is the key to the trench in the deep sea. A system notification flashed before Theo. Magical accessory, gate link key, Kriemhilde's pearl. Marty continued, Now that you possess it, shall we proceed? Theo hesitated, then sighed. Before we go, there is something I need to tell you. But the priestess only smiled calmly. You have no need to fear, sir. Theo froze. How did she know? Marty turned to him and replied, The dragon-slaying sword is a remnant of a primal dragon. Naturally, only a Ragnar can awaken it. The reason we call this place Kriemhilde's home, even I could sense it after guarding the sanctuary for generations. The sorrow of a girl with no choice but to hurt her dearest friend. Her final wish was to protect this island. Kriemhilde acknowledged you, so you deserve corresponding treatment. Marty led Theo down an ancient carved staircase beneath the temple. At the bottom sat a stone altar overlooking a black abyss. If you throw the necklace from here, a gate connecting to the sea dragon will open. She placed a small ring into Theo's hand. Keep it with you. It will allow you to breathe and move underwater. With eyes closed in a solemn prayer, I pray for your success and for the salvation of the floating isles. Theo slipped the ring onto his finger and clenched it, smiling softly but resolutely. No need to worry, I will save this place no matter what it takes. The scene returned outside the Kriemhilde temple, where a crowd had gathered in daylight. People knelt on the long stone bridge, hands clasped, eyes closed as they prayed to the legendary hero. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the silence. A soldier slammed a pole onto the ground, shouting, All of you evacuate immediately. Another soldier stepped forward, his voice cold as steel. The 3 maritime houses have concluded their investigation. The man you are worshipping is a terrorist, an imposter, a fraud daring to pose as the hero Kriemhilde. A campaign to recover the dragon-slaying sword that he stole is underway. Citizens disperse at once. Gasps rippled through the crowd. How can this be? Is that true? Fear and confusion were plain on their faces. Among the armored men stood Spinola Umberto, the head of one of the 3 maritime houses. Sweat slid down his face as he watched the bewildered worshippers. Right, I think I made the right call. My reputation may fall because of this, but without that sword my head would roll first. I no longer have time to preserve any dignity. With a sharp breath he drew his sword. I'm going to die anyway, so why should I care about honor, even if I have to kill everyone here? He raised his blade and commanded, From this moment on, anyone who stands in our way for any reason, kill without mercy. The soldiers surged forward like released beasts, charging at the praying people in the temple itself. Spinola followed, murmuring, I must recover the dragon-slaying sword at all costs. The scene cut back to Theo, now deep beneath the temple. Descending the stairs the priestess had pointed out. The stone steps spiraled down into darkness until they met the glittering surface of still water. Theo stopped, studying the partially submerged steps. So this is it. He reached into his coat and took out the pearl Marty had entrusted to him, a relic Kriemhilde had worn last. Then he dropped it into the water. The pearl slowly sank, disappearing beneath the surface. The moment it vanished, the water began to stir. Small spiraling ripples spread outward, deepening into rolling waves. The ring of water suddenly parted, forming a circular passage suspended like a gate of light. It shimmered faintly, droplets hanging in the air like drifting stars. Theo inhaled deeply, steadying his resolve, then plunged into the passage. The moment his body passed through the spinning ring of water, the world around him shifted violently. Then with a sudden jolt, everything settled. Theo opened his eyes and found himself suspended deep within the vast, unfamiliar darkness of the ocean. He slowly turned his head to survey the immense underwater world before him. I made it in, but I still don't know where to go from here. As he drifted forward, letting instinct guide him through the abyss, something brushed the edge of his perception. Theo froze mid-water, narrowing his eyes, but saw only empty water. No sound, no shape, no trace. He scanned the area again, hand clenched as he thought to himself, I'm not imagining it, there is definitely something here. From behind, a series of ominous red lights blinked into view, glowing like demonic lanterns burning in the dark. Theo's eyes widened. He turned his head to look. At huge shapes writhing through the water, their scales shimmering like black glass, jaws full of razor teeth accompanied by menacing hisses and growls. One by one, the creatures fully emerged from the darkness. They encircled him like wolves sizing up prey. Theo exhaled slowly, tightening his grip on Bamung. He forced a small inward smile. Sea serpents, the guardians of the deep. He glanced around. Dozens of giant sea serpents were closing their ring ever tighter. If they're here, then that means... Spinola Umberto's voice tore through the air as he raised his sword and shouted, from this moment on, whoever stands in our way for any reason, kill them. Following his command, the soldiers surged forward like a pack of wolves set loose, charging straight at the people kneeling in prayer outside the Kriemhildi temple. Confusion spread through the crowd as everyone tried to understand what was happening. Some murmured anxiously, why are Hyun's 3rd District soldiers here? Do they really call innocent civilians terrorists? Before Spinola's soldiers could reach the people, High Sister Marty stepped forward with a cold, authoritative voice. Stop. All of you stop at once. With steady steps, she positioned herself between the mercenaries and the praying citizens. Her white cloak was drenched from the sea breeze. Terrorists, on what basis do you make such a claim? The man you speak of is clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhildi. Behind her stood the temple knights, shields raised in support. I swear by the honor of every priest who has guarded this shrine for generations, aren't you the ones who must explain yourselves? Why have you brought Troiven mercenaries into a sanctuary devoted to the holy Kriemhildi? Gasps rose through the crowd. Troiven, faces went pale as the truth spread. Another person shouted, they're the ones who stole the dragon-slaying sword. Didn't the 3rd District lose the dragon-slaying sword because of Troiven's ambush? Wait, don't tell me. An angry man stormed up to a soldier and bellowed, you've colluded with the Troiven clan, haven't you? Stealing the dragon-slaying sword wasn't enough, you were going to betray the holy Kriemhildi as well. The people erupted in fury, we won't let you do as you please, this time we'll protect Kriemhildi. Spinola Umberto's face twisted with panic and rage as he watched the crowd turn away from him. A subordinate leaned in, voice tense and pleading, Lord Spinola, you've gone too far. We should withdraw and regroup before this gets out of control. But Spinola snapped, eyes wild. He shoved the subordinate aside and roared, Troiven mercenary legion, kill every one of them. Chaos erupted instantly. Civilians screamed as mercenaries hacked through the crowd, blood splattering across the temple bridge. Another of Spinola's commanders grabbed his arm and shouted, come to your senses, Lord Spinola. This will only enrage the people more and ruin your reputation. But reason had died in Spinola's mind. The one who needs to come to his senses is you, Romulan. Will reputation protect the neck that's about to be cut? Once we've chosen to betray the floating isles, we have only one role left, to become Troiven's perfect hunting dogs. His soldiers hesitated only a moment before obeying the brutal order. Whoever stands in our way, show no mercy. We will bear all responsibility. We must seize the dragon-slaying sword at all costs. On the side of the High Sister, the temple guards stood firm, fear briefly flashing in their eyes as they saw Spinola's entire force charge at them with murderous intent. One guard leaned close to Marty and said urgently, We should retreat now, this is becoming too dangerous. But before he could finish, Marty planted her feet and shouted, "No, we will fight alongside the people." Clashes erupted as the two sides collided. Spinola's soldiers roared, "As if we'll let you do as you please," while the temple knights and citizens yelled back, "Hold the line, don't let them break through." Spears thrust forward, brutally closing in on the unarmed civilians. A man bent over as a spearpoint pressed against his chest, his breath caught in fear. But in the final moment, the clash of steel rang sharp. Antonio Spinola himself stepped in, swung his sword with precision, and knocked the spear aside, saving the man by inches. Antonio was not the only one to step forward. His men surged in beside him, forming a wall of steel between Spinola Umberto's forces and the terrified citizens, blocking blow after blow. The sudden intervention made Spinola Umberto's eyes widen in disbelief, rage twisting his face. "You fools, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Antonio parried an incoming blow, tightening his grip on the sword. "Long time no see, father." But Spinola Umberto showed no warmth, instead his fury sharpened. "Abandoning your legitimate inheritance to pull this stunt? What a ridiculous, laughable story." Antonio's jaw hardened at the accusation. With an explosion of anger, he swung his sword so hard that the incoming spear snapped in two. Metal shards spinning across the ground. "What do you mean by stunt? Betraying your country or slaughtering innocent civilians?" Spinola Umberto's rage only deepened, his eyes trembling with anger as he spat an insult. "You damned brat of a name." The two forces clashed violently. With Antonio and his men joining the temple knights and citizens, their side finally had a slim chance. Antonio urged them forward amid the chaos. "All Black Tower members present. Advance, suppress those unjust scoundrels, and protect the citizens at all costs." The battlefield ignited with renewed force as sword met spear again and again, sparks flying like glowing embers across the air. As Antonio fought fiercely, shielding citizens whenever he could, a cruel thought weighed on his mind. "However much I try to lift the people's spirits, the reality is so uneven. We are still outmatched in strength and numbers. The line won't hold for long, please hurry." Cut to Theo. He was now suspended in the deep sea as a ring of sea serpents surrounded him. Theo scanned their movements. "I expected sea serpents, but I didn't think there would be so many." He watched their silent glide and noticed something strange. Although they surrounded him, none of them seemed inclined to attack. Why are they just standing there? Theo slowly lowered his sword as a realization dawned. Could the reason lie in the Leviathan aura sealed within the blade? The idea deepened. He cautiously reached a hand toward one of the sea serpents, telling himself that if his hunch was right, it might work. The sea serpent did not recoil. Instead, its glowing eyes brightened as Theo's palm rested on its head. A system notification appeared. "The sea serpent trusts you. You have been recognized as its master." Blue light spread from Theo's hand, dispersing in the water like drifting sparks. Another notification followed. "Wyvern taming activated. Sea serpent has been tamed." Theo watched the luminous energy swirling around his hand and exhaled. "It's the same feeling as when I first tamed Ragnar." An echo of emotion flowed through the dragon's heart. He could sense the Leviathan's memories beneath the waves. Curiosity, fear, and everything the great guardian felt as it sank into the abyss. All of it now resonated through him, exactly as the sea serpents remembered. Theo began to communicate with the sea serpents through pure telepathy. Their thoughts flowed through his mind like a current. "You are all drawn to the power of the Leviathan that has gathered. That's why you don't attack me. You are only observing, waiting, because I bear the same aura as it." Another sea serpent glided toward him, its eyes dim with anxiety, whispering directly into his mind. Theo's expression sharpened, then softened with surprise. Is this really true? But instead of fear, a smile slowly spread across his face. Theo reached out, gently stroked the sea serpent, and spoke warmly. "Don't worry, trust me. I'll handle this no matter what. Take me there." Theo climbed onto the sea serpent's back, gripping the dragon-slaying sword as the creature coiled in the water and guided him to the Leviathan's resting place. They plunged deeper and deeper into the abyss. The world dimmed until only faint blue glimmers remained. Dense pressure surrounded him. The currents twisted violently. Theo raised a hand to his face, feeling the ocean clamp around him like a fist. The deeper we go, the stronger the currents. Mana is being warped all around, a clear sign that we're approaching the Leviathan. He activated Dragon Egg Synchronization, the Mind Gate. His eyes glowed with a strange blue light that cut through the darkness. And then at the very bottom of the deep sea, Theo finally saw it. The massive form of the sea dragon Leviathan lay motionless on the ocean floor. Streaks of corrupted purple mana wrapped its enormous body like shackles. Theo's breath caught. He whispered, "So this is the Leviathan. It really has been lying at the bottom of the sea all this time." Even with Leviathan's size, the pressure was terrifying, yet something about the mana felt wrong, distorted. "The mana flow is strange, just like the sea serpent said. This isn't the Leviathan I saw in Kriemhildi's memory." Suddenly, Griffin materialized beside him. Its feathers bristled as it hissed in shock. This thing is utterly rotten." Theo blinked in disbelief, eyes wide. But before he could react, the ancient dragon drifted forward and murmured, "Agreed, its condition is dangerously unstable." Theo looked between them as tension rose. "Is it really that bad?" The ancient dragon sighed, calm but heavy. "I thought you'd sense it yourself. You also share a similar life force with it." His eyes widened as a faint purple mist swirled around the life force he possessed. Could this be the corruption from the poisonous spirit we encountered in the cave? The ancient dragon nodded. "Yes, the Leviathan has been completely overtaken by corruption. It has lost all reason." Before Theo could gather his thoughts, the purple streaks flared violently. The sea dragon's eyes flared wide, glowing like molten amethyst. Then its roar exploded through the abyss, sending a tidal shockwave that tore the seabed and rocked the very currents around him. The scene cut to a building constructed atop a cliff right on the shoreline. The interior was utterly ruined, as if it had just endured a brutal battle. Noel stepped in slowly and said calmly, "Our two nations may be at war, but there's one matter we need to make clear." Balong in front of him, a man sat leaning against the rubble. The man let out a soft laugh, the corner of his mouth curling with mockery. "Long time no see, Troiven's ninth phoenix, Lord Noel." The tall man was Dantaral, one of the 9 dragons of the Ragnar clan. Seeing Dantaral's composed, silent demeanor, anger flashed in Noel's eyes. "You think this is a time to laugh? Have you forgotten our pact?" His voice thundered, shaking the hall. "While we fought the Ragnar clan, you seized the north, and in return Troiven's seizure of the Isles would be kept secret." Balong propped his chin and pretended to ponder. "I don't recall breaking any agreement. What's the problem?" That mocking smile was like a dagger into Noel's last restraint. He stamped his foot so hard the stone floor cracked. "Don't play dumb any longer. You dare say you didn't know the 6th heir candidate was plotting behind our backs?" Images of Theo Ragna and the dragon-slaying sword flashed in his mind, boiling his blood. Noel's eyes glowed crimson with murderous intent. "Be honest, Balong." A vast aura of killing intent erupted around him, so dense the air in the room warped. Yet Dantaral remained seated, even smiling as if watching a trivial spectacle. Noel pointed straight at him, roaring, "If you don't offer a reasonable explanation, our pact ends right here." The scene dove deep to the ocean floor, back to Theo facing the colossal shape of the Leviathan, now stained with poisonous black-purple streaks of corrupt spirit. Purple veins pulsed beneath its once majestic blue scales, making the entire Leviathan seem poisoned to its very soul. Theo frowned, recalling, "Don't tell me this is mana contamination." The ancient dragon beside him nodded, its expression darkening. "Yes, the Leviathan has been completely taken over and lost all reason." Before Theo could react, the Leviathan convulsed. Purple streaks flared as its eyes opened, 2 deep pits of molten amethyst blazing with hatred. A roar ripped out, powerful enough to split the sea currents in 2. The pressure from the blast shook the whole area. Theo gritted his teeth. "What the hell is this? How could Troivan?" The ancient dragon pointed at the purple crystal embedded deep in the Leviathan's brow. "If the dragon-slaying sword is withdrawn, the old seal will be undone. Then the Leviathan will surely rise to defend these isles." "But look, Troivan has something powerful enough to poison an entire guardian." The Leviathan began to lose control. The sea dragon was about to go mad. The ancient dragon backed away in alarm. It still hasn't seen us, but… Before he could finish, Theo had already dashed off. His eyes lit with cold blue. We can't wait any longer. This is the only chance before it notices us. I must seize this advantage at all costs. He activated the larval synchronization system. His vision sharpened like a blade. Theo looked through each layer of scale, tracing every toxin filament until he finally saw it, the source of the corrupt spirit. He surged forward, the dragon-slaying sword aimed straight at the crystal. If I destroy it, the corruption will be cleansed. But suddenly, suspicious bolts of lightning quickly radiated from the mana stone. A recoil blast shot out like a compressed storm, flinging Theo backward like a scrap of cloth. His body slammed straight into the seabed, creating a deep crater of wreckage. He ground his teeth in fury, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his brow. Damn, they installed a defense mechanism. Before he could get up, a massive shadow loomed over him. The Leviathan had detected an enemy. Damn it. It plunged down like a meteor, but Theo barely dodged in the nick of time. The seabed exploded from the impact. Griffin rushed over, shouting, "You can only choose one. Destroy that mana stone before everything goes out of control. Hit it dead center on the brow where it is." Theo backed away to keep his distance and tried to think. But how can I close the distance now? I'm not fast enough to get past that wall. Before he could finish thinking, the Leviathan had gathered energy and fired straight at him. A massive orb of blinding, dense light formed in its mouth, so intense it constricted Theo's lungs. What followed was a deadly beam that obliterated everything in its path. Theo twisted to avoid it at the last possible moment. The energy tore the water's surface as if to destroy the ocean. Whirled by the shockwave, Theo spun in the current when an unexpected movement appeared before him. A sea serpent lunged in to catch him and hauled him out of the Guardian's bombardment zone. Theo barely had time to grab its body as the serpent pulled him away from Leviathan's second strike. He looked briefly surprised. Why did it save me? There was no time to ponder. Theo immediately climbed onto its back and squeezed its scales. Moving underwater is hard, but it's different with you helping. He slapped the sea serpent hard, forward, straight to the wound on the Leviathan's brow. The sea serpent shot forward like a spear. The poisonous mana pressure grew denser the closer they got. The water around him began to tremble. The ideal moment approached. Theo leapt off the serpent's back. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand blazed, his eyes flashing red with condensed killing intent. Lesson from the fight with Griffin. He activated his active skill. A stream of system notifications appeared. Activated Griffin Claw greatly increases dominance over strong foes. Activated Fey Enhancement grants immunity to demonic chi. Activated Dragon Eater. Use power to resist demonic kai. Theo roared, half-blood repaid with blood, guardian for guardian. He spun around. A massive wave of energy sliced through the ocean and slammed into the crystal. 5 Dragon Claw. The crystal cracked, then cracked further but did not shatter. Theo gritted his teeth, still not enough. He poured in all remaining mana and redoubled his effort. A familiar sound rang out, crack. The crystal shattered into countless fragments. A burst of light swept across the seabed. Theo panted, but suddenly he felt someone standing behind him. A familiar figure appeared, the final memory of Kriemhilde. She trembled, eyes cast down full of sorrow. The ocean trembled once more. A gigantic column of light shot straight up into the sky. The Leviathan weakened, its gaze flickering between light and dark. At last, the Guardian's reason returned. It saw the sword-bearing figure and croaked hoarsely. "Kriemhilde, is it you?" But the figure faded, leaving only Theo standing there. He smiled softly. "Sorry, I'm not her. I am Theo Ragna, the Chosen. I have come to pass on her final words." Theo closed his eyes and recalled Kriemhilde's last smile. She smiled until her final moment. The Leviathan fell silent, its voice trembling. "I understand, so all this time she was looking out for me." Griffin cut in. "There is no time. Return to the relic at once," the ancient dragon added. "Agreed. Give the power to the Chosen." The Leviathan frowned. "Although I wish to, that is impossible." I have disobeyed the primordial dragon's orders and abandoned my role as guardian. Now I am polluted by demonic nature. Even if you save me, my fate cannot be changed. It pointed a claw at Theo, so before I vanish, I will transfer all the power I have to you. But a warning, it will be a terrible pain. Can you endure it? Theo smiled lightly and confidently. I can endure it, who am I not to? Leviathan exhaled a long, weary but relieved breath. At least I like your confidence. Then use it to protect what Kriemhilde wanted protected. Protect the island. Theo's chest tightened. He raised the dragon-slaying sword with determined eyes. I swear I will protect the people of this island. The Leviathan closed its eyes peacefully. Thank you, Theo Ragna. Its massive body began to dissolve into streams of golden energy, spiraling around Theo like a storm. Griffin shouted, the Leviathan sea flow is vanishing. The archipelago will sink soon. Hurry, there's no time. Absorb that power now. Theo looked up and said, don't worry, Leviathan. He plunged straight into the eye of the energy storm. I will take your power and lift the entire archipelago myself. The moment he began to absorb it, a terrible pressure radiated across the archipelago. From mountain peaks to the ocean floor, everyone felt the Leviathan's final wave descending. Right at the moment the protagonist touched the swirling energy, it erupted with fierce pressure, forcing his eyes wide open. And he couldn't help but think, I was far too arrogant. The miniaturized guardians, ancient dragon, griffin, and wyvern flashed into being within the vortex. Even they had warned him. The Leviathan's power was on an entirely different level. The truth arrived too late. Mana too vast, too wild, too ancient. Another violent eruption tore outward and Theo was blasted backward, spinning in the violent current. I never imagined it could be this strong. At this rate, his body wouldn't withstand it, and just as the pain threatened to swallow him whole, a glowing command cut through the chaos. Use the sword. Theo forced his wounded body to move, gripping the dragon-slaying sword. His eyes sharpened with resolve as he carved a path through the raging vortex. In the next instant, he plunged down with a violent burst of blue light, hurling himself straight toward the heart of the power. A colossal explosion radiated outward like an oceanic storm. Theo hovered at its center, dimmed by the swirling maelstrom below as it writhed violently. The violent mana storm compressed into a perfect sphere, a miniature ocean suspended in the air. Through the mana vortex, Griffin appeared and said, looks like that guy can think. The ancient dragon floated beside him, tension crackling like static, so that's it. He used the dragon-slaying sword as a conduit to lessen the burden on his body. Indeed, the Leviathan truly assisted until the very end. Theo tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying sword as it clicked, anchoring himself against the swirling current. Below, the radiant sphere expanded, glowing ever brighter until it illuminated the entire abyss. He stood at the heart of that storm, feeling the Leviathan's immense power settle into him like the weight of the ocean itself. And with a rare, satisfied smile, he thought, this overwhelming mana, it's as if I'm holding the Leviathan itself. Every hardship was worth it. But the ancient dragon surged forward, snapping him back to reality with a warning. This is no time to relax, Chosen One. If you intend to move the archipelago, this is your only opportunity to wield the Leviathan's full power. Theo lunged forward, channeling all the power the Leviathan had entrusted to him. Mana whirled violently around his body, trailing streaks of light behind. I understand. The ancient dragon appeared beside him, reminding, have you decided the destination? Theo needed no hesitation, for a perfect place already filled his mind. The answer was unmistakable: Northeast Ragnar Bay, the site where the floating archipelago once rested. As the core flared brighter, his resolve was locked in. That location was not just suitable, it was the only point where the Leviathan's power could anchor the archipelago back in place. Far above, the battlefield outside Kriemhilde's temple still raged fiercely. Soldiers clashed amid sparks and desperate cries when suddenly the sky cracked open. A tsunami roared down like a judgment. The impact was unbearable, freezing every warrior mid-swing. Panic spread as the sky filled with blinding power. What's happening? Is Lady Kriemhilde in trouble? It won't sink, will it? But the trembling beneath their feet answered before anyone could speak. "What, it's really sinking?" another soldier shouted, pointing at the coastline as it twisted and warped. "Everyone look over there, the shoreline, look at the coastline." Because the ground was shifting, violent whirlpools formed around the archipelago as the entire landmass began to drift. "It's moving. The archipelago, it's actually moving." Deep inside the fortress where Noel faced Ba Long, the whole chamber began to collapse as seawater surged through cracked floors. Noel staggered to keep his balance, eyes wide in disbelief as the island continued its massive shift. What the hell is happening? Did he absorb the dragon-slaying sword's power this fast? Ba Long just grinned broadly, a gleam of amusement twisting at the corner of his mouth as he said, "This isn't the time for us to stand around. Since things have come to this, why don't we stop here?" Noel snapped angrily, "Are you trying to dodge this, Ba Long?" But Ba Long's smirk only deepened. "Even I didn't anticipate Theo Ragnar's move. The plan is nearly finished. He seems to have revealed the dragon-slaying sword's secret." "Isn't that a good thing? Kill him and take the dragon-slaying sword back." Noel stiffened, replying with bitter fury, "You intend to use me to deal with someone who might become your rival? Passively get it done without getting your hands dirty." Ba Long leaned back with absolute confidence. "Rather than wasting time like this option benefits you far more, doesn't it?" Back outside the temple, Antonio watched the tilted landmass glide over the sea. Shock spread across his face. The archipelago is actually moving. That kid really pulled it off. With the final danger removed, he raised his voice above the battlefield, ordering the army and citizens, "Everyone stop fighting. The archipelago is no longer at risk of sinking. Now everyone can be safe." But his words were cut off when a slash suddenly tore brutally across his flank. Antonio's breath hitched, his face contorted as he gasped from the surprise attack. But at the very last moment, a blade sliced through the air and intercepted the strike by a hair's breadth. The soldiers around stood frozen, stunned by how fast he moved. With a single clean slash, Theo had cleaved the charging guard's body in two midair. The surrounding troops erupted in excitement, shouting, "Kriemhilde has returned. She succeeded in sealing the sea dragon." Antonio lurched forward, breathing unevenly but eyes full of hope. "Hey Ragna, the archipelago is safe now, right?" "Yes, it will no longer sink." Tension melted from Antonio's shoulders and he exhaled with a grateful smile. "Thank you. It's shameless of me to ask you for one more favor." But Theo gently cut him off immediately. "Don't worry, get some rest, Antonio." Antonio stood stunned. Those words carried certainty. Theo's gaze swept over the wounded guards, acknowledging their efforts. "I fully appreciate what everyone did to protect the floating archipelago and to protect me." Then he stepped forward, cloak billowing in the wind. "From now on, I will take care of this place." Spinola Umberto's soldiers recoiled at those words. Fear tightened their grips as they realized the power standing before them was on a level far beyond their control. Spinola Umberto roared in anger and despair. "What are you still standing there for? The dragon-slaying sword is right there. Stop hesitating and seize it immediately." Driven more by panic than courage, the troops surged forward with frenzied shouts. But at that moment, Noel entered the battlefield, his voice trembling with rage as he said, "In the brief time I was gone, you've turned this place into a mess." Theo's expression changed instantly, shock flooding his face as he realized exactly what was about to happen. Panic sharpened his voice as he shouted, "Everyone get down." The air seemed to split as a thin, razor-red line began to glow ominously in the distance. Spinola Umberto and his army froze as similar dark red lines appeared across their necks. Then a blinding slash tore across the battlefield. And in the next instant, every mark Noel had carved detonated simultaneously. Spinola Umberto's entire army exploded into sprays of red, heads split cleanly and mercilessly, an execution carried out with a single unstoppable strike. But before that attack's force could annihilate everything, a massive surge of energy and water welled up. Shockwaves tore through the land as the surrounding sea erupted. Waves slammed in every direction under the influence of two overwhelming forces. And in that single sweeping wave, the entire formation on the bridge collapsed. Water and blood flooded the stone walkway. Soldiers toppled like broken dolls, spilling across the battlefield. Antonio watched through the spray, his breath trembling as the impossible unfolded before him. No way. Noel's strike finally eased enough for him to see the truth strewn across the drenched bridge, corpses, torn uniforms, and shattered weapons scattered over a vast crimson pool. Nobles, guards, every one of them was dead. Noel stood atop Spinola Umberto's severed head, his boots only inches from the spreading pool of blood. "You damned pirates, you couldn't handle one brat and instead turned everything into this disaster." Antonio's eyes widened, his entire face drained of color. "Father." Theo stepped past Antonio, his footing steady despite the bloody chaos around them. "Stay alert and evacuate with the citizens now. The floating archipelago will need you." Antonio understood and began evacuating the people. Theo squinted at Noel, studying him through the remaining spray of water and blood. "Even from this distance, I can only block a normal attack." Noel lunged forward, his entire body wreathed in furious red flames. "Ragna, insolent brat, this is the end of your arrogance." Theo felt the murderous intent hit him with brutal intensity. "What on earth are you?" Noel's shadow dissolved into a raging red blaze, his presence burning like a forest fire. "I will tear you apart into pieces so your father won't even recognize what's left." Faced with such a powerful opponent, the protagonist couldn't help but feel afraid. He told himself that someone absurdly powerful like this couldn't simply appear out of nowhere. That defied all logic. Legends never emerge from the void without history or trace. He clenched his teeth in fear. He guessed that the man before him was likely one of Troivan's 9 phoenixes. They are humans enhanced to confront Ragnar's 9 dragons, bioengineered weapons, monstrous men in human guise. Their strength and brutality exceed imagination, created with the sole purpose of slaughter. In the Great War, they wielded power on par with the 9 dragons and swept battlefields like disasters. Theo wondered, did they finish this early? Is the timeline shifting, or am I still missing knowledge? He swung his sword with terrifying force. His strike cleaved the ground in a straight line, cracking it with a deafening roar as dust blasted up like pillars of water. Theo leapt aside to dodge, his heart pounding in his chest. He was too fast, his speed was not a flash but instantaneous. He stepped back, his boots skidding over shattered gravel. As expected, this was the strategic weapon designed to counter the 9 dragons. At that moment, Noel released his aura. It expanded outward like a violent wave. The ground beneath him cracked, spiderweb fissures spreading as if the earth could not bear his weight, generating shockwaves that shook the very space. Theo once again weighed his chances in this fight. He calculated probabilities, variables, and the vast gap in power. If the man before him truly was one of the 9 phoenixes, he didn't have even a 1 in 1,000 chance to win. Defeat was inevitable. But before he could measure or plan a retreat, Noel leapt and attacked. Distance vanished in 1,000th of a second. Somehow Theo stopped the blow by instinct rather than sight, but the impact was brutal. He was hurled into the air by the collision. Theo gritted his teeth through the pain as the shock from the impact rattled his arms and ran up his shoulders, not giving him a second to escape. Noel raised his sword overhead, the blade radiating a fearsome light. Landing with full force, he taunted that with the dragon-slaying power coursing through him, Theo shouldn't even be able to hold that sword. Theo strained to lift his blade to block, a desperate defense against an unstoppable foe. As a result, he was slammed toward the buildings behind him. Theo flew like a stone tossed on water, crashing through walls of brick and glass. Dust and rubble engulfed the area as he tore into structures and brought them down. Noel landed gracefully, his boots making almost no sound, a stark contrast to the violence he had just unleashed. He told Theo to give up, warning that if he continued, he would only suffer more. Before the dust cleared to reveal Theo's position, 3 daggers suddenly shot out of the haze, aimed at Noel. Noel easily swatted the attack away by hand and caught them in midair with no trouble. He sneered that the assault was a joke and that he had no time for games. He tossed the weapons aside with contempt. However, before he could finish, Theo appeared behind him. Noel glared at him, cold and unimpressed. "You're too old to be playing childish games." Theo was both angry and embarrassed at the remark. He slashed down, raising a blinding cloud of dust, the shock reverberating across the rubble. When the dust settled, reality was clear. Noel had blocked the slash with only his sword. He hadn't even taken a step. In Noel's mind, he began to understand what Lord S had implied. The pieces of the game were falling into place. A memory surfaced in Noel's mind. He stood solemnly in a dim room. Eid Troyven warned him about Theo Ragna, the next generation of the Ragnar line. Eid told him to pay special attention to the boy. It was not just a warning, but a mission order. Eid commanded that if given the chance to face Theo, Noel must ensure the boy was eliminated immediately. Back in the present, Noel nonchalantly swung his sword. The gust from the stroke swept away dust around them. The ground beneath him lay devastated from the force of Theo's attack, a testament that this boy possessed a dangerous power. Noel thought privately that if Theo were left alive, he would surely become a massive variable in the war, a variable they could not afford. Therefore, he was a threat that had to be eliminated. The decision was made. Then we see Noel's blade soaked with Theo's blood. The dark liquid runs along the groove of the sword and drips to the ground. It is a deep wound. Theo was fleeing and struggling to buy time. Every second counted. One of his guardians was contacting him, asking what he planned to do because they needed more time to help. A system notification appeared before Theo. Activation of support skill failed to open. Cooldown still active. The skill that could save his life was completely useless right now. He told himself he could not afford to lose here, even as blood gushed from the wound, staining his clothes and leaving a long trail along his run. The system displayed time remaining until the dragon-slaying sword stabilizes is over 2 minutes. 2 minutes in a fight at this speed, 2 minutes as long as a millennium. Theo tightened his grip on the sword, his knuckles white. If he could borrow Leviathan's power just once more, he could escape this. Running near the dock, the smell of salt mixed with the metallic scent of blood. He saw Noel's reflected image attacking him from behind across the water. The dock, which had been peaceful, was instantly shattered by Noel's assaults. Warehouses collapsed, wooden crates splintered. Theo leapt back, narrowly avoiding the strike as blood from his wound splashed onto the blazing red rubble. Before he could draw a breath, another attack surged in. Theo leaned back, barely escaping a slash that had flattened the buildings behind him. The blade's aura sliced through stone and steel with ease, cleaving structures in two. The upper part of a building slowly slid down, collapsing with a weight that shook the ground. Noel kept pursuing like a predator toying with wounded prey. Theo darted between the ruined buildings, clambering over piles of rubble and twisted steel to find an escape route. Still, Theo summoned his last reserves, forcing his shattered body to move. He swung his sword with everything he had, producing a blinding strike, a wave of energy that wiped out everything in its path. When the dust settled, Theo was utterly stunned, his heart constricting. Noel stood there unscathed, not a scratch, not a speck of dust on his clothes. Noel surged forward again, attacking in relentless waves like a tide. With Theo trapped, his mind frantically searched for options that didn't exist. Sparks flew whenever their blades met. Theo could barely muster strength to rise, his hands trembled, his stance collapsing. Noel's strikes cut through everything from lampposts to the ground in the rubble. With a massive explosion, Theo was hurled into the ocean. Noel also leapt after him and appeared suspended in midair like an executioner. He swung his sword, producing countless slashes. Invisible air blades tore the sea's surface, causing the water to surge into gigantic waves that crashed down. When the water calmed slightly, Theo leapt up and reappeared before Noel. He was soaked, shivering and gasping for air, his chest heaved with ragged breaths. In his head he thought, just a little more time for the dragon-slaying sword to stabilize. He checked the notification interface, 17 seconds remaining, only 17 seconds. Noel gathered sword chi, the blade flaring with a terrifying light. This fight is getting boring, end it here. Theo's eyes widened, he understood the situation had become extremely dangerous. This would be the finishing blow. So he devised a way to distract him for a moment, a gamble, a stupid and desperate gamble. Theo's gaze landed on his dragon-slaying sword and he made a decision. He tossed the sword up over Noel's head, discarding his only weapon. You're aiming for this dragon-slaying sword, aren't you? If you think you're so tough, come and take it. Noel froze for a moment, looking up at the weapon spinning in the air. That brief instant was what Theo had hoped for, a flicker of hesitation. A sea serpent leapt from the water and snapped the sword in its jaws. At that moment, Theo taunted Noel, "Looks like you don't have the guts." Noel's eyes widened in rage, his composure cracking. "Damn brat, in the end you're still pulling those tricks." Theo stood firm on the dock as countless sea serpents rose behind him, emerging from the depths like ancient guardians. Noel glared in fury, his pride wounded even deeper than his body. The serpent's attack lunged straight at Noel, concentrated bursts of energy creating chaos beneath the water. Noel blocked the assault and sneered, "You think these damned snakes can change the situation?" With a casual sweep of his blade, he wiped away the serpent's attacks and turned them into harmless mist. But this time he was surprised to see Theo charging straight at him to attack. Noel mocked, "The one who's been running away all this time suddenly has the courage to attack, no matter what you're plotting. Then give it your all, I guarantee I'll give you a spectacular end." Noel gathered energy, the pressure became unbearable, the air heavy and suffocating. Theo's eyes fixed on the notification. The countdown had stopped. 0, the dragon-slaying sword had stabilized. A voice echoed in his mind, "Thank you, you are chosen. Use the power I leave behind to protect yourself." It was recognition and empowerment. Noel was stunned by Theo's sudden change. The atmosphere around them shifted instantly. A notification popped up, skill Nibelung contained within the sword obtained. A sea dragon rose as Theo swung the sword, shaped from the ocean itself and mana. It roared a sound that shook the heavens. When their blades collided, the impossible happened. Noel's sword, which had withstood everything, shattered into pieces. Scraps of steel flew like confetti. Theo pressed the attack, his momentum unabated. A colossal sea dragon surged forward from his slash, immense, majestic, and terrifying. It was ready to obliterate everything in its path. The brutal impact sent Noel flying like a ragdoll. His clothing tore into shreds, streaks of fresh blood spraying through the air. Noel fell free and smashed into the water. The impact was so violent he had no time to mount any reflex to land safely. The wooden bridge below collapsed completely under the force of the fall, leaving a furious whirl of ocean that swallowed every trace of the enemy. Theo landed on the remaining planks of the bridge, standing tall amid the spray and dust. The tide of battle had completely reversed. He was now officially in control of the game. But Noel was not so easily killed. From the depths of the sea, he slowly rose to the surface. Under the dim light, his body revealed gruesome, cross-hatched stitches, the scars of a past tormented by inhuman experiments. Noel let out a hoarse laugh. "Ha ha ha, what a pity, huh? That was supposed to be your killing blow, right, you failed brat?" He shouted excitedly, a twisted smile hidden beneath the mask that covered his badly burned face. "If you think that little trick will kill me, dream on." In response to that arrogance, Theo only looked down coldly. "That's my thought as well. The 9 Phoenix skill is said to rival the 9 dragons, so it certainly wouldn't be so easily felled." Having said that, Theo raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his eyes blazing with a fury ready to obliterate his enemy. Immediately, the sea behind Noel began to surge, rising up like a sentient creature obeying Theo's commands. It was as if the entire ocean lay in Theo's palm. Theo pointed the tip of his sword straight at Noel. "Even if I cannot kill you instantly, this power is more than enough to send you to the deepest bottom of the sea." Half-submerged, Noel was immediately seized by the powerful current. He felt the water's pressure constricting, hissing in alarm. "Damn, what is this current?" The sea swirled at Theo's command, forming a frenzied water dragon vortex at an irresistible speed. He shouted, "Sink to the bottom and stay there." Under the authority of the water dragon Leviathan, Noel was utterly powerless. No matter how wildly he struggled, the water coldly dragged him into the vortex's eye and plunged him into utter darkness. Before the force of nature embodied by the water, man had no chance to resist. Noel's last words were a desperate cry, "You bastard." Silence fell. Theo stood there, shoulders trembling from exhaustion. A sharp pain at his flank made him clutch himself. Suddenly the camera tightened, catching only his hair as his whole body collapsed to the ground. He lay out on the stone, breathing heavily as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his chest. Leviathan, I kept my promise. If you demand anything more, I probably won't open my eyes again. Time passed quietly. Theo had returned along with the island's people. Antonio stood on the shore, staring toward the opposite land in shock. This is the first time in my life I've witnessed anything like this. I don't know if my calculations were correct. But at the current speed of movement, reaching the coastline should encounter no obstacles. Antonio turned to him with a wry smile. At first, when you said you would relocate the whole archipelago, I thought you were crazy, but seeing the reality now, I have to believe you. Among the crowd, a curious woman asked, "But why must we go to the trouble of relocating the entire island? Wouldn't resealing the water dragon be easier?" Theo calmly explained to the people, "True, that would be easier, but if we do that, the tragedy of today will soon repeat itself. Those like Troyvan and the Northern Alliance will never abandon their intention to seize the dragon-slaying sword. Your island would once again be placed in danger. Only when the island can no longer sink and is sheltered can you be at ease about the future." He continued, "From now on, the floating archipelago will reside in the northeast Gulf of House Ragnar. Since it will no longer drift, perhaps we should come up with a new name for it." Excitement showed on everyone's faces. Being close to House Ragnar meant absolute safety. Antonio stared intently at Theo. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath to muster the courage for what he was about to say. He suddenly bowed very low and spoke, "Young master, please forgive me. The hostage incident at the Ceres trading convoy caused by Black Tower not long ago. At that time, the White Dragon Squad also suffered heavy losses. Even if we were coerced by Troyvan, we cannot evade responsibility for what happened, if you wish to hold us accountable for that." Theo stepped forward and patted Antonio's shoulder. "Yes, you're right, you must bear that responsibility now. Say it, anything, even if you want this head, I'll give it to you." But Theo calmly replied to those words, "Antonio, leader of the Northern Maritime Alliance, I want you to take that vacant position." Antonio looked up in shock. What are you saying?" Theo explained clearly, "The Ceres Trade Guild of House Ragnar has been completely wiped out. There are no longer large-scale trade routes in the north. I don't want to worry further because I believe the island's Maritime Alliance will do everything to fill that gap," Antonio stammered, "but I'm not worthy of that position." Theo did not argue. He turned to the people and asked loudly, "Everyone hear that? Lord Antonio says he's unworthy. What do you think?" In the silence, High Sister Marty suddenly raised her hand and spoke. "I fully agree that Lord Antonio should take this position. We have all seen his sincerity." Following the High Sister, the woman who had asked earlier also raised her hand. "I agree as well. He should be our leader." One by one, thousands of hands rose, cheers of Antonio's name filling the air. Seeing the people's united support for a conscientious leader, Theo smiled with satisfaction. He punched his chest lightly and declared decisively, "So it's settled. First condition, the Maritime Alliance must fully perform its duties and grant certain priorities to House Ragnar. I, Theo Ragna, swear in the name of the house to guarantee absolute security and autonomy for this archipelago. I stake my honor to ensure this oath is fulfilled." Antonio closed his eyes, moved. A scion of the great House Ragnar stood before him, entrusting him with the duty of protecting the people. He had no reason left to refuse. Antonio gave a small smile. "In the end, I'm still the one receiving the favor." He straightened and solemnly pledged, "In the name of the Maritime Alliance, I, Antonio Spinola, swear to fully cooperate with House Ragnar." A blood oath was confirmed for the new alliance, granting Theo tremendous political power in the race to become head of House Ragnar. The people cheered wildly in overwhelming joy. At that moment, the island suddenly trembled violently as if it had struck something, causing Antonio to flinch in alarm. But Theo only smiled, closing his eyes to savor it. "We have arrived. Welcome to the new home of the floating archipelago." Meanwhile, on a distant, unnamed rocky shore, violent waves battered the cliffs as if the ocean itself were enraged. Suddenly, a scarred hand clutched the rock ledge. Noel, who had seemed buried beneath the sea, was still alive. He had used his last remaining breath to swim back up. His lungs craved each gulp of air after so long holding his breath. Noel crawled ashore, coughing up water as pressure weighed on his chest. His rage flared. "You bastard Theo Ragna, next time we meet I will tear you apart and devour your entrails." Suddenly a cold voice rang from the top of the rock, startling Noel. Power enough to confront the 9 dragons of House Ragnar. What a disappointing display! Noel froze, trembling as he looked up toward the voice. "Ba Long." He shouted, "That's right, didn't you say we'd be in trouble if our plan failed? What do you want? Whatever it is, just help me this once." Ba Long did not answer. He leapt straight down from the cliff, the impact crushing the hard stone ground, proving he was no ordinary being. He strolled forward. "Fools, it seems you still don't know what I want. Fine, I'll tell you." He curled his lip, eyes full of contempt. "My intention is to let you seize the archipelago, and then I'll simply take it from you." Noel was stunned, a bad feeling washing over him. "What, you mean you plan to snatch it from us from the start? To reclaim what's been stolen? Isn't that perfect? I even thought you could deal with that troublesome brat, but it seems I was wrong. I didn't expect worthless vermin like you to fail so miserably against a child." Noel flew into rage, his arm suddenly deforming, swelling as if about to burst. "This is the final combat form of a 9 Phoenix skill. You're too arrogant, Ba Long. The era of the 9 dragons is over. I'll show you the true power of the 9 Phoenix skill. That insolent attitude that dared to belittle me will pay." But before Noel could strike, a horrific beam of energy hit him like a shot, obliterating half his body in an instant. The attack came from Ba Long himself. He watched Noel's lifeless torso blown away and said coldly, "Those Easterners are all talk and no skill. Even if the old 9 dragons are past their prime, do you really think you can compete with such mere talent? Well, if it were those old men or that so-called lizard god, you might have had a chance." He walked on, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he turned toward the mainland. "Theo Ragnar, let's see how great your true power is." Amid the icy battlefield, the Troyvan forces stood like iron pillars, starkly opposed to the defeated soldiers kneeling at their feet. At the center, Ead Troyvan stood with his cloak billowing in the biting wind, his face without a ripple. Behind him were ranks of soldiers as disciplined as steel. Their silence radiated the family's absolute authority. Among the chained prisoners, a trembling figure slowly lifted his head, the bruises on his face unable to hide eyes blazing with hatred. He gritted his teeth, growling through ragged breaths. "You disgusting vermin, do you really think this will help you defeat our Ragna clan?" His shout cracked through the air, yet he continued to spit venom. "In the end, the blade of Ragna will deliver death." The sentence was cut short. A streak of blazing red tore through the air, the head falling before the victim could comprehend what had happened. Ead Troyvan lowered his sword with a terrifying calm. Red blood ran down the narrow steel onto the hard ground. "How tedious, every damn Ragna speaks the same." The body collapsed into the snow as a soldier rushed up, dropping to his knees before Ead. "Young master, urgent news, the floating archipelago operation has failed." Ead's eyes shifted slightly. He asked in a steady voice, "What about Noel?" "We have lost contact with him, sir." From the formation, another figure stepped forward in gleaming iron armor, his helmet tilted so his face was partially concealed as he stood beside the kneeling soldier. His tone was calm but menacing. "So tell me, that defective asset has failed." He slowly raised his head. Behind the eye shield, a predatory glint shone. "If we lose the floating archipelago, our main distribution network will collapse and the balance of the war could be reversed. Allow me to personally go and clean up this mess." He was one of the 9 Phoenix works, occupying the first position. Without hesitation, Ead turned, his cloak sweeping the blood-soaked snow. "No, leave it. The archipelago's vast capital has already been reclaimed by us." Ead walked on, the Troyvan army moving behind him as blades rose and fell in deadly arcs, slaughtering the prisoners with brutality. "Regrettable, but do not let this cloud our main objective. Concentrate the remaining forces at the center." this battle was merely a feint to draw their attention. Eid paused for a moment, a faint purple light flickering deep in his eyes. Etch this into your minds, we have one goal and all of this is for him. Eid's voice echoed across the vast space for the revival of the mad dragon emperor. The image faded and then reappeared on the sun-drenched horizon of the newly resurrected floating archipelago. The water shimmered peacefully, ships busied the bustling harbor. Merchants and workers' laughter filled the island. Inside an office overlooking the docks, Antonio Spinola was buried in a mountain of documents. Exhaustion was etched into every line of his face. His fingers pressed hard against his temples to soothe a headache. The door creaked. Theo entered with his usual calm. You look like you're carrying a heavy worry. He stepped to the desk, standing in the warm, golden afternoon light. Is the Ragna transport network in trouble? Antonio sighed, trying to appear nonchalant but failing. It's a tough question. Everything was much simpler when we didn't have to factor in the variables of a pirate-covered sea. Antonio pushed back his chair and stood, looking Theo in the eye with conflicted expression. I'll be honest, I'm afraid of the Ragna. I'm grateful you freed us from Troyvan, but nothing in this world is free. With a snap of Ragna's fingers, everything we've built could be wiped away. Only the name of the conqueror would change. Antonio bowed his head, shadowing his expression. Sometimes I think we're safer just drifting at sea. Instead of anger, Theo only smiled. He folded his arms, leaned back, and replied gently, I understand, that's a worry any leader must weigh, but I see it differently. Precisely because it is a drifting island, the floating archipelago is the most dangerous place. Antonio's eyes widened. Theo held up a small, glittering medal. Isolation means having no enemies, and thus this place has grown unfamiliar with combat. Even in this crisis, you people couldn't organize a proper resistance. Theo flicked his wrist, the medal spun in the air and landed neatly in Antonio's hand. National defense can't be solved by dependence. Even when facing great risks, a nation must prepare itself. Theo looked at him for a moment and asked, do you know the White Dragon unit of House Ragna? Of course, the famed strike unit that rides wyverns. Exactly. Theo curled his lips in a mysterious smile. This archipelago has creatures similar to wyverns. Antonio's face hardened. You mean the sea serpents? Don't mention them. The beasts travel in packs and crush everything in their path. Every time they appear, it's an emergency. Just then, a shout from the harbor echoed into the office. Emergency. Sea serpents at the docks. Evacuate all civilians immediately. Combat forces prepare to engage. Antonio jumped and swore, about to rush out when Theo stopped him with a casual wave. No need to worry so much. Theo smiled and strode to fling the door open as if greeting a guest. Antonio froze as a gigantic sea serpent head appeared at the doorway, casting them both into its shadow. The creature lowered its head, filling the passage like a living gate. These are the ones I summoned, Theo pointed up casually. Antonio gaped, sweat pouring off him. What, you deliberately called those sea thugs here? Are you insane? Despite Antonio's panic, Theo slowly placed his hand on the monster's snout, a gesture so natural it was unbelievable. How about it? I'll teach you how to tame them. Before the stunned soldiers and citizens, a host of sea serpents surfaced and gathered around Theo like an awaiting legion. Like the White Dragon unit, this archipelago can form its own cavalry. We'll call them the Kriemhilde Knights. While everyone was still in shock, a sea serpent approached Antonio and rubbed its head against him as if probing. Antonio trembled and forced out an awkward laugh as he felt the creature's breath. It seems you've just been chosen by it. Sunlight streamed through the high glass roof of the main hall, casting long golden streaks across the polished stone floor. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as footsteps echoed and a mysterious figure approached Theo with astonished expression. Absurd, you accomplished all this in just a few days? Theo shrugged. It had to be done. Cleve stood beside him, rubbing her forehead. Do you realize what you've done? The floating archipelago was a classified investigation target of Black Tower because it's the financial lifeline of House Troyvan. Your unilateral actions. Theo squinted. Classified investigation? What do you mean? If Black Tower knew this place was so important, why did they stand by and watch it be occupied? Why stay silent? Before Theo could ponder deeper, a low voice rang out, silencing the hall. "Are you Theo Ragna?" A man stepped forward, his lips curving into a mocking smile. "The old 9 dragons made so much fuss I expected more, but you look no different than a pampered son, hardly manly at all." He waved his hand as if brushing aside a petty insult, his smile sharpening like a predator's. "Anyway, a pleasure to meet you." Theo's heart tightened. "Ba long Danterol, what is someone like him doing here?" Both Theo and Cecilia bowed respectfully as Danterol approached. He waved lazily. "Ah, no need for formal greetings, make yourself at home." Cecilia straightened, her voice trembling with strain. "Lord Danterol, why did you not report anything to Black Tower about the situation here?" Danterol glanced at her with a half-smile. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." Cecilia's composure shattered into anger. "Late? Because of your delay, our standing within Black Tower has become extremely precarious." The space suddenly convulsed violently. A soul-crushing pressure swept the room as a deep crimson aura erupted around Danterol. "Ah, my apologies for that," Danterol said, the red energy coiling around him like a ferocious beast. "But to be honest." Cecilia was the first to collapse, her body bending as if the air had turned to stone. Theo fared little better. His eyes widened in terror as the weight of the aura slammed into them. Danterol stood towering at the storm's center, his voice booming like thunder. "Do you have enough confidence to bear the consequences?" Shockwaves detonated, shattering nearby panes of glass. Theo gritted his teeth, struggling to steady his legs as the floor seemed to tilt. Every breath was now a battle for survival. "Damn, I knew he was strong, but this is beyond imagination." Theo's vision blurred, his chest burning. Only now did he truly understand why, in a past life, the Ragna clan utterly failed to stop the floating archipelago's invasion. The terrifying pressure that had surged like a collapsing sky suddenly vanished. Cleve and Theo remained kneeling on the cold stone, bodies trembling after Danterol's crimson aura had consumed the room. Danterol threw his head back and let out a hearty, scornful laugh. "Relax, both of you, I'm only joking a little, wanted to see how sharp you are." Even after Danterol withdrew his killing intent, Theo and Cleve had to brace themselves to steady their rapid breathing. "You've grasped the situation, though you still don't fully understand what is truly coming." He raised a hand to his chin, rubbing it thoughtfully. "Once the real storm begins, things will get a lot more interesting." Before Theo could fully rise, Danterol slapped his back with a heavy strike that rattled Theo's spine and left his lungs feeling emptied. "What's wrong? That light tap was too much for you?" Theo struggled to stand straight, keeping a composed expression. "Sorry, sir, I'm still adjusting." Deep down, Theo was far from comfortable. He observed the man before him, Danterol do along. Theo understood that no matter how joking or casual the man acted, beneath that mask his nature did not change. Power was the only thing he pursued. Danterol did not come to the Ragna clan out of loyalty or duty. He came because this place offered a path to ultimate power. He belonged to the reserve forces, yet arrived here before everyone else. Theo thought inwardly, cold sweat running down his cheek. Danterol was extremely dangerous, even among the 9 dragons. Why would someone like him be the first to show up here? To stay safe, Theo chose to harmonize with him. He bowed respectfully and sincerely. "Sorry, I failed to grasp Lord Danterol's intentions and acted improperly." "Grasp my intentions? Don't overthink it, it's not that complicated." Danterol bared his teeth in a grin, his eyes bright with excitement as he looked Theo up and down. "So you're the 6th successor, Theo Ragna, you look not bad in person." Suddenly Danterol extended his hand, confidence in his smile. "As expected, worthy of the new successor. From now on I count on you." Theo was momentarily stunned. He still couldn't read this man's intentions. Nevertheless, he calmly took that hand. The handshake carried overwhelming force. "You flatter me, sir." Just then, Cleve stepped forward, her stern face cutting through the atmosphere. "Sorry to interrupt, but there's an additional report. The reserve forces have completed their mission. Personnel reallocation is no longer necessary. Everyone is ordered to assemble at the central front immediately." Danterol shrugged with pride. "Finish the task and go defend your territories. It's nothing unusual." But then his voice deepened, a killing intent suddenly flaring that froze Cleve in place. But first there is someone I need to deal with. The reserve forces dared summon me for an inspection. That is not Black Tower's will. A crimson aura coiled around him like a beast. Danterol's eyes narrowed like snarling blades. Robert, that bastard, right? Cleve froze, cold sweat soaking her clothes. Danterol strode past her, venom in his voice. Go see that arrogant bastard and deliver my words. If they want to chase me, tell them to drag their own corpses here. The floor trembled under his steps. When he left, the scene violently shifted into a blazing battlefield. In the sky, white-armored riders tore through the clouds in tight formation. Their wyverns dived like arrows. Below, cavalry hooves pounded the earth. House Troyven replied with massive firepower. Shells and explosives stained the sky red. Amid the blizzard on the Cal Plateau, the Ragna and Troyven clans collided. Theo and the white-armored cavalry fell from the sky, landing first. Their rotor wings sent up clouds of white snow. The moment its talons hit the ground, Theo surged forward. A Troyven soldier hadn't even had time to cry out before Theo's blade sliced clean through him. The anti-air guns have been neutralized, a veteran shouted. Above, Evelyn piloted her wyvern in a perfect spiral formation. Her gaze was cold. White-armored wyvern squad, prepare to strike land all units. The wyverns folded their wings and plunged like shooting stars. Not far away, Torkel, commander of the black-armored cavalry, watched the scene with a haughty smile. Flying about does look impressive. He said to his subordinate, Commander Torkel, there you go again. Our people will feel slighted hearing that. The junior woman glared at him. Torkel laughed loudly, donning his war helm. All right, sorry, but they're far stronger than our sparrows. His tone turned serious. He urged his steed forward before hundreds of jet-black warhorses. Crush everything you see before you. We trample the enemy today to march toward tomorrow. The black-armored cavalry charged. The ground thundered as 100 warhorses surged like an irresistible black iron wave. Torkel led the charge. His spear drew blazing arcs through the cold air, shredding Troyven ranks with absolute force. Dust, ice, and smoke rose into a towering black column reaching the blue sky. The battle ended. Ragnar's camp lay under the flicker of campfires. Torkel strode over to Theo and gripped his hand. Well done, brother, Theo modestly. You flatter me, Commander Torkel. I told you to call me brother. Torkel laughed heartily, patting Theo on the shoulder. Anyway, it's been a hard day. Sometime we'll grab a drink. As Torkel left, a senior white-armored member slung an arm around Theo's shoulder teasingly. Wow, you even call the Black Cavalry commander brother now. You've risen fast. What you did on the floating archipelago was impressive. A hand came down hard on the head of the man who had just spoken. Erin pushed her glasses up and sighed in exasperation. Enough, he's just returned from the battlefield. Let him rest. Theo bowed politely. I'm fine. Senior Erin, what's the current battlefield situation? Erin's expression turned serious at once. She walked to the map table and pointed to the Troyven positions. Overall, we're holding the advantage, but there's one very strange point. Even though we've approached their headquarters, the Troyven forces are completely immobile, as if waiting for something. Theo squinted at the map. And with the knowledge of someone reincarnated who knows the locations of the ancient dragons, he immediately noticed the irregularity. Troyven's formation isn't defensive, it's too purposeful. Their real objective is the site where an artifact of a primordial dragon lies dormant. Theo murmured as his eyes fixed on a single point, the White Tower ruins. In another dark, desolate corner of the battle, corpses lay strewn and gray smoke hung in the air. An enemy soldier staggered back, a plea choked in his throat, help. A blur flashed by, a hooded figure appeared behind him, one slash severing head from neck. The 9 Phoenix Arts, right? The hooded man muttered irritably. Why haven't they shown up yet? It's been nothing but shrimp and minnows for days, so boring. 2 other hooded figures approached. They were Ragna's successors, Ancio 3rd rank and Jishar 4th rank. You speak too plainly, Jishar, Ancio smiled softly. Suddenly the air grew heavy. Danterol stepped forward, his eyes blazing red and razor-sharp. Your mouth hasn't changed, has it, Jishar? I've told you to only swing your sword after careful calculation. Can't you drop that habit of rashness? Ansio's eyes brightened. Master, long time no see, Dantaral said coldly. I heard you ruined things on the floating archipelago and handed it over to the dogs. He curled his lip in a dangerous smile. Consider it the price to watch a good play, but don't get cocky. The one below is rising fast and will soon come for you. Ansio hesitated. You mean Torkel? If it's him, we're prepared. No, Danaral's voice dropped. Each word fell like a blade into ice. I'm talking about the sixth successor. Ansio blinked and then laughed. Come on, Master. Do you think we're anyone's lackeys? We're not green troops to be pushed around by some kid. But Ansio's smile vanished when Dantaral looked him straight in the eye. The air seemed to congeal. Bone-deep cold enveloped them. Dantaral spoke the final words, heavy and absolute. But what if that kid is the chosen one? Ansio and Jishar froze. That title carried a weight that made their minds reel. Dantaral turned and strode off, his cloak sweeping the snow as he prepared to leave. There was no room for doubt anymore. Ansio and Jishar silently followed, no more jokes or grumbling. Dantaral issued one final order, cold as steel. While you still have the chance, you must kill him. Hours before Theo set foot on the bloodied battlefield, he sat inside a horse-drawn carriage. Theo stared at the grand battle map of the White Tower. That's also an ancient relic of the old dragons, right? Beside him, a divine guardian answered, yes. That confirmation plunged Theo into a brief silence. His mind began to flow back through time to fragments of memories from his previous life. Even in that brutal timeline, the White Tower was the first area the Troyven family targeted and seized. Tiern Long turned to explain further. The Guardians can vaguely sense each other's positions through an invisible psychic link, regardless of the vast geographic distances across this continent. The White Tower's Guardian is the one who has received the greatest share of power from the essence of the primordial dragon. Theo stared at the Guardian in utter astonishment, shock evident in the depths of his eyes. What? Just then, the second Guardian stepped forward to join the conversation. That's right. As he said, not all relics actually carry the same kind of power. The distribution of the dragon's ancient essences was never fair or uniform. Each relic was granted different powers and roles in maintaining the world's order. Some sites received immense power and responsibility, acting as pillars that support the hidden foundations of this world. And the White Tower's Guardian was a prime example, a sentinel whose abilities far exceeded imagination. The second Guardian stepped closer to the map. Its presence made the air around them grow chill. Such a dreadfully powerful relic now lies well within House Troyven's territory. Theo nodded slightly, his expression darkening. The strategic disadvantage was truly horrific. Letting such a colossal source of power fall into enemy hands would be nothing short of a disaster waiting to erupt. The Spirit Guardian turned and looked Theo dead in the eyes, its expression grave. Do you remember what happened to the sea dragon Leviathan? House Troyven possessed dark arts to poison guardians and drain the primordial dragon's strength, a kind of alchemy that turned the world's protectors into instruments of destruction. The Guardian leaned forward and issued its final command. You must seize it before House Troyven completes their plan. Theo's face hardened. He had been thinking the same thing. The scene shifted back to the present on the central plateau. Inside Ma Long's command tent, the air was thick with tension. Ma Long leaned over the strategy table and read the report Theo had presented. So we must go to that rocky mountain. Theo remained unshaken, answering calmly. Troyven forces are unusually concentrated at that coordinate. They're certainly moving there for a particularly important reason, and I can assert that. Theo's reasoning was logical, but the commander was not easily convinced. No need to hear more. You want to abandon the main front to carry out an independent mission? You seem to have grown too arrogant with that title of heir candidate. Do you think I will just let you go as you please? Surprise flickered across Theo's face. Without official permission, I won't be able to penetrate deep into enemy land. That's not what I meant. Ma Long stared at Theo for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I was only joking. The tension in the tent snapped like a dry branch breaking. I trust your judgment. Go, Theo, don't worry. He also reassured Theo that the white-armored dragon cavalry would never weaken simply because Theo wasn't present. Hearing that, a grateful smile finally appeared on the young man's face. Ma Long smiled back, bring back plenty of spoils when you return. If you fail, I'll cut off your rations as punishment. Theo smiled confidently and bowed respectfully to the commander. I will not disappoint you. Amid jagged mountain ranges where peaks rose like broken teeth and winds howled crazily through narrow gorges, the White Tower stood majestic. In person, the structure was more imposing than memory, an ivory pillar rising against roiling black clouds. Around the tower, Troivan forces were heavily encamped. Their scattered campfires on the mountainside looked like stars. Theo rode his wyvern toward the objective under the cover of night, surveying the number of patrols outside. If he made even a slight mistake moving closer, detection was certain. The guard density was far greater than Theo had anticipated. The wyvern landed on a nearby rock. Its talons touched the frozen stone so lightly they made only the faintest clicks. Theo jumped down, his movements fluid and silent like a drop of water soaking into stone. You're incredible. You can change your body's color at will to blend into the night, truly the trait of a dragon's spirit mixed with a serpent king. It came forward and nuzzled his hand affectionately. Its golden eyes sparkled with intelligence. Thanks, Umbra. Because of you we were able to get here so easily. Then Theo ordered Umbra to return to base, since the infiltration ahead was meant for him alone. Umbra spread its wings and flew back toward the base, while Theo employed his peak movement techniques to advance. Theo hid behind a massive rock, breathing shallow and perfectly controlled, his keen eyes watching every movement of the enemy. Security around the White Tower truly had no gaps. Soldiers in heavy armor marched steadily along the battlements. Meanwhile, mages stood on guard, their staves emitting brilliant light from defensive spells. Yet unexpectedly, a soldier standing near the rock where Theo hid noticed something amiss. Someone. He halted, tilted his head, trying to listen through the howling wind. His comrade asked, "What's wrong?" A bored voice after a long watch. The first soldier replied, "I sense something." He gripped the sword pommel tightly. The metal sliding against the scabbard rang harshly in the silent night. He cautiously squinted into the deep darkness but found nothing. The rock remained there motionless and cold. The soldier breathed out in relief. The tension dissolved and he turned back. "Sorry, comrades, must have been my imagination." But the sight before him made his heart nearly stop. Theo was right there. He struck like lightning, twisting the second soldier's neck before he could comprehend what was happening. Before the first soldier could react, with his eyes wide in absolute terror, Theo lunged. The distance between them vanished in a heartbeat. The soldier opened his mouth to shout an alarm. Intruder. Elsewhere in the White Tower, at a central sanctum, a gruesome scene unfolded. A vast pool of blood held a thick, dark red, viscous liquid. The torchlight along the stone walls reflected on its surface, forming grotesque shapes. In the center of the blood pool lay a large cocoon covered in blazing red veins like massive vines. The young master of House Troivan stood before the blood pool, his face lit by the red glow of the unholy ritual. His eyes were glued to the cocoon with a crazed fascination. Just then, from behind, a figure appeared, footsteps echoing across the cold stone floor. What an interesting spectacle. It was the leader of the holy demon cult, infamous across the continent for boundless brutality. He stood with his hands folded inside wide sleeves, watching the throbbing cocoon with avid interest. I never thought House Troivan would dare confront the Ragna to this extent, allying with the holy demon cult to resurrect the deposed dragon emperor of old. At that moment the light shifted, revealing the cocoon more clearly. Inside the thin membrane, a human-like form was covered by dense blood vessels. They wrapped the entity like a web, anchoring it to the heart of the blood pool and continuously channeling dark energy into its core. Eid turned to the cult leader with an angry look. "Watch your words. He's the true master of the Ragna. The one sitting on the throne now is only an impostor. Soon the rightful master will reclaim everything. We, who serve the true master, are the real Ragna. Remember that." The cult leader curled his lip in a smile, his tone both condescending and feignedly submissive. "I will remember." He said the preparations for the requested resurrection ritual were reaching their final stages. To summon him back from the other world, worthy sacrificial items were required. The necessary materials were the body of a Ragna clan member and the power of a primordial dragon. Eid walked across the cracked stone tiles. A clan member's body can be acquired at any time, so the key now is to conquer the White Tower. He turned to look at a subordinate kneeling in the dark. "How is the conquest of the White Tower progressing right now?" the subordinate reported tremblingly. "The power dwelling within the White Tower is immense, and it is resisting our demonic toxin fiercely. Even the high priests of the holy demon cult have poured all their magic into assistance, but it seems conquering it within the allotted time is impossible." The Troyvan heir abruptly unleashed his aura. A wave of darkness pressed down on the space, the pressure becoming tangible and so heavy it made the air feel like molten lead. He crushed the subordinate to the floor, the ground beneath the kneeling soldier cracking under his master's fury. In his rage he roared, "For his resurrection, the primordial dragon's power is the only key. Nothing is impossible. We must make it feasible by any means necessary." The subordinate gasped and begged for mercy, eyes bulging from the sheer pressure. "I'm sorry, young master, my thinking was shallow, please forgive me." The Troyvan heir finally withdrew the pressure, the aura vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The soldier looked up, panting with a bloody nose. He was completely broken but still alive. At that moment another subordinate rushed in, pale with fear. He fell to his knees and reported urgently, "There is an intruder in the White Tower." The corpse of the soldier Theo had killed, his neck was completely broken. The entire area was now under intense search. The shouts of Troyvan soldiers echoed through the mountain ravines. From afar, the whole chaotic scene was being watched by someone high above. On the cliffs overlooking the valley, a silhouette sat silently in the shadows. The panic of the Troyvan soldiers. Theo's disguising himself to blend into enemy ranks and join the search. All were taken in by the gaze of someone extremely sharp and calculating. It was Ancio Ragna, perched on a high rock, legs swinging as if enjoying an amusing play on stage. Watching Theo's actions, he murmured with a mix of admiration and curiosity, "Only killing those necessary, disguising as the enemy without hesitation, like a true shadow. So in a past life you really did work for Black Snow." Theo was a more interesting variable than Ancio had imagined, an unexpected factor in the grand plan he hadn't fully accounted for. Ancio wanted to test how far this reborn warrior could go. Jishar Ragna, standing in the darkness just behind him, said coldly, "Stop those pointless thoughts and keep tailing him. Don't get discovered like what happened to Torkel." Ancio licked his lips, his eyes flashing with the excitement of a predator. "Rest assured, I will follow orders." A Troyvan soldier came running in. He fell to his knees, one knee on the ground, voice trembling between breaths. "Young master, urgent, an incident has occurred at the White Tower. An intruder has appeared." The instant those words rang out, Eid's expression suddenly twisted. Something deep inside him seemed to snap, his jaw clenched, the grind of teeth sounded sharp. Even the army's formation had been subtly manipulated by that person, adjusted just enough to avoid suspicion. Suddenly a keen realization flashed through Eid's mind. Impossible. The truth descended on Eid in an instant. A single name surfaced in his mind. Eid's face contorted, his eyes blazing with a cold, killing intent as he hissed through his teeth. It was definitely him, Theo Ragna. But that fury extinguished as quickly as it had appeared. Eid's face returned to an oddly calm mask, his eyes narrowed with calculation. The soldier below continued to report in desperation, completely unaware of the calculations shifting in his master's mind. "We should strengthen the perimeter and tighten the investigation immediately. With our current forces, we'll catch him in no time." "Not necessary," Eid said curtly. The soldier blinked, stunned into silence. Eid looked toward the assembling forces and ordered a change of plan. "Leave only a minimal garrison at the White Tower, the rest of the troops withdraw immediately." The soldier's face drained of blood, panic evident. "But my lord, if we do that, the primordial dragon's power could be stolen." Eid stepped forward, his cloak sweeping across the dry stone. "That's precisely the point." Eid didn't bother to glance back, his gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. Where the solemn silhouette of the White Tower pierced the black clouds, he whispered, eyes glittering with a lethal light, "That intruder is almost certainly that brat Theo Ragna. he will surely conquer the White Tower and emerge wielding the primordial dragon's power. To affirm his resolve, Id raised his gloved hand high. In an instant, from the deep shadows behind him, 3 pitch-black figures materialized. They bowed silently like statues waiting for orders. Id gave a twisted smile beneath the dim torchlight, revealing his true ambition. If we cannot take it ourselves, we'll let him do it for us. Then we'll simply seize the dragon's power from his own hands. A tall, imposing figure stepped forward. Zui, a hulking enforcer with a massive hammer. Try, finally, a female assassin with disciplined grace and lethal precision. The 3 stood in a row before Id, a circle of absolute loyalty forged through cruelty. Id coldly ordered, "The moment you confirm he has obtained the primordial dragon's power, kill him and bring it to me." "Understood, master," the joint reply rang out, chilling. The scene shifted to the rugged terrain surrounding the White Tower. The wind howled through jagged rock crevices. "Find him." A soldier shouted, his voice frayed with tension. The commander quickly regained control and bellowed orders. "3 of you search around the tower's base, the rest follow me, we'll sweep this side." As the troops departed, their torches flickered like scattered fireflies in the black night. From the shadow of a large rock, Theo watched silently, his gaze cold, every movement perfectly controlled. He turned and walked the other way, sinking into the darkness like a blade cutting through the night. Now dressed in Troyven soldier garb, Theo held a torch. The hood and mask completely concealed his identity. I didn't expect them to fall for it so easily. There was no secret recognition signal, nor any reinforcements. He looked up at the massive structure looming before him, realization deepening. No, this security system has been suspiciously lax from the start. The tower rose above him, a spiraling giant carved from white stone and ancient power. Its form dominated the frozen landscape around it. As Theo neared the entrance, a sense of unease swelled in his chest, as if they were deliberately luring him inside. Suddenly, a blue holographic interface window appeared before his eyes. "You have discovered the relic of the primordial dragon, the White Tower." The notification dissolved into motes of light as Theo placed his hand on the stone pedestal, searching for hidden traps. Even if it was a trap, it didn't matter. He pressed his fingers firmly against the icy surface. The slab reacted immediately. A brilliant, intense beam of light erupted beneath his palm. Theo's eyes widened in astonishment as the relic pulsed with radiant energy. A blinding white radiance surged like a wave, bathing the ruins in light. The intensified beam carved a shimmering path down the stone, opening a secret passage. Because one truth would never change, I must seize the primordial dragon's power before they do. The glow swallowed Theo's silhouette in a white veil. Another system notification appeared, entering the relic of the primordial dragon, the White Tower. The space froze, until the sharp sound of footsteps shattered the silence. "I've heard of it from my master, but I didn't expect a primordial dragon relic to be hidden in a place like this." Beside him, Ancio remained steady and replied calmly, "It seems infiltrating the Troyven family was for this reason as well." Jishar tilted his head back, slapped his gloved palm against his forehead, and let out a booming laugh, just as expected from the Chosen One. But Ancio did not smile, her voice cut through his excitement coldly. "Although the title Chosen One carries great weight, do you really think you could obtain something like this even if you are the Chosen?" Jishar's laugh dimmed, replaced by a sly gleam in his eye. "Well, we found his uniform as evidence, but it was discarded too conspicuously. Don't you think he's baiting us?" Ancio stared straight ahead, her tone without warmth. "What his intention is doesn't matter. We just need a justified reason to act." "Let's go," Jishar said. "We need to set the stage before he comes out." "I'm not going anywhere," Jishar said in an unwavering tone. "I will wait for him to step out of this tower." Ancio paused and slowly turned to look at him. "What?" Jishar raised his blade before him, the steel catching the sparse rays. "Aren't you curious? I want to see what his face looks like at death." The smile spreading across his face was no longer human. His eyes widened with a frenzied, predatory gleam. Inside the White Tower's ruins, the old world seemed to dissolve beneath a blinding white light. The brilliance swallowed stone, air, and sound in an immense ocean of white. Theo squinted, raising his hand to shield his eyes as the searing light pressed on his lids. Damn it. Before Theo stood pale stone pillars towering toward a ceiling so distant it vanished into the light. Theo's fingers tightened on the sword hilt, his gaze sharpening. I mustn't let my guard down. He felt an enormous pressure weighing on his shoulders. This guardian had received the most power from the primordial dragon. It had to be a gigantic, brutal beast, something worthy of guarding this relic. Then from deep within the darkness ahead, two red dots flared like twin blades of fire. A low, sharp sound rang out. Theo reacted instantly, lowering his center and assuming a combat stance. But when that shape stepped out of the dark, Theo choked on utter astonishment. Standing on the steps was a tiny, scrawny creature like a baby dragon. At last you've come, chosen one. Before Theo could make sense of it, the little dragon snorted in annoyance. Just now, some odd fellows tried to break in using demonic spirit toxin. Do you know how troublesome it was to stop them, huh? Theo froze completely, his mouth agape, sweat beading at his temples as he tried to reconcile this image with his concept of a fearsome guardian. This tiny thing is the guardian that received the most power. He slowly turned to his protecting spirits, pointing at the miniature guardian in helpless disbelief. Hey, are you sure this is who we were talking about? The celestial dragon looked at Theo with extreme seriousness. Do not judge by appearances, chosen one. The griffin observed the small creature with cold eyes and muttered dryly, although you yourself look like a pampered noble, always yammering about being the heir and so on. Theo lunged forward and clapped both hands over the griffin's beak as it squawked in protest. Could all the other guardians really be terrified of this thing? At that moment, the tiny monster suddenly perked up, cheerfully waving its two tiny arms in greeting. Oh right, how rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Suchus, the most loyal subordinate of the great primordial dragon, the greatest heir to its power, and the guardian who watches over the gate of the pantheon that connects to other worlds. It raised a small hand and added radiantly, call me Karato for short. Theo stared at it for a long moment. The only word that could escape his stunned lips was, the pantheon. Karato nodded eagerly, arcing in a loop above Theo. Yes, the pantheon, that is where the gods dwell. It hovered lower in front of Theo, its tone shifting to instructive. You know that the primordial dragon's relics are fragments of his divided power, right? In the past, the primordial dragon was entrusted with many duties. A radiant, shadowy silhouette of a gigantic dragon with outstretched wings appeared behind Karato, and guarding the gate connecting the pantheon and the surface was one of those roles. The one who inherited that sacred duty, the faithful servant who has perfectly preserved the primordial dragon's power is me, Suchus declared. Theo looked at it with knitted brows, his mind sinking into vague thoughts. The gods, I only read about them in ancient texts. He looked up and asked loudly, do those entities really exist? Karato repeated his name once more with absolute solemnity. Theo hesitantly pronounced it, Suchus. The effect was immediate. Karato blazed like a lantern, spinning in the air with boundless excitement. That's right, you just said my name, didn't you? Theo rubbed his forehead as he watched the tiny creature spin, thinking that the name was certainly unusual. But you must be patient. All right, Suchus, tell me, do gods truly exist? Karato flew closer until Theo could see his own reflection in the guardian's glittering eyes. Of course. Isn't it familiar to you? If I mention the messages that only you can see, does anything come to mind? Theo froze in place, his heart skipped a beat, a cold shiver running down his spine. The system windows, the absurd blue screens only he had seen since the trial began, rushed through his mind like a dizzying waterfall. Every moment surged up at once. Karato hovered before Theo, narrowing his eyes. Exactly so, that is where this trial ends. Cut to the Ragna family's council chamber on the Central Highlands. Inside the tent, Robert Ragna stood imposingly before a tactical map. I trust everyone seated here understands why we must concentrate at this front. Robert continued in a cold, detached tone. This war is being prolonged unnecessarily. The principal cause is the interference of the 9 pillars of House Troyvan. Therefore, the Ragna Council must directly supervise military operations to accelerate progress. Midway through the address, a nine-dragon prepared to speak up, but Robert immediately narrowed his eyes. Any questions or proposals will be discussed privately after I finish this briefing. He made clear this was no place for petty objections, yet one man paid no heed to that rule. Danaral, the one called Overlord, leaned back in his chair, a mocking, arrogant smile on his lips. I'm afraid this briefing will be put on hold, for another matter as important as this war awaits judgment. Dantaral raised a finger toward the tent flap. The heavy canvas was pulled aside and Ancio Ragna stepped in. Ancio bowed respectfully. First, I offer my most sincere apologies, sirs, but this is an extremely urgent matter. Please forgive my abruptness. Ancio straightened and held a neatly folded Ragna uniform in her hands. She held it up before everyone, her gaze growing icy. Would you mind taking a moment to look at this? I witnessed Theo Ragna's betrayal with my own eyes. What you are looking at is the clearest evidence of his treason. He discarded his uniform in the midst of battle to flee. Ancio's accusation struck the tent like a stone thrown on a still lake, creating violent undercurrents. An elder suddenly stood up and let out a mocking laugh that echoed through the tent. Ha! Imagine that, a Ragna warrior tossing aside his uniform in the heat of battle. Is there any clearer, more humiliating proof than this? Whispers began to spread and quickly fell into a tense silence, all eyes fixed on the empty uniform as if a sharp blade were pressed to their throats. Julius remained silent, his face submerged in shadow beneath the dim light. His mind wrestled fiercely as he stared at the scrap of cloth. Theo, that kid, what on earth are you plotting? Far from the gunpowder-scented, suspicious air of the war tent, Theo stood amid the serene radiance of the Pantheon. Theo's breathing quickened as he tried to piece together the truth. So the blue notification windows that only I can see are actually messages sent directly by the gods. Corrado shrugged smugly, its small wings trembling lightly in the air. Yes, that's the plain truth, though I cannot explain the details to you, for I do not have the authority to view their contents. What about the other chosen ones? Do they see these windows too? Corrado shook its head decisively. No, among all the chosen, you are the only one granted that privilege. Theo froze, an electric chill running down his spine. But why me? Why am I different? The tiny guardian's expression suddenly changed. Because you are own. A horrifying shock tore through Theo's body before Corrado could finish the sentence. Theo gritted his teeth and his legs buckled to the stone floor. Corrado hovered silently, watching Theo clutch his head in pain. Ah, I see, it's being filtered out. It seems that secret is not yet meant to be revealed. Filtered, how much do you actually know about this? Corrado's change occurred in an instant. Its eyes flashed a light that reflected across the Pantheon's floor. I've waited a long time for you to ask that, it declared. Its voice rang with an obsessive excitement. Do you truly wish to know the truth behind the curtain? Before Theo could react, the space behind the Guardian began to convulse violently. A colossal stone gate, carved with unimaginably intricate detail, suddenly materialized from the void. Corrado descended onto the stone dais before the gate. If you crave the truth so much, then as a chosen one, I will grant you the trials of the Pantheon. A clear metallic bell rang through the hall and a familiar blue system window reappeared. Guardian recommends initiating the Pantheon trials for you. The light around Corrado began to twist, its form warping into a shadowy silhouette beneath a sky red as blood. Yes, this is the test for you to explore your soul and find your true self. We will trace back your past lives, delve to the depths of your subconscious, but never underestimate it just because it's your subconscious. It is another world, one you don't even know. If you fail this trial or allow yourself to sink too deep into the subconscious visions, you will fall into everlasting coma. Your soul imprisoned there forever, but if you succeed, you will earn the right to face the truth. You will have the chance to stand before the gods. Theo's pupils contracted, cold sweat streamed down his spine. Corrado held up a spinning orb of energy in its tiny talons, the number 12 blazing inside like a divine seal. There are 12 floors in this trial tower in total. So, do you have the courage to accept this challenge? Theo stood silently amid the white light beginning to explode around him, and a confirmation window appeared. Do you wish to enter floor 1 of the Pantheon trials? Theo's fingers tightened around the sword hilt. Hesitation vanished, and the terror was gone too. Without a word, he reached out and touched the glowing panel. When the system accepted the choice, Theo turned and left the Pantheon's safe zone. His footsteps echoed on the ancient stone as he approached the gigantic gate. He placed his hands on the cold stone surface and glanced back at Corrado one last time. "You said you'd tell me the truth, right? I have a mountain of questions that need answers. What exactly is that nameless sovereign? Will the Great War break out again? And why was I the chosen one?" The gate boomed open as Theo pushed hard, his silhouette stretching under the blinding light pouring from within. A bell chimed through the void as a new notification appeared. Entering floor 1 of the Pantheon trials. Upon stepping through the gate, Theo found himself standing on a colossal stone fortress suspended in a realm that defied physical law. Around him, red currents of energy swirled like storm clouds. Fragments of ancient structures drifted weightlessly in the misty cosmic void. Theo exhaled. "So this is the inside of the trial tower." A large notice appeared with glittering streaks of light. Objective: to enter the world of the subconscious, you must suppress your conscious mind and open the gateway. Theo lowered his gaze. From cracks in the fortress floor, droplets of ink-black liquid began to seep out. They gathered into large pools and then began to creep toward each other in a terrifying manner. They merged into a viscous black mass that writhed like a living creature. "Has it begun? An entity born from my own subconscious. This is the gateway I must open." Despite the opponent's massive, fearsome appearance, Theo retained a measure of confidence. But that illusion of control was instantly shattered. A piercing, wind-tearing scream rang out. Theo's instincts screamed a warning, and he ducked in time as a flying blade grazed his cheek. Theo spun back into a defensive stance, his heart pounding. It threw the sword already at the start. Theo froze abruptly, eyes wide with utter shock. No, it can't be. A notice appeared above the entity as its transformation completed. Guardian of the subconscious gateway. The creature before him was no longer an amorphous black mass but a perfect replica of Theo Ragna, snow-white hair, an impassive face, hollow eyes staring at him. In its hand was a sword identical to Theo's. Objective: eliminate yourself. Theo's heartbeat echoed through the silent space as he faced his doppelganger. Theo lowered his center of gravity, trying to calm himself. "So my true opponent is myself. Perhaps that's for the best. Rather than fighting a nameless, originless monster, I know myself better than anyone. I know my habits, my weak spots, my instinctive reactions." But that illusion of advantage lasted less than a second. Theo's replica suddenly erupted, unleashing a terrifying psychic force that hurled Theo several steps back. A shrill screech sounded as inky black lightning crackled around the replica's limbs, leaving scorched scars on the fortress stone. Dark lightning coiled around his arms, enveloping his body in a brutal aura of electric energy. Theo's eyes widened in horror. "That's Thunder Dragon's wrath." There was no time to think. The swords lunged like black lightning. He tried to move to redirect the strikes, but it seemed every movement was anticipated by his opponent. Theo's boots slid across the stone until he felt his heels hanging over the fortress's abyss. He looked up, staring into the storm of electrical energy rushing toward him. The world before Theo was now shrouded in black lightning. "I won't retreat." Instead, he took a deep breath and charged straight into the storm. 5 Dragon Claw. Theo's sword swept in a brilliant arc, releasing 5 dense streams of deep blue energy. They tore through the air like the talons of an ancient celestial dragon. The attack collided head-on with the replica's black lightning, producing a cataclysmic explosion. The whole space screamed as light and darkness collided frantically. Theo stood amid the shattered battlefield, his arm trembling violently from the shock of the blow. His vision blurred for a heartbeat as he tried to peer through the dissipating dust and smoke. "This is getting tough." The white-haired replica still stood there, completely unscathed. He stood towering amid the rubble, exactly where he had been before the attack began, his impassive face staring at Theo, the sword lowered and hanging casually at his side. "Have I really grown this strong?" The replica raised its sword into a guard without hesitation, and in an instant it lunged forward. The replica's figure blurred, its feet barely touching the ground as it darted over the cracked stones. The distance closed in a heartbeat, the air whistling as a downward slash rained down with lethal intent. Theo surged forward too, refusing to fall back. He executed Dragon Thrust, a flashy, brilliant strike aimed straight at the replica. A radiant arc tore through the arena's darkness, painting a blinding crescent that overwhelmed both sight and sensation. But then nothing. When the dust settled, the replica had vanished. Theo froze, his two blades cutting the empty air where his opponent had stood less than a breath before. The sudden silence sent a chill down his spine. He swept his eyes searchingly, heart pounding, every sense stretched to the limit. And then from above, the replica dove, having used the chaos to leap onto the towering stone beams, it now fell like a shooting star. Instinct screamed a warning, giving him no moment's rest. The replica swung its sword in a relentless rain of killing blows, each strike a deadly masterpiece, weaving a steel net that left no escape. Clothes torn, bruises, and fresh blood quickly stained his body. Pain spread through his limbs, but his gaze remained steadfast. He surged up, blades crossed, a violent impact transmitted from his hands to his teeth, sparks flying, illuminating the identical, sweat-drenched faces. They spun and slashed, a deadly dance of mirrored blades matched in strength, but he was growing exhausted. Each parry grew heavier than the last, his muscles trembling. The ground beneath him cracking from the pressure of will, transmitted through the blades. He fought in desperation, realizing that from swordplay to the smallest habits, the replica mirrored him perfectly. As if battling a god who knew every secret, every weakness, every advanced technique nullified by that very familiarity. As they bounced apart from the aftershock, Theo realized the replica showed no fatigue, breathing steady, posture perfect. He needed a variable, something the mirror couldn't predict. A thought flickered, if it was a perfect copy, it must share the same blind spots. But at that moment, a gigantic sword descended, shattering the arena floor. Theo barely blocked it, offering a faint smile. If he were in its place, he wouldn't give his opponent time to think either. Light flashed and dust and stone clouded his vision. In the choking smoke, Theo suddenly did something insane. He hurled his sword straight at the replica. The subconscious monster froze for an instant at this suicidal tactical move, and easily batted the blade away, but that was the trap. Theo vanished into the smoke and reappeared directly behind it. If I were my former self, I'd be panicking right now. Drawing on memories from a past life, he used Phantom Sword, a technique demanding absolute precision that masters rarely employ. Thrust, the blade pierced the replica's chest, black fluid gushed from its mouth. Theo smiled. Turns out there's something to learn for everyone, even a shadow. The replica began to melt, collapsing into a thick pool of black ink on the floor. System, you have won the battle with the ego. Congratulations on clearing floor 1. A massive stone gate slammed down from the ceiling. Theo stepped through the gate, vanishing into the brilliant light to proceed to the next floor. Far removed from the isolation of the White Tower, Ragna's political landscape was shifting violently like sand in a storm. A soldier discarding his uniform in wartime, what clearer proof of treason could there be? At that moment silence fell. Ma Long's gaze slowly turned to Ancio. Is it true that Theo Ragna defected and entered Troyven? Ancio answered without hesitation, asserting she had seen with her own eyes that Theo Ragna willingly stepped into enemy territory. She looked at the uniform on the table, saying that alone was sufficient evidence. Tu Long sprang up, incredulous. Impossible, Theo would never do such a thing. Her voice trembled with righteous anger and loyalty. She immediately transmitted a question to Ma Long, hoping to uncover a hidden truth. But Ma Long only sneered over the comm. Seems you haven't heard. Apparently Theo trusts me more. Even he hadn't expected Theo to push matters this far. A memory returned of the conversation in camp when Theo said he would infiltrate enemy territory. He had told him not to return empty-handed, and Theo had replied with the look of someone who had seen the future. Via comms, Theo had said that Jishar Ragna and Ancio Ragna were watching him. At that moment, those two were still hiding outside the tent, sheltered under the tree canopy. The irony made Ma Long grit his teeth. Theo had been explicit. Their goal was to drag him down, remove him from the power struggle. but he intended to use that very plan to counterattack. Recalling everything, Ma Long couldn't suppress a smile. He rose and declared his agreement with Ancio, a perfect move. Ancio bowed her head, believing victory was in hand. But Lam Long, who had silently observed from the beginning, noticed something off. He understood that Ma Long couldn't possibly be unaware and that the rage was only a facade. Nevertheless, he went along with it. An order was given and a hunt squad was formed at once. The Ragna family machine began to operate to hunt down its own heir. Meanwhile in the Pantheon, Theo stepped into the second floor. The temperature shifted abruptly, the cold light vanished, replaced by searing heat and the roars of a hellish blaze. He froze. Before him lay a city on fire. The sky was thick with smoke, the screams of the dying echoing through narrow alleys. It was the place slaughtered in his past life, the nightmare he had buried deep in his soul. A notice appeared, challenge of floor 2, a path into the subconscious. This is not a physical fight but a battle with your own past. Two figures stepped out of the smoke, faces familiar to the point of cruelty. Malicious voices rang out, the ones that had haunted him for years. The next announcement appeared, trauma from your past life blocks the way, you must overcome it to advance. Theo stood amid the sea of flames, then he laughed. A crooked, murderous smile, HMPH, seems this challenge is far too easy for me, I suppose. Theo stared at the two before him, his voice ringing out, how ridiculous. Looking back, there had been a time when you bastards were truly an insurmountable psychological nightmare to me. Axion, who always carried blind arrogance, felt insulted. Have you truly lost your mind, trash of the Ragna clan? Before Axion's insult could finish, a spray of fresh red blood tore through the gray smoke, at a speed so fast reality seemed bent. His head was launched into the air, his eyes still wide with bewilderment before his world plunged into darkness. Not giving his opponent even a second to gather himself, Theo lunged like a ghost, his sword drawing a blazing red arc that shredded the battlefield's silence within the subconscious. The slash came so fast Axion didn't even have time to raise his weapon in defense. The keen blade passed through him, neatly cleaving his body in two. Blood rained down around Theo, soaking his cloak. He raised his hand to his face, his fingers curling slightly as a dark, sharp smile stretched across his lips. Thanks, I very much wanted to kill you in this state. The system chime rang loudly, breaking the heavy silence. You have passed the second floor challenge. Psychological trauma overcome, proceeding to the next floor. Everything that occurred within the subconscious was being closely observed by the Guardian. Oh, how interesting. Perhaps this one can truly reach the Hall of 10,000 Gods. It seems you place great trust in him. O deity of causality. Theo's conquest then turned into a massacre. Each step he took triggered the system chime. Floor 3, defeat the false persona. Floor 4, defeat the dark ego. Floor 5, conquer the collective unconscious. With each passing floor, Theo felt his pace markedly improve. By the 10th floor, his opponent was hurled to the ground with destructive force. Theo stood in the heart of the ruined arena, already past the 10th floor. The time to clear each floor is shortening. For some reason, everything feels increasingly easier. Surely it won't end this simply right. Karatos smiled enigmatically. You needn't worry, chosen one, for from now on, the real challenges begin. The door to floor 11 opened, leading Theo into a wholly different space. It was a vast, freezing cavern, stalactites like the fangs of ancient beasts hanging sharp from the high ceiling. A bright blue notice board glowed in the dark. This is a primordial cave, simulating the genesis of life. Mission, travel backward through time in the primordial cave. Theo stepped inside, all his senses on high alert. He wondered inwardly, is this challenge just following this path? He continued onward. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. To reach the source, you must return to nothingness before birth. As you trace backward through the birthing process, the senses you acquired at birth will be lost one by one. Theo abruptly halted, eyes wide. What? The system gave him no time to react. A direct penalty struck his vision. You are losing your sense of smell. You can no longer perceive the world's sense. Theo brought his hand to his nose and took a deep breath, but the air around him suddenly turned sterile and hollow. The damp smell of earth and the stench of stalactites vanished completely. He tried to force himself forward, but a deadly silence began to envelop him. You are losing your hearing. You no longer perceive the sounds of the world. The damp smell of earth and the stench of stalactites vanished completely. He tried to force himself forward, but a deadly silence began to envelop him. You are losing your hearing. You no longer perceive the sounds of the world. Then touch. Theo could no longer feel his skin brushing the cold air or the weight of his boots on the rock. You are losing your sight. You can no longer see the shapes of the world. A final message appeared as all 5 senses were completely blocked. Your mana usage is limited, adrift in endless darkness. Theo felt his body disintegrating, even his mana severed. So breaking this state is the key to floor 11. He clenched his fist, trying to recall past experiences. Theo remembered when his father's sword split him in two. The feeling of suppressed energy was similar to now. A spark of hope flared in his mind. What if I use the old method? What Griffin Tiernlong, he ordered in his mind, betting everything on the summoning beast's power to break the sensory seal. However, as the 5 senses vanished, his consciousness began to scatter like grains of sand in the wind. The summoning completely failed, the void had cut off all external connections. And the guardians showed no response. The only option is to seek a solution deep within yourself. On the cavern's cold stone floor, Theo's physical body collapsed. The Griffin and Tiernlong guardians panicked around their master. Chosen One, what's wrong with you? Don't trip and fall like that, get up. But from deep within the tunnel, a cold voice rang out, useless. It was Corrado. All his senses and mana have been severed. No matter how you scream, words cannot reach him. The tiny guardian landed near the motionless body, eyes glinting coldly. All creatures perceive space and time through the senses, but ironically, only after losing them does a truth come alive. It is the truth that you have been abandoned by the world to which you belong. A deep red aura flared around Corrado as it withdrew its claws from primordial fear. In the primordial cave, the boundary between self and world is erased. At this rate, the Chosen One's consciousness will dissolve. And he will end up in a state no different from the dead. Corrado sighed in disappointment, turning to leave. I thought this Chosen One might be different. Sadly, my disappointment matches my initial expectations. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from Theo's body, accompanied by a voice, I will kill. Theo's body suddenly unleashed a blood-red aura, drenching the cavern in a brutal light. I will slaughter you all, leave not one alive. It was the malevolence of the mad dragon that the Ragna Patriarch had implanted in his body. When Theo collapsed, this cruel part seized control. How did things come to this? Corrado froze and exclaimed, impossible. He was using the madness itself to bind his dissolving consciousness within absolute void. Within the mind, the red gem on Theo's chest radiated a chilling heat. A massive voice boomed, Theo Ragna, I accept your pact. I will give you the power to transcend this reality. A gigantic hand rose from the darkness, above it a fiendish face with a twisted, malicious grin. Seize it, destroy it, and offer everything to me. Sacrifice this world. Theo stood within a blood-red iron cage, but contrary to the entity's expectations, he felt no fear. A confident smile appeared. Actually, I think I'll refuse that pact. The abyssal voice trembled in astonishment. Pretense, I have already granted you power. Perform the contract immediately. So it turns out the source of the power you just gave yourself. Theo stared straight into the demon's eyes and replied, yes, I returned all that power, not a drop missing. You dare pull that trick, he smiled. Consider this the one time you help your grandson. Foolish, truly arrogant grandson, I will remember this, Theo Ragna. The void collapsed completely, and Theo's senses returned in a burst of brilliant blue energy. He rose amid the cavern, his momentum surging. System, you have passed the floor 11 challenge. Theo looked up at the fading light. I'm not sure waking the mad dragon was a good idea, but since it got me through, I guess that's a relief. His magical beasts immediately rushed to him. Griffin and Tiernlong barreled into Theo in joy. What is this? Why is everyone reacting like this? Are you okay? We were so worried. If you intended to die so foolishly, we'd rather have your corpse than see you go. Don't make everyone anxious, Chosen One. Theo looked at them somewhat surprised. A brilliant white light flared at the end of the corridor, signaling the end of the sensory void. The Floor 11 challenge had officially closed. He sighed tiredly, finally the last floor. Immediately, the system announced you have advanced to Floor 12 of the Hall of 10,000 Gods challenge, and the next moment Theo suddenly found himself lying on a bed. He slowly stepped down, then scanned the room around him, muttering, "Is this a bedroom? But wait, this place is clearly a space I've never seen before, yet it feels strangely familiar." He grabbed the edge of the mirror tightly and ground out through his teeth. "Honestly, even that strange dream from before, who are you that keeps appearing before me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a dizziness hit, forcing him to clutch his face. Then the system announced you have passed the Floor 12 challenge, conquered the relic of the archaic dragon, the White Tower. Reward, the right to enter the Hall of 10,000 Gods. Next, our protagonist was transported to a space that looked like the outside of the universe. He stared in astonishment and looked forward. Before him floated a gigantic gate suspended in midair, and the system confirmed he had arrived at the Hall of 10,000 Gods. The void was eerily silent. Theo stood before a massive gate so majestic it took his breath away. Ancient patterns on the gate radiated an otherworldly pressure. Is this truly the 10,000 Gods Hall? Suddenly, a blinding system window appeared before his eyes, cutting through his thoughts. Congratulations, you have reached the gate of the 10,000 Gods Hall. The mind gate has been greatly strengthened. This is a deserved reward for conquering the ancestor dragon ruin at the White Tower. At that moment, a familiar voice laced with nostalgia sounded from behind. You have come a very long way. Theo startled and turned. A slender woman of commanding presence stood there. Lord Brooke, how can you appear here? Didn't you say last time that you couldn't leave the star nest? Lodbrok smiled faintly. You're right, the entity standing before you now isn't entirely me. It is only a remnant, a small portion of the consciousness I entrusted to your mind gate. At the moment your thunder gate levels up, I can temporarily roam the outside world in this form. The system trembled once more, displaying a notice about the deepening link between Theo and the Dragon Protector. Now the connection was so solid he could hear her call across any space or time. Lodbrok stepped closer, her gaze at Theo filled with pride and a touch of pity. Increasing power means your rank has changed. I truly did not expect you to reach the 10,000 Gods Hall so quickly. You've endured a lot. Theo gave a slight, calm smile. I haven't done anything special. I only did what a partner like me should do. Lodbrok closed her eyes and shook her head, sighing at his stubbornness. Are you really that different? You can utter those lies without even blinking. Your recklessness and stubbornness haven't changed at all, just like the day I first met you. As they drew near the gate, Lodbrok thought, 10,000 Gods Hall, Sigurd must be here too. 10,000 Gods Hall, Sigurd must be here too. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept over them. Lodbrok trembled as cold sweat began to run down her temple. From the seams of the 10,000 Gods Hall gate, dense black matter began to pour out like molten tar. Stay close to me, do not leave the Dragon Protector's range, Lodbrok shouted, instantly erecting a sturdy barrier that enveloped them both. Theo was also suddenly at a loss for words. From the suffocating darkness, a colossal entity rose. It had no fixed form, but thousands of blood-red eyes blinked across its body. It was the Nameless Lord. Whispering voices of accusation and hatred echoed from it in layered tones, shredding the listener's mind. It hurts. Why must I endure this? I don't deserve it. I will crush everything. Stop tormenting me. Let me go. Theo narrowed his eyes, assessing silently. Not right. Although both exude dangerous auras, they are clearly distinct entities. Lodbrok, what exactly are they? Lodbrok struggled to maintain the barrier as her breathing grew heavier. They are beings known as outer gods. I'll explain in more detail later, but for now we must leave immediately. This place is no longer safe. However, immediately after that, a blinding white light suddenly exploded from the void, sweeping away all surrounding darkness and striking directly at the outer gods. The 10,000 Gods Hall gate thundered open, and a figure stepped out from the center of that light. Long time no see, Lodbrok. It's good to see you still retain some of this consciousness. Hearing the familiar voice, she quickly turned her head. Sigurd, she trembled as she uttered the legendary name. Theo was stunned, his gaze fixed on the man who had just appeared. He shared similar features and bearing, but the aura he emitted was on an entirely different level. Sigurd Ragna, could this man really be the ancestor of our clan? The outer gods screamed in frenzy. It hurts so much, it's unbearable, kill them all, is it you again? Theo watched in astonishment. They took such a heavy blow and yet remain unharmed. Facing that madness, Sigurd merely waved his hand calmly. A gigantic blade of light appeared, cleaving the space in an instant. The nameless entity was sliced in two. Its anguished screams echoed through the void before it dissolved into shards of energy. Sigurd turned to Theo, his gaze deep as if containing the clan's history. You have finally reached this place. Looking at you, I see you have tens of thousands of questions for me, right? Ask them. I will answer what I am permitted to reveal. Theo recovered his composure and asked the man from the tower's final trial, I have seen you in dreams before. Do you know who he is? Sigurd studied Theo intently, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Theo Ragna, one returned from death, returned from the past. Do you truly think you have regressed? Sigurd's question struck Theo like a bolt of lightning. He hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Sigurd cut him off coldly as he saw darkness gathering in the distance. For now, this is all I can disclose. Then he raised his hand high, and tens of thousands of blades of light appeared in the sky, raining down like a storm to eradicate the remnants of the outer gods attempting to resurrect. It is not yet time for you to know the whole truth. When the moment ripens, when you are strong enough to set foot on this sanctuary in flesh once more, all secrets will reveal themselves. Seeing Sigurd turn to walk deeper into the gate, Lodbrok cried out in desperation, Sigurd, wait, where are you going? Don't leave me without a word like last time. Suddenly, another colossal entity emerged from behind the gate, the deity of cause and effect. It spoke no words, only reached out and pushed gently. An irresistible force shoved Lodbrok and Theo away from the 10,000 Gods Hall gate. Her face froze in an instant. She realized the immense being before her was the deity of cause and effect. I'm sorry, Lodbrok, but you cannot enter this place yet. Sigurd's voice faded as the 10,000 Gods Hall gate began to slowly close. Lodbrok watched the legendary hero's figure and shouted in despair, Sigurd. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a warning. The deity of cause and effect has found you. Theo was stunned. Found me? What does that mean? Why would that god target me? The gate slammed shut completely, signaling the end of Scenario 7's mission. Congratulations, you have successfully completed Scenario 7. On this side, Theo could only turn to the woman beside him, Lodbrok, and ask, what on earth was that? Lodbrok said sternly, Theo, those things we just witnessed do not belong to this world. They are alien entities, and they will become your most terrifying enemies in the future. The laws of this world have no effect on them. Their sole goal is to erase reality. She placed her hand on Theo's chest where his heart beat hard and smiled encouragingly. Go and become even stronger. You are the only hope. Only when you reach the pinnacle can you protect the world and those you love. Then the system granted a reward, special reward for reaching the 10,000 Gods Hall. You have been granted the freedom to use Nirvana. Congratulations, you are now officially the owner of the Ancestor Dragon Relic Tower. Initiating full-body remodeling, you have attained the true power of a dragon-transformed being. May structures bless your journey and keep it smooth, O one who receives the protection of cause and effect. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the top floor of the White Tower. The tiny guardian Karato was there, hopping with joy at his return. Look at the great air, you seem to be really enjoying that new power, huh? Theo, slightly dazed by the guardian's words, raised his hand to look. Theo's hand was now covered in glossy black dragon scales, harder than any steel in the world. He examined himself in the reflection on the blade. The body had been completely transformed. Theo Ragna stood motionless, eyes fixed on his arms. His flesh had now transformed, taking on sharp, sturdy contours like genuine dragon-scale armor, activating a draconic form. The tiny guardian hovering beside him explained softly, "Thanks to the ancestor dragon relics you possess, the blood dragon talent in your body has been upgraded to a new level." Theo clenched his fist, feeling an explosion of physical power and endurance. Not only his physical strength, but even the stream of mana flowing within him had reached an entirely different tier. Cultivating magic now happened as naturally as breathing. He could control and unleash it absolutely at will without any barriers. "Of course I can adjust it at will." Suddenly the system interface appeared with an enticing prompt. "System, you have achieved the nirvana state. Do you want to activate it?" The moment Theo accepted, a seismic shift occurred in his mind. His cognitive capacity expanded infinitely, fully commanding the surrounding space. Behind his head, a radiant circle of light manifested a divine symbol identical to the great ancestor Sigurd. Theo thought to himself, "This is by no means ordinary. This power is immense. I must master it immediately. This is not something to be used carelessly." Memories of Sigurd's admonition returned. After all, the legend that founder Sigurd reached godhood and ascended is well known, but I never thought it was true. "You still have many questions, but I cannot answer them all now. One day, when you set foot here again, you will learn for yourself." Theo realized that to find the final answers, he must walk the path of becoming a god of the 10,000 Gods Hall like his predecessors. The storm of emotions within Theo gradually calmed, but the presence of the deity of cause and effect beside Sigurd still troubled him. He recognized a shocking truth: the Ragna clan were not merely rulers of the north. The Ragna bloodline was not born to be kings, but to be protectors of the world against dark forces that seek to annihilate reality. The dragon guardian nodded in approval. It seems you understand now. Yes, that is the silent and noble sacrifice of the Ragna bloodline." Theo began to realize, so the Chosen One always appears within this lineage to reach the highest level and stand against the outer gods alongside the deity of cause and effect. Thinking that, he asked again, "So the world where that mysterious man exists is connected as well? I mean the trial on the 12th floor." The guardian smiled softly and replied, "Indeed it was a strange scene, but I'm not certain. I only know that that world is linked to your trial." Theo scratched his head. That makes sense. Even the guardian knows nothing about that place. What kind of hellish place is it after all?" The guardian closed his eyes and declared softly, "My duty ends here. I have given you all you need to know. Now leave, Chosen One. But be prepared, some uninvited guests are waiting for you outside this tower." Theo showed no fear. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. "As expected, they've been tailing me exactly as planned. It would be rude to keep them waiting too long. Shall we go greet them?" The white tower suddenly trembled. Theo stepped out of the relic, gripping the sword's hilt, his upper body bare. "So you finally decided to show your face," a sarcastic voice rang out. "Honestly, does it make sense for the older brother to be waiting for the younger like this? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Don't you see, Theo, my younger brother?" The one standing before him was Jishar Ragna, one of the clan's powerful heirs. He held a weapon in his hand, radiating fierce killing intent. Theo remained oddly calm. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Jishar's older brother laughed excitedly. "Oh, you know me. There are hardly any left alive who dare look me directly in the face." In Theo's mind, the image of Jishar from his past life resurfaced vividly. He remembered the time Jishar defeated Axion, a prodigy barehanded without a sword, proving Axion unworthy as an opponent. Exactly, even among the heirs there must be ranks, right? "I had high hopes for a rising top heir after all these years, but you're not even worth me drawing my sword. How disappointing." Back in the present, the protagonist beamed brightly. "Of course, you're an heir too, I know that, but more importantly, first I want to say thank you." "What?" The smile on Jishar's face vanished. He didn't understand what Theo meant. Theo explained, "You came all this way to save me, didn't you?" Jishar laughed heartily. "This heir candidate speaks rather charmingly, quite different from that Torkel fellow. But I'm here to kill you." In the blink of an eye, Jishar vanished and reappeared right behind Theo. The Reaper's scythe swung up, aiming to sever his neck in one strike. But Theo gently used his sword to block the attack and then turned around. I know you came here to kill me. Cut the pointless theatrics. Do the traces I left help you track me down? If I had to guess, Troyven's troops are about to arrive to seize me for conquering the White Tower. If that happens, I can't escape alone. So I used my twin elder siblings, because you've been following me all along. I figured that if I left behind a uniform, you'd surely lead the pursuit squad here. Jishar gritted his teeth, suddenly recalling when he saw Theo's discarded uniform. He warned his sister then, leaving it so blatantly. Wasn't that a trick against us? But his sister didn't believe him, which made him snarl in frustration. Ha, I wasn't wrong to suspect Ancio, that stupid sister of his. On this side, Theo continued, I didn't expect you to go ahead alone. Jishar swung his scythe and shoved Theo backward. He skidded across the hard stone about 30 meters before stopping. Theo panted from the strain of the fight. I figured it wouldn't be easy. In the blink of an eye, Jishar closed in and taunted, so what if that's the case? Once your head rolls, everything ends. He gripped his sword tightly and thought to himself, right, from the start I never expected we could have a civil conversation. On the contrary, someone like Torkel is the strange one, being an heir of a Ragnar who worships the strong. So surely each person holds their own steadfast creed. But that doesn't make me an exception. As the two weapons were about to clash in midair, suddenly from behind a giant wielding a hammer charged in. An explosion detonated right between Theo and Jishar, forcing both to leap back to evade. Jishar ground his teeth furiously. Damn it, what the hell is going on? From the gray smoke, two terrifying figures emerged, a woman with blazing red eyes and a hulking, muscular giant. What a pity, I thought we could finish both Ragnars in one blow. Theo narrowed his eyes. Looks like bigger players than I anticipated have shown up. The one across from them sneered, you're Theo Ragnar, right? Credit for your cleverness. You realized we deliberately let you inside the tower, but to us that's an insult. Do you truly think the two of you can stand against Troyven's 9 great arts? This girl is the third of Troyven's 9 phoenix arts, Try. The large-built one is the second of Troyven's 9 phoenix arts, Zui. We're lucky indeed, the two heirs had carried their bodies straight here themselves. Theo Ragnar stood there, sweat pouring down his brow, pouring all his focus into analyzing the situation. These two each possessed the power of one of the 9 phoenix arts, those born to counter the 9 dragons. I must find a weakness. Try circled above, her voice cold as a blade. You two will make excellent sacrificial offerings, he will be pleased. Sacrifice? Theo asked curiously. Immediately, Try's comrade shouted, Try, I told you to stop spouting nonsense. Try waved her hand, unconcerned by his anger. What are you whining about? We're going to slaughter them anyway. If you're unhappy with how I do it, you should have dealt with them in the first strike. Zui growled from his throat, you always irritate me. The killing intent in the air thickened. The sky seemed to turn blood-colored as both unleashed their full murderous instincts. Theo took a defensive stance, thinking, just their mana alone is this powerful. Fortunately, they seemed to dislike each other, if I can exploit that gap. But his train of thought was cut short by a sudden burst of movement. Try vanished from her position, streaking across the battlefield like a deep red lightning. Then let's begin. The faster one will claim the prey. Theo was swept into a dense web. Dozens of deep red slashes tore through his body at once, blood beginning to leak from the wounds, soaking Theo's body. Too fast, I didn't expect her to unleash over 30 sword strikes in such a short instant. The final cut aimed at my throat, it's even stronger. Try sneered, raising her hand before her mask with amusement. You're not bad, I was about to take your head earlier. She tilted her head curiously and asked, you're the one who took down Noel in the Flying Isles, right? Noel, he recalled the subordinate he'd faced. So she's talking about that guy. This organization really does have its tentacles everywhere. Theo took a deep breath, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That guy was a failure. He was the first opponent in a long time who made me feel like I'd slammed into a wall. Seeing Theo's expression change, Try laughed loudly, her form blurred in the cold wind. Even that puzzled look of yours is cute. Try launched herself into the night sky. Her silhouette was surrounded by blazing red energy. Try's eyes looked down at him with mischief. Don't worry, since you're quite handsome, I'll at least leave your head intact. As Tri lunged with her claws splayed, Theo didn't dodge. He exploded with power and surged up to intercept her midair. On this side, Jishar didn't hesitate either. Darkness poured from his body. The dark heaven-flying blade of the silent assassin split in midair, a technique that divided into multiple Jishar clones. Each one diving down like an avenging spirit. The clones attacked simultaneously, their blades weaving a net of dark energy that slammed into the ground. When the dust cleared, Jishar landed, squinting as he observed. HMPH, that still wasn't enough to finish him. Tri performed an agile somersault. Jishar's dark energy slid beneath her feet without causing any harm. Tri landed lightly on a jagged rock. Surprising, I thought you'd want to take my darling's life too, but it seems you value him more than I expected, huh? The taunt pushed Jishar to his limit, his eyes burning with rage. He's my prey, you bastard. I'll kill you first. Tri just tilted her head and snorted. Ha ha, not bad, but I don't like love triangle games. Tri lunged forward, her claws flashing. I just want to be alone with my darling, so please disappear, will you? But Zwei had acted too. He swung his giant stone hammer at Jishar, forcing him to struggle to dodge. A thunderous explosion occurred. The parry succeeded, but the weight behind Zwei's blow was immense. A fierce shockwave erupted. Meanwhile, the woman, right after landing, hurled herself directly at her teammate. Her metallic claws clamped onto the giant's head. Climbing onto his shoulder and whispering coldly, "You muscle-brain idiot, I'm attacking him, can't you see? Do you want me to kill you first?" Zwei looked down, his voice so cold it froze the air. Didn't you say the faster one would get the prize? Get lost unless you want to die. Tri sprang up, her murderous intent now aimed directly at her own ally. You bastard. Theo stood amid the chaos, gripping his sword in utter astonishment. They're squabbling among themselves, unpredictable. He glanced at Jishar and saw that he had also reached his breaking point. Jishar's face was now a mask of boundless fury, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Instantly, the surrounding space shattered, spawning hundreds of black stone blades hovering in the air. Silent assassin blade, dark heaven flying blade. That big fellow is mine, Jishar declared plainly. Tri chuckled, tapping her claws against Zwei's helmet with a clacking sound. Oh dear, you really made him furious now, he's going to kill you. Jishar charged, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the giant, while Tri turned back to toy with Theo. Tri dove from the sky, aiming straight for Theo, and called out, "Now it's just the two of us again, darling. Shall we continue what we left unfinished?" Theo remained unflinching, his gaze locked on the shadow streaking toward him. She seems very confident in her speed. Their clash formed a moving mist the eye couldn't follow. Theo braced against the inertia as the ground beneath shattered into debris. High-speed combat is far harder than pure strength contests. It erodes concentration terribly, sparks flew like dying stars. She's even faster than Nabin, Theo observed, and her strikes always aim for vital points. But in this desperate moment, a ruthless resolve rose. Theo deliberately relaxed his guard around his neck. What if I expose a weakness? She'll bite immediately. Tri's golden eyes flashed. Spotting the opening, she poured all her strength into the finishing blow. Theo twisted backward, her metal fingers only grazed his hair. A huge surge of blue mana erupted from Theo's body, the terrible pressure warping the surrounding space as he smiled. Dragon Claw. Her gaze remained calm in the face of the counterattack. Theo used the Mystic Thunder skill. Blue-white lightning of mana shot from his sword, weaving a deadly net. Tri leapt back, trying to find a gap within the storm of energy enveloping them. Sword chi with lightning attribute, no wonder dodging is useless. Then her eyes paused for a beat, as horrific streams of sword chi raced past her, carving the ground into formless ruin. Tri narrowed her eyes at the destruction Theo caused, destroying the terrain to slow me, a crude trick but not bad. But sadly nothing can stop me. Saying that, her body shot forward again at lightning speed, leaving streaks of red light behind. Amid the dust and chaotic energy, a figure wearing a plague doctor mask watched from afar. Tri may be incomplete, but she already possesses 30% of the Black Dragon's power. The figure muttered, and yet he still blocked and countered. Interesting, he truly is the top among Troiven's 9 phoenix arts. Ain. Suddenly the figure froze, narrowing his eyes as he stared into the center of the crater. Could it be? A sly red light flashing in his eyes. Oh, this is getting fun. Amid the ruined battlefield, Tri was cautiously darting about. I deliberately left an opening for you, yet you still won't act. You're hesitating, afraid to step out of that smoke, right? She flipped in the air a few times and called out, How long do you intend to hide in there, darling? What I hate most is a man who keeps a woman waiting. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a massive surge of mana lunged at her in the shape of a dragon. But that sudden attack was easily evaded as Tri twisted away. Her eyes widened in surprise. That form is exactly what the master used to mention. Theo underwent an extreme transformation. His hair turned a brilliant silver and sharp horns sprouted from his brow. He wore a predator's smile and spoke with full confidence. Pity, I thought you couldn't dodge while airborne. Tri froze for a moment, then her gaze showed a seductive admiration. Oh, so you have a wild side after all, darling. The battlefield was torn apart by the brutal clash of two opposing powers, the white lightning and the deep red mana. Tri hovered over the wreckage. She tilted her head slightly, her voice laced with mocking skepticism. People always say the Ragna line are descendants of dragons, but are they conducting shady experiments behind everyone's backs? Anyway, you look much hotter now. This version of you suits my taste. Theo didn't budge an inch. He answered the taunt with matching confidence. I'm glad you like it. From here on, things will get a lot more interesting. Instantly, reality exploded. Theo surged upward like the eye of a storm, unleashing dozens of overlapping slashes just as she had at the start of the fight. His body was cut by the strikes, blood spurting continuously. Theo lifted his face and smiled. I hope you enjoy it. At the same time, from a jagged rock above, Ain watched everything with calculated interest. Impressive, so that's dragon transformation. Previously, he couldn't quite match Tri's speed, but after dragonification, he's completely overwhelming. Which means the moment he uses dragon transformation, his power surpasses the current level of the 9 phoenix art. Dangerous as it is, it's truly magnificent. On the devastated ground, the battle reached a new climax as Theo's blade broke through Tri's defenses and sank deep into her shoulder. Tri grimaced in pain, hissing through her teeth, Yes, he's definitely dangerous. I can't afford to let my guard down for a single second. A fierce pink radiance erupted from her hand as she concentrated all her strength. If I end the fight with this decisive blow, he won't have a chance to recover. The air seemed to tear as the final attack detonated. A towering column of energy shot skyward, carrying smoke and debris. Ain adjusted his brim, eyes fixed on the swirling smoke. This Ragna has far exceeded my expectations. He glanced toward another nearby skirmish. Let's see how the other side is doing. Below, Jishar moved across the battlefield like a seasoned predator. His attacks flowed smoothly, each slash leaving a streak of dark energy slicing through space. Well, it seems his heir apparent title isn't just for show, he's pretty good. Jishar seemed ecstatic, his eyes wide with wild fervor. He laughed loudly and rushed forward, swinging a vicious slash straight for the giant Zway's throat. Ain's eyes narrowed, shining behind the plague doctor mask, his voice turning cold. But unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. The giant's eyes suddenly lit up as he caught his opponent's movement. At the very moment Jishar's blade struck his body, the only thing it hit was an afterimage, while Zway himself had already circled behind to prepare a counterattack. The speed made Jishar panic and turn his head back. No way, he just dodged my strike with that massive body. Zway's hammer descended like a meteor, the ground seeming to scream as everything shattered. Ain shrugged in disappointment. I understand he's a candidate, but is this all he has? Zway was originally created to face the demon dragon, but right now he's operating at only 20% raw capacity, so it's to be expected. However, Ain softly snapped his journal shut with a satisfied click. Even so, I'm delighted to discover many ways to improve them. Jishar narrowly escaped death by pure instinct and landed on a shattered stone pillar. Terrible, this has exceeded my imagination. His power is far greater than I envisioned. The supreme combat force of Troiven's 9 Phoenix art, rumor said it was just a knockoff created to oppose the 9 dragons. Could it be that now I can't even defeat an artificial being? But that weakness lasted only an instant. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt until his knuckles went white. All right, damn it, if you're so good, come at me. If pure strength can't beat you, I'll use every trick I have. He explosively channeled mana into the blade, unleashing a destructive technique with a mad grin. Silent Assassin Sword, Black Orchid. Black Sword Chi spiraled toward Zwei like a storm of dark blades. But Zwei responded simply, swinging his hammer and scattering the waves as if they were mist. Zwei snarled with contempt, his face composed. Pathetic, is that all you've got? Jishar screamed and clashed his twin blades together. Of course not, now I'm truly getting started. From the darkness beneath, dense black chains erupted, wrapping tight around Zwei's giant hands and binding him in place. This was the Silent Assassin Sword, Heavenly Net. Zwei gritted his teeth, killing intent radiating like scorching heat. Do you really think this toy cobweb can hold me? Jishar stood on a trembling chain with a calculating smile. Of course it won't work on you. I never said it would stop you because you're not the real target. Zwei blinked in confusion. What? Jishar shot up into the sky. The chains not only tightened but began to yank, dragging along massive chunks of earth and rock caught in their links. Thousands of floating boulders formed a meteor shower aimed straight at Zwei's position. Zwei snarled in anger. You dare use such a cheap trick? A cataclysmic explosion swallowed Zwei within it. Elsewhere, the main character's battle had also come to an end. At his feet lay Tri, her body collapsed on the rubble. Both of her metallic claw arms had been severed at the elbows. Theo looked down at her, his voice low and commanding. I'll spare you for now, for I promise to return with spoils. But instead of fear, a strange expression crossed Tri's face. Behind her mask, she blushed slightly, seemingly forgetting her dire condition. You've definitely got hotter than before. May I swoon for you? Theo ignored her and turned away. Is Jishar's side still not finished? Zwei had now broken through the rubble and risen up, throwing the rocks aside as if they had no weight. Jishar immediately dove down from above at a deathly speed, aiming straight for the giant's helmet. A battle erupted again. Jishar assaulted frantically from every angle, but it didn't draw a drop of blood from the hulking man. Jishar gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, my strikes can't break that armor. At that moment, Theo suddenly lunged in, delivering a lightning-fast strike that sent Zwei's body flying. Theo slowly stepped up beside Jishar and nonchalantly said, I'm here to give you a hand. Jishar stared at Theo in displeasure. Brute, who gave you permission to interfere? He looked at the hero's dragonified state and cursed inwardly. Dragon transformation. He really is the chosen of the Ragna line, damn it. After thinking that, he loudly added, I'll settle this with you after the fight. Theo smirked, sensing his brother's killing intent. I'll be looking forward to it. He adjusted his grip on the sword, eyes locked on the smoke ahead. But first, let's clean up these traitors. Jishar grumbled, don't order me around. If you stay overconfident like that, you'll get yourself killed, because the opponent you're about to face is on a completely different level. The 3 most potent killing intents collided in the ravaged valley. Jishar took stance with twin blades, Theo tightened his grip on his sword, and in the smoke, Zwei waited silently. A new storm was about to sweep the battlefield. Thorkel sat upright in the saddle, his towering figure dominating the entire formation behind him. When Thorkel raised his voice, it ripped the silence with absolute authority. From this moment, by the laws of the great Ragna clan, we shall execute the arrest order for Theo Ragna on suspicion of treason. As the soldiers prepared to advance, Thorkel's expression hardened further. Theo, I truly don't believe you would betray the Ragna clan. But the clan's teachings and the house's laws are father's will. Defying the law is denying both the family and the lord. He tightened the reins and turned his horse toward the road ahead. Hesitation faded, replaced by duty. If he refuses to comply with the arrest, military law permits execution on the spot. Those words erased the last traces of doubt. I cannot allow this to continue. He drew a deep breath and bellowed, his roar echoing through the ranks. Black Iron Cavalry, follow me. Elsewhere at the camp center, the white dragonplate cavalry stood motionless in shock as the news spread. Young Master Theo is a traitor, another swung to the commander and panicked. Captain, is it true that young Master Theo betrayed us? Please say something. Evelyn bowed her head slightly, voice quieter than usual. Sorry, I don't have all the details either. Julia said coldly, prepared and ready to depart. She lifted her head, protesting in disbelief. Young Master Theo a traitor? That makes no sense. She stepped forward, gripping her weapon, and turned to Julius. Captain, you know him better than anyone. Why start this operation without questioning it? Julius met her gaze, unreadable. Evelyn, since when did the white dragonplate cavalry concern themselves with such matters? We simply trust our comrades as always. Without waiting for a reply, he shot into the sky, becoming a dark silhouette under the moon. Evelyn watched his figure go, his words echoing in her mind. Gradually, the doubt on her face faded, replaced by resolute determination. The captain is right, I trust young Master Theo. She turned to face the entire formation and raised her voice with authority. All, follow the captain. The response came immediately, yes. Shouts echoed across the mountains as each broad-winged wyvern surged into the sky. The night was filled with the sound of flapping wings as the white dragonplate cavalry advanced. Far from the scene, under the pale moonlight, Danterall stood silently watching the cavalry vanish at the horizon. His posture was still, but the tension in his body was plainly visible. Beside him, Aaron noticed the change and carefully spoke. Master, is something troubling you? Danterall's face darkened, his voice revealing irritation. This situation disgusts me, utterly disgusts me. Someone who broke an elder's arm just to protect his subordinates now proactively commands a pursuit for desertion. It's an absurd farce. Aaron murmured, if that's true then, Danterall cut her off. Exactly, they're secretly scheming something. He reached toward a nearby boulder, his fingers sank in as if it were clay. With a sudden force, the rock tore apart into pieces. There is no choice left, we cannot ignore what's happening. If so, I'll intervene personally. Cut back to the battlefield, Theo stood amid the lingering smoke and asked Jishar evenly, first, clear out these rebels. Jishar shot Theo an annoyed glance, don't order me. If you keep being so careless you'll get yourself killed, because the one you're about to face is completely different from those you've defeated before. Theo replied, no problem, just follow my plan. At that, Jishar's face darkened. I've made myself clear, don't boss me around. A violent lime-green mana burst erupted from Jishar's body, energy rippling into sharp waves that shook the surrounding air. He coldly warned, after I deal with that bastard, it'll be your turn, be patient and wait. Theo smiled faintly, well-deserved for a potential successor. I was worrying for nothing. Understood, I will wait silently. Jishar crouched, his hands tightening around the two sickles in preparation. Suddenly, his body shot into the air like a streak of lightning. Jishar moved, the next plunge was chaotic and overwhelming. His twin blades crossed as he executed the move, silent assassin sword, wraith slash. The sky darkened as hundreds of razor-sharp black energy blades materialized instantly, filling the air with a dense, deadly storm. They converged and descended like an unending rain, each strike aimed to tear through the giant's defense. Zui reacted without hesitation. He tilted his head slightly, emitted a low roar, and swung his massive hammer high. The first wave of dark blades was crushed on contact and vanished under the horrific force of the blow, but the storm did not cease. Every blade from Jishar was sucked into the vortex and destroyed before it reached the armor. When the whirlwind dissipated, the battlefield fell back into ruined silence. Dust drifted slowly in the air. Zui remained standing in place. His red sensor eyes narrowed as they focused on Jishar. All right, now it's my turn. Zui lunged forward, his colossal frame closed the distance in an instant, speed completely belied by his size. Jishar widened his eyes trying to track the movement. He's that fast despite his massive body. Instinctive reaction, Jishar swung his sword to defend. Meeting his attack head-on would be too risky. However, if you only dodge blindly, you'll never win. An opening will surely appear. The moment he loses momentum from missing my strike, I'll deliver the finishing blow. No sooner had the thought finished than Zui smashed Jishar's weapon to pieces. He grinned cockily and taunted, "Looks like you don't have any chance left to pull those cheap little tricks." Jishar glared at him in fury and replied, "You only broke one weapon and you're already pleased with yourself." Behind them, Theo watched everything calmly. "Seems this will take longer than expected. In the meantime, I'll interrogate this captured PH letter 1E5NG Kong." Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out and made him start and turn. "Oh, observing up close really is marvelous, isn't it? This is a continuous lightning conduction structure from the speed guardian into the sword array to shackle the prey. Moreover, the sword array bars resonate with each other to amplify the chains, truly a clever creation." "When did this guy show up here?" Theo squinted, judging silently. Given the situation, he must also be a PH letter 1E5NG Kong. Seeing that he could sense it, this was no longer about strength or weakness. The number 1C letter 1EEDU PH letter 1E5NG Kong glanced at him and said, "Pleasure to meet you, Theo Ragna." The mana radiating from him was terrifying and unnaturally overwhelming. On this side, Ain continued, "No wonder it's called dragon transformation. With only 3 parts of the black dragon's power, you can't contend with it." Hearing that, Theo asked, 3 parts of the black dragon's power, what do you mean by that?" Ain declared, "Exactly as you heard. It's the revamp project I've been pouring my research into." The C letter 1EEDU PH letter 1E5NG Kong project was created to counter the Ragna family's C letter 1EEDU long. That number represents the degree of completion of the experimental specimens in this research. Or in other words, experiment specimen number 8 possesses power equivalent to 3 parts of the black dragon. That you defeated her proves you far surpassed that 3-part threshold. Theo smiled and jeeringly taunted, "Only 3 parts. With that little energy, she still dared to recklessly challenge the Ragna family." Ain said nothing and quickly produced a vial of dark red fluid, which he threw and drove straight into Tri's neck, causing her agony. She thrashed and screamed, begging, "Wait, please stop, I beg you. Just remove this and I can keep fighting." But before the words finished, her body grotesquely swelled in agonizing distortion. Why is this happening? A moment later, a sickening explosion rang out across the snowy expanse, blanketing the area in a heap of flesh and blood. Theo watched the scene and calculated inwardly, was the blast caused by mana backflow? This was a technique upgraded from reverse flow blood fury. Ain went on to explain that just now was a specimen carrying 4 parts of the black dragon's power. A force approaching the original C letter 1EEDU long has already reached perfection, but as you've seen, creating a body capable of withstanding that energy is an enormous challenge. He unexpectedly reached toward Theo and made an offer, "So join our side, Theo Ragna. If we combine your physiology with my technology, the seat of head of the Ragna clan will surely be yours. Then surpassing Kai Ragna will no longer be a distant dream." No sooner had the words left his mouth than something was hurled at Ain, causing an explosion behind him. It was Zui. His body was knocked away by Jishar like a stone shattered by a blow. Jishar laughed loudly in excitement. You PH letter 1E5NG Kong lot aren't as special as I thought." Ain stepped up beside Zui and said, "Looking at his state now, I truly have no excuse." "Then let the experiment end here. Don't lie there, get up and finish cleaning this battlefield." A strange orb of mana enveloped the giant. His strength was restored, his wounds vanished swiftly, and his power even surged many times over. Jishar's face went pale at once. "What? He can recover?" In just 1,000th of a second, his tentacle shot forward, coiling and twisting on an unpredictable trajectory, easily skewering Jishar's belly and lifting him into the air. The pain shot straight to his mind, knocking Jishar unconscious instantly. He spat blood from the severe wound. Ain looked at the stunned Theo and continued, "Originally my goal was to eliminate you and seize the ancient dragon's power, but for now I'm satisfied with this result and will withdraw." Theo squinted in bewilderment. Unbelievable. Even exhausted, how could he so easily take down Jishar like that? Ain's voice suddenly shifted. "It seems some unexpected guests have just arrived as well." He followed Jishar and murmured a farewell. "About my offer to cooperate, think it over carefully." From behind came the thunder of hooves. Thorkel was charging in with a sharp spear in hand. With a powerful broad leap, Thorkel and his mount shot forward like a drill, piercing anything in their path. However, Ain quickly vanished into thin air, leaving a promise. I look forward to our next meeting, Theo Ragna. He roared in anger, "Stop right there, bastard." But all effort was in vain. What remained was a haze of dust from Thorkel's strike and a long crack torn across the ground. He had escaped. Theo sprinted forward and shouted, "Captain Thorkel, you arrived at the right time, order the pursuit at once." But the only reply was a cold statement, "Theo Ragna, I hereby place you under arrest for treason." The shattered valley grew more crowded. Commander Thorkel and the black-armored cavalry surrounded the lone figure of Theo Ragna. The heavy flapping of wings broke the tense silence of the arrest. The white dragonplate cavalry descended from above. Giant wyverns landed on the opposite side of the crater. A blonde member, face strained with worry, shouted, "Captain." He whispered anxiously as he looked at Thorkel facing the exhausted Theo, "Is this really okay?" From the rim of the snowy plateau, Ancio and Danaral appeared. Ancio scanned the blood-streaked snow and frowned. "I don't see Jishar anywhere," she thought to herself. Could it be? Danaral clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Ancio, what's going on?" Ancio replied, her expression still grim. "It seems the intervention of the C letter 1EEDU PH letter 1E5NG Kong has complicated things." She looked down into the giant crater where the battle had taken place. "I don't think Jishar is dead, but in the worst case." At the mere suggestion that Jishar might have failed, a dark, cruel smile spread across Danharal's lips. That possibility seemed to please him more than worry him. The sharp, malevolent grin broadened on his face. "If that's the case, all the better. I'll use this chance to crush that arrogant brat." Thorkel sat motionless like an iron statue atop his horse, his voice solemn as law. "I declare you under arrest for treason." Before Theo could answer, Dantaral stepped forward, murderous intent pouring out. "Arrested during wartime, he should be executed on the spot. Jishar and Ancio both witnessed your treason." His voice was icy. "If you have any justification, speak it now." Theo remained unflinching, eyes resolute. "I can explain everything, but right now there's something more important." Dantaral's hand began to glow with chaotic dark energy. "More important." Suddenly Dantaral's momentum exploded. He hovered above Theo, eyes blazing red like burning coals. "In this situation, what could be more important than your treason?" But the blow never landed. In an instant, Julius leapt forward, seized Dantaral's wrist, and thwarted his scheme. "Don't spin vague tales to pin this on him. We still have the corpse of a C letter 1EED PH letter 1E5NG Kong that Theo killed." Both of their gazes flicked to Tri's twisted, cold body lying in the snow. Dantaral remained unflinching. He looked at the corpse, then sneered at Julius. "You think that's enough evidence?" Julius tightened his grip, the sound of skin and muscle straining audible. "If you fabricate any more, you'll end up like the Grand Elder." Dantaral's face darkened, red murderous mana beginning to radiate from his body. "I see nothing unreasonable in my stance, but if you think you can stand against me, try it." Before swords were drawn and things escalated, Theo Ragna shouted between them, "Stop at once. We don't have time for this." 2C letter 1EEDU PH letter 1E5NG Kong from Troyven severely wounded Jishar and abducted him. We must pursue them immediately. Ancio stood frozen, eyes wide as Theo's words sank in. "Isn't that more urgent?" Behind her, the white dragonplate cavalry erupted in murmurs. "Theo killed a C letter 1EEDU PH letter 1E5NG Kong, so he isn't necessarily a traitor." Hankus frowned and argued, "Really, taking off your uniform is treason? Ridiculous." Evelyn shook her head in agreement. "It's just a pretext." Theo turned to the assembled forces, serious and resolute. "I will answer all charges of treason in court. A clan heir has been kidnapped. We must rescue Jishar first." Evelyn looked at him, a quiet realization forming. He's right, the treason charge is political maneuvering. Her gaze flicked to Ba Long. "I'm sure Ba Long cares for his disciple more than politics. Even someone like him would want to rescue Jishar first." Her thought was cut off as Dantaral's aura suddenly flared, murderous intent soaring, his face twisted in fury. pure nonsense. Ancio and Theo looked up, stunned, at Ba Long's face contorted with anger. Dantaral ground his teeth, voice low and dangerous. Jishar fell into their hands, you're full of words. He pressed his blazing eye close to Theo and snarled, enough talk, prove your innocence. If you can't, you'll be executed on the spot. In response, a surge of chaotic energy began to blaze out from Theo's body. Dantaral's smile turned savage. Why so quiet? Have you given up and accepted death? Theo's gaze remained fixed on Ba Long. Think whatever you wish. Suddenly, a blinding burst of mana erupted, sending Dantaral's arm flying. Theo's form shifted. He turned to Dantaral, eyes cold and determined. For me, rescuing a Ragna warrior is far more important than proving my innocence. The transformation froze everyone. Thorkel sat on his horse, astonished at the power Theo had just awakened. The entire white dragonplate cavalry could only watch in horrified silence as his draconic form revealed itself. While we waste time fighting here, the window to rescue Jishar is closing. He fixed a sharp look on Ba Long and demanded, may I ask you one thing, will you protect the Ragna clan, or are you so thirsty for the throne that you're willing to abandon your disciple? Danaral's face twisted with pure fury. He ground his teeth and growled from his throat, what, that damned brat. But his roar was instantly drowned out. Theo's mana erupted. A brilliant column of blue energy shot straight into the sky, forming a violent vortex of wind and light that made everyone shield their eyes. Julius watched the sight with a proud, astonished smile. Theo, that is. The whole battlefield bathed in a magical blue light, swirling as if folding space. The elders and hardened soldiers stood stunned, mouths agape as they felt the crushing pressure. The ground began to quake from the center of the blue flame. A mysterious black dragon foot stamped down hard on the earth. Julius threw back his head and laughed loudly, his eerie grin widening. Ha ha, so he wasn't bluffing about coming back with a surprise. Evelyn stood behind him, whispering, trembling, impossible. A pair of giant feathered wings tore through the mist, followed by the heavy breath of an ancient beast. Thorkel's soldiers stood like statues, their faces drained of blood. Hencus nearly wept, his voice trembling with fervor. Heir of the legendary dragon Destiny will guide the Ragna clan. Across the way, the elder completely lost his composure. His jaw dropped in a silent, horrified scream. No, it can't be, he bellowed. How could a mongrel like him summon such guardian dragons? The swirling mana condensed into the shape of a great crimson dragon, griffin majestic. Ancient divine dragons all stood in absolute loyalty behind Theo. Griffin narrowed his eyes and smiled at him. Ha, you intend to use us, you used Nirvana to imitate an impressive sealed zone. But the guardian dragon looked down at Theo. With your current power, you can only summon our illusions. Without real bodies, we cannot fight him. Theo remained unfazed and explained, I never intended to fight Ba Long in the first place. He turned to the sea of soldiers, eyes sharp and calculating. I only need to silence him right now and sway public opinion to my side. He looked at the 4 guardian dragons glittering in blue mana. Nothing would be more effective for that than you. The effect was immediate. The black-armored cavalry stared at the legendary beasts in amazement. He truly is a descendant of the legendary dragons. You can summon guardian dragons. Theo Ragna is the legendary protector of Ragna. Destiny guides the clan. Suddenly the valley erupted in cheers, hundreds of hands raised to the sky as loyalties shifted completely. Theo Ragna is the true heir of the dragons. The heir of the ancient dragons would never betray Ragna. We should have known when he prioritized rescuing Jishar. Theo looked at the ranks of black-armored cavalry, a sharp smile spreading on his lips. Good, the tide has turned. Now it won't be hard to persuade them to go rescue Jishar. But then Dantaral's roar tore through the air, immediately cutting off the cheers. Nonsense. Ba Long lunged forward, his fist clenched, carrying the weight of a falling star. As the punch descended, Theo's Nirvana area shattered. The brilliant mana cracked into sharp fragments, and the guardian dragons dissolved into nothingness. Theo looked through the settling dust, eyes narrowed coldly as he faced the monster before him. Behind him, the soldiers turned pale with terror. He dared attack the guardian. Danteral stood amid the thinning mist, his dark, oppressive silhouette. You reckless, arrogant brat, you think summoning a few illusionary lizards can erase your treason. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping the trembling soldiers with contempt. You're all the same, you miserable vermin. It's because you believe in those legends like a bunch of foolish children that you were deceived by those stupid illusions. The heir of the Dragon Clan summons guardians. How can you still babble that nonsense? Suddenly Ba Long's voice cut off abruptly. The air around him changed drastically, growing thick with absolute silence. As he looked across the shattered valley, he saw hundreds of eyes locked on him. They no longer looked at him with fear, they looked at him with a single, unanimous hatred. Thorkel stood motionless, teeth clenched so hard his jaw muscles stood out. The elder's voice rolled like low thunder as he condemned the blasphemy. Lizards, how dare he call the guardians lizards? Julius stepped forward, his eyes blazing red as he stared at Danteral. You've crossed the line, Ba Long. Theo closed his eyes for a brief second, a triumphant smile tugging at his lips. Thank you, Ba Long. You've just made everything a lot easier. An oppressive silence fell over the valley, weighing down every soldier and commander. At its center, Theo Ragna stood silently watching Ba Long's authority crumble with a cold smile. He's dug his own grave. Ba Long also clearly realized the soldiers were horrified by his contempt for Ragna's sacred legends. Even if those were his true thoughts, voicing them in front of everyone had destroyed everything. Danteral clenched his jaw and thought, those damned Ragna, what a cursed legend. His gaze flicked to Julius and the Grand Elder, both looking at him with deadly intent. He understood his political position was slipping. But instead of retreating, a desperate resolve seized him. Danteral's eyes burned as he snapped forward. Fine, then try me. Before anyone could react, Danteral's mana violently erupted, a beam of crimson energy launching forward with a blazing fist. If those legends are so grand, you won't be defeated by an attack like this. The ferocity of the blow shattered the fragile tension on the battlefield. Theo's eyes widened in shock. Clearly, he hadn't prepared for such a dire turn. At that same instant, the air abruptly shattered beneath Danteral's torrent of red mana. The torrent of energy rolled like a tsunami, snuffing out light and forcing the black-armored cavalry to their knees, bodies trembling under the dreadful pressure. A soldier gasped, "What is this energy?" But before Danteral's fist could reach its target, the sky seemed to explode. A blinding column of blue-red light tore the air apart and slammed into the ground between the two with terrifying force. The impact shoved both Danteral and Theo back, the shockwave sweeping through the valley. As the dust cleared, time seemed to slow. A primal chill ran down Danteral's spine. Theo, Julius, and Thorkel fixed their eyes on the source of that horrific power. I told you to take the enemy's head, yet you point your swords at each other's throats. In the center of the enormous crater, a legendary greatsword was plunged deep into the ground, radiating unmistakable presence. As cracks spread across the earth, the mana around it twisted unnaturally. The red energy did not dissipate but condensed and transformed into a towering silhouette behind the sword. That mass of energy gradually solidified, taking the majestic form of the Ragna Patriarch. His lone presence made the entire battlefield suffocate. Eyes like glowing embers swept the chaos before him. How can I entrust the battlefield to you like this? The reaction was immediate and absolute. All the soldiers and senior captains fell to their knees as if crushed by an invisible mountain. They cried out in unison, "Hail the clan lord." Julius bowed his head slightly and said, "My apologies, clan lord." Danteral writhed under the overwhelming pressure, his voice trembling but stubborn. "This isn't a civil war, I'm just trying to execute a traitor. Please look at Theo Ragna's condition. He's wearing the enemy's clothes and tarnishing Ragna's honor. Please allow me to execute him immediately." The clan lord's gaze slowly shifted to Danteral. The air seemed to thicken as his expression darkened. His voice dropped a terrifying growl, a dog that doesn't know its place, daring to decide who to bite in front of its master. In the next moment, the pressure increased, cracking the ground beneath Danteral's feet. His body was forced down into a kneeling position, his resistance crushed instantly. The clan lord stood motionless in the valley. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a suffocating weight that pressed on every soul present. "Someone explain to me, why are you causing a disturbance here?" Thorkel bowed lower and spoke softly. "I am Thorkel Ragna, commander of the Black Armored Cavalry. Forgive my disrespect, but the fourth heir candidate, Jishar Ragna, was abducted in the battle with Troyven. Instead of arguing petty rights and wrongs, please permit an immediate pursuit team." Theo observed everything in silence, a sharp glint in his eyes as he assessed the situation. Danharal stood stiff nearby, grinding his teeth so hard his jaw bulged. "Thorkel, you've always been ruled by trivial emotions." Without warning, the atmosphere shifted again. The clan lord's might burst forth fiercely, tinting the snowy air with a stifling red. His gaze fell on Thorkel, cold eyes like glowing coals, commander of the Black Armored Cavalry. "Surely you know the law of the strong, the defeated must die." "Yes." The impact of that remark struck both Thorkel and Theo immediately, hardening their faces in shock. But Thorkel's restraint finally shattered. He shouted up with fierce conviction, "Before he was a defeated man, Jishar was my brother. How can we speak of clan honor while abandoning our own blood?" The clan lord's response came at once, cutting through emotion like a blade. "You misunderstand." His voice lowered. "Worse, the clan is not a place for your family theatrics." Thorkel was silenced under that weight, his eyes wide as the image of the towering clan lord reflected in them. Suddenly, Theo interjected into the tense moment. "No, we must still rescue him, not because he's kin." He paused a beat to redirect the argument. "If we don't rescue Jishar now, we won't just lose an heir candidate, we will lose the Ragna clan's honor and the fear it inspires." He turned his gaze outward to the soldiers and shouted, "To those who dare touch a Ragna warrior without permission, we must sow in them a terror far worse than death. So they never dare repeat it, so they never dare reach for our position again." Hearing that only made Dantaral boil over. All rhetoric, the most important issue now is the treason allegation. But his objection was cut off immediately when the clan lord uttered one word: silence. The clan lord's hand slowly closed around the hilt of the legendary sword. He murmured softly, "Ragna's honor is it." He began a step forward, his great cloak trailing on the snow as he approached Theo. He stopped right in front of him, the tip of the blade hovering near the ground. His eyes burned brightly, studying the conviction of the one who dared speak. He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt slightly and said, "You speak as if you have become the clan lord." Then a sharp metallic sound rang out as he sheathed the sword instead of swinging it. A small smile appeared on his lips as he added, "An interesting answer. That's not a refusal but an acceptance." Theo stood still, sweat beading on his brow as he processed the sudden change. The clan lord turned, his cloak billowing behind him as his voice rang across the battlefield. "Everyone here is now a rescue unit. Quickly retrieve Jishar Ragna from the enemy." His decision was final and indisputable. "Yes, clan lord." The shout shook the valley as they moved into action. Amid the moving crowd, the clan lord halted and glanced toward him. "Theo, you have something to say to this father of the clan." Theo froze for a brief moment. In the distance, Thorkel rode his horse and looked back one last time at the two figures standing at the center of Ragna's power. His expression was unreadable as he turned away to carry out the order. Far from the battlefield, in a dark and grotesque cathedral, the atmosphere shifted completely. Eid tightened his grip on Ain's throat and lifted him easily off the ground. Ain struggled, his voice breaking in panic. "Young master, I'm sorry." Eid's eyes burned with murderous intent. "Didn't I tell you clearly? Bring the relic and Theo back to resurrect the mad dragon emperor, and yet you let both escape and came back alive." Behind him, the massive form of Zwei was forced to bow. "Spare me, young master. Through my negligence, Ragna's main force burst in." Ain still hung suspended in Eid's crushed hand, trying to focus his dimming sight. "Theo is too valuable to discard so easily. I have no excuse, but I brought back a substitute." His trembling, weak hand pointed toward the ground where Jishar Ragna lay unconscious. Eid's face twisted instantly, rage overwhelming reason when he saw the substitute. With a growl from his throat, he hurled Ain toward Zwei with terrifying force. Have you forgotten the resurrection ritual requires a primordial dragon relic? The body of a Ragna clan member alone is useless. From the shadows, the priest stepped out cautiously. Not the best, but can't we use another relic? Eid didn't even look up as he replied coldly, You mean the azure dragon living sword? It's the highest quality relic among the few weapon-shaped relics. The Mad Dragon Emperor will need it to fight Kyle. We cannot use it for the resurrection ritual. The priest clicked his tongue in annoyance and muttered under his breath, Then you should have brought a more suitable sacrificial item. What did you say? Any argument was abruptly cut off by hurried footsteps. A soldier rushed in, dropped to his knees, and shouted in panic, Clan Lord, Ragna's main force is attacking us. His voice trembled as he continued, gasping, They are rapidly pushing back the front lines to rescue their heir candidate. Those words hit Eid like a tidal wave. His composure wavered for the first time. What? Ragna is pushing back the front just to rescue a prisoner. His mind spun as he tried to reconcile this with everything he knew. He could not understand why Ragna would abandon its own doctrine for a single individual. A wet, rasping cough broke the silence as Jishar, lying in his pool of blood, forced out a crooked laugh. Ha ha, you stupid bastard, do you know who I am to dare kidnap me here? His gaze shifted to the entrance as he sensed forces approaching and with peculiar certainty added, Damn, I knew you'd come. These minnows, once my master arrives. Meanwhile, Eid looked at him and guessed, could this be the pre-selected heir candidate? The priest grew increasingly uneasy and muttered, Oh heavens, they're about to find this place. Our holy demonic church's ward only conceals so much. If we withdraw, preparing the ritual again will take a very long time. Because the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor can only be performed in the north, Eid's patience completely shattered as he roared, I know, shut up. His voice cut through the tense air as he looked to the horizon, sweat beating at his temple. He muttered to himself, If we retreat now, who knows when we'll be able to set foot here again. I cannot delay the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor any longer. The decision formed in that very moment. Turning his back on Jishar, Eid ordered without hesitation, Bring Jishar and come with me. We will sacrifice him along with the azure dragon living sword. At once, my lord. Jishar panicked and screamed, Wait, but his words were cut off as strands of mana tightened around his throat and limbs, dragging him helplessly. Hurry, we'll complete the ritual before Ragna breaks in. The priest smiled in satisfaction, his voice carrying a sinister contentment. A very wise decision. The ritual began immediately. The azure dragon living sword was lifted from its bindings. Strange living tendrils of mana unfurled, coiling around Jishar's body and suspending him before the mass of flesh. Eid stood at the foot of the altar, his eyes burning with a purple light as he declared, Today here. By the blood of Ragna and the primordial dragon relic, the Mad Dragon Emperor will be reborn. A blazing red crack suddenly tore open the space right in the middle of the arena. The fissure kept widening, looking like a gigantic eye inspecting the whole world. In the blink of an eye, Theo found himself standing on a ruined land floating in the void, and he exclaimed in astonishment. Kyle nonchalantly explained that this was a time-space rift, an ideal place for him and his son to have a private conversation. Even Lodbrok inside Theo's mind froze. She realized this truly was a realm beyond all rules of space and time. She shivered, wondering if this could still be called swordsmanship, while Theo began to see his father as absurdly powerful. Looking at his father's back, Theo thought silently that however you looked at it, this man had surpassed the level of ordinary humanity. Kyle suddenly turned and asked if Theo had finished his chatter, as if he plainly knew Theo was communicating with the spirit in his head. He asserted that he had brought him here for a private discussion, and he would not allow any ancient spirits to interfere. Vlong, Kyle called Lodbrok's identity directly in a tone cold enough to cut to the bone. Immediately, the Thunder Gate alarm was forcibly shut down, completely cutting off the connection between Lodbrok and Theo. Lodbrok was thrown back. She clutched her head, sweating profusely, not expecting that this old man could be a monster capable of interfering with her power. Theo was stunned that his father could even block the Thunder Gate. He wondered just how far his vision truly reached. Kyle fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere grew viscous and heavy with pressure. Then he suddenly asked a question that stunned Theo. Have you ever hated me? Theo froze at the blunt question. His eyes clearly showed his inner turmoil. Kyle went on to list his mistakes, from abandoning him and his mother for so many years, to allowing the clan's brothers to slaughter one another under the banner of the law of the strong. Theo looked up at his father, as if trying to digest all these bitter confessions. He remained silent, not rushing to respond, but calmly continuing to listen. Amid the desolate, shattered space, father and son stood facing each other in a prolonged silence. Kyle laughed with satisfaction at Theo's honesty, since he showed no panic or attempt to deny reality. He began to expound that once one is the head of House Ragnar, one must never look at anything except the absolute power necessary to maintain the world's order. Kyle affirmed that this was the belief he used to protect this land, for House Ragnar bore the duty of guarding the world. He explained further that he wasn't merely hunting reincarnators, but actually cleaning out the rats causing chaos in the clan. In the shards of memory, the crazed face of the tyrant dragon emperor, Kyle's father, appeared hauntingly. Kyle admitted he had personally slain his father when he went mad, accepting blood on his hands to protect the common home. He closed his eyes, as if recalling all the purges carried out to keep this world peaceful. Suddenly, a massive magic circle flared behind Kyle. He confessed he had grown too powerful for this world. Theo recognized immediately that it was the call of the Pantheon, the place for entities that have surpassed mortal limits. Kyle stood tall within the halo, emanating an existence that seemed to have reached the threshold of divinity. Golden chains poured down from the void, beginning to encircle the family head's body. He explained that once one's power exceeds the human realm, a call from the Pantheon will continuously pull him away from this world to join a greater battlefield. Kyle clenched the chain, saying he could not simply abandon the clan behind to pursue glory for himself. And that was why he decided to seal his own power. He revealed a bitter truth: the more power he displayed, the tighter these chains of fate would bind him. Theo listened intently as Kyle said that fear was necessary to keep the clan from collapsing even when he could not draw his sword. Standing alone in the endless dimension, Kyle admitted he had to become a monster to protect this place. His eyes glowed in the dark as he issued a challenge. Theo, do you have the strength to break these chains? Theo did not waver. A confident smile slowly appeared on his face at his father's grand challenge. Theo pondered, admitting he wasn't sure whether the path he was taking was the right answer. But the two roads his father had abandoned, the clan and the call of the Pantheon. At that moment, he activated Nirvana to expand his mind, a technique that steadied his spirit under his father's immense pressure. He declared loudly that he would take on everything in his father's stead. By becoming a head of the family, surpassing even him, Theo looked his father in the eye with iron resolve. Kyle suddenly laughed heartily at the unbelievable arrogance of the son he once underestimated. He realized Theo's answer had always been consistent, and so he decided to delay his departure for a while longer. Kyle's gaze turned sharp. He wanted to see whether this was mere talk or a truth that could shake fate. The incumbent head smiled, declaring he would use his own eyes to witness his son shoulder the weapon of destiny. Prove it, Theo. Prove you are worthy to be the master of House Ragnar. Meanwhile, in the north, the cavalry moved at high speed but found no sign of the Troyvan Legion. They began to worry as they had gone well beyond the map's range without encountering the enemy's main camp. The captain suddenly ordered the entire force to halt when he realized something wrong was unfolding before them. He blamed himself for not noticing the anomaly sooner, as the surrounding atmosphere had abruptly shifted. The other knights stood aghast, staring at the snow-covered cliffs that lay eerily silent. A swirl of pitch-black energy appeared in the sky, signaling the presence of some dark sorcery. The captain, terrified, realized this was an illusionary barrier created by the dark cult to blind them. The entire unit froze before a newly revealed barrier of blazing red energy, which broke the white snow camouflage. They looked up at a grotesque structure covered in blood and flesh, a horrifying sight amid the white snow. The squad, enraged, realized the damned Troivens had colluded with the dark cult to perform an evil ritual here. At that time, the forensics team began announcing identification results from the horrific wreckage. The figure lying among the mass of flesh was confirmed to be Lord Gisard Ragnar, a noble member of the clan. A member of the unit couldn't believe her ears. She screamed in despair, refusing to accept that Gisard was dead. Despite the forensics team's request to preserve the scene, another knight lost control and rushed into the wreckage. She brandished her sword, threatening anyone who tried to stop her from reaching her comrade's body. Her eyes full of hatred, she was ready to kill anyone who dared stand in her way now. Gisard's corpse lay there motionless amid masses of red flesh that looked like grotesque blood flowers. A cavalry member collapsed beside him, calling Gisard's name in vain with heartrending pain. Based on the remaining energy, the captain in sunglasses judged that he had only recently died. The armored cavalry captain advised her not to blame herself too harshly, since her unit had done everything it could. He looked toward the sacrificial altar and declared with certainty that this was evidence of a dark cult resurrection ritual. His expression grew grave as he noticed residual energies from ancient relics concentrating here. The scene ahead was horrifying, blood-stained pillars and the presence of an entity not belonging to the realm of the living. The unit member kept crying, regretting that if they had arrived sooner they might have saved Gisard. Tears streamed down the face of one of the bravest female warriors. The captain coldly ordered her to be silent so he could concentrate on the dire situation. Above, the silhouette of a madman began to take shape with a bizarre smile. He bared sharp fangs, an unmistakable sign of utter madness. It was the tyrant dragon emperor, newly resurrected, mocking the punks who had succeeded in the ritual. Meanwhile, in another space, Kyle Ragnar suddenly felt a familiar murderous aura and shuddered. Both Kyle and Theo froze. They sensed an extremely terrifying presence had just arisen. Kyle muttered in disgust, realizing that even though that one had been beheaded by his own son, he continued to cause trouble even after death. Standing amid the trembling arena, Theo clearly felt a horrific shift in the atmosphere. Kyle looked deep into his son's eyes and asked if he still remembered his arrogant words. Theo answered decisively, "Yes, father." Challenges always arrive sooner than expected, Kyle warned, implying Theo's declaration would soon be tested. The resurrection of the tyrant dragon emperor had become reality, ushering in a new dark chapter for House Ragnar. The entire continent trembled as Troiven formally declared war, but their true purpose was far more insane. It was to perform the evil ritual to resurrect the tyrant dragon emperor, the brutal former head of House Ragnar. Ragnar did not publicly confirm it, but the gruesome traces at the altar suggested the ritual had apparently succeeded. To stop that old monster's power, Ragnar immediately concentrated all forces into an all-out attack as the continent's strongest. Everywhere lay desolation, with tattered flags of the defeated army. Troivan forces suffered consecutive defeats, losing territories and being driven into a corner. Yet behind this swift victory lurked a baffling abnormality. At the main camp, a member of the 9 Dragons slammed the table in anger after a month of no sign of the tyrant dragon emperor. The whole council fell tense as everyone realized the enemy was retreating too easily instead of playing their trump card. They would rather abandon land than show themselves, clearly plotting an even bigger trap. A scar-faced man sneered, thinking everyone was overreacting about an old man long dead. To him, even if the tyrant dragon emperor truly returned, he wouldn't amount to much against their current power. He only cared about the immediate result. Our troops were slaughtering the enemy mercilessly. The female mage across from him stared coldly and bluntly called that a very narrow-minded view. She found him ridiculous for failing to recognize the danger in that name. She warned that the tyrant dragon emperor's specialty was mind manipulation, able to make Ragnar collapse from within without sword or spear. Rumors of infiltrators were beginning to kindle suspicion among the 9 Dragons members. The scar-faced man snapped back immediately, telling her to mind her weak daughter instead of slandering others behind their backs. A slam of a hand on the table ended the pointless quarrel. The masked warrior spoke to reassure them, asserting that no matter what happened, Ragnar still held a sure victory. By raising Troyven's capital, all concerns about that name would be reduced to ash. There was now only one path left to resolve everything. That was to march straight into the enemy's final stronghold with a murderous smile. At the camp, soldiers bustled preparing for the decisive battle under the late afternoon sun. The plan was set: in 3 days they would topple Troyven's capital and end the war forever. Ragnar warriors strode confidently through the camp, each heart eager. Some soldiers began joking to lighten the tense mood, longing to return home for celebrations. Erin was pouting after being teased about the dress her mother sewed, though her face was so stern it was frightening. Selford panicked and flattered to cover it up, prompting his comrades to jeer with delight. Theo stood apart watching the lively scene with a solemn expression, feeling out of place amid the shared joy. He couldn't feel happy when this victory came far too easily compared to what he remembered in his past life. In his memory, this war should have broken out 5 years from now. Could the early timing mean the enemy hadn't yet accumulated enough strength? But Theo's intuition told him things weren't that simple. Why would Troyven bother to resurrect the tyrant dragon emperor if they didn't intend to use him? Theo's gaze hardened as he realized he had altered the future far more than the original trajectory. When everything goes too smoothly, unforeseen variables will surely appear. He knew he had definitely missed something. Lost in thought, Theo was startled when Thorkel suddenly appeared behind him. Thorkel had also noticed the oddness of Troyven's rapid withdrawal and wanted to hear his younger brother's opinion. He suddenly scowled and pressed, asking if Theo was the traitor worried for the enemy. Seeing Theo's pale face, Thorkel laughed and patted his shoulder. Turns out he was teasing to ease pressure before the big battle. He told Theo not to worry so much and thanked him for the help he'd given before. Despite another brother's fall, Thorkel still believed that was not enough to shake an empire like House Ragnar. As long as House Ragnar maintained unity and consensus, he believed there would be no division or defeat. Thorkel laughed heartily, convinced that House Ragnar would never collapse. Suddenly he grew serious, wanting to ask Theo something extremely important. Thorkel grabbed Theo's shoulder, his expression full of solemnity. He wanted to know deep down what Theo's vision of an ideal House Ragnar was like, and he reminded him that Theo had done his best to save their brother Gishar. Thorkel, you don't want Ragnar to be an empire of brutality and oppression. Though it sounds naive, he has always yearned for a Ragnar that is radically different from the present. Not an order built on the weak fearing the strong, but a place where every member can trust one another enough to literally entrust their backs to their comrades. Hearing that, Theo nodded inwardly, thinking it truly was a wonderful answer. Thorkel advised Theo to rest well, since the whole army would officially march out in 3 days. He gave Theo a slight smile. Though a rival for the family head position, in Thorkel's eyes Theo remained a trustworthy younger brother. Theo realized Thorkel was also pursuing the same goal he had in his previous life. He would certainly be an extremely solid ally once everything was over. About to leave, Theo was called back by Hulkus. Hulkus eagerly proposed a one-on-one bout to unwind after a month straight on the battlefield. But Theo apologized, postponing it for another time because he had urgent business to attend to. He left Hulkus standing there with a look of regret. Theo decided to leave the camp alone on his mount to scout and see if any other variables might affect the future. He silently admired Thorkel's frankness, an older brother he truly did not want to have to oppose. Arriving at the bank of a raging snow-fed river, Theo's gaze suddenly caught something unusual. He was briefly surprised to see a small figure struggling in the current. It was a thin old man, trembling as he tried to cross the icy river with a wooden staff. The freezing water poured violently, as if ready to swallow the frail body at any moment. The old man slipped in panic, seemingly without hope. Fortunately, a strong hand grabbed his in time, pulling him out of danger by a hair. Theo advised him to turn back and take the bridge, since the current here was too strong for an old man. The old man's astonishment was obvious when he saw his rescuer was a famed Ragnar warrior. Theo kindly asked if he had a reason to risk himself like this. The old man's eyes filled with sadness as he explained that his sick grandchild was waiting for medicine across the river. Seeing the sweat and genuine worry on the old man's face, compassion rose in Theo. He couldn't just leave him. Without hesitation, Theo told the old man to climb onto his back so he could carry him across. The old man was embarrassed, unable to believe such devoted help from a noble. Theo steadily took each step through the torrent, carrying the old man on his shoulders with great care. On Theo's back, the old man was moved, saying that if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. He silently praised Theo, assuming the young man had a very warm family. Hearing the words family, the old man's face suddenly grew oddly contemplative. He murmured, asking what family really meant. He asked whether family was simply people sharing warmth like this. The question made Theo pause for a beat. In the murky darkness, an entity with blazing murderous intent appeared. A cold voice declared that he was mistaken. A red, raging killing aura engulfed the space, signaling a horrifying truth about to be revealed. House Ragnar was never a place for warm family games. Theo's expression fell at the mention of the word family. He said coldly that he did not know what family truly was. Hearing that, the old man narrowed his eyes at him from behind, his gaze taking on an unpredictably demonic air. His tone changed as he suggested inviting you to his home for dinner as thanks for your kindness. His house is just across the river. Seeing Theo hesitate, the old man smiled kindly and told him not to worry. Theo smiled faintly and agreed, unaware of the trap closing in. But when the old man's gaunt hand touched Theo's shoulder, the air grew bone-chillingly cold. The old man whispered praises about how sturdy and warm Theo's back was, but then his voice turned eerie. He asked why from that warm back he only heard the icy whistle of death. A disgusting red-black murderous aura began to envelop them both. The old man's eyes flared red with malice. He laughed maniacally, claiming that what made a person was a warm heart, something a Ragnar warrior like Theo would be fascinating to taste. The old man's laughter turned grotesque. He licked his lips ravenously as if he'd found a delectable prey. Then, he began in a mysterious way. Under the encompassing darkness and the icy water, their silhouettes reflected on the river like an omen of death. The old man coldly ordered, "Come with me." What followed promised an inevitable confrontation between Theo and this mysterious entity. Our destination this time is the demonic sea border forest to the north, the domain of House Ragnar. Amid the snow-blanketed night, the mysterious, haunted castle suddenly emerged beyond the magical barrier. Only at midnight, when the barrier was weakest, did this refuge reveal its true form. This was the residence of the former family head, Hilda Ragnar, a woman of great power and equal danger. Theo sensed the time had come and prepared for this unannounced visit. He urged his spirit Mount Umbra to descend, shattering the silence that cloaked the ancient castle. Standing before the main hall, Theo inwardly noted that the place was maintained far better than its grim name suggested. His footsteps echoed on the cold stone floor as he advanced toward the castle gate. He wondered what future awaited him beyond that door, yet felt a strange excitement. Theo recalled that during the appointment ceremony, Hilda's gaze had clearly shown goodwill and curiosity toward him. He guessed she wouldn't kill him outright. As he thought this, the heavy main door began to open on its own. Theo squinted into the dark void inside the castle. He reassured himself that whatever happened, he'd find a way out. Inside was a vast great hall with splendid chandeliers hung along the aisle. The sound of his shoes struck the marble floor sharply as Theo moved deeper into the silent corridor. Suddenly, the space around him began to warp. The framed paintings on the walls became eerily empty. A flash of light burst before his eyes, making Theo start back into a defensive stance. He was astonished to see the silhouette of a little girl appear amid wisps of white smoke. The scene abruptly shifted to a strange, snow-covered village where a figure ran desperately in vain. Theo looked around in dismay, sweat beginning to bead on his tense face. He realized he had fallen into a powerful illusion magic enveloping the entire castle. Ahead was a young woman with her eyes blindfolded by a black band, radiating an invisible pressure. Theo guessed this was an illusion created directly by Hilda to welcome this uninvited guest. A brutal battle erupted before his eyes, blood and corpses strewn everywhere amid the blizzard. The girl swung her weapon frantically, single-handedly fighting off a pursuing army with terrifying speed. Theo froze as he realized the murderous aura and presence of the illusion were so real his body reflexively went on guard. Shards of memory kept crashing in, recording how that girl had fought alone through countless blood-soaked battlefields to rise. Although he knew it was only an illusion, the pressure from this powerful presence made Theo unable to look away for even a second. He began to dimly realize who the proud, maddened young woman was. No doubt about it, she was the former head of Ragnar, Hilda, in her youth. He was stunned to recognize that what he was witnessing was the entire life of this terrifying woman. A magnificent hall appeared where Hilda sat on a powerful throne, yet behind it lay utter loneliness. The gaze of the one on the throne carried a chilling coldness. The image of Hilda collapsing into a pool of blood in the silent hall after being betrayed by her closest confidant. The next horrific scene unfolded as she used her own eyes to end that pain. Death repeated in the illusion like an endless, inescapable loop. Theo was horrified. Now he understood the deeper meaning behind the strange words she had once spoken. The illusion dissolved and Hilda truly sat on the throne now, calmly asking, "You are a reborn one, aren't you?" She smiled with sardonic irony and remarked that Theo's acting skills were indeed impressive. "No need to hide it, I'm a reborn like you," she said calmly, admitting the earth-shattering secret. What Theo had just witnessed were Hilda's countless previous lives, a woman who had repeated her life too many times. Theo fell silent as he realized he was not the only one who held the power of time, and the woman before him had been driven completely mad by it. The illusion began with a horrific tableau, heads impaled on stakes before the castle hall. Amid that deathly atmosphere, a noble hand casually swirled a glass of deep red wine as if savoring the scene. Hilda sat on the throne in full authority, but her eyes were empty among the piles of enemy corpses. A tear slid down the face of the iron-willed woman as she sensed the presence of someone familiar. Suddenly, a sharp sword cruelly pierced her chest from behind. The one who struck was none other than the only man to whom she had given her complete trust. Hilda whispered, asking why the man she loved would do such a thing as blood began to surge from the corner of her mouth. The man sobbed, saying he could no longer face the souls of the tens of thousands who had died by her hand. Rather than resentment, Hilda gently told him to go ahead. She would follow soon to repay her debt to him. In a mad moment of the illusion, she drove a knife into her own eyes so she would no longer have to see this world. Maniacal laughter echoed through the hall as she declared that in the next life she would sow even greater fear. Theo witnessed the whole scene trembling in horror, cold sweat streaming down his face. A series of shattered memories surfaced, showing Hilda had endured countless brutal deaths in previous loops. An empty frame appeared as a warning of the uncertainty of fate. Theo stood in the corridor, stunned to realize that no matter how many times it repeated, Hilda's fate always ended in betrayal and ruin. He wondered what could have driven a person to become so brutal and desperate. Could it be that the endless cycle of rebirth had pushed her onto a path of madness with no escape? Fear welled up in Theo. If he kept being reborn, would he end up like them? Theo struggled to calm himself, hardening his gaze to maintain his reason against the overwhelming mental pressure. The illusionary mist suddenly dissipated as a cold voice sounded right beside his ear. He realized the entire display had been an elaborately prepared greeting by Hilda. Theo stood in the real hall, facing the woman who sat arrogantly upon the throne. Hilda looked at him with a mysterious smile and asked provocatively, "Was the little play enjoyable?" Even after witnessing a horrifying scene, Theo quickly regained his composure. He bowed respectfully to the former legendary chieftain. Although the two had shared a private conversation at the recent knighting ceremony and had both revealed their greatest secret, that they were regressors, Theo silently reminded himself to remain extremely vigilant. Noticing his body tense like a drawn string, Hilda leaned forward with an air that was at once authoritative and relaxed. She leisurely told him, "Relax, since we've already shared our deepest secrets, there's no need to keep up that stiff, hostile posture." She snapped her fingers sharply, and the purple magical barrier surrounding Theo instantly shattered and dissipated into the air, as the heavy magical pressure vanished. Hilda checked the time and suggested they continue their important conversation over a light meal. A long, luxurious dining table lit by flickering candles had been prepared in the great hall. Suddenly, a cloaked figure stepped out of the shadows and signaled for Theo to follow them to the table. Theo cautiously agreed, but when the figure turned, his eyes widened in shock. Beneath the hood was a man with long white hair and sideburns, radiating formidable presence. It was Zunaz, the legendary warrior. Zunaz smiled at him. "Long time no see, young master." Seeing a powerful figure like Zeni's acting as a guide, Theo was stunned. He recalled the wild rumors that this legendary warrior was secretly serving as the former chieftain's attendant. A delicious steak and a glass of wine sat before him, but Theo only stared, cold sweat running down his face. Hulda scoffed and asked if he was worried about the taste, then reassured him that the old man's cooking skills were so excellent she'd kept him with her through countless regression cycles. Zeni stood behind and cleared his throat sheepishly. Hilda swirled her red wine and got straight to the point. She confirmed that what Theo had seen in the vision was true. One could indeed regress many times. Then she smiled enigmatically and dropped a bomb. "Still, this life is my final one." Theo sat motionless, cold sweat streaming down. Hilda saw through his thoughts and sneered. "You really want to know how many regressions you have left, don't you?" She looked at the flickering candle and admitted that after dying and resetting so many times, a regressor is left only with a vague intuition. It was an instinct warning that their cycle was nearing its permanent end. It's more accurate to call it an abstract intuition. So that's it. As she spoke, a blue system panel appeared before Theo's eyes. He quietly realized the vast difference between them. Hilda relied only on vague intuition while he had a concrete system, a huge advantage she knew nothing about. Hilda asked if he wanted to know anything else. While cutting his steak, Theo asked about his father. When he mentioned that his father showed signs of transcendence, Hilda was extremely shocked, her eyes flashing dangerously. "How did you learn of transcendence, could it be?" She leaned closer, her voice trembling. "You've seen the 10,000 Gods Hall." A terrifying wave of purple energy exploded from Hilda, filling the great hall. "A runt like you." Zeni's hurriedly intervened. "Please remain calm, mistress. The boy does not understand the gravity of the 10,000 Gods Hall secret." The purple energy gradually dissipated. Hilda sighed and admitted she had overreacted. "I was being overly sensitive." After drinking another glass poured by Zeni's, she continued speaking about Theo's father, Kai Ragna. "You mean my father is like those who transcend in the 10,000 Gods Hall?" "Yes, that's correct." She confirmed he hadn't missing. His father was using all his strength to resist the summons of the 10,000 Gods Hall, all to try to remain in this world. "So your father is indeed about to transcend?" "Not immediately, though, but if he intervenes in this world again, he will be forced to depart at once." That was why the man could only stand there with his arms crossed like a fool, while his children slaughtered one another and his subordinates rebelled. Zeni's warned anxiously, "Madam, isn't saying that a bit dangerous?" But Hilda only laughed loudly. "Tell him to come here and try something. That is, if he intends to kill his own grandmother before transcending." At that moment, everything in Theo's head became clear. So his father couldn't act freely either, because of the risk of being forced to transcend out of the world. That explained why his father had suddenly gone into seclusion on the eve of the Great War in his previous life. If his father had transcended then, those bastards would have run even wilder. Suspicion and certainty are two entirely different things. "But I didn't come all this way just to hear this." Setting down his knife and fork, Theo looked Hilda in the eye with seriousness. Chit-chat and appetizers are enough. Why don't we move on to the main course? Hilda laughed with pleasure and snapped her fingers. A rookie is still a rookie, but I suppose a regressor still carries the bearing of a regressor. The golden cover on the table slowly dissolved into nothingness. His eyes narrowed as he silently considered some of the sharp information about Hilda he'd collected from the Black Tower before asking. Hilda unrolled a scroll, a prophetic record of the future given only to those who could offer her benefit or loyalty. The information approached the level of divine prophecy. Back then I was still skeptical, but there's no need to hide it, I'm a regressor too. Now that she had admitted she was a regressor herself, its authenticity was certain. Now he understood it wasn't divine prophecy but the knowledge she had accumulated across countless past lives. Now, with the resurrection of the mad dragon emperor having ruined his original plans. That was exactly what he needed most right now. It was filled with future information that even the Black Tower couldn't know, truths he'd had to trade his life across lifetimes to uncover. What lay before him was only a very small part of that. It contained only the records related to the magic empress Cassandra. Aware of Hilda's intent, Theo forced a smile. So she already knows what I'm looking for. I suppose you won't give this to me for free. We're both regressors, so communication is easy. Hilda leaned forward, her gaze greedy and excited. Become my disciple, give me all the secrets from your past lives. In return, I'll help you become the next chieftain. Without a second's hesitation, Theo wiped his mouth with a napkin and declined flatly. I'm sorry, but I must refuse. Hilda's eyes darkened, her voice icy. Why don't you trust my word? No, I am sure you would keep your promise, Madam Hilda. Theo replied calmly, it's just that I'm not interested in getting caught up in your political games. Political games. Decades have passed since I abdicated the family headship and retired in seclusion here. How could I possibly interfere in Kyle's era? As the power behind the new head, that would be entirely possible, wouldn't it? She revealed her past lives to create a sense of alliance among regressors, but it actually backfired. It only made me realize that her obsession with power was no different from the mad dragon emperor's madness. Hilda set her glass down, smiled faintly, then suddenly poured the wine onto the table. The red liquid instantly turned into a thick wave of black magic, swallowing the entire great hall. Perhaps I've been rooted here for too long. Now I see that my approach was wrong from the start. Hilda's voice echoed coldly. Ragna is the land of the strong. The space changed completely. Theo stood amid a churning black river, looking up at Hilda enthroned on a colossal stone throne atop the waterfall. She looked down at him like an absolute sovereign. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to live? I'll spare you, so become my disciple and reveal everything you know. Around Theo, the black water boiled. Countless grotesque copies of Hilda rose from the black mud, surrounding him from all sides. They lunged to grab his arms, holding him tight from behind and pulling at his face. I expected this, but I didn't think she'd launch the domain right away. One copy pressed against his lips, a feral smile clear on its face. Meanwhile, in the real world, Zenny stood alone in the great hall, calmly watching the giant orb of dark magic devour Theo. Hilda sat on the high throne, a massive sword at her side, smiling cruelly. I've never failed to seize what I want. Even if I must crush it into 100 pieces, it will still end up in my palm. She sneered, and you think I cannot subdue you? After a while, the giant orb of dark magic still hovered motionless above the long dining table in the great hall. Hilda leisurely spoke, her tone indifferent as she asked her loyal attendant Zennies, how much time has passed? Zennies produced an ornate silver pocket watch, checked it, and replied calmly, exactly 1 minute, mistress. Hilda leaned back comfortably, wearing a cunning, confident smile. Then it must have been about an hour. It surely knows its place now and is ready to kneel and obey my demands. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the great hall. Blinding purple and white light began violently cracking across the surface of the dark orb. Zunaza's eyes widened in horror. A radiant column of blue light erupted, completely shattering the isolation field and blasting the dark magic outward with tremendous force. Inside the isolation, Theo was being assaulted by countless dark replicas like leeches, pushing him to his absolute limit. Nirvana and draconic transformation had been activated, instantly boosting his mental strength and indomitable will. In a flash of dazzling speed, Theo drew his sword and unleashed a barrage of blue sword chi that bound the eyes. The powerful slashes tore apart from every angle, completely shredding Hilda's dark replicas, cutting them into fragments. Breathing heavily but still striking an incredibly cool pose. In that brief moment, he truly believed he had completely shattered the isolation field and escaped. He ripped open a purple crack that flashed across the pitch-black sky. With his current power, he could only make a single fissure, but before it closed, utterly exhausted from the heavy attack, Theo collapsed to his knees in the shallow water. The dark replicas immediately surged in to pin him down. With a forced but hopeful smile, Theo raised his hand toward the fading light, placing all his faith in his final ally. A burst of dark magic erupted. He summoned Umbra, his dark dragon. The dark beast shot out from his arm like a missile, streaking up into the sky at terrifying speed, rushing straight into the fissure that was closing to open an escape route. The colossal shadow dragon roared, shaking the heavens. With a blinding purple-white explosion, it slammed into the crack, successfully piercing the barrier by a hair's breadth before it fully closed. In the real Great Hall, the black orb on the table suddenly rippled. A streak of darkness shot out at incredible speed, ripping through space, tearing straight past the tall glass windows, and vanishing into the night. Watching that desperate escape from her seat, Hilda showed no anger. Instead, a delighted, trembling smile spread across her lips. She rose slightly and turned to Zennies. "You saw that too, did you?" Zennies bowed respectfully. "Yes, it's the shadow dragon we mentioned. Indeed, the boy is raising a rather interesting pet." Zennies moved to pursue, but Hilda waved him off. What's new about a summoned beast abandoning its master to save itself? Hilda shifted her attention to what truly surprised her. She slammed her giant sword onto the floor with a heavy clang and laughed. "But the kid did surprise me. He only managed to tear a crack in my supreme isolation." She stared at the swirling orb. Robert took more than 3 minutes on his first try, so he really did witness the 10,000 Gods Hall. Seeing Theo's monstrous potential after only an hour in the trap, a savage, dangerous smile spread across Hilda's face. Time to turn up the heat and bully the boy a little more. Zennies bowed as if the idea were sound. But the old man sighed inwardly. Her habit of toying with prey has resurfaced. She knew Theo had reached his limit, yet still wanted to continue. Zennies looked at the swirling orb, filled with pity. Though a promising candidate, Theo was still just a young swordsman. Hilda had lived 150 years in this cycle, and with countless regressions she possessed centuries of combat experience. How could the boy possibly stand against this formidable mistress? The old man thought to himself that watching a young talent be crushed was never pleasant. Suddenly Hilda called his name. Zennies immediately bowed deeply. "Mistress, your servant listens." Hilda clicked her tongue in annoyance. "We'll have dinner later. We have some uninvited guests." She ordered Zennies to stand back, saying she would greet him herself. At that moment, the ceiling began to shake violently and seconds later exploded into pieces. A figure crashed down into the Great Hall, creating a dust-choked shockwave. Hilda frowned, irritation clear on her face. As the dust settled, a powerful white-haired warrior stood tall amid the rubble. It was Robert, one of Ragnar's 9 dragon legends. Robert looked at Hilda and said casually, "Long time no see, former chieftain." He glanced at the dark orb and said, "Using that sick trap again, your game is over." Robert exploded with tremendous energy, shattering the isolation orb into countless flashing purple fragments. As the magic dissipated, Theo fell heavily to the floor, propping himself on his hands and knees, coughing violently and vomiting a puddle of viscous dark fluid. "I really thought I wasn't getting out this time." Exhausted though he was, he still managed a faint, triumphant smile. Watching the shadow dragon merge back into his hand, he whispered, "Thank you, Umbra, you saved my life." He looked up at Robert and gave a weary smile. "You know the black dragon has been tailing you since you met Father. Actually, it would be stranger if he hadn't, since the one following keeps leaving traces." He was probably the overseer father sent. After all, you're already suspected of treason. Even if it felt more like protection than surveillance, I didn't expect the Black Dragon himself to come here. Robert turned and scoffed, "Don't act like you don't know anything. Do you want me to open an escape route for you as well?" Even though his body was battered, Theo still stood up, brushed himself off, and smiled confidently. "No, I'm fine. I'm grateful for the help, but I should at least handle my own escape." At that moment, Hilda lunged like lightning, swinging her colossal sword down at terrifying speed. Robert blocked instantly. The clash of blades unleashed a deafening blast and a blinding blue shockwave that spread across the ruined hall. Hilda sneered, "You came to ruin my family dinner. I only wanted a quiet meal with handsome men." She flashed a bloodthirsty smile. "Or do you want to join the party?" Robert calmly declined. A family dinner that locks the young in a field of dark isolation for an hour. While grappling with Hilda, Robert quietly transmitted to Theo behind him, "Run when I signal." Theo crouched ready, understood. He looked at Umbra and gave one last order. "Umbra, I need you to do one more thing." Umbra wore a puzzled expression. Hilda suddenly swung her sword down hard, firing a destructive blue energy beam that shattered the floor. Robert bellowed, "Now run." Theo didn't hesitate and darted through the rubble amid the waves of destructive energy. Each step of his flight was supported by the Black Dragon behind him, blocking all of Hilda's attacks. In mere moments, volleys of assaults rained down continuously, and he didn't have a single second to stop. The Black Dragon answered slowly, "You should give up." His gaze pinned to the woman before him. Even if she could no longer regress, she still could not let go of her greed. To regressors like her, I suppose this world is nothing but a toy to seize, even if it means destroying it. When he reached the massive window, Theo didn't hesitate to smash the large pane of glass and leapt out into the night blanketed in white snow. His body plummeting from an unimaginable height, the scene outside was truly magnificent. From within his shadow, Theo called forth his familiar companion, Umbra. The white dragon's body appeared in the air and caught the falling Theo with perfect precision. With just a few simple wing beats, the silhouette put vast distance between them and the manor. From the shattered window frame, Theo's figure slowly dissolved into the deep, dark night. Hilda sheathed her sword and snarled in fury, "Damn it." She turned to Zennies and ordered, "I think I'll take a nap, clean up this mess." Zennies bowed, "As you command, mistress." Robert asked quietly, "Aren't you going to pursue them?" Hilda scoffed, pointing at the broken window, "Chase someone who jumped out a window because they hate being here." But when she stepped up to stand on the table, her expression suddenly changed. She gaped, then burst into a crazed, savage laugh. "Ha ha, the brat dares be insolent." A wildly excited, manic smile spread across Hilda's face as she realized Theo had pulled off an unimaginable theft. Unbelievable, when did he steal this? Time quickly passed, cutting to the eastern slums of Briomos in the Edda Empire. Inside a house somewhere, a little girl's voice called out, "Mama, Mama, are you asleep?" As if guessing something, the mother's voice asked softly, "My daughter, did you have another nightmare?" The girl admitted, "Yes, it was an extremely terrifying dream." Hearing this, the mother gently comforted her daughter. "It's okay, I'm right here with you, sweetheart." Still hesitant, the girl said, "But in the dream, those bad people killed you," and at that moment the mother's eyes went blank. Very quickly she asked anxiously, "In that dream, did those bad people hurt you?" The girl buried herself deeper into her mother's arms and weakly replied, "No, Mama, they didn't touch me, but they tied me up and dragged me away." Hearing that, the mother held her little child tighter than ever. A deep sorrow appeared in her eyes as she gently soothed her traumatized child. "Mama is perfectly fine, darling. It was only a dream, it can't kill me. Don't let that nightmare make you too sad. Whatever happens, it's never your fault, okay?" Just then, a red petal quietly fell from the fragile flower by the window under the moonlight. The mother gently asked, "Who do I always stand with?" The sleepy girl mumbled, "With me, Mama, you always stand with me." The mother beamed, "Right, my little princess remembers well. It's still early, let's go back to sleep." Comforted by her mother's warm protection, Cassandra nodded silently and closed her eyes. But just outside the slightly open bedroom door, a terrifying scene unfolded in silence. The peaceful moonlight reflected off the cold steel blades of swords drawn from their sheaths. Meanwhile, outside, Theo moved through the snow-covered streets of the eastern Briomo's slums. Theo finally reached his destination. Still wounded from the desperate escape, he clutched the sealed scroll he had stolen from under Hilda's nose. Looking around the poor, desolate village, he couldn't help but be astonished by the unbelievable situation. The true heir to the entire kingdom, the legendary mage empress known as Cassandra Etta, was living right here in these slums. He pictured the authoritative, strong, beautiful woman the girl was destined to become. And Theo continued walking in the biting cold. Above him, a tattered blue flag bearing the royal emblem flapped in the east wind. As he walked, Theo thought about the Empire's grand history, the most powerful nation on the continent. He recalled how the royal line originally unified the lands thanks to a fearsome bloodline trait and the legendary ability to foresee the future. Yet this empire harbored a dark secret. As generations passed, fewer royals truly inherited that divine power. Because the rulers relied so heavily on soothsaying, the royal family gradually grew inept and weak beyond precedent without it. Now young Cassandra was the only one in the entire empire with prophetic ability. And because she didn't even know her true identity, the future mage empress had been completely abandoned, forced to struggle to survive in these brutal slums until the royal family officially found her. He knew that if he could arrive first and protect the girl from the shadows, this lost royal would become an incredibly valuable ally for his own future. Spotting a shabby little cabin through the snow, he locked his target in his sights. Ready to act, he stashed the scroll and finally stepped up to Cassandra's front door. Standing outside the quiet cabin, Theo paused, wondering whether Cassandra's prophetic ability might be too weak at her age. But before he could finish the thought, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. A disgusting scent slammed into his keen senses. The thick, unmistakable stench of fresh blood. He drew his sword at once and charged into the dark house. Sweeping the empty ground floor, he cautiously recognized that no ambush waited in the shadows. Suddenly, the tense silence in the cabin was broken by raucous noise echoing down from the wooden stairs. He heard a group of coarse thugs casually playing cards, laughing, and taunting one another upstairs. Realizing these ruthless intruders were billeted upstairs, he glared up the steps and stealthily climbed the wooden stairs. Peering into the dim room, Theo observed the killers relaxing, but his cold focus was suddenly shattered by a heartbreaking, gruesome sight. Cassandra's mother's motionless body lay silent in a widening pool of blood on the floor. A wave of confusion rose within him. His mind raced as he tried to piece together this mystery. At first he suspected the imperial royal family might have sent these assassins, but he quickly realized that was completely illogical. The royals had no motive, and the timing of this attack conflicted entirely with what he knew of the future, tightening his grip as a blue energy burst and cracked around the blade. Theo made a cold, ruthless decision. Since the timeline had suddenly shifted, he would force these men to reveal the truth. Stepping out of the shadows, he unleashed his suffocating pressure. The sudden, terrifying burst of energy instantly alerted the distracted assassins. One henchman flinched in shock, eyes widening as he shouted in panic, "Who is that?" Theo loosed a streak of blazing blue lightning with a thunderclap that slammed into the leader, violently hurling him backward. The leader spat bright blood, pinned hard against splintering wooden boards by the lightning's force. The battered leader coughed up blood and screamed wildly, "Who the hell are you? How dare you mess with our organization?" Theo stepped forward as blue electricity continued to crack violently around his muscular frame, eyes cold and blazing. "Why are you showing up here at this time? Speak before I kill you all. Who are you masked assassins serving?" Staring at the terrifying face confronting him, the leader's eyes suddenly widened in utter horror as he realized. He stammered in fear, Theo, Ragna, why is Ragna's heir here? Aren't you supposed to be on the front lines?" A dangerous, deadly darkness immediately shrouded Theo's face. He instantly recognized the invaders as agents of the Troyvan rebellion. Hearing the young heir deduce their true allegiance so easily, the wounded leader cursed, "Smart, aren't you, bastard?" Despite his heavy injuries, he spat a blood-soaked, arrogant grin and openly revealed, "I am Ich, the 8th house retainer of Troyven. Now you know who I am, but how you found this place doesn't matter anymore." Glowing with a wicked red aura, Ich erupted with murderous frenzy. "Cut off Ragnar's heir's head right here. This is a God-sent opportunity." He lunged forward with a desperate killing blow, but that arrogant attack was utterly meaningless. Before the house retainer could brandish his blade, Theo easily blocked him with another burst of blazing blue lightning, striking Ich in the chest, completely shattering his offense and making him cry out in excruciating pain. Looking down at the defeated retainer, Theo coldly said, "Pathetic insect." But Ich was not finished. The fanatical assassin suddenly slammed his fist down onto the ground, and his body began a grotesque, monstrous transformation. His skin burned crimson like a fiend, and his eyes turned completely black as chaotic dark energy churned from his torn face. Laughing like a lunatic, Ich roared, "You're as tough as the rumors say, but I don't care if I survive, so long as I kill you here." Fully abandoning his own survival, the mutated assassin lunged ferociously forward. With a colossal ramming blow, Ich crashed through the cabin's thick wooden wall, violently seized Theo and dragged him out into the freezing night sky. He shouted with insane reverence, "We'll both fall into hell together. I offer this life to kill you." In his head, he shouted to his comrades, "Teaming up with those mountain greens completely screwed the covert mission. But whatever, if I die here, this sacrifice will buy enough time for them to kidnap Cassandra." But his delusional internal monologue was abruptly cut off. "Troyven always like this. When the plan fails, you kill yourselves, the same tired trick every time." In a wave of absolute motion, Theo gracefully flipped over the mutated retainer and unleashed a gigantic, blazing crescent of blue energy. That brutal strike decisively tore Ich apart midair. Theo glared down at the vanquished enemy, then coldly ordered, "If you want to go to hell, go there yourself." Below, the shattered, blood-soaked body of the 8th retainer plummeted toward the frozen ground. As Ich fell into the white abyss of snow, his body violently exploded, an enormous, blazing red, blinding burst. Quickly swept across the blood-stained floorboards, he grabbed a blanket and gently draped it over Cassandra's motionless mother's body. He replayed the stolen scroll in his mind and gritted his teeth. There isn't a shred of information about Troyven attacking Cassandra this early. The sudden resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor has warped the timeline. The future is shifting in a dangerous direction. He realized his own regression had caused this wave of death in the timeline, making him indirectly responsible for this tragedy. If I'd arrived just a few seconds earlier, she would still be alive. Suddenly, a small trembling voice shattered the blood-soaked silence. Sitting bolt upright on the bed, little Cassandra desperately pleaded, "Sir, is my mother okay?" Theo froze, eyes widening in pure shock as he looked into the girl's pale, cloudy blue eyes. The one person in the entire empire who could see the future couldn't see what was right in front of her. The protagonist hesitated, unsure whether to tell the girl the truth. But before he could say a word, Cassandra quietly cut in, "My mother is really dead, isn't she?" Theo's eyes widened in absolute astonishment. Clutching the blanket, the blind girl sobbed quietly and then said what completely stunned him, "I've seen this in a dream. I see everything, and what I see has never been wrong." But amid her pain, she pointed out one thing. "In my dream, they took me away, but this time it's different because you showed up." Looking up with pale blue, tear-filled eyes, the girl asked the ultimate question, "Do you really have the power to change the future?" Hearing the girl's heartbreaking plea, Theo stood there utterly stunned. A glowing blue system window suddenly appeared before his eyes. Scenario Mission Number 5, the key to the timeline. You are officially ordered to find and protect the Empire's future princess. The morning sun rose over the frozen slum, casting a solemn light on a freshly dug grave in the snow. Standing silently before the simple memorial, Theo gently took Cassandra's small hand and stared down at the snowy grave. The girl, sunk in grief, squeezed Theo's hand and asked a question that pierced his heart. "Why do you have the power to change the future but couldn't arrive a bit earlier to save my mother?" Looking down at the shattered orphan, a heavy shadow of guilt fell over Theo's face. He quietly replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect the enemy to alter the timeline and strike so quickly." As they prepared to move away from the mournful grave, the overwhelming emotional weight of that morning suddenly overwhelmed the girl. With lightning-fast reflexes, Thea lunged forward and caught the little princess just before she hit the ground. A flash of real panic crossed his face as he held her limp body. "Cassandra, wake up. Are you hurt anywhere? Did they poison you?" Theo was utterly baffled. To his intense confusion, there were no physical wounds on her body to explain the sudden, frightening collapse. Suddenly, a small, mysterious blue guardian dragon appeared beside them in the snow. "The princess is not injured. She's simply exhausted. The psychological shock of her mother's death and last night's assassin attack has completely broken her fragile mind." The little guardian dragon fluttered its mystical wings and gently scolded, "You must act immediately. Young lives are extremely fragile and vulnerable. Don't waste another second." Realizing the absolute severity of her condition, Theo's eyes widened in urgency. Cradling the unconscious princess to his chest, he leapt onto his giant white dragon's back and shouted, "Hurry, Umbra, she looks critically ill." With wingbeats like thunder, Umbra shot fiercely into the winter sky. Thea was forced to change plans entirely. Looking at the pale, trembling girl in his arms, he realized they didn't have time to fly straight home. Fixing his gaze on the horizon, he steered the dragon toward the nearest Rugna military base, determined to get her to safety. The scene opened on a magical sanctuary, a vast field of glowing purple flowers nestled beneath towering mountains. This beautiful refuge was the Tulip Garden. Inside a warm, quiet cabin, Cassandra rested on a soft bed with a damp gauze on her fevered forehead. After taking care of her little patient, the caretaker glanced over her shoulder. Outside on the wooden balcony, Theo stood guard like a silent, steadfast sentinel. The cabin door creaked open. Theo saw the caretaker step outside and immediately asked, "How is the girl?" The caretaker quickly dispelled his worst fears. "Don't worry, she's resting peacefully. After a strong fever reducer, she's much better." Stamping her heavy boot onto a wooden crate, the caretaker demanded answers aggressively. "Now answer me, who is that mysterious girl you're so worried about?" "She is Leper, the stern, uncompromising head of the Tulip Garden." Thea replied honestly, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess, but I cannot reveal the girl's identity." Leper threw her head back, sighed angrily, and waved it off. "Arrogant candidates, you're always like this, thinking everything must go your way." Looking through the long brass spyglass at the vast fields of glowing purple flowers, Leper got straight to the point. "The Troyven clan is chasing you, right?" Theo confirmed. "Yes, but their numbers shouldn't be too large. Those assassins will track us all the way from Briomos." Hearing this, Leper peered through the spyglass in absolute astonishment, then snapped sharply, "You led a squad of Troyven assassins into our sanctuary. Do you know what this place means?" She muttered in pure annoyance, assuming the entitled heir simply didn't care about the deeper significance of this territory. But Theo immediately cut off her assumptions. "I know exactly what this place is. The outside world foolishly thinks this is just a decorative garden. But in truth, this is a sacred resting place, top secret, for the most legendary figures of the Ragna clan." Hearing Theo confidently reveal the garden's true sacred nature, Leper was stunned for a moment. But she quickly snapped back, "All the worse then. You know how holy this place is, and you still deliberately led assassins here." However, her fierce anger suddenly faded as she muttered, "Well, perhaps I have no right to object." The exhausted caretaker collapsed into the wooden rocking chair and waved away the tension. "All right, I've verified your crazy story. The ruthless Troyven clan certainly wouldn't be pursuing some ordinary child. Leave the girl here to rest." Theo breathed a deep sigh of relief and said honestly, "Thank you very much for all your help." Placing his hand respectfully over his chest, he once again formally apologized. "I sincerely apologize for disturbing the peace of this sacred resting place." Leper was genuinely impressed. "It's been a long time since I've met a candidate with manners unlike that one." She bitterly complained about another utterly arrogant heir who recently stormed into her sanctuary claiming an urgent mission. Hearing this, Theo's eyes widened in absolute surprise. He quickly asked, "Who was that? Is someone else hiding here?" Oud Leper replied calmly, "It was another official Ragna candidate just like you." Suddenly, the tense conversation shattered as a fierce figure hurtled down onto the cabin's snow-covered roof, carrying a massive, terrifying great halberd. A commanding woman looked down at Theo with a savage smile and casually said, "Long time no see, little brother. You look like you fight well." This was Ray, the Black Reaper, the second heir candidate of the Ragna family. Oud Leper completely lost her composure and quickly withdrew into the cabin's safety. "I'll watch the child. Sort out your family's mad business out there yourselves." Theo looked up at his sister. "You heard our whole conversation, didn't you?" Excited by his fearless demeanor, Ray's eyes lit with fanatic, bloodthirsty enthusiasm, and she burst into a wild laugh. "In the Ragna family, greetings are like this." Wasting no time, Ray leapt high into the air and violently brought the gigantic halberd crashing down. A massive, blazing explosion of fiery energy tore through the snowy ground. But as the brutal shockwave subsided, Theo easily blocked the devastating blow with his blade and calmly warned, "If you do that, innocent people nearby will get caught in it." Stopping the attack, Ray put a hand to her mouth in feigned surprise. "Oh right, I got a little carried away. All right then." But the brief moment of restraint vanished entirely as a cruel, bloodthirsty smile flickered across her face. The fierce Black Reaper swung her great halberd again. "Then we'll just fight at the exact spot you fell last time." A massive whirlwind of intense energy and exploding purple petals roared, trapping them in the eye of the storm. Theo crossed his sword to brace against the fierce pressure. In his head he cursed, "She's crazier and more reckless than all those terrifying rumors." Just as the chaotic vortex threatened to engulf him, a glowing blue system window suddenly flashed before his eyes, officially confirming the discovery of an ancient dragon relic known as the Death Halberd. At the same time, deep within the frozen Frisia Plains camp, the shoulders of two warriors accidentally bumped. A rude, aggressive soldier shoved a stranger and shouted angrily, "Where are you looking? Watch where you're going." The stranger did not move. He slowly turned with a terrifying, red glowing eye beating ominously. He mocked coldly, "Got a problem with your eyes?" Trembling with absolute rage, the soldier snarled, "What did you just say? Say it again." Nearby, the sudden commotion drew the attention of the bored soldiers. A careless young soldier suggested to his comrades, "Aaron, look, watching others fight is the best entertainment." But Aaron, clearly annoyed, scolded him, "Salford, you're so childish, you know that." Their casual curiosity instantly turned into pure horror. The small quarrel erupted into a brutal bloodbath as teammates drew blades and savagely slaughtered one another in the snow. Desperate to stop the madness, Salford rushed into the chaos and shouted, "Wake up, these are your comrades, stop this now." The other would not listen. Before Salford could do anything to halt the disorder, a gigantic, blinding column of fire erupted in the middle of the camp, instantly scorching the area in a deafening, catastrophic explosion. A fierce warrior strode out of the raging flames. This was the iron-black vice commander, a demonic firewoman. She glowed with fiery energy and roared, "What are you doing? In the middle of a war you're killing your own comrades. Anyone still standing, face me." Watching her terrifying display from the sidelines, the blonde soldier Salford breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, with the vice commander stepping in, this camp will settle down." But his bespectacled companion Aaron suddenly saw the flame accidentally scorch Salford's hand. Seeing his friend carelessly injured by their own superior, Aaron completely snapped. Her usual composure vanished instantly, replaced by murderous frenzy. Aaron swiftly drew her sword. Salford, panicking and desperate, tried to calm her. "Aaron, calm down, that's the vice commander, don't do this." The scene abruptly shifted to a quiet command tent. One of the 9 dragons complained bitterly, "If frontline soldiers succumb to madness so quickly, how can a real war be fought?" The elder spoke plainly, "The frenzy of the mad dragon emperor is spreading directly from Troiven's main stronghold. I propose an immediate tactical withdrawal before we suffer further losses." However, Ba Long vehemently objected. "No, our massive assault launches in just 2 days. This is the best chance to annihilate them completely." The Black Dragon faction issued a firm order. Only elite soldiers able to resist psychological corruption are to remain on the front lines. All senior swordsmen and lower-ranked troops withdraw immediately. We need to reassess the entire campaign. Ice Dragon gloomily accepted the reality and warned, "Even our elite forces won't hold long under this pressure. Don't forget that even the legendary Wind Thunder God once succumbed to this very madness in the past." Demon Dragon silently thought, "I never expected things to come to this." Not far away, the giant tower fortress was completely shrouded in frenzied red energy, ominously hovering above the vulnerable Regna encampments below. By the time Theo returned to the front, the entire landscape of this deadly war would have been utterly overturned. Back in the fight between Theo and Ray swung her colossal weapon once more. The raging vortex erupted from all sides, purple petals spiraling into deadly whirlwinds that covered the whole garden. Caught in the eye of the purple petal vortex, Theo planted his feet and refused to blink from his opponent. He thought to himself, "Movement speed rivals Jishar, but the destructive power is on another level, and that last strike wasn't even full force." Ray caught that steely gaze through the whirling petals. Interest flared in her eyes. Her look was a blade of light. "That stare of yours is intriguing." She dove straight down from the sky, the giant scythe bringing all its weight. Theo met her head-on. The two blades collided, shockwaves exploding and cracking the ground beneath them both. "Let me see if skill matches that cold stare." They attacked relentlessly. The cold clash of steel rang across the air with no chance to catch a breath in such an intense duel. Ra leapt and kicked both feet at Tha, but he leaned aside to evade. Ray glanced, lips curling with pleasure. "So the rumors aren't entirely false. In that case, let's pick up the pace." A halo of flames erupted around Ray, a colossal ring of fire. The surrounding temperature spiked instantly, the air trembling as massive mana gathered. "Let's see if you can survive this." She lunged at Tha. Scythe-shaped firestorms shot out violently from every direction. Countless spinning blades hurled toward him. But Theo calmly parried one after another, pushing each attack back. Then he noticed something unusual. The fire blades he had just blocked did not dissipate. They were turning back and encircling him. In an instant, the ring of fire closed, completely surrounding and cutting off every escape. From above, Ray raised her scythe with eyes blazing like madness. "If you're only realizing it now, it's already too late, little brother." Her scythe came down, a violent torrent of energy extending outward like a detonating ribbon. A colossal column of fire erupted from directly beneath his feet, devouring him entirely in a piercing, ear-splitting blaze. Just when it seemed everything was settled, from within that storm of fire, a dark, violent explosion tore everything apart from the inside. Ray looked up in astonishment. "Oh, not bad." A massive surge of blue sword energy shot straight out from the fiery vortex, dragging purple petals swirling on either side like two deadly ribbons. Ray tilted her head slightly to dodge. The sword grazed her cheek, drawing blood. Still, her smile widened. "Well done." But as the blade passed, Theo suddenly leapt from somewhere and snatched it out of midair like a teleportation technique. He swung the sword up and said, "Now it's my turn." Ray turned back with interest. "All right, come at me." But just as the two blades were about to clash, a force erupted from the space between them. Shockwaves collapsed the ground, dust billowed up, obscuring everything. When the dust cleared, 3 figures in wide-brimmed hats stood upright in the freshly formed crater, a blade pressed to Theo's throat. One of them glared with threatening violet eyes, his voice low and measured. "How dare you threaten Lord Ray?" "The price to pay for insulting Lord Ray. We the Death Order swear to make you pay with your life." Before he could finish, a giant scythe slammed into his head. Ray tossed her weapon over her shoulder, eyes wide with anger. "How many times have I said, don't interfere when I'm fighting? I was just getting warmed up and you lot came to spoil it." Ray laughed and added, "My sincere apologies, Theo. Just as I was getting into things, these gate crashers jump in and ruin the mood. Allow me to apologize on their behalf. See, they love making things dramatic. Theo bowed his head and replied, "It's nothing. If the opening had gone on any longer, I might have been the one at risk of keeling over." She stepped forward and lightly touched him. "You joke well, but hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Still, that was a fun bout. Let's have a few drinks later." He squinted slightly and answered, "Certainly, I'm eager. In power, speed, and technique, you're all on a completely different level. In a life-or-death match, I might have to trigger my draconic state. And yet there's someone above her as well. I wonder where that Axion got the nerve to be so arrogantly boastful." Ray turned away and left with her subordinates. "You lot heard that, right? A good chance to redeem yourselves. Prepare properly, make it grand, report back clearly." Theo watched her figure and thought, unlike the others, her straightforward and free nature is a virtue. But that very trait makes the situation more complicated. Judging by the protective aura she's emitting, it's definitely an ancient dragon relic. We must capture it at all costs. Formally declaring open battle seems almost easier on the conscience. Cut to the wooden house in the middle of the tulip field. Cassandra slowly woke from a high fever. The girl slowly opened her eyes, sat up, and tiredly looked around the room. Aud's voice asked, "Do you feel any better, little one?" "Yes, sir," she replied. Aud pushed a cart of food and said, "With a belly like that you must be famished. Eat well so the patient recovers quickly, little sister." A lavish meal was laid out before Cassandra. The aroma made her eyes widen in surprise. "It smells amazing." She reached out her hand. But the gardener quickly stopped her. "Hey, you who takes food with their hands like that. The food is still piping hot. Explaining it back and forth is tiring, so however I carve the meat, just obediently open your mouth and eat, kiddo." "Open wide now." The girl hurriedly opened her mouth wide. A tasty piece of meat was put into her mouth, making the girl happy. "When you're done eating, change into another outfit. Just take off the clothes you're wearing and leave them there. I'll mend them." I heard it's a precious item given by the girl's own mother, Madame Kao. Saying that, Audleper glanced over. Tears running down Cassandra's cheeks. "Thank you." Getting all teary again, Aud teased. Suddenly the girl remembered she hadn't drunk any water, so Aud stood up. "Don't try to sneak food with your hands. I'll be right back, so behave and wait." The camp owner quickly left the room and the door closed. Cassandra sat with her face in her hands, sad. "How strange. I haven't seen any future omens appear in my dreams just now." Moreover, everything that happened veered completely away from the visions I'd seen in my dreams. This is truly the first time such a bizarre thing has occurred. But compared to witnessing those gloomy nightmares every day, the present reality is much more pleasant. Then the bedroom door opened again. Cassandra exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, you're back." Footsteps sounded oddly, making the girl uneasy. Who is Auntie?" An assassin appeared in the room and said, "Look at this rude little brat. You should call me sister. What are you calling me, huh?" She was the sixth phoenix hand of Troy Van Zetch's. Cassandra startled, about to scream. But Zetch's appeared in a flash and knocked the girl unconscious immediately. "Next time remember to call me sister, okay, little miss?" Cassandra collapsed to the floor unconscious. Zetch looked at her hand in confusion. "What's going on here?" She slowly lifted the girl's collar, unaware that something was emerging from the darkness behind her. Theo's Umbra had been lying in wait, lunging out of the shadow and baring sharp fangs at the enemy. "Isn't this far too easy?"